Sexual inversion. Chapter Roman 1 Introduction. Homosexuality, among animals, among the lower human races, the Albanians, the Greeks, the Eskimos, the tribes of the Northwest United States. Homosexuality, among soldiers, in Europe. Indifference, frequently manifested by European lower classes. Sexual inversion. At Rome. Homosexuality in prisons, among men of exceptional intellect and moral leaders. Murat Michelangelo, Winkelmann. Homosexuality in English history. Walt Whitman. Verlaine Burton's climatic theory of homosexuality. The racial factor. The prevalence of homosexuality today. Sexual inversion, as here understood, means sexual instinct turned by inborn constitutional abnormality toward persons of the same sex. It is thus a narrower term than homosexuality, which includes all sexual attractions between persons of the same sex, even when seemingly due to the accidental absence of the natural objects of sexual attraction, a phenomenon of wide occurrence among all human races, and among most of the higher animals. It is only during recent years that sexual inversion has been recognized. Previously, it was not distinguished from homosexuality in general, and homosexuality was regarded as a national custom, as an individual vice, or as an unimportant episode in grave forms of insanity. We have further to distinguish sexual inversion and all other forms of homosexuality from another kind of inversion, which usually remains so far as the sexual impulse itself is concerned. Heterosexual, that is to say normal inversion of this kind, leads a person to feel like a person of the opposite sex, and to adopt so far as possible the tastes, habits, and dress of the opposite sex, while the direction of the sexual impulse remains normal. This condition I term sexosthetic inversion or eonism. The nomenclature of the highly important form of sexual perversion with which we are here concerned is extremely varied, and most investigators have been much puzzled in coming to a conclusion as to the best, most exact, and at the same time, most colorless names to apply to it. The first in the field in modern times was Ulrichs, who as early as 1862 used the appellation Uranian uranier, based on the well-known myth in Plato's Banquet. Later, he Germanized this term into Urning for the male and Urningin for the female, and referred to the condition itself as Urningtum. He also invented a number of other related terms on the same basis. Some of these terms have had a considerable vogue, but they are too fanciful and high-strung to secure general acceptance. If used in other languages than German, they certainly should not be used in their Germanized shape, and it is scarcely legitimate to use the term Urning in English. Uranian is more correct. In Germany, the first term accepted by recognized scientific authorities was contrary sexual feeling, Kontrarsexualempfindung. It was devised by Westphal in 1869 and used by Krafft Ebing and Moll, though thus accepted by the earliest authorities in this field, and to be regarded as a fairly harmless and vaguely descriptive term. It is somewhat awkward and is now little used in Germany. It was never currently used outside Germany. It has been largely superseded by the term homosexuality. This also was devised by a little-known Hungarian Dr. Benkert, who used the pseudonym Kurtbeny in the same year 1869, but at first attracted no attention. It has philologically the awkward disadvantage of being a bastard term compounded of Greek and Latin elements, but its significance a sexual attraction to the same sexes, fairly clear and definite, while it is free from any question-begging association of either favorable or unfavorable character. Edward Carpenter has proposed to remedy its bastardly linguistic character by transforming it into homogenic. This, however, might mean not only toward the same sex, but of the same kind, and in German already possesses actually that meaning. The term homosexual has the further advantage that on account of its classical origin, it is easily translatable into many languages. It is now the most widespread general term for the phenomena we are dealing with, and it has been used by Hirschfeld, now the chief authority in this field, as the title of his encyclopedic work, Die Homosexualität. Sexual inversion in French inversion sexuelle, and in Italian inversion sexuelle, is the term which has from the first been chiefly used in France and Italy ever since Charcot and Magnin, in 1882, published their cases of this anomaly in the Archives de Neurologie. It had already been employed in Italy by Tamascia in the Revista Sperimentale di Freniatria in 1878. I have not discovered when and where the term sexual inversion was first used. Possibly, it first appeared in English for long before the paper of Charcot and Magnin. I have noticed in an anonymous review of Westphal's first paper in the Journal of Mental Science, then edited by Dr. Maudsley for October 1871, that contrary Sexualempfindung is translated as inverted sexual proclivity so far as I am aware. Sexual inversion was first used in English as the best term by J. A. Symonds in 1883 in his privately printed essay, A Problem in Greek Ethics. Later, in 1897, the same term was adopted, I believe, for the first time publicly in English in the present work. It is unnecessary to refer to the numerous other names which have been proposed. A discussion of the nomenclature will be found in the first chapter of Hirschfeld's work, Die Homosexualität, and of some special terms in an article by Schouten Sexual Problem, December 1912. It may suffice to mention the ancient theological and legal term sodomy, sodomia, because it is still the most popular term for this perversion, though it must be remembered it has become attached to the physical act of intercourse per annum even when carried out heterosexually, and has little reference to psychic sexual proclivity. This term has its origin in the story narrated in Genesis, ch. Roman 19 of Lot's visitors, whom the men of Sodom desired to have intercourse with, and of the subsequent destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. This story furnishes a sufficiently good ground for the use of the term, though the Jews do not regard sodomy as the sin of Sodom, but rather inhospitality and hardness of heart, to the poor. J. Prius Biblisch Talmudisch Medizin, pp. 57981, and Christian theologians, also both Catholic and Protestant, see for example Jaubuch für Sexual Zwischenstufen Vol. Roman 4 p. 199, and Hirschfeld Homosexualität p. 742, have argued that it was not homosexuality, but their other offenses, which provoked the destruction of the cities of the plain in Germany. Sodomy has long been used to denote bestiality or sexual intercourse with animals, but this use of the term is quite unjustified in English. There is another term, buggery, identical in meaning with sodomy, and equally familiar. Bugger in French bauger is a corruption of Bulgar, the ancient Bulgarian heretics having been popularly supposed to practice this perversion. The people of every country have always been eager to associate sexual perversions with some other country than their own. The terms usually adopted in the present volume are sexual inversion and homosexuality. The first is used more especially to indicate that the sexual impulse is organically and innately turned toward individuals of the same sex. The second is used more comprehensively of the general phenomena of sexual attraction between persons of the same sex. Even if only of a slight and temporary character, it may be admitted that there is no precise warrant for any distinction of this kind between the two terms. The distinction in the phenomena is, however, still generally recognized. Thus, Ewan Bloch applies the term homosexuality to the congenital form and pseudohomosexuality to its spurious or simulated forms. Those persons who are attracted to both sexes are now usually termed bisexual, a more convenient term than psychosexual hermaphrodite, which was formerly used. There remains the normal person who is heterosexual. Before approaching the study of sexual inversion, in cases which we may investigate with some degree of scientific accuracy, there is interest in glancing briefly at the phenomena as they appear before us, as yet scarcely, or at all differentiated among animals, among various human races, and at various periods. Among animals in a domesticated or confined state, it is easy to find evidence of homosexual attraction, due merely to the absence of the other sex too. This was known to the ancients. The Egyptians regarded two male partridges as the symbol of homosexuality, and Aristotle noted that two female pigeons would cover each other if no male was at hand. Buffon observed many examples, especially among birds. He found that if male or female birds of various species such as partridges, fowls, and doves were shut up together, they would soon begin to have sexual relations among themselves, the males sooner, and more frequently than the females. More recently, Saint Clair de Ville observed that dogs, rams, and bulls, when isolated, first became restless and dangerous, and then acquired a permanent state of sexual excitement, not obeying the laws of heat, and leading them to attempts to couple together. The presence of the opposite sex at once restored them to normal conditions. 3 Bombarda of Lisbon states that in Portugal it is well known that in every herd of bulls there is nearly always one bull who is ready to lend himself to the perverted whims of his companions. For it may easily be observed how a cow in heat exerts an exciting influence on other cows, impelling them to attempt to play the bull's part, Lacasagni has also noted among young fowls and puppies etc. that before ever having had relations with the opposite sex, and while in complete liberty, they make hesitating attempts at intercourse with their own sex. 5. This, indeed together with similar perversions, may often be observed especially in puppies who afterward become perfectly normal among white rats, which are very sexual animals. Steinach found that when deprived of females, the males practice homosexuality, though only with males with whom they have long associated. The weaker rats play the passive part, but when a female is introduced, they immediately turn to her. Although they are occasionally altogether indifferent to sex, they never actually prefer their own sex. 6. With regard to the playing of the female part by the weaker rats, it is interesting to observe that fear found among insects that the passive part in homosexual relations is favored by fatigue among cockchafers. It was the male just separated from the female who would take the passive part on the rare occasions when homosexual relations occurred with a fresh male. 7. Homosexuality appears to be specially common among birds. It was among birds that it attracted the attention of the ancients, and numerous interesting observations have been made in more recent times. Thus Ellis, a careful birdwatcher, finds that the male of the Machetes pugnax, suffers from sexual repression, owing to the coyness of the female. The reeve and consequently the males often resort to homosexual intercourse. It is still more remarkable that the reeves also, even in the presence of the males, will court each other and have intercourse. 8. We may associate this with the high erotic development of birds, the difficulty with which tumescence seems to occur in them, and their long courtships. Among the higher animals, again female monkeys, even when grown up as Moll was informed, behave in a sexual way to each other, though it is difficult to say how far this is merely in play. Dr. Saitz, director of the Frankfurt Zoological Garden, gave Moll a record of his own careful observations of homosexual phenomena among the males and females of various animals. Confined in the garden, antelope cervicapra, bos indicus, capra hircus, ovis steatopiga. 9. In all such cases, we are not concerned with sexual inversion, but merely with the accidental turning of the sexual instinct into an abnormal channel, the instinct being called out by an approximate substitute, or even by diffused emotional excitement, in the absence of the normal object. It is probable, however, that cases of true sexual inversion in which gratification is preferably sought in the same sex may be found among animals. Although observations have rarely been made or recorded, it has been found by Muccioli, an Italian authority on pigeons, that among Belgian carrier pigeons inverted practices may occur even in the presence of many of the other sex. This seems to be true inversion, though we are not told whether these birds were also attracted toward the opposite sex. The birds of this family appear to be specially liable to sexual perversion. Thus Roman 1000 J. Bailey, mater a breeder of great knowledge, and a keen observer, wrote to Gerard that they are strange creatures in their manners and customs, and are apt to elude the most persistent observer. No animal is more depraved. Mating between males, and still more frequently between females, often occurs at an early age up to the 2nd year. I have had several pairs of pigeons formed by subjects of the same sex, who for many months behaved as if the mating were natural. In some cases, this had taken place among young birds of the same nest, who acted like real mates, though both subjects were males. In order to mate them productively, we have had to separate them, and shut each of them up for some days, with a female, in the Berlin Zoological Gardens also. It has been noticed that 2 birds of the same sex will occasionally become attached to each other, and remain so in spite of repeated advances from individuals of opposite sex. This occurred, for instance, in the case of 2 males of the Egyptian goose, who were thus to all appearance paired, and always kept together, vigorously driving away any female that approached. Similarly, a male Australian sheldrake was paired to a male of another species. Among birds, generally inverted sexuality seems to accompany the development of the secondary sexual characters of the opposite sex, which is sometimes found. Thus a poultry breeder describes a hen-colored dorking crowing like a cock, only somewhat more harshly as a cockerel crows, and with an enormous comb larger than is ever seen in the male. This bird used to try to tread her fellow hens at the same time she laid early and regularly, and produced grand chickens among ducks. Also, it has occasionally been observed that the female assumes at the same time both male livery and male sexual tendencies. It is probable that such observations will be multiplied in the future, and that sexual inversion in the true sense will be found commoner among animals than at present it appears to be. Traces of homosexual practices, sometimes on a large scale, have been found among all the great divisions of the human race. It would be possible to collect a considerable body of evidence under this head. Unfortunately, however, the travelers and others, on whose records we are dependent, have been so shy of touching these subjects and so ignorant of the main points for investigation, that it is very difficult to discover sexual inversion in the proper sense in any lower race. Travelers have spoken vaguely of crimes against nature, without defining the precise relationship involved nor inquiring how far any congenital impulse could be distinguished. Looking at the phenomena, generally so far as they have been recorded among various lower races, we seem bound to recognize that there is a widespread natural instinct impelling men toward homosexual relationships, and that this has been sometimes, though very exceptionally, seized upon and developed for advantageous social purposes. On the whole, however, unnatural intercourse, sodomy, has been regarded as an antisocial offense, and punishable sometimes by the most serious penalties that could be invented. This was, for instance, the case in ancient Mexico, in Peru, among the Persians in China, and among the Hebrews and Mohammedans. Even in very early history, it is possible to find traces of homosexuality, with or without an implied disapproval. Its existence in Assyria and Babylonia is indicated by the Codex Hammurabi, and by inscriptions which do not on the whole refer to it favorably. As regards Egypt, we learn from a Fayum papyrus, found by Flinders Petrie, translated by Griffiths, and discussed by Ophel, that more than 4,000 years ago, homosexual practices were so ancient that they were attributed to the gods Horus, and Set. The Egyptians showed great admiration of masculine beauty, and it would seem that they never regarded homosexuality as punishable or even reprehensible. It is notable also that Egyptian women were sometimes of very virile type, and Hirschfeld considers that intermediate sexual types were specially widespread among the Egyptians. One might be tempted to expect that homosexual practices would be encouraged whenever it was necessary to keep down the population. Aristotle says that it was allowed by law in Crete for this end, and Professor Haddon tells me that at Torres Straits a native advocated sodomy on this ground. There seems, however, on the whole, to be little evidence pointing to this utilization of the practice. The homosexual tendency appears to have flourished chiefly among warriors and warlike peoples during war, and the separation from women that war involves the homosexual instinct tends to develop. It flourished, for instance, among the Carthaginians and among the Normans, as well as among the warlike Dorians, Scythians, Tartars, and Celts. And when there has been an absence of any strong moral feeling against it, the instinct has been cultivated and idealized as a military virtue, partly because it counteracts the longing for the softening feminine influences of the home, and partly because it seems to have an inspiring influence in promoting heroism and heightening esprit de corps. In the Lament of David over Jonathan, we have a picture of intimate friendship passing the love of women between comrades in arms among a barbarous, warlike race. There is nothing to show that such a relationship was sexual, but among warriors in New Caledonia friendships that were undoubtedly homosexual were recognized and regulated. The fraternity of arms, according to Foley, complicated with pederasty, was more sacred than uterine fraternity. We have moreover a recent example of the same relationships recognized in a modern European race, the Albanians. Hahn, in the course of his Albanish Studien 1854 p. 166, says that the young men between 16 and 24 lore boys, from about 12 to 17, a Gij marries at the age of 24 or 25, and then he usually but not always gives up boylove. The following passage is reported by Hahn as the actual language used to him by an Albanian. Gij, the lover's feeling for the boy is pure as sunshine. It places the beloved on the same pedestal as a saint. It is the highest and most exalted passion of which the human breast is capable. The sight of a beautiful youth awakens astonishment in the lover, and opens the door of his heart to the delight which the contemplation of this loveliness affords. Love takes possession of him so completely that all his thought and feeling goes out in it. If he finds himself in the presence of the beloved, he rests absorbed in gazing on him. Absent, he thinks of naught but him. If the beloved unexpectedly appears, he falls into confusion, changes color, turns alternately pale and red. His heart beats faster and impedes his breathing. He has ears and eyes only for the beloved. He shuns touching him with the hand, kisses him only on the forehead, sings his praise in verse. A woman's never one of these love poems of an Albanian Gij runs as follows: the sun when it rises in the morning is like you, boy, when you are near me, when your dark eye turns upon me, it drives my reason from my head. It should be added that Prof. Weigand, who knew the Albanians well, assured Beth Reinish's Museum für Philology, 1907 p. 475, that the relations described by Hahn are really sexual, although tempered by idealism. A German scholar, who traveled in Albania some years ago, also assured Naki Jabuch für Sexualzwischenstufen Vol. Roman 9 1908 p. 327 that he could fully confirm Hahn's statements, and that though it was difficult to speak positively, he doubted whether these relationships were purely ideal. While most prevalent among the Moslems, they are also found among the Christians, and receive the blessing of the priest in church. Jealousy is frequently aroused, the same writer remarks, and even murder may be committed on account of a boy. It may be mentioned here that among the Tshukshes, Kamchatils, and allied peoples, according to a Russian anthropological journal, quoted in Sexual Problem January 1913 p. 40, 1. There are homosexual marriages among the men, and occasionally among the women, ritually consecrated and openly recognized. The Albanians, it is possible, belong to the same stock, which produced the Dorian Greeks, and the most important, and the most thoroughly known case of socially recognized homosexuality is that of Greece during its period of highest military, as well as ethical and intellectual vigor. In this case, as in those already mentioned, the homosexual tendency was frequently regarded as having beneficial results, which caused it to be condoned, if not indeed fostered, as a virtue. Plutarch repeated the old Greek statement that the Boeotians, the Lacedaemonians, and the Cretans were the most warlike stocks, because they were the strongest in love. An army composed of loving homosexual couples, it was held, would be invincible. It appears that the Dorians introduced paiderastia, as the Greek form of homosexuality is termed, into Greece. They were the latest invaders, a vigorous mountain race from the northwest, the region including what is now Albania, who spread over the whole land, the islands, and Asia Minor, becoming the ruling race. Homosexuality was of course known before they came, but they made it honorable. Homer never mentions it, and it was not known as legitimate to the Aeolians or the Ionians. Beth, who has written a valuable study of Dorian paiderastia, states that the Dorians admitted a kind of homosexual marriage, and even had a kind of boy marriage by capture. The scattered vestiges of this practice, indicating Beth believes that it was a general custom among the Dorians before the invasion of Greece. Such unions even received a kind of religion's consecration. It was moreover shameful for a noble youth in Crete to have no lover. It spoke ill for his character. By paiderastia, a man propagated his virtues, as it were, in the youth he loved, implanting them by the act of intercourse. In its later Greek phases, paiderastia was associated less with war than with athletics. It was refined and intellectualized by poetry and philosophy. It cannot be doubted that both Aeschylus and Sophocles cultivated boylove, while its idealized presentation in the dialogues of Plato has caused it to be almost identified with his name. Thus, in the early Charmides, we have an attractive account of the youth who gives his name to the dialogue, and the emotions he excites are described. But even in the early dialogues, Plato only conditionally approved of the sexual side of paiderastia, and he condemned it altogether in the final laws. The early stages of Greek paiderastia are very interestingly studied by Beth die Dorisch Nebenlib Reinish's Museum für Philology, 1907. J. A. Simon's essay on the later aspects of paiderastia, especially as reflected in Greek literature, A Problem in Greek Ethics, is contained in the early German edition of the present study, but though privately printed in 1883 by the author in an edition of 12 copies, and since pirated in another private edition, it has not yet been published in English. Paiderastia in Greek poetry has also been studied by Paul Brandt Jabuch für Sexualzwischenstufen Vols. Roman 8 and Roman 9 1906 and 1907, and by Otto Knapp Anthropophydia Vol. Roman 3 pp. 254,260, who seeks to demonstrate the sensual side of paiderastia. On the other hand, Licht, working on somewhat the same lines as Beth Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, August 1908, deals with the ethical element in paiderastia, points out its beneficial moral influence, and argues that it was largely on this ground that it was counted sacred. Licht has also published a learned study of paiderastia in Attic Comedy Anthropophydia Vol. Roman 7 1910, and remarks that without paiderastia Greek comedy is unthinkable. Paiderastia, in the Greek anthology, has been fully explored by P. Stephanus Jobuch für Sexual Zwischenstufen Vol. Roman 9 1908 p. 213 Kiefer, who has studied Socrates in relation to homosexuality. O. Kiefer. Socrates und die Homosexualität Jobuch für Sexual Zwischenstufen Vol. Roman 9 1908 concludes that he was bisexual, but that his sexual impulses had been sublimated. It may be added that many results of recent investigation concerning paiderastia are summarized by Hirschfeld Die Homosexualität, pp. 747,788, and by Edward Carpenter Intermediate Types Among Primitive Folk, 1914 Part 2. See also Block Die Prostitution Vol. IP 232, et seq., and Der Ursprung der Syphilis Vol. Roman 2 p. 564. It would appear that almost the only indications outside Greece of paiderastic homosexuality, showing a high degree of tenderness and aesthetic feeling, are to be found in Persian and Arabian literature after the time of the Abbasids, although this practice was forbidden by the Quran. In Constantinople, as Naki was informed by German inverts living in that city, homosexuality is widespread, most cultivated Turks being capable of relations with boys, as well as with women, though very few, are exclusively homosexual, so that their attitude would seem to be largely due to custom and tradition. Adult males rarely have homosexual relations together. One of the couple is usually a boy of 12 to 18 years, and this condition of things among the refined classes is said to resemble ancient Greek paiderastia, but ordinary homosexual prostitution is prevalent. It is especially recognized in the baths which abound in Constantinople, and are often open all night. The attendants at these baths are youths, who scarcely need an invitation to induce them to gratify the client in this respect, the gratification usually consisting in masturbation, mutual or one-sided. As desired, the practice, though little spoken of, is carried on almost openly, and blackmailing is said to be unknown in the New Turkey. However, it is stated by Adler Bey that homosexual prostitution has almost disappeared. There is abundant evidence to show that homosexual practices exist, and have long existed, in most parts of the world outside Europe. When subserving no obvious social or moral end, how far they are associated with congenital inversion is usually very doubtful. In China, for instance, it seems that there are special houses devoted to male prostitution, though less numerous than the houses devoted to females for homosexuality cannot be considered common. In China, its prevalence among Chinese abroad being due to the absence of women, and it is chiefly found in the north. When a rich man gives a feast, he sends for women to cheer the repast by music and song, and for boys to serve at table, and to entertain the guests by their lively conversation. The boys have been carefully brought up for this occupation, receiving an excellent education, and their mental qualities are even more highly valued than their physical attractiveness. The women are less carefully brought up, and less esteemed. After the meal, the lads usually return home with a considerable fee. What further occurs, the Chinese say little about it. Seems that real and deep affection is often born of these relations, at first platonic, but in the end becoming physical, not a matter for great concern in the eyes of the Chinese. In the Chinese novels, often of a very literary character, devoted to masculine love, it seems that all the preliminaries and transports of normal love are to be found. While physical union may terminate the scene in China, however, the law may be brought into action for attempts against nature, even with mutual consent. The penalty is 100 strokes with the bamboo, and a month's imprisonment. If there is violence, the penalty is decapitation. I am not able to say how far the law is a dead letter. According to Matignon, so far as homosexuality exists in China, it is carried on with much more decorum and restraint than it is in Europe, and he thinks it may be put down to the credit of the Chinese that, unlike Europeans, they never practice unnatural connection with women. His account of the customs of the Chinese confirms Moric's earlier account, and he remarks that though not much spoken of, homosexuality is not looked down upon. He gives some interesting details concerning the boy prostitutes. These are sold by their parents, sometimes stolen from them about the age of 4 and educated, while they are also subjected to a special physical training, which includes massage of the gluteal regions, to favor development, dilatation of the anus and epilation, which is not, however, practiced by Chinese women. At the same time, they are taught music, singing, drawing, and the art of poetry. The waiters at the restaurants always know where these young gentlemen are to be found when they are required to grace a rich man's feast. they are generally accompanied by a guardian, and usually nothing very serious takes place, for they know their value and money will not always buy their expensive favors. They are very effeminate, luxuriously dressed and perfumed, and they seldom go on foot. There are, however, lower orders of such prostitutes. Homosexuality is easily traceable in India. Dubois referred to houses devoted to male prostitution with men, dressed as women, and imitating the ways of women. Burton, in the terminal essay to his translation of the Arabian Nights, states that, when in 1845, Sir Charles Napier conquered and annexed Sindh, 3 brothels of eunuchs and boys were found in the small town of Karachi, and Burton was instructed to visit and report on them. Hindus in general, however, it appears, hold homosexuality in abhorrence. In Afghanistan, homosexuality is more generally accepted, and Burton stated that each caravan is accompanied by a number of boys and lads, almost in woman's attire, with cold eyes and rouged cheeks, long tresses, and henna'd fingers and toes, riding luxuriously in camel panniers. If we turn to the New World, we find that among the American Indians from the Eskimo of Alaska downward to Brazil, and still farther south, homosexual customs have been very frequently observed. Sometimes they are regarded by the tribe with honor, sometimes with indifference, sometimes with contempt, but they appear to be always tolerated. Although there are local differences, these customs on the whole seem to have much in common. The best early description which I have been able to find is by Langsdorff, and concerns the Aleuts of Unalaska in Alaska. Boys, if they happen to be very handsome, he says, are often brought up entirely in the manner of girls, and instructed in the arts. Women used to please men. Their beards are carefully plucked out as soon as they begin to appear, and their chins tattooed like those of women. They wear ornaments of glass beads upon their legs and arms, bind and cut their hair in the same manner as the women, and supply their place with the men as concubines. This shocking, unnatural, and immoral practice has obtained here even from the remotest times, nor have any measures hitherto been taken to repress and restrain it. Such men are known under the name of scopens. Among the Kaniagas, Langsdorff found the custom much more common than among the Aleuts. He remarks that although the mothers brought up some of their children in this way, they seemed very fond of their offspring. Lisinsky, at about the same period, tells us that of all the customs of these islanders, the most disgusting is that of men called scupens, living with men and supplying the place of women. These are brought up from their infancy with females and taught all the feminine arts. They even assume the manner and dress of the women, so nearly that a stranger would naturally take them for what they are not. This odious practice was formerly so prevalent that the residence of one of these monsters in a house was considered as fortunate. It is, however, daily losing ground. He mentions a case in which a priest had nearly married 2 males when an interpreter chanced to come in and was able to inform him what he was doing. The practice has, however, apparently continued to be fairly common among the Alaska Eskimos down to recent times. Thus Dr. Engelman mentioned to me that he was informed by those who had lived in Alaska, especially near Point Barrow, that as many as 5 such individuals, regarded by uninstructed strangers as hermaphrodites, might be found in a single comparatively small community. It is stated by Davidoff, as quoted by Holmberg, that the boy is selected to be a scopen because he is girl-like. This is a point of some interest, as it indicates that the scopen is not effeminated solely by suggestion and association, but is probably feminine by inborn constitution. In Louisiana, Florida, Yucatan, etc., somewhat similar customs exist, or have existed. In Brazil, men are to be found dressed as women, and solely occupying themselves with feminine occupations. They are not very highly regarded. They are called cutinas. Roman 1, circumcised among the Pueblo Indians of New Mexico. These individuals are called mujerados, supposed to be a corruption of mujeriego, and are the chief passive agents in the homosexual ceremonies of these people. They are said to be intentionally effeminated in early life by much masturbation and by constant horse riding. Among all the tribes of the Northwest United States, sexual inverts may be found. The invert is called a boat, not man, not woman, by the Montana, and a birdesh, half man, half woman, by the Washington Indians. The boat has been carefully studied by Dr. A.B. Holder. Holder finds that the boat wears woman's dress, and that his speech and manners are feminine. The dress and manners are assumed in childhood, but no sexual practices take place until puberty. These consist in the practice of fellatio by the boat, who probably himself experiences the orgasm at the same time. The boat is not a pederast, although pederasty occurs among these Indians. Holder examined boat, who was splendidly made prepossessing, and in perfect health. With much reluctance, he agreed to a careful examination. The sexual organs were quite normal, though perhaps not quite so large as his physique would suggest, but he had never had intercourse with a woman on removing his clothes. He pressed his thighs together, as a timid woman would, so as to conceal completely the sexual organs. Holder says that the thighs really, or to my fancy, had the feminine rotundity. He has heard a boat beg a male Indian to submit to his caress. And he tells that one little fellow while in the agency boarding school was found frequently surreptitiously wearing female attire. He was punished, but finally escaped from school, and became a boat, which vocation he has since followed. At Tahiti at the beginning of the 19th century, Turnbull found that there are a set of men in this country whose open profession is of such abomination that the laudable delicacy of our language will not admit it to be mentioned. These are called by the natives mahus. They assume the dress, attitude, and manners of women, and affect all the fantastic oddities and coquetries of the vainest of females. They mostly associate with the women who court their acquaintance with the manners of the women. They adopt their peculiar employments, making cloth bonnets and mats, and so completely are they unsexed that had they not been pointed out to me, I should not have known them. But as women, I add with some satisfaction that the encouragement of this abomination is almost solely confined to the chiefs. Among the sacalaves of Madagascar, there are certain boys called secatra, as described by Lasnet, who are apparently chosen from childhood on account of weak or delicate appearance, and brought up as girls. They live like women, and have intercourse with men with or without sodomy, paying the men who please them. Among the Negro population of Zanzibar, forms of homosexuality, which are believed to be congenital as well as acquired forms, are said to be fairly common. Their frequency is thought to be due to Arab influence. The male congenital inverts show from their earliest years no aptitude for men's occupations, but are attracted toward female occupations. As they grow older, they wear women's clothes, dress their hair in women's fashion, and behave altogether like women. They associate only with women and with male prostitutes, and they obtain sexual satisfaction by passive pederasty, or in ways simulating coitus. In appearance, they resemble ordinary male prostitutes who are common in Zanzibar. But it is noteworthy that the natives make a clear distinction between them and men prostitutes. The latter are looked down on with contempt, while the former, as being what they are by the will of God, are tolerated. Homosexuality occurs in various parts of Africa. Cases of effeminatio and passive sodomy have been reported from Unyamwezi and Uganda. Among the Bangala of the Upper Congo, sodomy between men is very common, especially when they are away from home in strange towns or in fishing camps. If, however, a man had intercourse with a woman per annum, he was at one time liable to be put to death. Among the Papuans in some parts of New Guinea, as already mentioned, homosexuality is said to be well recognized, and is resorted to for convenience as well perhaps as for Malthusian reasons. But in the Rego district of British New Guinea, where habitual sodomy is not practiced, Dr. Seligman, of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, made some highly important observations on several men and women who clearly appeared to be cases of congenital sexual inversion, with some degree of aesthetic inversion, and even some anatomical modification. These people, it may be noted, belong to a primitive race, uncontaminated by contact with white races, and practically still in the Stone Age. Finally, among another allied primitive people, the Australians, it would appear that homosexuality has long been well established in tribal customs among the natives of Kimberley, Western Australia, who are by no means of low type, quick and intelligent, with special aptitudes for learning languages and music. If a wife is not obtainable for a young man, he is presented with a boywife between the ages of 5 and 10, the age when a boy receives his masculine initiation. The exact nature of the relations between the boywife and his protector are doubtful. They certainly have connection, but the natives repudiate with horror and discuss the idea of sodomy. Further light is thrown on homosexuality in Australia by the supposition of Spencer and Gillen that the Mika operation, urethral subincision and artificial hypospadias, is for the purpose of homosexual intercourse. Kloch has discussed the homosexual origin of the Mika operation on the basis of information he received from missionaries at Nial Nial on the northwest coast. The subincised man acts as a female to the, as yet unoperated boys, who perform coitus in the incised opening. Both informed Klotch in 1906 that at Boulia in Queensland, the operated men are said to possess a vulva. These various accounts are of considerable interest, though for the most part their precise significance remains doubtful, some of them however such, as Holder's description of the boat Bauman's account of homosexual phenomena in Zanzibar, and especially Seligman's observations in British New Guinea indicate not only the presence of aesthetic inversion, but of true congenital sexual inversion. The extent of the evidence will doubtless be greatly enlarged as the number of competent observers increases, and crucial points are no longer so frequently overlooked. On the whole, the evidence shows that among lower races homosexual practices are regarded with considerable indifference, and the real invert, if he exists among them, as doubtless he does exist, generally passes unperceived or joins some sacred caste, which sanctifies his exclusively homosexual inclinations. Even in Europe today, a considerable lack of repugnance to homosexual practices may be found among the lower classes in this matter, as folklore shows in so many other matters. The uncultured man of civilization is linked to the savage in England. I am told the soldier often has little or no objection to prostitute himself to the swell who pays him, although for pleasure he prefers to go to women, and Hyde Park is spoken of as a center of male prostitution. Among the working masses of England and Scotland, Q writes comradeship is well marked, though not as in Italy very conscious of itself. Friends often kiss each other, though this habit seems to vary a good deal in different sections, and coteries men commonly sleep together whether comrades or not, and so easily get familiar occasionally, but not so very often. This relation delays for a time or even indefinitely actual marriage, and in some instances is highly passionate and romantic. There is a good deal of grossness, no doubt, here and there in this direction among the masses, but there are no male prostitutes that I am aware of whose regular clients are manual workers. This kind of prostitution in London is common enough, but I have only a slight personal knowledge of it. Many youths are kept handsomely in apartments by wealthy men, and they are of course not always inaccessible to others. Many keep themselves in lodgings by this means, and others eke out scanty wages by the same device, just like women. In fact, choir boys reinforce the ranks to a considerable extent, and private soldiers to a large extent. Some of the barracks, notably Knightsbridge, are great centers on summer evenings. Hyde Park and the neighborhood of Albert Gate is full of guardsmen and others plying a lively trade, and with little disguise in uniform or out. In these cases, it sometimes only amounts to a chat on a retired seat or a drink at a bar. Sometimes recourse is had to a room in some known lodging house or to one or two hotels, which lend themselves to this kind of business. In any case, it means a covetable addition to Tommy Atkins' pocket money, and Mr. Rafalovich, speaking of London, remarks the number of soldiers who prostitute themselves is greater than we are willing to believe. It is no exaggeration to say that in certain regiments the presumption is in favor of the venality of the majority of the men. It is worth noting that there is a perfect understanding in this matter between soldiers and the police, who may always be relied upon by the former for assistance and advice. I am indebted to my correspondent Z for the following notes. Soldiers are no less sought after in France than in England, or in Germany, and special houses exist for military prostitution, both in Paris and the garrison towns. Many facts known about the French army go to prove that these habits have been contracted in Algeria, and have spread to a formidable extent through whole regiments. The facts related by Ulrichs about the French Foreign Legion, on the testimony of a credible witness who had been a pathic in his regiment, deserve attention. Sp. p. 20 Memnon p. 27. This man, who was a German, told Ulrichs that the Spanish, French, and Italian soldiers were the lovers, the Swiss and German their beloved. See also General Brossier's report, quoted by Burton, Arabian Nights, Vol. XP 251, in Lucien Descaves' military novel, Sous Offs Paris Tresse, et Stock 1890. Some details are given regarding establishments for male prostitution. See pages 322-412 and 417. For description of the drinking shop called Aux Amis de l'Armée, where a few maids were kept for show, and also of its frequenters, including in particular the adjutant Laprevat. Ulrichs reports that in the Austrian army lectures on homosexual vices are regularly given to cadets and conscripts. Memnon p. 26. A soldier who had left the army told a friend of mine that he and many of his comrades had taken to homosexual indulgences. When abroad on foreign service in a lonely station, he kept the practice up in England. Because the women of his class were so unattractive, the captain of an English man-of-war said that he was always glad to send his men on shore after a long cruise at sea, never feeling sure how far they might not all go if left without women, for a certain space of time. I may add that a Hammond La France Social et Politique, 1891, pp. 65355, also in his Psychologie du Militaire Professionnel Chapter 10, gives details as to the prevalence of homosexuality in the French army, especially in Algeria. He regards it as extremely common, although the majority are free. A fragment of a letter by General Lamoricière speaking of Marshal Changarnier is quoted en Afrique News, en Ediens tous, mais lui, en est resté Roman 100. This primitive indifference is doubtless also a factor in the prevalence of homosexuality among criminals, although here it must be remembered two other factors: congenital abnormality and the isolation of imprisonment have to be considered. In Russia, Tarnowski observes that all pederasts are agreed that the common people are tolerably indifferent to their sexual advances, which they call gentlemen's games. A correspondent remarks on the fact patent to all observers that simple folk not infrequently display no greater disgust for the abnormalities of sexual appetite than they do for its normal manifestations. He knows of many cases in which men of lower class were flattered and pleased by the attentions of men of higher class, although not themselves inverted. And from this point of view, the following case which he mentions is very instructive. A pervert whom I can trust told me that he had made advances to upward of 100 men in the course of the last 14 years, and that he had only once met with a refusal, in which case the man later on offered himself spontaneously, and only once with an attempt to extort money. Permanent relations of friendship sprang up in most instances. He admitted that he looked after these persons and helped them with his social influence and a certain amount of pecuniary support, sitting one up in business, giving another something to marry on and finding places for others. Among the peasantry in Switzerland, I am informed homosexual relationships are not uncommon before marriage, and such relationships are lightly spoken of as dumb hate. No doubt similar traits might be found in the peasantry of other parts of Europe. What may be regarded as true sexual inversion can be traced in Europe from the beginning of the Christian era, though we can scarcely demonstrate the congenital element, especially among two classes: men of exceptional ability and criminals. And also it may be added among those neurotic and degenerate individuals, who may be said to lie between these two classes, and on or over the borders of both homosexuality, mingled with various other sexual abnormalities and excesses, seems to have flourished in Rome during the Empire, and is well exemplified in the persons of many of the emperors: Julius Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, Galba, Titus, Domitian, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Commodus, and Heliogabalus. Many of them men of great ability, and from a Roman standpoint great moral worth, all charged on more or less solid evidence with homosexual practices. In Julius Caesar, the husband of all women and the wife of all men, as he was satirically termed, excess of sexual activity seems to have accompanied, as is sometimes seen, an excess of intellectual activity. He was first accused of homosexual practices after a long stay in Bithynia with King Nicomedes, and the charge was very often renewed. Caesar was proud of his physical beauty, and like some modern inverts, he was accustomed carefully to shave and epilate his body to preserve the smoothness of the skin. Hadrian's love for his beautiful slave Antinous is well known. The love seems to have been deep and mutual, and Antinous has become immortalized partly by the romance of his obscure death, and partly by the new and strangely beautiful type which he has given to sculpture. Heliogabalus, the most homosexual of all the company as he has been termed, seems to have been a true sexual invert of feminine type. He dressed as a woman and was devoted to the men he loved. Homosexual practices everywhere flourish and abound in prisons. There is abundant evidence on this point. I will only bring forward the evidence of Dr. Way, formerly physician to the Elmira Reformatory, New York. Sexuality, he wrote in a private letter, is one of the most troublesome elements with which we have to contend. I have no data as to the number of prisoners here who are sexually perverse. In my pessimistic moments, I should feel like saying that all were, but probably 80% would be a fair estimate. And, referring to the sexual influence which some men have over others, he remarks that there are many men with features suggestive of femininity that attract others to them. in a way that reminds me of a bitch in Heat, followed by a pack of dogs in Sing Sing Prison of New York. 20% of the prisoners are said to be actively homosexual, and a large number of the rest passively homosexual. These prison relationships are not always of a brutal character. McMurtry states the attraction sometimes being more spiritual than physical. Prison life develops and fosters the homosexual tendency of criminals, but there can be little doubt that that tendency, or else a tendency to sexual indifference or bisexuality, is a radical character of a very large number of criminals. We may also find it to a considerable extent among tramps, an allied class of undoubted degenerates who, save for brief seasons, are less familiar with prison life. I am able to bring forward interesting evidence on this point by an acute observer who lived much among tramps in various countries and largely devoted himself to the study of them. The fact that homosexuality is especially common among men of exceptional intellect was long since noted by Dante. Insomma sapi chi tutti furcers. Illiterati, grandi et di gran fama. Dun medismo peccato al mondo lurs. It has often been noted, since, and remains a remarkable fact, there cannot be the slightest doubt that intellectual and artistic abilities of the highest order have frequently been associated with a congenitally inverted sexual temperament. There has been a tendency among inverts themselves to discover their own temperament in many distinguished persons on evidence of the most slender character. But it remains a demonstrable fact that numerous highly distinguished persons of the past, and the present in various countries, have been inverts. I may here refer to my own observations on this point. In the preface, Mantegazza gli amori digli uomini remarks that in his own restricted circle, he is acquainted with a French publicist, a German poet and Italian statesman, and a Spanish jurist, all men of exquisite taste and highly cultivated mind, who are sexually inverted. Craft, ebbing in the preface to his Psychopathia Sexualis, referring to the numberless communications he has received from these stepchildren of nature, remarks that the majority of the writers are men of high intellectual and social position, and often possess very keen emotions. Rafalovich Uranismi p. 197. Names among distinguished inverts: Alexander the Great, Epaminondas, Virgil the Great, Condé, Prince Eugene, etc. The question of Virgil's inversion is discussed in the Revista di Filologia 1890 Faz 79, but I have not been able to see this review. Moll, in his Berühmt Homosexual 1910, in the series of Grenzfragen des Nerven und Seelenlebens, discusses the homosexuality of a number of eminent persons, for the most part with his usual caution and sagacity. Speaking of the alleged homosexuality of Wagner, he remarks with entire truth that the method of arguing the existence of homosexuality from the presence of feminine traits must be decisively rejected. Hirschfeld has more recently included in his great work Die Homosexualität 1913 pp. 650,674, 2 lists ancient and modern of alleged inverts among the distinguished persons of history, briefly stating the nature of the evidence in each case. They amount to nearly 300. Not all of them, however, can be properly described as distinguished. Thus we end, in the list, 43 English names. Of these, at least half a dozen were noblemen who were concerned in homosexual prosecutions but were of no intellectual distinction. Others, again, are of undoubted eminence, but there is no good reason to regard them as homosexual. This is the case, for instance, as regards Swift, who may have been mentally abnormal, but appears to have been heterosexual rather than homosexual. Fletcher, of whom we know nothing definite in this respect, is also included, as well as Tennyson, whose youthful sentimental friendship for Arthur Hallam is exactly comparable to that of Montaigne for Etienne de la Boétie. Yet Montaigne is not included in the list. It may be added, however, that while some of the English names in the list are thus extremely doubtful, it would have been possible to add some others who were without doubt inverts. It has not, I think, been noted largely because the evidence was insufficiently clear that among moral leaders and persons with strong ethical instincts, there is a tendency toward the more elevated forms of homosexual feeling. This may be traced not only some of the great moral teachers of old, but also in men and women of our own day. It is fairly evident why this should be so, just as the repressed love of a woman or a man has in normally constituted persons frequently furnished the motive power for an enlarged philanthropic activity, so the person who sees his own sex also bathed in sexual glamour brings to his work of human service an ardor wholly unknown to the normally constituted individual morality to him, has become one with love. I am not prepared here to insist on this point, but no one I think who studies sympathetically the histories and experiences of great moral leaders can fail in many cases to note the presence of this feeling more or less finely sublimated from any gross physical manifestation. If it is probable that in moral movements persons of homosexual temperament have sometimes become prominent, it is undoubtedly true beyond possibility of doubt that they have been prominent in religion many years ago. In 1885, the ethnologist Elie Reclus, in his charming book Les Primitifs, setting forth the phenomena of homosexuality among the Eskimo Inuit tribe, clearly insisted that from time immemorial there has been a connection between the invert and the priest, and showed how well this connection is illustrated by the Eskimo Schupens. Much more recently, in his elaborate study of the priest, Hornefer discusses the feminine traits of priests and shows that among the most various peoples, persons of sexually abnormal and especially homosexual temperament have assumed the functions of priesthood. To the popular eye, the unnatural is the supernatural, and the abnormal has appeared to be specially close to the secret power of the world. Abnormal persons are themselves of the same opinion, and regard themselves as divine. As Hornefer points out, they often really possess special aptitude. Karsh, in his Gleichgeschlechtliche Leben der Nadervölker, 1911, has brought out the high religious, as well as social significance of castes of cross-dressed and often homosexual persons among primitive peoples. At the same time, Edward Carpenter, in his remarkable book, Intermediate Types Among Primitive Folk, 1914, has shown with much insight how it comes about that there is an organic connection between the homosexual temperament and unusual psychic or divinatory powers. Homosexual men were non-warlike and homosexual women non-domestic, so that their energies sought different outlets from those of ordinary men and women. They became the initiators of new activities. Thus, it is that from among them would in some degree issue not only inventors and craftsmen and teachers, but sorcerers and diviners, medicinemen and wizards, prophets and priests. Such persons would be especially impelled to thought, because they would realize that they were different from other people, treated with reverence by some, and with contempt by others. They would be compelled to face the problems of their own nature, and indirectly, the problems of the world generally. Moreover, Carpenter points out persons in whom the masculine and feminine temperaments were combined would in many cases be persons of intuition and complex mind beyond their fellows, and so able to exercise divination and prophecy in a very real and natural sense. This aptitude of the invert for primitive religion for sorcery and divination would have its reaction on popular feeling, more especially when magic and the primitive forms of religion began to fall into disrepute. The invert would be regarded as the sorcerer of a false and evil religion, and be submerged in the same ignominy. This point has been emphasized by Westermarck in the instructive chapter on homosexuality. In his great work on moral ideas, he points out the significance of the fact, at the first glance apparently inexplicable, that homosexuality in the general opinion of medieval Christianity was constantly associated, even confounded, with heresy, as we see significantly illustrated by the fact that in France and England the popular designation for homosexuality is derived from the Bulgarian heretics. It was, Westermarck believes, chiefly as a heresy and out of religious zeal that homosexuality was so violently reprobated and so ferociously punished. In modern Europe, we find the strongest evidence of the presence of what may fairly be called true sexual inversion when we investigate the men of the Renaissance, the intellectual independence of those days, and the influence of antiquity seem to have liberated and fully developed the impulses of those abnormal individuals who would otherwise have found no clear expression and passed unnoticed. Murat the humanist may perhaps be regarded as a typical example of the nature and fate of the superior invert of the Renaissance. Born in 1526, at Murat Limousin, of poor but noble family, he was of independent, somewhat capricious character, unable to endure professors, and consequently, he was mainly his own teacher, though he often sought advice from Jules César Scaliger. Murat was universally admired in his day for his learning and his eloquence, and is still regarded not only as a great Latinist and a fine writer but as a notable man of high intelligence, and remarkable moreover for courtesy in polemics. In an age when that quality was not too common, his portrait shows a somewhat coarse and rustic but intelligent face, He conquered honor and respect before he died in 1585 at the age of 59. In early life, Murat wrote wanton erotic poems to women which seem based on personal experience. But in 1553, we find him imprisoned in the chatelet for sodomy and in danger of his life, so that he thought of starving himself to death. Friends, however, obtained his release, and he settled in Toulouse. But the very next year he was burnt in effigy in Toulouse as a Huguenot and sodomist, this being the result of a judicial sentence which had caused him to flee from the city and from France. 4 years later, he had to flee from Padua owing to a similar accusation. He had many friends, but none of them protested against the charge. Though they aided him to escape from the penalty, it is very doubtful whether he was a Huguenot, and whenever in his works he refers to pederasty, it is with strong disapproval, but his writings reveal passionate friendship for men, and he seems to have expended little energy in combating a charge which, if false, was a shameful injustice to him. It was after fleeing into Italy and falling ill of a fever from fatigue and exposure that Murat is said to have made the famous retort to the physician by his bedside, who had said faciamus experimentum, in anima vili vilum animam appellas, pro qua Christus non dedignatus est mori. A greater humanist than Murat, Erasmus himself, seems as a young man, when in the Augustinian monastery of Stein, to have had a homosexual attraction to another brother afterward prior, to whom he addressed many passionately affectionate letters. His affection seems, however, to have been unrequited. As the Renaissance developed, homosexuality seems to become more prominent among distinguished persons. Poliziano was accused of pederasty. Aretino was a pederast, as Pope Julius Roman II seems also to have been. Ariosto wrote in his satires, no doubt too extremely, senza quel visio sun pacha humanisti. Tasso had a homosexual strain in his nature, but he was of weak and feminine constitution, sensitively emotional and physically frail. It is, however, among artists at that time and later that homosexuality may most notably be traced. Leonardo da Vinci, whose ideals as revealed in his work are so strangely bisexual, lay under homosexual suspicion in his youth. In 1476, when he was 24 years of age, charges were made against him before the Florentine officials for the control of public morality, and were repeated though they do not appear to have been substantiated. There is, however, some ground for supposing that Leonardo was imprisoned in his youth throughout life. He loved to surround himself with beautiful youths, and his pupils were more remarkable for their attractive appearance than for their skill to one at least of them. He was strongly attached, while there is no record of any attachment to a woman. Freud, who has studied Leonardo with his usual subtlety, considers that his temperament was marked by ideal homosexuality. Michelangelo, one of the very chief artists of the Renaissance period, we cannot now doubt, was sexually inverted. The evidence furnished by his own letters and poems, as well as the researches of numerous recent workers, Parlagrico, Scheffler, J.A. Symonds, Eck, may be said to have placed this beyond question. He belonged to a family of 5 brothers, 4 of whom never married, and so far as is known left no offspring. The 5th only left one male. His biographer describes Michelangelo as a man of peculiar, not altogether healthy nervous temperament. He was indifferent to women. Only in one case, indeed, during his long life, is there evidence even of friendship with a woman, while he was very sensitive to the beauty of men, and his friendships were very tender and enthusiastic at the same time. There is no reason to suppose that he formed any physically passionate relationships with men, and even his enemies seldom or never made this accusation against him. We may probably accept the estimate of his character given by Symonds. Michelangelo Buonarroti was one of those exceptional but not uncommon men who are born with sensibilities abnormally deflected from the ordinary channel. He showed no partiality for women, and a notable enthusiasm for the beauty of young men. He was a man of physically frigid temperament, extremely sensitive to beauty of the male type, who habitually philosophized his emotions and contemplated the living objects of his admiration as amiable not only for their personal qualities, but also for their aesthetical attractiveness. A temperament of this kind seems to have had no significance for the men of those days. They were blind to all homosexual emotion, which had no result in sodomy. Plato found such attraction a subject for sentimental metaphysics, but it was not until nearly our own time that it again became a subject of interest and study. Yet it undoubtedly had profound influence on Michelangelo's art, impelling him to find every kind of human beauty in the male form, and only a grave dignity or tenderness, divorced from every quality that is sexually desirable in the female form. This deeply rooted abnormality is at once the key to the melancholy of Michelangelo and to the mystery of his art. Michelangelo's contemporary, the painter Bazzi, 14,771,549, seems also to have been radically inverted, and to this fact, he owed his nickname Sodoma, as however he was married and had children. It may be that he was, as we should now say, of bisexual temperament. He was a great artist who has been dealt with unjustly, partly perhaps because of the prejudice of Vasari, whose admiration for Michelangelo amounted to worship, but who is contemptuous towards Sodoma and grudging of praise, partly because his work is little known out of Italy and not very easy of access. They're reckless, unbalanced, and eccentric in his life. Sodoma revealed in his painting a peculiar feminine softness and warmth which, indeed, we seem to see also in his portrait of himself at Monte Oliveto. Marguerite, a very marked and tender feeling for masculine, but scarcely virile beauty. Cellini was probably homosexual. He was imprisoned on a charge of unnatural vice, and is himself suspiciously silent in his autobiography concerning this imprisonment. In the 17th century, another notable sculptor, who has been termed the Flemish Cellini, Jérôme Duquesnoy, whose still more distinguished brother François executed the Mannequin Pies in Brussels, was an invert, having finally been accused of sexual relations with a youth in a chapel of the Ghent Cathedral, where he was executing a monument for the bishop. He was strangled and burned, notwithstanding that much influence, including that of the bishop, was brought to bear in his behalf. In more recent times, Winckelmann, who was the initiator of a new Greek Renaissance and of the modern appreciation of ancient art, lies under what seems to be a well-grounded suspicion of sexual inversion. His letters to male friends are full of the most passionate expressions of love. His violent death also appears to have been due to a love adventure with a man. The murderer was a cook, a wholly uncultivated man, a criminal who had already been condemned to death. And shortly before murdering Winckelmann for the sake of plunder, he was found to be on very intimate terms with him. It is noteworthy that sexual inversion should so often be found associated with the study of antiquity. It must not, however, be too hastily concluded that this is due to suggestion, and that to abolish the study of Greek literature and art would be largely to abolish sexual inversion. What has really occurred in those recent cases that may be studied, and therefore without doubt in the older cases, is that the subject of congenital sexual inversion is attracted to the study of Greek antiquity because he finds there the explanation and the apotheosis of his own obscure impulses. Undoubtedly, that study tends to develop these impulses. While it is peculiarly easy to name men of distinguished ability who either certainly, or in all probability, have been affected by homosexual tendencies, they are not isolated manifestations. They spring out of an element of diffused homosexuality, which is at least as marked in civilization as it is in savagery. It is easy to find illustrations in every country here. It may suffice to refer to France, Germany, and England. In France in the 13th century, the Church was so impressed by the prevalence of homosexuality that it reasserted the death penalty for sodomy at the councils of Paris 1212 and Rouen 1214, while we are told that even by rejecting a woman's advances, as illustrated in Marie de Francis Lie de Lanville, a man fell under suspicion as a sodomist, which was also held to involve heresy. At the end of the century, about 1294, Alain de Lille was impelled to write a book De Planctu Nature in order to call attention to the prevalence of homosexual feeling. He also associated the neglect of women with sodomy. Man is made woman, he writes, he blackens the honor of his sex. The craft of magic Venus makes him of double gender. Nobly beautiful youths have turned their hammers of love to the office of anvils, and many kisses lie untouched on maiden lips. The result is that the natural anvils, that is to say the neglected maidens, bewail the absence of their hammers, and are seen sadly to demand them. Alain de Lille makes himself the voice of this demand. A few years later, at the beginning of the 14th century, sodomy was still regarded as very prevalent at that time. It was especially associated with the Templars, who, it has been supposed, brought it from the East. Such a supposition, however, is not required to account for the existence of homosexuality in France, nor is it necessary, at a somewhat later period, to invoke, as is frequently done, the Italian origin of Catherine de' Medici in order to explain the prevalence of homosexual practices at her court. Notwithstanding its prevalence, sodomy was still severely punished from time to time. Thus, in 1586, Dadon, who had formerly been rector of the University of Paris, was hanged, and then burned for injuring a child through sodomy in the 17th century. Homosexuality continued, however, to flourish, and it is said that nearly all the numerous omissions made in the published editions of Talmud, des Roses Historiettes, refer to sodomy. How prominent homosexuality was in the early 18th century in France, we learn from the frequent references to it in the letters of Madame, the mother of the regent, whose husband was himself effeminate and probably inverted for the later years of the century. The evidence abounds on every hand at this time. The Bastille was performing a useful function, until recently overlooked by historians as an asile de short for abnormal persons, whom it was considered unsafe to leave at large. Inverts, whose conduct became too offensive to be tolerated, were frequently placed in the Bastille, which indeed abounded in homosexual subjects to a greater extent than any other class of sexual perverts. Some of the affairs which led to the Bastille have a modern air. One such case on a large scale occurred in 1702 and reveals an organized system of homosexual prostitution. One of the persons involved in this affair was a handsome, well-made youth named Lebel, formerly a lackey, but passing himself off as a man of quality, seduced at the age of 10 by a famous sodomist named Duplessis. He had since been at the disposition of a number of homosexual persons, including officers, priests, and marquises. Some of the persons involved in these affairs were burned alive, some cut their own throats, others again were set at liberty or transferred to the Bicêtre during the latter part of the 18th century. Also, we find another modern homosexual practice, recognized in France, the rendezvous or center, where homosexual persons could quietly meet each other. Inversion has always been easy to trace in Germany. Ammianus Marcellinus bears witness to its prevalence among some German tribes in later Roman days. In medieval times, as Schultz points out, references to sodomy in Germany were far from uncommon. Various princes of the German imperial house and of other princely families in the Middle Ages were noted for their intimate friendships. At a later date, attention has frequently been called to the extreme emotional warmth, which has often marked German friendship, even when there has been no suspicion of any true homosexual relationship. The 18th century, in the full enjoyment of that abandonment to sentiment initiated by Rousseau, proved peculiarly favorable to the expansion of the tendency to sentimental friendship on this basis. A really inverted tendency, when it existed, could easily come to the surface and find expression. We find this well illustrated in the poet Heinrich von Kleist, who seems to have been of bisexual temperament, and his feelings for the girl he wished to marry were indeed much cooler than those for his friend. To this friend Ernst von Pfuhl, afterward Prussian War Minister, Kleist wrote in 1805, at the age of 28, "You bring the days of the Greeks back to me. I could sleep with you, dear youth, my whole soul so embraces you. When you used to bathe in the lake of Thun, I would gaze with the real feelings of a girl at your beautiful body." It would serve an artist to study from there follows an enthusiastic account of his friend's beauty and of the Greek idea of the love of youths, and Kleist concludes, "Go with me to Anspach, and let us enjoy the sweets of friendship. I shall never marry, you must be wife and children to me." In all social classes, and in all fields of activity, Germany during the 19th century produced a long series of famous or notorious homosexual persons. At the one end, we find people of the highest intellectual distinction, such as Alexander von Humboldt, whom Nacke, a cautious investigator, stated that he had good ground for regarding as an invert. At the other end, we find prosperous commercial and manufacturing people who leave Germany to find solace in the free and congenial homosexual atmosphere of Capri. Of these, F.A. Krupp, the head of the famous Essen factory, may be regarded as the type. In England, and the same is true today of the United States, although homosexuality has been less openly manifest and less thoroughly explored, it is doubtful whether it has been less prevalent than in Germany at an early period. Indeed, the evidence may even seem to show that it was more prevalent in the penitentials of the 9th and 10th centuries. Natural fornication and sodomy were frequently put together, and the same penance assigned to both. It was recognized that priests and bishops as well as laymen might fall into this sin, though to the bishop nearly 3 times as much penance was assigned as to the layman. Among the Normans, everywhere homosexuality was markedly prevalent. The spread of sodomy in France about the 11th century is attributed to the Normans, and their coming seems to have rendered it at times almost fashionable at all events at court in England. William Rufus was undoubtedly inverted as later on were Edward Roman II James I, and perhaps though not in so conspicuous a degree, William Roman 380. Ordericus Vitalis, who was himself half Norman and half English, says that the Normans had become very effeminate in his time, and that after the death of William, the Conqueror's sodomy was common both in England and Normandy. Guillaume de Nangis in his Chronicle for about 1120, speaking of the two sons of Henry and the company of young nobles who went down with them in the White Ship, states that nearly all were considered to be sodomists, and Henry of Huntingdon, in his history, looked upon the loss of the White Ship as a judgment of heaven upon sodomy. Anselm, in writing to Archdeacon William to inform him concerning the recent council at London 1102, gives advice as to how to deal with people who have committed the sin of sodomy, and instructs him not to be too harsh with those who have not realized its gravity, for hitherto this sin has been so public that hardly anyone has blushed for it, and many therefore have plunged into it, without realizing its gravity. So temperate a remark, by a man of such unquestionably high character, is more significant of the prevalence of homosexuality than much denunciation. In religious circles far from courts and cities, as we might expect, homosexuality was regarded with great horror, though even here we may discover evidence of its wide prevalence. Thus, in the remarkable Revelation of the Monk of Evesham, written in English in 1196, we find that in the very worst part of purgatory are confined an innumerable company of sodomists, including a wealthy, witty, and learned divine, a doctor of laws personally known to the monk, and whether these people would ever be delivered from purgatory was a matter of doubt. Of the salvation of no other sinners does the monk of Evesham seem so dubious. Sodomy had always been an ecclesiastical offense. The statute of 1533-25 Henry Roman 8 Roman 100 made it a felony, and Pollock and Maitland consider that this affords an almost sufficient proof that the temporal courts had not punished it, and that no one had been put to death for it for a very long time past. The temporal law has never, however, proved very successful in repressing homosexuality. At this period, the Renaissance movement was reaching England, and here, as elsewhere, it brought with it, if not an increase, at all events, a rehabilitation, and often an idealization of homosexuality. An eminent humanist and notable pioneer in dramatic literature, Nicholas Udall, to whom is attributed Ralph Roister Doister, the first English comedy, stands out as unquestionably addicted to homosexual tastes. Although he has left no literary evidence of this tendency, he was an early adherent of the Protestant movement, and when headmaster of Eton, he was noted for his love of inflicting corporal punishment on the boys. Tusser says he once received from Udall 53 stripes for fault, but small or none at all. Here there was evidently a sexual sadistic impulse, for in 1541, the year of Ralph Roister Doister, Udall was charged with unnatural crime, and confessed his guilt before the Privy Council. He was dismissed from the headmastership and imprisoned, but only for a short time, and his reputation, his modern biographer states, was not permanently injured. He retained the vicarage of Braintree, and was much favored by Edward Roman VI, who nominated him to a prebend of Windsor. Queen Mary was also favorable, and he became headmaster of Westminster School. An Elizabethan lyrical poet of high quality, whose work has had the honor of being confused with Shakespeare's Richard Barnfield, appears to have possessed the temperament at least of the invert. His poems to male friends are of so impassioned a character that they aroused the protests of a very tolerant age. Very little is known of Barnfield's life. Born in 1574, he published his first poem, The Affectionate Shepherd, at the age of 20. While still at the university, it was issued anonymously, revealed much fresh poetic feeling and literary skill, and is addressed to a youth of whom the poet declares, "If it be sin to love a lovely lad, oh then sin." Roman 1. In his subsequent volume, Cynthia 1595, Barnfield disclaims any intention in the earlier poem beyond that of imitating Virgil's second eclogue, but the sonnets in this second volume are even more definitely homosexual than the earlier poem, though he goes on to tell how at last he found a lass whose beauty surpassed that of the swain, whom I never could obtain. After the age of 31, Barnfield wrote no more, but being in easy circumstances retired to his beautiful manor house and country estate in Shropshire, lived there for 20 years, and died leaving a wife and son, it seems probable that he was of bisexual temperament, and that, as not infrequently happens in such cases, the homosexual element developed early under the influence of a classical education and university associations, while the normal heterosexual element developed later, and, as may happen in bisexual persons, was associated with the more commonplace and prosaic side of life. Barnfield was only a genuine poet on the homosexual side of his nature. Greater men of that age than Barnfield may be suspected of homosexual tendencies. Marlowe, whose most powerful drama, Edward Roman II, is devoted to a picture of the relations between that king and his minions, is himself suspected of homosexuality. An ignorant informer brought certain charges of freethought and criminality against him, and further accused him of asserting that they are fools who love not boys. These charges have doubtless been colored by the vulgar channel through which they passed, but it seems absolutely impossible to regard them as the inventions of a mere gallows bird. Such as this informer was moreover Marlowe's poetic work, while it shows him by no means insensitive to the beauty of women, also reveals a special and peculiar sensitiveness to masculine beauty. Marlowe clearly had a reckless delight in all things unlawful, and it seems probable that he possessed the bisexual temperament. Shakespeare has also been discussed from this point of view. All that can be said, however, is that he addressed a long series of sonnets to a youthful male friend. These sonnets are written in lover's language, of a very tender and noble order. They do not appear to imply any relationship that the writer regarded as shameful, or that would be so regarded by the world. Moreover, they seem to represent but a single episode in the life of a very sensitive man-sided nature. There is no other evidence in Shakespeare's work of homosexual instinct, such as we may trace throughout Marlowe's, while there is abundant evidence of a constant preoccupation with women. While Shakespeare thus narrowly escapes inclusion in the list of distinguished inverts, there is much better ground for the inclusion of his great contemporary Francis Bacon Aubrey in his laboriously compiled Short Lives, in which he shows a friendly and admiring attitude toward Bacon, definitely states that he was a pederast. Aubrey was only a careful gleaner of frequently authentic gossip, but a similar statement is made by Sir Symonds D'Ewes in his autobiography. D'Ewes, whose family belonged to the same part of Suffolk as Bacon sprang from, was not friendly to Bacon, but that fact will not suffice to account for his statement. He was an upright and honorable man of scholarly habits, and moreover a trained lawyer, who had many opportunities of obtaining first-hand information, for he had lived in the Chancery Office from childhood. He is very precise as to Bacon's homosexual practices with his own servants both before and after his fall, and even gives the name of a very effeminate-faced youth, who was his catamite and bedfellow. He states further that there had been some question of bringing Bacon to trial for sodomy. These allegations may be supported by a letter of Bacon's own mother, printed in Spedding's Life of Bacon, reproving him, on account of what she had heard concerning his behavior with the young Welshmen in his service, whom he made his bedfellows. It is notable that Bacon seems to have been specially attracted to Welshmen. One might even find evidence of this in the life of the Welshman Henry Roman VII, a people of vivacious temperament. Unlike his own, this is illustrated by his long and intimate friendship with the mercurial Sir Toby Matthew, his alter ego, a man of dissipated habits in early life, though we are not told that he was homosexual. Bacon had many friendships with men, but there is no evidence that he was ever in love or cherished any affectionate intimacy with a woman. Women play no part at all in his life. His marriage, which was childless, took place at the mature age of 46. It was effected in a businesslike manner, and though he always treated his wife with formal consideration, it is probable that he neglected her, and certain that he failed to secure her devotion. It is clear that toward the end of Bacon's life, she formed a relationship with her gentleman usher, whom subsequently she married. Bacon's writings, it may be added equally with his letters, show no evidence of love or attraction to women. In his essays, he is brief and judicial on the subject of marriage, copious and eloquent on the subject of friendship, while the essay on beauty deals exclusively with masculine beauty. During the first half of the 18th century, we have clear evidence that homosexuality flourished in London, with the features which it presents today in all large cities. Everywhere there was a generally known name, Mollies, applied to homosexual persons, evidently having reference to their frequently feminine characteristics. There were houses of private resort for them, Molly houses. There were special public places of rendezvous whither they went in search of adventure, exactly as there are today a walk in Upper Moorfields, was especially frequented by the homosexual about 1725. A detective employed by the police about that date gave evidence as follows at the Old Bailey. I takes a turn that way and leans over the wall. In a little time the prisoner passes by and looks hard at me, and at a small distance from me stands up against the wall as if he was going to make water. Then by degrees he sidles nearer and nearer to where I stood, till at last he was close to me. "'Tis a very fine night," says he. I say aye, and so it is. Then he takes me by the hand, and after squeezing and playing with it a little, he conveys it to his breeches, whereupon the detective seizes the man by his sexual organs and holds him until the constable comes up and effects an arrest. At the same period Margaret Clapp, commonly called Mother Clapp, kept a house in Field Lane, Holborn, which was a noted resort of the homosexual. To Mother Clapp's Molly House 30 or 40 clients would resort every night. On Sunday there might be as many as 50, for as in Berlin and other cities today, that was the great homosexual gala night. There were beds in every room in this house. We are told that the men would sit in one another's laps, kissing in a lewd manner, and using their hands indecently. Then they would get up, dance, and make curtsies, and mimic the voices of women. "Oh fie, sir, pray, sir, dear sir, lord, how can you serve me so? I swear ill, cry out you're a wicked devil, and you're a bold face, ye dear little toad, come bus." They'd hug and play and toy, and go out by couples into another room on the same floor, to be married as they called it. On the whole, one gains the impression that homosexual practices were more prevalent in London in the 18th century, bearing in mind its population at that time, than they are today. It must not, however, be supposed that the law was indulgent, and its administration lax. The very reverse was the case. The punishment for sodomy, when completely effected, was death, and it was frequently inflicted. Homosexual intercourse without evidence of penetration was regarded as attempt, and was usually punished by the pillory, and a heavy fine followed by 2 years' imprisonment. Moreover, it would appear that more activity was shown by the police in prosecution than is nowadays the case. This is, for instance, suggested by the evidence of the detective already quoted. To keep a homosexual resort was also a severely punishable offense. Mother Clapp was charged at the Old Bailey in 1726 with keeping a sodomitical house. She protested that she could not herself have taken part in these practices, but that availed her nothing. She could bring forward no witnesses on her behalf, and was condemned to pay a fine, to stand in the pillory, and to undergo imprisonment for 2 years. The cases were dealt with in a matter-of-fact way which seems to bear further witness to the frequency of the offense, and with no effort to expend any specially vindictive harshness on this class of offenders. If there was the slightest doubt as to the facts, even though the balance of evidence was against the accused, he was usually acquitted, and the man who could bring witnesses to his general good character might often thereby escape. In 1721, a religious young man married was convicted of attempting sodomy with 2 young men he slept with. He was fined, placed in the pillory, and imprisoned for 2 months. Next year, a man was acquitted on a similar charge, and another man of decent aspect, although the evidence indicated that he might have been guilty of sodomy, was only convicted of attempt, and sentenced to fine, pillory, and 2 years' imprisonment. In 1723, again a schoolmaster was acquitted on account of his good reputation of the charge of attempt on a boy of 15, his pupil, though the evidence seemed decidedly against him. In 1730, a man was sentenced to death for sodomy effected on his young apprentice. This was a bad case, and the surgeon's evidence indicated laceration of the perineum. Homosexuality of all kinds flourished, it will be seen, notwithstanding the fearless yet fair application of a very severe law. In more recent times, Byron has frequently been referred to as experiencing homosexual affections, and I have been informed that some of his poems nominally addressed to women were really inspired by men. It is certain that he experienced very strong emotions toward his male friends. "My school friendships," he wrote, "were with me passions." When he afterward met one of these friends, Lord Clare, in Italy, he was painfully agitated, and could never hear the name without a beating of the heart. At the age of 22, he formed one of his strong attachments for a youth to whom he left 7,000 in his will. It is probable, however, that here, as well as in the case of Shakespeare, and in that of Tennyson's love for his youthful friend Arthur Hallam, as well as of Montaigne for Etienne de la Bodie, although such strong friendships may involve an element of sexual emotion, we have no true and definite homosexual impulse. Homosexuality is merely simulated by the ardent and hyperesthetic emotions of the poet. The same quality of the poet's emotional temperament may doubtless also be invoked in the case of Goethe, who is said to have written elegies, which on account of their homosexual character still remain unpublished. The most famous homosexual trial of recent times in England was that of Oscar Wilde, a writer whose literary reputation may be said to be still growing not only in England, but throughout the world. Wilde was the son of parents who were both of unusual ability and somewhat eccentric. Both these tendencies became in him more concentrated. He was born with as it were a congenital antipathy to the commonplace, a natural love of paradox, and he possessed the skill to embody the characteristic in finished literary form. At the same time, it must not be forgotten beneath this natural attitude of paradox, his essential judgments on life and literature were usually sound and reasonable. His essay on the soul of man under socialism witnessed to his large and enlightened conception of life, and his profound admiration for Flaubert to the sanity and solidity of his literary taste. In early life, he revealed no homosexual tendencies. He married and had children after he had begun to outgrow his youthful aesthetic extravagances, however, and to acquire success and fame. He developed what was at first a simply inquisitive interest in inversion. Such inquisitive interest is sometimes the sign of an emerging homosexual impulse. It proved to be so in Wilde's case, and ultimately he was found to be cultivating the acquaintance of youths of low class and doubtful character. Although this development occurred comparatively late in life, we must hesitate to describe Wilde's homosexuality as acquired. If we consider his constitution and his history, it is not difficult to suppose that homosexual germs were present in a latent form from the first, and it may quite well be that Wilde's inversion was of that kind, which is now described as retarded though still congenital. As is usual in England, no active efforts were made to implicate Wilde in any criminal charge. It was his own action, as even he himself seems to have vaguely realized beforehand, which brought the storm about his head. He was arrested, tried, condemned, and at once there arose a general howl of execration, joined in even by the judge, whose attitude compared unfavorably with the more impartial attitude of the 18th century judges in similar cases. Wilde came out of prison ambitious to retrieve his reputation by the quality of his literary work. But he left Reading jail merely to enter a larger and colder prison. He soon realized that his spirit was broken even more than his health. He drifted at last to Paris, where he shortly after died, shunned by all but a few of his friends. In a writer of the first order, Edward Fitzgerald, to whom we owe the immortal and highly individualized version of Omar Khayyam, it is easy to trace an element of homosexuality, though it appears never to have reached full and conscious development. Fitzgerald was an eccentric person who, though rich and on friendly terms with some of the most distinguished men of his time, was always out of harmony with his environment. He felt himself called on to marry very unhappily a woman whom he had never been in love with and with whom he had nothing in common. All his affections were for his male friends. In early life, he was devoted to his friend W.K. Brown, whom he glorified in euphraner to him. Brown was at once Jonathan Gamaliel Apolloth, friend the master the God. There was scarcely a limit to his devotion and admiration. On Brown's premature death, Fitzgerald's heart was empty. In 1859, at Lowestoft, Fitzgerald, as he wrote to Mrs. Brown, used to wander about the shore at night, longing for some fellow to accost me who might give some promise of filling up a very vacant place in my heart. It was then that he met posh Joseph Fletcher, a fisherman 6 feet tall, said to be of the best Suffolk type. Both in body and character, Posh reminded Fitzgerald of his dead friend Brown. He made him captain of his lugger, and was thereafter devoted to him. Posh was, said Fitzgerald, a man of the finest Saxon type, with a complexion vif male, et flamboyant blue eyes, a nose less than Roman, more than Greek, and strictly auburn hair that any woman might envy. Further, he was a man of simplicity of soul, justice, of thought, tenderness of nature, a gentleman of nature's grandest type. In fact, the greatest man Fitzgerald had ever met. Posh was not, however, quite so absolutely perfect as this description suggests, and various misunderstandings arose in consequence between the two friends, so unequal in culture and social traditions. These difficulties are reflected in some of the yet extant letters from the enormous mass which Fitzgerald addressed to "My dear Poshy," a great personality of recent times, widely regarded with reverence as the prophet poet of democracy. 95 Walt Whitman has aroused discussion by his sympathetic attitude toward passionate friendship or manly love, as he calls it in Leaves of Grass. In this book, in Calamus Drumtaps and elsewhere. Whitman celebrates a friendship in which physical contact and a kind of silent voluptuous emotion are essential elements in order to settle the question as to the precise significance of Calamus. J. A. Symonds wrote to Whitman, frankly posing the question. The answer, written from Camden, NJ on August 19, 1890, is the only statement of Whitman's attitude toward homosexuality, and it is therefore desirable that it should be set on record. About the questions on Calamus, etc., they quite daze me. Leaves of Grass is only to be rightly construed by and within its own atmosphere and essential character, its pages and pieces, so coming strictly under that the Calamus part has ever allowed. Possibility of such construction as mentioned is terrible. I am fain to hope that the pages themselves are not to be even mentioned for such gratuitous, and quite at the time undreamed, and unwished possibility of morbid inferences which are disavowed by me and seem damnable. It would seem from this letter that Whitman had never realized that there is any relationship whatever between the passionate emotion of physical contact from man to man as he had experienced it, and sung it, and the act which with other people he would regard as a crime against nature. This may be singular, for there are many inverted persons who have found satisfaction, friendships less physical and passionate than those described in Leaves of Grass. But Whitman was a man of concrete emotional instinctive temperament, lacking in analytical power, receptive to all influences, and careless of harmonizing them. He would most certainly have refused to admit that he was the subject of inverted sexuality. It remains true, however, that manly love occupies in his work a predominance which it would scarcely hold in the feelings of the average man, whom Whitman wishes to honor. A normally constituted person, having assumed the very frank attitude taken up by Whitman, would be impelled to devote far more space and far more ardor to the subject of sexual relationships with women, and all that is involved in maternity, than is accorded to them in Leaves of Grass. Some of Whitman's extant letters to young men, though they do not throw definite light on this question, are of a very affectionate character. And although a man of remarkable physical vigor, he never felt inclined to marry. It remains somewhat difficult to classify him from the sexual point of view, but we can scarcely fail to recognize the presence of a homosexual tendency. I should add that some friends and admirers of Whitman are not prepared to accept the evidence of the letter. To Symonds, I am indebted to Q for the following statement of the objections. I think myself that it is a mistake to give much weight to this letter, perhaps a mistake to introduce it at all, since, if introduced, it will of course carry weight, and this for 3 or 4 reasons. 1. That it is difficult to reconcile the letter itself, with its strong tone of disapprobation, with the general atmosphere of Leaves of Grass, the tenor of which is to leave everything open and free. 2. That the letter is in hopeless conflict with the Calamus section of poems, for whatever moral lines Whitman may have drawn at the time of writing these poems, it seems to me quite incredible that the possibility of certain inferences, morbid or other, was undreamed of. 3. That the letter was written only a few months before his last illness and death, and is the only expression of the kind that he appears to have given utterance to. 4. That Symonds' letter, to which this was a reply, is not forthcoming, and we consequently do not know what rash expressions it may have contained, leading Whitman, with his extreme caution, to hedge his name from possible use, to justify dubious practices. I may add that I endeavored to obtain Symonds' letter, but he was unable to produce it, nor has any copy of it been found among his papers. It should be said that Whitman's attitude toward Symonds was marked by high regard and admiration. A wonderful man is Addington Symonds, he remarked shortly before his own death. Some ways, the most indicative and penetrating and significant man of our time. Symonds is a curious fellow. I love him dearly. He is of college breed and education, horribly literary and suspicious, and enjoys things, a great fellow for delving into persons and into the concrete, and even into the physiological and the gastric, and wonderfully cute. But on this occasion he delved in vain. The foregoing remarks, substantially contained in the previous editions of this book, were based mainly on the information received from J. A. Symonds' side, but of more recent years interesting light has been thrown on this remarkable letter from Walt Whitman's side. The Boswellian patience, enthusiasm, and skill which Horace Traubel has brought to his full and elaborate work, now in course of publication with Walt Whitman in Camden, clearly reveal in the course of various conversations Whitman's attitude to Symonds' question and the state of mind which led up to this letter. Whitman talked to Traubel much about Symonds, from the 27th of April, 1888, very soon after the date, when Traubel's work begins onward. Symonds had written to him repeatedly. It seems concerning the passional relations of men with men, as Whitman expressed it, he is always driving at me about that is, that what Calamus means because of me, or in spite of me, is that what it means I have said no. But no does not satisfy him. There is however no record from Symonds' side of any letter by Whitman to Symonds in this sense up to this date. But read this letter, read the whole of it is very shrewd, very cute. In deadliest earnest it drives me hard, almost compels mate is urgent persistent, he sort of stands in the road and says I won't move till you answer my question. You see, this is an old letter, 16 years old, and he is still asking the question. He refers to it in one of his latest notes. He is surely a wonderful mana, rare cleaned up mana, white-souled heroic character. You will be writing something about Calamus some day, said W to Traubel and this letter. And what I say may help to clear your ideas. Calamus needs clear ideas. It may be easily innocently distorted from its natural, its motive body of doctrine. The letter dated Feb 7, 1872 of some length, is then reproduced. It tells how much leaves of grass, and especially the Calamus section, had helped the writer what the love of man for man has been in the past. Symonds wrote, I think I know what it is here now, I know also all is. What you say it can, and should be I dimly discern in your poems. But this hardly satisfies me, so desirous am I of learning what you teach some day, perhaps in some form. I know not what, but in your own chosen form you will tell me more about the love of friends. Till then I wait. Said W. Well, what do you think of that? Do you think that could be answered? I don't see why you call that letter driving you hard. It's quiet enough. It only asks questions, and asks the questions mildly enough. I suppose you are right. Drive is not exactly the word, yet you know how I hate to be catechized. Symonds is right, no doubt, to ask the questions. I am just as much right if I do not answer them, just as much right if I do answer them. I often say to myself about Calamus, perhaps it means more or less than what I thought myself means, different perhaps. I don't know what it all means, perhaps never did know. My first instinct about all that Symonds writes is violently reactionary, strong and brutal, for no. Then the thought intervenes that I maybe do not know all my own meanings. I say to myself, you too go away, come back, study your own book as alien or stranger, study your own book. See what it amounts to some time or other. I will have to write to him definitely about Calamus, give him my word for it, what I meant or mean it to mean. Again, a month later, May 24, 1888, Whitman speaks to Traubel of a beautiful letter from Symonds. You will see that he harps on the Calamus poems again. I don't see why it should, but his recurrence to that subject irritates me a little. I suppose you might say, we don't you shut him up by answering him. There is no logical answer to that, I suppose. But I may ask in my turn, what right has he to ask questions? Anyway, W laughed a bit. Anyway, the question comes back to me almost every time he writes. He is courteous enough about it. That is the reason I do not resent him. I suppose the whole thing will end in an answer some day. The letter follows. The chief point in it is that the writer hopes he has not been importunate in the question he had asked about Calamus 3 years before. Traubel said to W, that's a humble letter enough. I don't see anything in that to get excited about. He doesn't ask you to answer the old question. In fact, he rather apologizes for having asked it. W fired up, who is excited as to that question. He does ask it again. And again asks it. I laughed at his vehemence. Well, suppose he does, it does not harm. Besides, you've got nothing to hide. I think your silence might lead him to suppose there was a nigger in your wood pile. Oh, nonsense. But for 30 years, my enemies and friends have been asking me questions about the leaves. I am tired of not answering questions. It was very funny to see his face when he gave a humorous twist to the fling in his last phrase. Then he relaxed and added, anyway, I love Symonds. Who could fail to love a man who could write such a letter? I suppose he will yet have to be answered. Damn, I am. It is clear that these conversations considerably diminished the force of the declaration in Whitman's letter. We see that the letter, which on the face of it might have represented the swift and indignant reaction of a man who, suddenly faced by the possibility that his work may be interpreted in a perverse sense, emphatically repudiates that interpretation was really nothing of the kind. Symonds, for at least 18 years, had been gently, considerately, even humbly, yet persistently asking the same perfectly legitimate question. If the answer was really an emphatic no, it would more naturally have been made in 1872 than 1890. Moreover, in the face of this ever-recurring question, Whitman constantly speaks to his friends of his great affection for Symonds and his admiration for his intellectual cuteness, feelings that would both be singularly out of place if applied to a man who was all the time suggesting the possibility that his writings contained inferences that were terrible, morbid, and damnable. Evidently, during all those years, Whitman could not decide what to reply. On the one hand, he was moved by his horror of being questioned, by his caution, by his natural aversion to express approval of anything that could be called unnatural or abnormal. On the other hand, he was moved by the desire to let his work speak for itself, by his declared determination to leave everything open, and possibly by a more or less conscious sympathy with the inferences presented to him. It was not until the last years of his life, when his sexual life belonged to the past, when weakness was gaining on him, when he wished to put aside every drain on his energies, that, being constitutionally incapable of a balanced scientific statement, chose the simplest and easiest solution of the difficulty. Concerning another great modern writer, Paul Verlaine, the first of modern French poets, it seems possible to speak with less hesitation. A man who possessed in fullest measure the irresponsible impressionability of genius. Verlaine, as his work shows, and as he himself admitted, all his life oscillated between normal and homosexual love at one period, attracted to women at another, to men he was without doubt, it seems to me, bisexual in early connection with another. Poet Arthur Rimbaud terminated in a violent quarrel with his friend, and led to Verlaine's imprisonment at Mons in afteryears. He gave expression to the exalted passion of this relationship. Man Grand Pech Radiuxin Lti et Arabundi, published in the volume entitled Parallelement. And in later poems, he has told of less passionate and less sensual relationships, which yet were more than friendship. For instance, in the poem Mon ami ma plus belle amity, ma Mailer in Ben Hur. In this brief glance at some of the ethnographical, historical, religious, and literary aspects of homosexual passion, there is one other phenomenon which may be mentioned. This is the alleged fact that while the phenomena exist to some extent everywhere, we seem to find a special proclivity to homosexuality, whether or not involving a greater frequency of congenital inversion, is not usually clear among certain races and in certain regions in Europe. This would be best illustrated by the case of southern Italy, which in this respect is held to be distinct from northern Italy. Although Italians generally are franker than men of northern race in admitting their sexual practices, how far the supposed greater homosexuality of southern Italy may be due to Greek influence and Greek blood, it is not very easy to say. It must be remembered that in dealing with a northern country like England, homosexual phenomena do not present themselves in the same way as they do in southern Italy today, or in ancient Greece. In Greece, the homosexual impulse was recognized, and idealized. A man could be an open homosexual lover, and yet, like Epaminondas, be a great and honored citizen of his country. There was no reason whatever why a man who in mental and physical constitution was perfectly normal should not adopt a custom that was regarded as respectable, and sometimes as even specially honorable. But it is quite otherwise today in a country like England or the United States. In these countries, all our traditions and all our moral ideals as well as the law are energetically opposed to every manifestation of homosexual passion. It requires a very strong impetus to go against this compact social force, which on every side constrains the individual into the paths of heterosexual love. That impetus in a well-bred individual, who leads the normal life of his fellow men, and who feels the ordinary degree of respect for the social feelings surrounding him, can only be supplied by a fundamental, usually it is probable, inborn perversion of the sexual instinct, rendering the individual organically abnormal. It is with this fundamental abnormality, usually called sexual inversion, that we shall here be concerned. There is no evidence to show that homosexuality in Greece was a congenital perversion, although it appears that Cleius Aurelianus affirms that in the opinion of Parmenides, it was hereditary. Aristotle, also in his fragment on physical love, though treating the whole matter with indulgence, seems to have distinguished abnormal congenital homosexuality from acquired homosexual vice. Doubtless, in a certain proportion of cases the impulse was organic, and it may well be that there was an organic and racial predisposition to homosexuality among the Greeks, or at all events the Dorians. But the state of social feeling, however it originated, induced a large proportion of the ordinary population to adopt homosexuality as a fashion. Or it may be said the environment was peculiarly favorable to the development of latent homosexual tendencies, so that any given number of homosexual persons among the Greeks would have presented a far smaller proportion of constitutionally abnormal individuals than a like number in England. In a similar manner, though, I do not regard the analogy as complete infanticide or the exposition of children was practiced in some of the early Greek states by parents who were completely healthy and normal in England. A married woman who destroys her child is in nearly every case demonstrably diseased or abnormal. For this reason, I am unable to see that homosexuality in ancient Greece, while of great interest as a social and psychological problem, throws light on sexual inversion, as we know it in England or the United States. Concerning the wide prevalence of sexual inversion and of homosexual phenomena generally, there can be no manner of doubt. This question has been most fully investigated in Germany. In Berlin, Moll states that he has himself seen between 600 and 700 homosexual persons, and heard of some 250 to 350 others. Hirschfeld states that he has known over 10,000 homosexual persons. There are, I am informed, several large cafes in Berlin, which are almost exclusively patronized by inverts who come here to flirt and make acquaintances. As these cafes are frequented by male street prostitutes, Pupenjunge the invert risks being blackmailed or robbed if he goes home or to a hotel with a cafe acquaintance. There are also a considerable number of homosexual napen small and unpretentious barrooms, which are really male brothels, the inmates being sexually normal working men and boys out of employment, or in quest of a few marks, as pocket money. These places are regarded by inverts as very safe, as the proprietors insist on good order and allow no extortion, while the police, though of course aware of their existence, never interfere. Homosexual cafes for women are also found in Berlin. There is some reason for believing that homosexuality is especially prominent in Germany and among Germans. I have elsewhere referred to the highly emotional and sentimental traits which have frequently marked German friendships. Germany is the only country in which there is a definite and well-supported movement for the defense and social rehabilitation of inverts. The study of sexual inversion began in Germany, and the scientific and literary publications dealing with homosexuality issued from the German press probably surpass in quantity and importance those issued from all other countries put together. The homosexual tendencies of Germans outside Germany have been noted in various countries. Among my English cases, I have found that a strain of German blood occurs much more frequently than we are entitled to expect. Parisian prostitutes are said to be aware of the homosexual tastes of Germans. It is significant that as a German invert familiar with Turkey-informed Naki at Constantinople, the procurers who naturally supply girls as well as youths regard Germans and Austrians as more tending to homosexuality than the foreigners from any other land. Germans usually deny, however, that there is any special German proclivity to inversion, and it would not appear that such statistics as are available, though all such statistics cannot be regarded as more than approximations, show any pronounced predominance of inversion among Germans. It is to Hirschfeld that we owe the chief attempt to gain some notion of the percentage of homosexual persons among the general population. It may be said to vary in different regions, and more especially in different occupations, from 1 to 10%. But the average, when the individuals belonging to a large number of groups are combined, is generally found to be rather over 2%, so that there are about 1.5 million inverted persons in Germany. This would be a minimum which can scarcely fail to be below the actual proportion, as no one can be certain that he is acquainted with the real proclivities of all the persons comprising a larger group of acquaintances. It is not found in the estimates which have reached Hirschfeld that the French groups show a smaller proportion of homosexual persons than the German groups, and a Japanese group comes out near to the general average. For the whole, various authorities, especially Germans, believe that homosexuality is just as common in France as in Germany. St. Paul. Dr. Lops, on the other hand, is unable to accept this view. As an army surgeon who has long served in Africa, he can, as also Ribière in his Joyeux et de Memphis, bear witness to the frequency of homosexuality among the African battalions of the French army, especially in the cavalry, less so in the infantry in the French army. Generally, he finds it rare, as also in the general population. Naki is also inclined to believe that homosexuality is rarer in Celtic lands and in the Latin countries generally than in Teutonic and Slavonic lands, and believes that it may be a question of race. The question is still undecided. It is possible that the undoubted fact that homosexuality is less conspicuous in France and the other Latin countries than in Teutonic lands may be due not to the occurrence of a smaller proportion of congenital inverts in the former lands, but mainly to general difference in temperament. And in the social reaction, the French idealize and emphasize the place of women to a much greater degree than the Germans, while at the same time inverts in France have much less occasion than in Germany to proclaim their legal grievances, apart from such considerations. As these, it seems very doubtful whether inborn inversion is in any considerable degree rarer in France than in Germany. As to the frequency of homosexuality in England and the United States, there is much evidence in England. Its manifestations are well marked for those whose eyes have once been opened. The manifestations are of the same character as those in Germany, modified by social and national differences, and especially by the greater reserve Puritanism and prudery of England. In the United States, these same influences exert a still greater effect in restraining the outward manifestations of homosexuality. Hirschfeld, though so acute and experienced in the investigation of homosexuality, states that when visiting Philadelphia and Boston, he could scarcely detect any evidence of homosexuality, though he was afterward assured by those acquainted with local conditions that its extension in both cities is colossal. There have been numerous criminal cases and scandals in the United States in which homosexuality has come to the surface, and the very frequently occurring cases of transvestism or cross-dressing in the States seem to be in a large proportion associated with homosexuality. In the opinion of some, English homosexuality has become much more conspicuous during recent years, and this is sometimes attributed to the Oscar Wilde case. No doubt the celebrity of Oscar Wilde and the universal publicity given to the facts of the case by the newspapers may have brought conviction of their perversion to many inverts who were before only vaguely conscious of their abnormality and paradoxical, though it may seem have imparted greater courage to others. But it can scarcely have sufficed to increase the number of inverts. Rather, one may say the development of urban life renders easier the exhibition and satisfaction of this, as of all other forms of perversion. Regarding the proportion of inverts among the general population, it is very difficult to speak positively. The invert himself is a misleading guide, because he has formed round himself a special coterie of homosexual persons, and moreover he is sometimes apt to overestimate the number of inverts through the misinterpretation of small indications that are not always conclusive. The estimate of the ordinary normal person feeling the ordinary disgust toward abnormal phenomena is also misleading, because his homosexual acquaintances are careful not to inform him concerning their proclivities. A writer who has studied the phenomena of homosexuality is apt to be misguided in the same way as the invert himself, and to overestimate the prevalence of the perversion, striving to put aside this source of fallacy, and only considering those individuals with whom I have been brought in contact by the ordinary circumstances of life, and with whose modes of feeling I am acquainted. I am still led to the conclusion that the proportion is considerable among the professional and most cultured element of the middle class in England. There must be a distinct percentage of inverts, which may sometimes be as much as 5%, though such estimates must always be hazardous among women of the same class. The percentage seems to be at least double, though here the phenomena are less definite and deep-seated. This seems to be a moderate estimate for this class, which includes, however, it must be remembered, a considerable proportion of individuals who are somewhat abnormal in other respects. As we descend the scale, the phenomena are doubtless less common, though when we reach the working class we come to that comparative indifference to which allusion has already been made. Taken altogether, we may probably conclude that the proportion of inverts is the same as in other related and neighboring lands, that is to say, slightly over 2%. That would give the homosexual population of Great Britain as somewhere about 1 million. Hear my last words, and the most baffling. Here the frailest leaves of me, and yet my strongest lasting. Here I shade down, and hide my thoughts. I do not expose them, and yet they expose me more than all my other poems. Chapter Roman 2, The Study of Sexual Inversion. Westphal, Hosley, Caspar Ulrichs, Kraft, Ebbing, Malfier, Kiernan, Lidston, Rafalovich, Edward Carpenter, Hirschfeld. Westphal, an eminent professor of psychiatry at Berlin, may be said to be the first to put the study of sexual inversion on an assured scientific basis in 1870. He published in the Archive für Psychiatrie, of which he was for many years editor, the detailed history of a young woman who from her earliest years differed from other girls. She liked to dress, as a boy, only cared for boys' games, and as she grew up was sexually attracted only to women with whom she formed a series of tender relationships in which the friends obtained sexual gratification by mutual caresses, while she blushed, and was shy in the presence of women, more especially the girl with whom she chanced to be in love. She was always absolutely indifferent in the presence of men. Westphal, a pupil, it may be noted, of Griesinger, who had already called attention to the high character, sometimes shown, by subjects of this perversion, combined keen scientific insight with a rare degree of personal sympathy for those who came under his care, and it was this combination of qualities which enabled him to grasp the true nature of a case, such as this, which by most medical men at that time would have been hastily dismissed as a vulgar instance of vice or insanity. Westphal perceived that this abnormality was congenital, not acquired, so that it could not be termed vice, and while he insisted on the presence of neurotic elements, his observations showed the absence of anything that could legitimately be termed insanity. He gave to this condition the name of contrary sexual feeling, contraire Sexualempfindung, by which it was long usually known in Germany. The way was thus made clear for the rapid progress of our knowledge of this abnormality. New cases were published in quick succession, at first exclusively in Germany, and more especially in Westphal's archive, but soon in other countries, also chiefly Italy and France. While Westphal was the first to place the study of sexual inversion on a progressive footing, many persons had previously obtained glimpses into the subject. Thus, in 1790, two cases were published of men who showed a typical emotional attraction to their own sex, though it was not quite clearly made out that the inversion was congenital. In 1836, again a Swiss writer, Heinrich Hössli, published a rather diffuse but remarkable work entitled Eros, which contained much material of a literary character bearing on this matter. He seems to have been moved to write this book by a trial which had excited considerable attention. At that time, a man of good position had suddenly murdered a youth, and was executed for the crime, which, according to Hössli, was due to homosexual love and jealousy. Hössli was not a trained scholar. He was in business at Glarus, as a skillful milliner, the most successful in the town. His own temperament is supposed to have been bisexual. His book was prohibited by the local authorities, and at a later period, the entire remaining stock was destroyed in a fire, so that its circulation was very small. It is now, however, regarded by some as the first serious attempt to deal with the problem of homosexuality since Plato's Banquet. Some years later, in 1852, Casper, the chief medical authority of his time in Germanifer, it is in Germany that the foundations of the study of sexual inversion have been laid, pointed out in Casper's Vierteljahrschrift that pederasty, in a broad sense of the word, was sometimes a kind of moral hermaphroditism due to a congenital psychic condition, and also that it by no means necessarily involved sodomy. Emissio penis in anum. Casper brought forward a considerable amount of valuable evidence concerning these cardinal points, which he was the first to note, but he failed to realize the full significance of his observations, and they had no immediate influence, though Tardieu, in 1858, admitted a congenital element in some pederasts. The man, however, who more than anyone else brought to light the phenomena of sexual inversion, had not been concerned either with the medical or the criminal aspects of the matter. Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, born in 1825, near Aurich, who for many years expounded and defended homosexual love, and whose views are said to have had some influence in drawing Westphal's attention to the matter, was a Hanoverian legal official Amtsassessor, himself sexually inverted from 1864 onward, at first under the name of Numa Numantius, and subsequently under his own name Ulrichs, published in various parts of Germany a long series of works dealing with this question, and made various attempts to obtain a revision of the legal position of the sexual invert in Germany. Although not a writer whose psychological views can carry much scientific weight, Ulrichs appears to have been a man of most brilliant ability, and his knowledge is said to have been of almost universal extent. He was not only well versed in his own special subjects of jurisprudence and theology, but in many branches of natural science, as well as in archaeology. He was also regarded by many as the best Latinist of his time. In 1880, he left Germany and settled in Naples, and afterward at Aquila in the Abruzzi, whence he issued a Latin periodical. He died in 1,895,117. John Addington Symonds, who went to Aquila in 1891, wrote Ulrichs, is Chrysostomos to the last degree sweet noble, a true gentleman, and man of genius he must have been at one time, a man of singular personal distinction. So finely cut are his features, and so grand the lines of his skull. For many years, Ulrichs was alone in his efforts to gain scientific recognition for congenital homosexuality. He devised with allusion to Uranos, in Plato's Symposium, the word Uranian or Urning, ever since frequently used for the homosexual lover, while he called the normal heterosexual lover a Dionying from Dione. He regarded Uranism, or homosexual love, as a congenital abnormality by which a female soul had become united with a male body anima mulibris in corpore. Virili inclusand, his theoretical speculations have formed the starting point for many similar speculations. His writings are remarkable in various respects. Although on account of the polemical warmth with which as one pleading pro domo, he argued his cause, they had no marked influence on scientific thought. This privilege was reserved for Westphal after he had shown the way and thrown open his journal for their publication. New cases appeared in rapid succession, in Italy also Riditamatia Lombrosa, and others began to study these phenomena. In 1882, Charcot and Magnan published in the Archives de Neurologie the first important study which appeared in France concerning sexual inversion and allied sexual perversions. They regarded sexual inversion as an episode syndrome in a more fundamental process of hereditary degeneration, and compared it with such morbid obsessions as dipsomania and kleptomania from a somewhat more medicolegal standpoint. The study of sexual inversion in France was furthered by Brouadel, and still more by Lacassagne, whose stimulating influence at Lyon has produced fruitful results in the work of many pupils. Of much more importance in the history of the theory of sexual inversion was the work of Richard von Krafft-Ebing, born at Mannheim in 1840 and died at Graz in 1902, for many years professor of psychiatry at Vienna University, and one of the most distinguished alienists of his time, while active in all departments of psychiatry, and author of a famous textbook from 1877 onward. He took special interest in the pathology of the sexual impulse. His Psychopathia Sexualis contained over 200 histories not only of sexual inversion, but of all other forms of sexual perversion for many years. It was the only book on the subject, and it long remained the chief storehouse of facts. It passed through many editions, and was translated into many languages. There are 2 translations in English enjoying an immense, and not altogether enviable vogue. Krafft-Ebing's methods were open to some objection. His mind was not of a severely critical order. He poured out the new and ever-enlarged editions of his book with extraordinary rapidity, sometimes remodeling them. He introduced new subdivisions from time to time into his classification of sexual perversions. And although this rather fine-spun classification has doubtless contributed to give precision to the subject and to advance its scientific study, it was at no time generally accepted. Krafft-Ebing's great service lay in the clinical enthusiasm with which he approached the study of sexual perversions, with the firm conviction that he was conquering a great neglected field of morbid psychology, which rightly belongs to the physician. He accumulated, without any false shame, a vast mass of detailed histories, and his reputation induced sexually abnormal individuals in all directions to send him their autobiographies in the desire to benefit their fellow sufferers. It is as a clinician rather than as a psychologist that we must regard Krafft-Ebing at the outset. He considered inversion to be a functional sign of degeneration, a partial manifestation of a neuropathic and psychopathic state, which is in most cases hereditary. This perverse sexuality appears spontaneously with the developing sexual life, without external causes, as the individual manifestation of an abnormal modification of the vita sexualis, and must then be regarded as congenital, or it develops as a result of special injurious influences working on a sexuality which had at first been normal, and must then be regarded as acquired. Careful investigation of these so-called acquired cases, however Krafft-Ebing in the end finally believed, would indicate that the predisposition consists in a latent homosexuality, or at least bisexuality, which requires for its manifestation the operation of accidental causes. In the last edition of his work, Krafft-Ebing was inclined to regard inversion as being not so much a degeneration as a variation, a simple anomaly, and acknowledged that his opinion thus approximated to that which had long been held by inverts themselves. At the time of his death, Krafft Ebing, who had begun by accepting the view at that time, prevalent among alienists, that homosexuality is a sign of degeneration, thus fully adopted, and set the seal of his authority on the view already expressed alike by some scientific investigators as well as by inverts themselves, that sexual inversion is to be regarded simply as an anomaly. Whatever difference of opinion there might be as to the value of the anomaly, the way was even opened for such a view as that of Freud and most of the psychoanalysts today, who regard a strain of homosexuality as normal and almost constant, with a profound significance for the psychonervous life. In 1891, Dr. Albert Moll of Berlin published his work Die Konträre Sexualempfindung, which subsequently appeared in much enlarged and revised editions. It speedily superseded all previous books as a complete statement and judicious discussion of sexual inversion. Moll was not content merely to present fresh clinical material. He attacked the problem which had now become of primary importance, the nature and causes of sexual inversion. He discussed the phenomena as a psychologist, even more than as a physician, bearing in mind the broader aspects of the problem, keenly critical of accepted opinions, but judiciously cautious. In the statement of conclusions, he cleared away various ancient prejudices and superstitions which even Krafft Ebing sometimes incautiously repeated. He accepted the generally received doctrine that the sexually inverted usually belong to families in which various nervous and mental disorders prevail, but he pointed out at the same time that it is not in all cases possible to prove that we are concerned with individuals possessing a hereditary neurotic taint. He also rejected any minute classification of sexual inverts, only recognizing psychosexual hermaphroditism and homosexuality. At the same time, he cast doubt on the existence of acquired homosexuality in a strict sense, except in occasional cases, and he pointed out that even when a normal heterosexual impulse appears at puberty, and a homosexual impulse later, it may still be the former that was acquired, and the latter that was inborn. In America, attention had been given to the phenomena at a fairly early period. Mention may be specially made of J. G. Kiernan and G. Frank Lidston, both of whom put forward convenient classifications of homosexual manifestations some 30 years ago. More recently, 1911, an American writer under the pseudonym of Xavier Maine privately printed an extensive work entitled The Intersexes, A History of Similsexualism as a Problem in Social Life, popularly written and compiled from many sources. This book, from a subjective and scarcely scientific standpoint, claims that homosexual relationships are natural, necessary, and legitimate. In England, the first attempts to deal seriously from the modern point of view with the problem of homosexuality came late, and were either published privately or abroad. In 1883, John Addington Symonds privately printed his discussion of paiderastia in ancient Greece under the title of A Problem in Greek Ethics, and in 1890 he further wrote, and in 1891, privately printed A Problem of Modern Ethics, being an inquiry into the phenomena of sexual inversion. In 1886, Sir Richard Burton added to his translation of the Arabian Nights a terminal essay on the same subject. In 1894, Edward Carpenter privately printed in Manchester a pamphlet entitled Homogenic Love, in which he criticized various psychiatric views of inversion at that time current, and claimed that the laws of homosexual love are the same as those of heterosexual love, urging, however, that the former possesses a special aptitude to be exalted to a higher and more spiritual level of comradeship, so fulfilling a beneficent social function. More recently, 1907, Edward Carpenter published a volume of papers on homosexuality and its problems under the title of The Intermediate Sex, and later, 1914, a more special study of the invert in early religion and in warfare, intermediate types among primitive folk. In 1896, the most comprehensive book so far written on the subject in England was published in French by Mr. André Rafalovich in Lacassagnas's Bibliothèque de Criminologie, Uranisme, et Unisexualite. This book dealt chiefly with congenital inversion, publishing no new cases, but revealing a wide knowledge of the matter. Rafalovich put forward many just and sagacious reflections on the nature and treatment of inversion, and the attitude of society toward perverted sexuality. The historical portions of the book, which are of special interest, deal largely with the remarkable prevalence of inversion in England, neglected by previous investigators. Rafalovich whose attitude is on the whole philosophical, rather than scientific, regards congenital inversion as a large and inevitable factor in human life. But taking the Catholic standpoint, he condemns all sexuality, either heterosexual or homosexual, and urges the invert to restrain the physical manifestations of his instinct and to aim at an ideal of chastity on the whole. It may be said that the book is the work of a thinker who has reached his own results in his own way, and those results bear an imprint of originality and freedom from tradition. In recent years, no one has so largely contributed to place our knowledge of sexual inversion on a broad and accurate basis as Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld of Berlin, who possesses an unequaled acquaintance with the phenomena of homosexuality. In all their aspects, he has studied the matter exhaustively in Germany, and to some extent in other countries. Also, he has received the histories of 1,000 inverts. He is said to have met over 10,000 homosexual persons. As editor of the Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenschaften, which he established in 1899, and author of various important monographs more, especially on transitional psychic and physical stages between masculinity and femininity, Hirschfeld had already contributed greatly to the progress of investigation in this field before the appearance in 1914 of his great work, Die Homosexualität des Mannes und des Weibes. This is not only the largest, but the most precise, detailed, and comprehensive, even the most condensed work, which has yet appeared on the subject. It is indeed an encyclopedia of homosexuality. For such a task, Hirschfeld had been prepared by many years of strenuous activity as a physician and investigator, a medical expert before the courts, and his position as president of the Wissenschaftliche Humanitarian Komitee, which is concerned with the defense of the interests of the homosexual in Germany. In Hirschfeld's book, The Pathological Conception of Inversion has entirely disappeared. Homosexuality is regarded as primarily a biological phenomenon of universal extension, and secondarily as a social phenomenon of serious importance. There is no attempt to invent new theories. The main value of Hirschfeld's work lies indeed in the constant endeavor to keep close to definite facts. It is this quality which renders the book an indispensable source for all who seek enlightened and precise information on this question. Even the existence of such a treatise as this of Hirschfeld's is enough to show how rapidly the study of this subject has grown a few years ago. For instance, when Dr. Paul Morrow wrote his Aberrations du Sens Genesexual Inversion was scarcely even a name. It was a loathsome and nameless vice only to be touched with a pair of tongs rapidly, and with precautions as it now presents itself. It is a psychological and medical problem so full of interest that we need not fear to face it, and so full of grave social actuality that we are bound to face it. Chapter Roman 3, Sexual Inversion in Men. Relatively undifferentiated state of the sexual impulse in early life. The Freudian view homosexuality in schools. The question of acquired homosexuality, latent inversion, retarded inversion, bisexuality. The question of the invert's truthfulness. Histories. When the sexual instinct first appears in early youth, it is much less specialized than normally it becomes later. Not only is it at the outset less definitely directed to a specific sexual end, but even the sex of its object is sometimes uncertain. This has always been so well recognized that those in authority over young men have sometimes forced women upon them to avoid the risk of possible unnatural offenses. The institution which presents these phenomena to us in the most marked and the most important manner is naturally the school in England, especially the public school in France, where the same phenomena are noted. Tard called attention to these relationships, most usually platonic in the primitive meaning of the word, which indicate a simple indecision of frontier between friendship and love, still undifferentiated in the dawn of the awakening heart, and he regretted that no one had studied them in England. We are very familiar with vague allusions to the vices of public schools from time to time. We read letters in the newspapers denouncing public schools as hotbeds of vice, and one anonymous writer remarks that some of our public schools almost provoke the punishment of the cities of the plain. But these allegations are rarely or never submitted to accurate investigation. The physicians and masters of public schools, who are in a position to study the matter, usually possess no psychological training and appear to view homosexuality with too much disgust to care to pay any careful attention to it. What knowledge they possess they keep to themselves, for it is considered to be in the interests of public schools that these things should be hushed up. When anything very scandalous occurs, one or two lads are expelled to their own grave, and perhaps lifelong injury, and without benefit to those who remain whose awakening sexual life rarely receives intelligent sympathy. In several of the histories, which follow in this chapter, as well as in histories contained in other volumes of these studies, details will be found concerning homosexuality, as it occurs in English schools, public or private. C. Also, the study autoerotism in Vol. Roman 1. The prevalence of homosexual and erotic phenomena in schools varies greatly at different schools, and at different times in the same school, while in small private schools such phenomena may be entirely unknown. As an English schoolboy, I never myself saw or heard anything of such practices, and in Germany Professor Gerlit Die New Generation January 1909, among others, testifies to similar absence of experience during his whole school life. Although there was much talk and joking among the boys over sexual things, I have added some observations by a correspondent whose experiences of English public school life are still recent. In the years I was a member of a public school, I saw and heard a good deal of homosexuality, though till my last 2 years I did not understand its meaning. As a prefect, I discussed with other prefects the methods of checking it and of punishing it. When detected, my own observations, supported by those of others, led me to think that the fault of the usual method of dealing with homosexuality in schools is that it regards all school homosexualists as being in one class together, and has only one way of dealing with them, Birch, for a first offense expulsion, for a second. Now, I think we may distinguish 3 classes of school homosexualists. A very small number who are probably radically inverted, and who do not scruple to sacrifice young and innocent boys to their passions. These only are a real moral danger to others, and I believe them to be rare. B. Boys of various ages, who having been initiated into the passive part in their young days, continue practices of an active or passive kind, but only with boys already known to be homosexualists. They draw the line at corrupting fresh victims. This class realize more or less what they are about, but cannot be called a danger to the morals of pure boys. See young boys who, whether in the development of their own physical nature, or by the instruction of older boys of the class, find out the pleasures of masturbation or intercrural connection. I never heard of a case of pedicatio at my school, and only once of fellatio, which was attempted on a quite young boy who complained to his house master, and the offender was expelled. Boys in this class have probably little or no idea of what sexual morality means, and can hardly be accused of a moral offense at all. I submit that these 3 classes should receive quite different treatment. Expulsion may occasionally be necessary for Class A, but the few who belong to this class are usually too cunning to get caught. It used to be notorious at school that it was almost always the wrong people who got dropped on. I do not think a boy in the other 2 classes should ever be expelled, and even when expulsion is unavoidable, it should if possible be deferred till the end of the term, so as to make it indistinguishable from an ordinary departure. After all, there is no reason to ruin a boy's prospects. Because he is a little beast at 16, there are very few hopeless incorrigibles at that age. As regards the other 2 classes, I should begin by giving boys very much fuller enlightenment on sexual subjects than is usually done before they go to a public school at all. Either a boy is pitchforked into the place in utter innocence and ignorance, and yields to temptations to do things which he vaguely, if at all, realizes are wrong, and that only because a puzzling sort of instinct tells him so, or else he is given just enough information to whet his curiosity, usually in the shape of warnings against certain apparently harmless bodily acts, which he not unnaturally tries out of curiosity, and finds them very pleasant. It may be undesirable that a boy should have full knowledge at the time he goes to school, but it is more undesirable that he should go with a burning curiosity or a total ignorance on the subject. I am convinced that much might be done in the way of prevention if boys were told more and allowed to be open. Much of the pleasure of sexual talk among boys I believe to be due to the spurious interest aroused by the fact that it is forbidden fruit and involves risk. If caught, it seems to me that frankness is far more moral than suggestion. I would not expurgate school editions of great authors. The frank obscenity of parts of Shakespeare is far less immoral than the prurient prudishness which declines to print it, but numbers the lines in such a way that the boy can go home and look up the omitted passage in a complete edition with a distinct sense of guilt, which is where the harm comes in. It is probable that only a small proportion of homosexual boys in schools can properly be described as vicious. A Hotch describing homosexuality in German schools zur Frage der Fortsetzung, Beurteilung sexuellen Vergehen, Neurologisches, Centralblatt 1896 No. 2, and putting together communications, received from various medical men, regarding their own youthful experiences at school, finds relationships of the kind, very common usually between boys of different ages in school classes. According to one observer, the feminine or passive part was always played by a boy of girlish form and complexion, and the relationships were somewhat like those of normal lovers, with kissing poems, love letters, scenes of jealousy, sometimes visits to each other in bed, but without masturbation, pederasty, or other grossly physical manifestations. From his own youthful experience, Hodge records precisely similar observations, and remarks that the lovers were by no means recruited from the vicious elements in the school. The elder scholars of 21 or 22 years of age formed regular sexual relationships with the servant girls in the house. It is probable that the homosexual relationships in English schools are as a rule not more vicious than those described by Hodge, but that the concealment in which they are wrapped leads to exaggeration. In the course of a discussion on this matter over 30 years ago, Alim Etoniensis wrote Journal of Education 1882 p. 85 that on making a list of the vicious boys he had known at Eton, he found that these very boys had become cabinet ministers, statesmen, officers, clergymen, country gentlemen, etc., and that they are nearly all of them fathers of thriving families, respected and prosperous. But as Morrow has remarked, the question is not thus settled. Public distinction by no means necessarily implies any fine degree of private morality. Sometimes the manifestations thus appearing in schools, or wherever youths are congregated together, are not truly homosexual, but exhibit a more or less brutal or even sadistic perversion of the immature sexual instinct. This may be illustrated by the following narrative concerning a large London city warehouse. A youth left my class at the age of 16-12, writes a correspondent, to take up an apprenticeship in a large wholesale firm in G Street. Fortunately, he went on probation of 3 weeks before articling. He came to me at the end of the first week, asking me to intercede with his mother. He had no father not to let him return. He told me that almost nightly, and especially when new fellows came, the youths in his dormitory, 11 in number, would waylay him, hold him down, and rub his parts to the tune of some comic song or dance music. The boy who could choose the fastest time had the privilege of performing the operation, and most had to be the victim in turn, unless new boys entered, when they would sometimes be subjected to this for a week. This boy, having been brought up strictly, was shocked, dazed, and alarmed, but they stopped him from calling out, and he dared not report it. Most boys entered direct on their apprenticeship without probation, and had no chance to get out. I procured the boy's release from the place, and gave the manager to understand what went on in such a case as this. It has usually happened that a strong boy of brutal and perverse instincts and some force of character initiates proceedings, which the others either fall into with complacency or are too weak to resist. Max de Soir came to the conclusion that an undifferentiated sexual feeling is normal on the average during the first years of puberty. Roman 1e from 13 to 15 in boys, and from 12 to 14 in girls. While in later years, it must be regarded as pathological. He added very truly that in this early period the sexual emotion has not become centered in the sexual organs. This latter fact is certainly far too often forgotten by grown-up persons who suspect the idealized passion of boys and girls of a physical side, which children have often no suspicion of, and would view with repulsion and horror. How far the sexual instinct may be said to be undifferentiated in early puberty, as regards sex, is a little doubtful. It is comparatively undifferentiated, but except in rare cases, it is not absolutely undifferentiated. We have to admit, however, that in the opinion of the latest physiologists of sex, such as Castle Heap and Marshall, each sex contains the latent characters of the other or recessive sex. Each sex is latent in the other, and each, as it contains the characters of both sexes and can transmit those of the recessive sex, is latently hermaphrodite. A homosexual tendency may thus be regarded as simply the psychical manifestation of special characters of the recessive sex, susceptible of being evolved under changed circumstances, such as may occur near puberty, and associated with changed metabolism. William James, Principles of Psychology, Vol. Roman 2 p. 439, considered inversion a kind of sexual appetite of which very likely most men possess the germinal possibility. Cannoli Norman article Sexual Perversion, Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, also stated that the sexual passion at its first appearance is always indefinite. and is very easily turned in a wrong direction, and he apparently accounted for inversion by this fact, and by the precocity of neurotics Abbassai and Marchesini La Amicizia di Collegio, p. 126, refer to the indeterminate character of the sexual feelings, when they first begin to develop. A correspondent believes that sexual feelings are undifferentiated in the early years about puberty, but at the same time considers that school life is to some extent responsible. Holidays, he adds, are sufficiently long to counteract it, however, provided the boy has sisters, and they have friends. The change from school fare and work to home naturally results in a greater surplus of nervoforce, and I think most boys fool about with servants or their sisters' friends. Mal contraire Sexualempfindung, 1889 pp 6 and 356, does not think it proved that a stage of undifferentiated sexual feeling always occurs, although we have to recognize that it is of frequent occurrence. In his later work, 1909, Does Sexualleben des Kindes, English translation, The Sexual Life of the Child, ch. Roman 4 Mal remains of the same opinion that a homosexual tendency is very frequent in normal children, whose later development is quite normal. It begins between the ages of 7 and 10 or even at 5, and may last to 20. In recent years, Freud has accepted and developed the conception of the homosexual strain as normal in early life. Thus, in 1905, in his Bruchstück einer Historie Analyse, reprinted in the second series of Sammlung kleiner Schriften zur Neurosenlehre 1909, Freud regards it as a well-known fact that boys and girls at puberty normally show plain signs of the existence of a homosexual tendency. Under favorable circumstances, this tendency is overcome. But when a happy heterosexual love is not established, it remains liable to reappear under the influence of an appropriate stimulus. In the neurotic, these homosexual germs are more highly developed. I have never carried through any psychoanalysis of a man or a woman, Freud states, without discovering a very significant homosexual tendency. Ferenczi, again, Jahrbuch für psychoanalytische Forschungen, BD Roman 319, 11 p. 119, without reference to any physical basis of the impulse, accepts the psychic capacity of the child to direct his originally objectless eroticism to one or both sexes, and terms this disposition ambisexuality. The normality of a homosexual element in early life may be said to be accepted by most psychoanalysts. Even of the schools that are separated from Freud, Steckel would go farther and regards various psychic sexual anomalies as signs of a concealed bisexual tendency. Psychic impotence, the admiration of men for masculine women, and of women for feminine men, various forms of fetichism, are all masks of homosexuality. Steckel, Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Vol. Roman 2, April 1912. These schoolboy affections and passions arise to a large extent spontaneously with the evolution of the sexual emotions, though the method of manifestation may be a matter of example or suggestion. As the sexual emotions become stronger, and as the lad leaves school or college to mix with men and women in the world, the instinct usually turns into the normal channel, in which channel the instincts of the majority of boys have been directed from the earliest appearance of puberty, if not earlier, but a certain proportion remain insensitive to the influence of women, and these may be regarded as true sexual inverts. Some of them are probably individuals of somewhat undeveloped sexual instincts. The members of this group are of some interest, psychologically, although from the comparative quiescence of their sexual emotions, they have received little attention. The following communication, which I have received from a well-accredited source, is noteworthy from this point of view. The following facts may possibly be of interest to you, though my statement of them is necessarily general and vague. I happen to know intimately 3 cases of men whose affections have chiefly been directed exclusively to persons of their own sex, the first having practiced masturbation as a boy, and then for some 10 years ceased to practice it, to such an extent that he even inhibited his erotic dreams, has since recurred to it deliberately at about fortnightly intervals, as a substitute for copulation, for which he has never felt the least desire, but occasionally when sleeping with a male friend, he has emissions in the act of embracing the second, is constantly, and to an abnormal extent, I should say, troubled with erotic dreams and emissions, and takes drugs by doctor's advice to reduce this activity. He has recently developed sexual interest in women, but for ethical and other reasons, does not copulate with them. Of the third, I can say little, as he has not talked to me on the subject, but I know that he has never had intercourse with women, and has always had a natural and instinctive repulsion to the idea in all. These I imagine the physical impulse of sex is less imperative than in the average man. The emotional impulse, on the other hand, is very strong. It has given birth to friendships of which I find no adequate description anywhere, but in the dialogues of Plato and beyond a certain feeling of strangeness at the gradual discovery of a temperament, apparently different to that of most men, it has provoked no kind of self-reproach or shame. On the contrary, the feeling has been rather one of elation in the consciousness of a capacity of affection, which appears to be finer and more spiritual than that which commonly subsists between persons of different sexes. These men are all of intellectual capacity above the average, and one is actively engaged in the world, where he is both respected for his capacity and admired for his character. I mention this particularly because it appears to be the habit in books upon this subject to regard the relation in question as pathological, and to select cases where those who are concerned in it are tormented with shame and remorse. In the cases to which I am referring, nothing of the kind subsists. In all these cases, a physical sexual attraction is recognized as the basis of the relation, but as a matter of feeling and partly also of theory, the ascetic ideal is adopted. These are the only cases with which I am personally and intimately acquainted, but no one can have passed through a public school and college life without constantly observing indications of the phenomenon in question. It is clear to me that in a large number of instances, there is no fixed line between what is called distinctively friendship and love, and it is probably the influence of custom and public opinion that in most cases finally specializes the physical passion in the direction of the opposite sex. The classification of the varieties of homosexuality is a matter of difficulty, and no classification is very fundamental. The early attempts of Krafft-Ebing, and others at elaborate classification, are no longer acceptable. Even the most elementary groupings become doubtful when we have definitely to fit our cases into them. The old distinction between congenital and acquired homosexuality has ceased to possess significance when we have recognized that there is a tendency for homosexuality to arise in persons of usually normal tendency who are placed under conditions, as on board ship or in prison, where the exercise of normal sexuality is impossible. There is little further classification to be achieved along this line. We have gone as far as is necessary by admitting a general undefined homosexuality, a relationship of unspecified nature to persons of the same sex in addition to the more specific sexual inversion. It may now be said to be recognized by all authorities, even by Freud, who emphasizes a special psychological mechanism by which homosexuality may become established, that a congenital predisposition as well as an acquired tendency is necessary to constitute true inversion, apparent exceptions being too few to carry much weight. Krafft-Ebing, Nacke, Ewan Bloch, who at one time believed in the possibility of acquired inversion, all finally abandoned that view, and even Schrenck-Notzing, vigorous champion of the doctrine of acquired inversion 20 years ago, admits the necessity of a favoring predisposition, an admission which renders the distinction between innate and acquired and unimportant, if not a merely verbal distinction. Supposing, indeed, that we are prepared to admit that true inversion may be purely acquired, the decision in any particular case must be extremely difficult, and I have found very few cases which even with imperfect knowledge could fairly so be termed. Even the cases to which Schopenhauer long since referred, in which inversion is only established late in life, are no longer regarded as constituting a difficulty in accepting the doctrine of the congenital nature of inversion. In such cases, the inversion is merely retarded. The conception of retarded inversion, that is to say, a latent congenital inversion becoming manifest at a late period in life, was first brought forward by Thoinot in 1898 in his Attentats aux Mœurs in order to supersede the unsatisfactory conception, as he considered it to be, of acquired inversion. Thoinot regarded retarded inversion as relatively rare and of no great importance, but more accessible to therapeutic measures. 3 years later, Krafft-Ebing, toward the close of his life, adopted the same conception. The cases to which he applied it were all he considered of bisexual disposition, and usually also marked by sexual hyperesthesia. This way of looking at the matter was speedily championed by Nacke and may now be said to be widely accepted. Moll, earlier than Thoinot, had pointed out that it is difficult to believe that homosexuality in late life can ever be produced without at least some inborn weakness of the heterosexual impulse, and that we must not deny the possibility of heredity, even when homosexuality appears at the age of 50 or 60,133. Moll believes it is very doubtful whether heterosexual satiety alone can ever suffice to produce homosexuality. Naki was careful to set aside the cases, to which much significance was once attached, in which old men with failing sexual powers, or younger men exhausted by heterosexual debauchery, are attracted to boys. In such cases, which include the majority of those appearing late. Naki regarded the inversion as merely spurious, the faute de mieux of persons no longer apt for normal sexual activity. Such cases no doubt need more careful psychological study than they usually receive. Fear once investigated a case of this kind, in which a healthy young man, though with slightly neurotic heredity on one side, practiced sexual intercourse excessively between the ages of 20 and 23, often impelled more by a more proper, or what Adler would term the masculine protest of the organically inferior than sexual desiring, then suddenly became impotent at the same time losing all desire, but without any other loss of health. 6 months later potency slowly returned, though never to the same extent, and he married at the age of 35. Symptoms of locomotor ataxia began to appear, and some years later, he again became impotent, but without losing sexual desire. Suddenly one day, on sitting in close contact with a young man at a table d'hôte, he experienced a violent erection. He afterward found that the same thing occurred with other young men, and though he had no psychic desire for men, he was constrained to seek such contact, and a repugnance for women and their sexuality arose. 5 months later, a complete paraplegic impotence set in, and then both the homosexual tendency and the aversion to women disappeared. Fear L instinct sexual p. 184. In such a case, under the influence of disease, excessive stimulation seems to result in more or less complete sexual anesthesia, just as temporarily we may be more or less blinded by excess of light, and functional power reasserts itself under the influence of a different and normally much weaker stimulus. Lepman, who has studied the homosexual manifestations of previously normal old men toward boys, Greisenalter und Kriminalität Zeitschrift für Psychotherapie BD, I Heft 4 1909, considers the chief factor to be a flaring up of the sexual impulse in a perverted direction in an early stage, morbid cerebral disturbance, not amounting to insanity and not involving complete irresponsibility. In such cases, Lepman believes the subject may, through his lack of power, be brought back to the beginning of his sexual life, and to the perhaps unconsciously homosexual attractions of that age, with the recognition that homosexuality in youth may be due to an as yet undifferentiated sexual impulse, homosexuality in mature age to a retarded development on a congenital basis, and homosexuality in old age to a return to the attitude of youth. The area of spurious or pseudo-homosexuality seems to me to be very much restricted. Most, perhaps all authorities, still accept the reality of this spurious homosexuality in heterosexual persons, but they enter into no details concerning it, and they bring forward no minutely observed cases in which it occurred. Hirschfeld, in discussing the diagnosis of homosexuality and seeking to distinguish genuine from spurious inverts, enumerates 3 classes of the latter. 1. Those who practice homosexuality for purposes of gain, more especially male prostitutes and blackmailers. 2. Persons who, from motives of pity, good nature, friendship, etc., allow themselves to be the objects of homosexual desire. 3. Normal persons who, when excluded from the society of the opposite sex, as in schools, barracks, on board ship, or in prison, have sexual relations with persons of their own sex. Now Hirschfeld clearly realizes that the mere sexual act is no proof of the direction of the sexual impulse. It may be rendered possible by mechanical irritation, as by the stimulation of a full bladder, and in women without any stimulation at all. Such cases can have little psychological significance. Moreover, he seems to admit that some subdivisions of his first class are true inverts. He further mentions that some 75% of the individuals included in these classes are between 15 and 25 years of age. That is to say that they have scarcely emerged from the period when we have reason to believe that in a large number of individuals, at all events, the sexual impulse is not yet definitely differentiated, so that neither its homosexual nor its heterosexual tendencies can properly be regarded as spurious. If indeed we really accept the very reasonable view that the basis of the sexual life is bisexual, although its direction may be definitely fixed, in a heterosexual or homosexual direction, at a very early period in life, it becomes difficult to see how we can any longer speak with certainty of a definitely spurious class of homosexual persons. Every one of Hirschfeld's three classes may well contain a majority of genuinely homosexual or bisexual persons. The prostitutes, and even the blackmailers, are certainly genuine inverts. In very many cases, those persons again, who allow themselves to be the recipients of homosexual attentions, may well possess traces of homosexual feeling, and are undoubtedly in very many cases lacking in vigorous heterosexual impulse. Finally, the persons who turn to their own sex, when forcibly excluded from the society of the opposite sex, can by no means be assumed without question to be normal heterosexual persons. It is only a small proportion of heterosexual persons who experience these impulses under such conditions. There are always others who, under the same conditions, remain emotionally attracted to the opposite sex and sexually indifferent to their own sex. There is evidently a difference, and that difference may most reasonably be supposed to be in the existence of a trace of homosexual feeling, which is called into activity under the abnormal conditions, and subsides when the stronger heterosexual impulse can again be gratified. The real distinction would seem therefore to be between a homosexual impulse, so strong that it subsists even in the presence of the heterosexual object, and a homosexual impulse, so weak that it is eclipsed by the presence of the heterosexual object. We could not, however, properly speak of the latter as any more spurious or pseudo than the former a heterosexual person who experiences a homosexual impulse in the absence of any homosexual disposition is not today easy to accept. We can certainly accept the possibility of a mechanical or other non-sexual stimulus leading to a sexual act contrary to the individual's disposition, but usually it is somewhat difficult to prove, and when proved it has little psychological significance or importance. We may expect therefore to find pseudo-homosexuality or spurious homosexuality playing a dwindling part in classification. The simplest of all possible classifications, and that which I adopted in the earlier editions of the present study, merely seeks to distinguish between those who, not being exclusively attracted to the opposite sex, are exclusively attracted to the same sex, and those who are attracted to both sexes. The first are the homosexual whether or not the attraction springs from genuine inversion. The second are the bisexual, or as they were formerly more often termed following Kraft, ebbing psychosexual hermaphrodites. There would thus seem to be a broad and simple grouping of all sexually functioning persons into three comprehensive divisions: the heterosexual, the bisexual, and the homosexual. Even this elementary classification seems, however, of no great practical use. The bisexual group is found to introduce uncertainty and doubt. Not only a large proportion of persons who may fairly be considered normally heterosexual have at some time in their lives experienced a feeling which may be termed sexual toward individuals of their own sex, but a very large proportion of persons who are definitely and markedly homosexual are found to have experienced sexual attraction toward and have had relationships with persons of the opposite sex. The social pressure urging all persons into the normal sexual channel suffices to develop such slight germs of heterosexuality as homosexual persons may possess, and so to render them bisexual in the majority of adult bisexual persons. It would seem that the homosexual tendency is stronger and more organic than the heterosexual tendency. Bisexuality would thus, in a large number of cases, be comparable to ambidexterity, which Biervliet has found to occur most usually in people who are organically left-handed. While therefore the division into heterosexual, bisexual, and homosexual is a useful superficial division, it is scarcely a scientific classification. In the face of these various considerations, and in view of the fact that while I feel justified in regarding the histories of my cases as reliable so far as they go, I have not been always able to explore them extensively. It has seemed best to me to attempt no classification at all. The order in which the following histories appear is not therefore to be regarded as possessing any significance. It may be proper at this point to say a few words as to the reliability of the statements furnished by homosexual persons. This has sometimes been called in question. Many years ago, we used to be told that inverts are such lying and deceitful degenerates that it was impossible to place reliance on anything they said. It was also usual to say that when they wrote autobiographical accounts of themselves, they merely sought to mold them in the fashion of those published by Kraft-Ebing more recently. The psychoanalysts have made a more radical attack on all histories not obtained by their own methods, as being quite unreliable even when put forth in good faith, in part because the subject withholds much that he either regards as too trivial or too unpleasant to bring forward, and in part because he cannot draw on that unconscious field within himself, wherein it is held the most significant facts in his own sexual history are concealed. Thus Sager über den Wert der Autobiographien sexuell perverser Fortschritt der Medizin knows, 26-28-1913, vigorously puts forward this view, and asserts that the autobiographies of inverts are worthless, although his assertions are somewhat discounted by the fact that they accompany an autobiography written in the usual manner, to which he attributes much value. The objection to homosexual autobiographic statements dates from a period when the homosexual were very little known, and it was supposed that their moral character generally was fairly represented by a small section among them, which attracted more attention than the rest by reason of discreditable conduct. But in reality, as we now know, there are all sorts of people with all varieties of moral character to be found among inverts, just as among normal people. Sager Archive für Criminal Anthropology, 1913 p. 199, complains of the great insincerity of inverts in not acknowledging their inversion. But as Sager himself admits, we cannot be surprised at this so long as inversion is counted a crime. The most normal persons under similar conditions would be similarly insincere. If the homosexual differ in any respect under this aspect from the heterosexual, it is by exhibiting a more frequent tendency to be slightly neuropathic, nervously sensitive, and femininely emotional. These tendencies, while on the one hand they are liable to induce a very easily detectable vanity, may also lead to an unusual self-subordination to veracity on the whole. It may be said in my own experience that the best histories written by the homosexual compare favorably for frankness, intelligence, and power of self-analysis with those written by the heterosexual. The ancient allegation that inverts have written their own histories on the model, or under the suggestion of those published in Kraft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, can scarcely have much force now that the published histories are so extremely varied and numerous that they cannot possibly produce any uniform impression on the most sensitively receptive mind. As a matter of fact, there is no doubt that inverts have frequently been stimulated to set down the narrative of their own experiences through reading those written by others, but the stimulation has as often as not lain in the fact that their own experiences have seemed different, not that they have seemed identical. The histories that they read only serve as models, in the sense that they indicate the points on which information is desired. I have often been able to verify this influence, which would in any case seem to be fairly obvious. Psychoanalysis is in theory an ideal method of exploring many psychic conditions, such as hysteria and obsessions, which are obscure and largely concealed beneath the psychic surface. In most homosexual cases, the main facts are with the patient's goodwill, and the investigator's tact not difficult to ascertain. Any difficulties which psychoanalysis may help to elucidate mainly concern the early history of the case in childhood, and regarding these psychoanalysis may sometimes raise questions which it cannot definitely settle. Psychoanalysis reveals an immense mass of small details, any of which may or may not possess significance, and in determining which are significant, the individuality of the psychoanalyst cannot fail to come into play. He will necessarily tend to arrange them according to a system. If, for instance, he regards infantile incestuous emotions or early narcissism as an essential feature of the mechanism of homosexuality, a conscientious investigator will not rest until he has discovered traces of them, as he very probably will see. For example, Sager Fragment der Psychoanalyse, eins homosexuellen Jobbach für Sexualzwischenstufen, BD Roman 9 1908, and cf. Hirschfeld die Homosexualität p. 164. But the exact weight and significance of these traces may still be doubtful, and even if considerable in one case, may be inconsiderable in another. Freud, who sets forth one type of homosexual mechanism, admits that there may be others. Moreover, it must be added that the psychoanalytic method by no means excludes unconscious deception by the subject, as Freud found, and so was compelled to admit the patient's tendency to fantasy, as Adler has to fictions, as a fundamental psychic tendency of the unconscious. The force of these considerations is now beginning to be generally recognized Thus mal art homosexualitat, in 4th ed. of Eulenberg's Real Encyclopédie, der Gesant Halkund, 1909 p. 611, rightly, says that while the invert may occasionally embroider his story, the expert can usually distinguish between the truth and the poetry, though it is unnecessary to add that complete confidence on the patient's part is necessary. Naki again. Sexual Problem, September 1911 p. 619. After quoting with approval the remark of one of the chief German authorities, Dr. Numa Pretorius, that a great number of inverts' histories are at the least as trustworthy as the attempts of psychoanalysts, especially when they come from persons skillful in self-analysis, adds that even Freudian analysis gives no absolute guarantee for truth. A healthy skepticism is justifiable but not an unhealthy skepticism. Hirschfeld also die Homosexualitat p. 164, whose knowledge of such histories is unrivaled, remarks that while we may now and then meet with a case of pseudologia fantastica in connection with psychic debility on the basis of a psychopathic constitution, taken all in all, any generalized assertion of the falsehood of inverts is an empty fiction and is merely a sign that the physicians who make it have not been able to win the trust of the men and women who consult them. My own experience has fully convinced me of the truth of this statement. I am assured that many of the inverts I have met not only possess a rare power of intellectual self-analysis, stimulated by the constant and inevitable contrast between their own feelings and those of the world around them, but an unsparing sincerity in that self-analysis, not so very often attained by normal people. The histories which follow have been obtained in various ways, and are of varying degrees of value. Some are of persons whom I have known very well for very long periods, and concerning whom I can speak very positively. A few are from complete strangers, whose good faith, however, I judge from internal evidence that I am able to accept. 2 or 3 were written by persons Hotho educated in one case, a journalist that had never heard of inversion, and imagined that their own homosexual feelings were absolutely unique in the world. A fair number were written by persons whom I do not myself know, but who are well known to others, in whose judgment I feel confidence. Perhaps the largest number are concerned with individuals who wrote to me spontaneously in the first place, and whom I have at intervals seen or heard from since, in some cases during a very long period, so that I have slowly been able to fill in their histories, although the narratives as finally completed may have the air of being written down at a single sitting. I have not admitted any narrative which I do not feel that I am entitled to regard as a substantially accurate statement of the facts, although allowance must occasionally be made for the emotional coloring of these facts, the invert sometimes cherishing too high an opinion, and sometimes too low an opinion of his own personality. History. Roman 1. Both parents healthy, father of unusually fine physique, he is himself a manual worker, and also of exceptionally fine physique. He is, however, of nervous temperament. He is mentally bright, though not highly educated, a keen sportsman, and in general, a good example of an all-around healthy Englishman. While very affectionate, his sexual desires are not strongly developed on the physical side, and seem never to have been so. He sometimes masturbated about the age of puberty, but never afterward. He does not appear to have well-marked erotic dreams. There used to be some attraction toward women, though it was never strong. At the age of 26, he was seduced by a woman, and had connection with her once afterward. He had reason to think she had played him false in various ways. This induced the strongest antipathy, not only to this woman, but to all marriageable women. A year after this episode, homosexual feeling first became clear and defined. He is now 33, and feels the same antipathy to women he hates, even to speak of marriage. There has only been one really strong attraction toward a man of about the same age, but of different social class, and somewhat a contrast to him, both physically and mentally. So far as the physical act is concerned, this relationship is not definitely sexual, but it is of the most intimate possible kind, and the absence of the physical act is probably largely due to circumstances. At the same time, there is no conscious desire for the act for its own sake, and the existing harmony and satisfaction are described as very complete. There is no repulsion to the physical side, and he regards the whole relationship as quite natural. History. Roman 2b. O. English, aged 35, missionary abroad. A brother is more definitely inverted. B. O. has never had any definitely homosexual relationships, although he has always been devoted to boys, nor has he had any relationships with women. As regards women, he says, I feel I have not the patience to try and understand them. They are petulant and changeable, etc. He objects to being called abnormal, and thinks that people like himself are extremely common. I have never wanted to kiss boys, he writes, nor to handle them in any way, except to put my arm around them at their studies, and at other similar times, of course, with really little boys. It is different, but boys and girls under 14 seem to me much alike, and I can love either equally well as to any sort of sexual connection between myself and one of my own sex. I cannot think of it otherwise than with disgust. I can imagine great pleasure in having connection with a woman, but their natures do not attract me. Indeed, my liking for my own sex seems to consist almost entirely in a preference for the masculine character, and the feeling that as an object to look at the male body is really more beautiful than the female. When any strong temptations to sexual passion come over me in my waking moments, it is of women. I think, on the other hand, I have to confess that after being with some lad I love for an hour or two, I have sometimes felt my sexual organs roused. But only once in my life have I experienced a strong desire to sleep in the same bed with a particular lad, and even then, no idea of doing anything entered my mind. Needless to say, I did not sleep with him. I never feel tempted by any girls here, although I see so many with their bodies freely exposed, and plenty of them have really pretty faces. Neither do I feel tempted to do anything improper with any of the boys, although I frequently sit talking with one who has very little on. But I find the constant sight of well-shaped bare limbs has a curious effect on the mind, and comes before one's imagination as a picture at unlooked-for times. But the most curious thing of all is this: there are several lads here of whom I am very fond. Now, when they are near me, I think of them with only the purest and most tender feelings, but sometimes at night when I am half asleep, or when I am taking my midday siesta, my imagination pictures one of these lads approaching a girl or actually lying with her. And the strange thing is that I do not feel any desire myself to approach the girl, but I feel I wish I were in her place, and the lad was coming to me in my calm waking moments. It disgusts and rather horrifies me to find myself apparently so unsexy. At such is the fact, and the experience, with only slight changes, repeats itself over and over again. It is not that I as a man wish even in imagination to act improperly with a boy, but I feel I would like to be in the girl's place. And the strange thing is that in all these dreams and imaginings, I can always apparently enter into the feelings of the woman better than into those of the man. Sometimes I fancy for a moment that perhaps reincarnation is true, and I was a woman in my last life. Sometimes I fancy that when I was in the womb I was formed as a girl, and the sexual organs changed just at the last moment. It is a curious problem. Don't think I worry about it. Only at long intervals do I think of it. The thing has its bright side. Boys and men seem to have tender feelings toward me, such as one expects them to have for members of the opposite sex, and I get into all the closer contact with them in consequence. History. Roman 3 Fr. English. Aged 50, belongs on both sides to healthy normal families of more than average ability. Father was 35 at birth, and mother 27. He is the second of 4 children. There was a considerable interval between the births of the children, which were spread over 21 years. All are normal, except Fr. 2 of them married and with families. Owing to the difference of age between the children, Fr., who was 3 years younger than his elder brother, and more than 4 years older than his sister, the third child had no male companionship, and was constantly alone with his mother. Being naturally imitative, he remarks, I think I acquired her tastes and interests and habits of thought. However that may be, I feel sure that my interests and amusements were more girlish than boyish. By way of illustration, I may mention that I have often been told by a friend of my mother's that on one occasion I was wanting a new hat, and none being found of a size to fit me, I congratulated myself that I should therefore be obliged to have a bonnet. As regards my feminine tastes and instincts, I have always been conscious of taking interest in questions of family relationships, etiquette, dress, women's, as much as or more than men's, and other things of that kind, which as a rule were treated with indifference or contempt in the house. I take more notice than my sister does of the servants' deficiencies and neglects, and am much more orderly in my arrangements than she is. There is nothing markedly feminine in the general appearance. Pubertal development took place at an early age, long before 14, with nocturnal emissions, but without erotic dreams. The testicles are well developed, the penis perhaps rather below the average in size, and the prepuce, long and narrow erection, occurs with much facility, especially at night. When young he knew nothing of masturbation, but he began the habit about 10 years ago, and has practiced it occasionally ever since. Although he likes the society of women to a certain extent, he soon grows tired of it, and has never had any desire to marry. His sexual dreams never have any relation to women. I am generally doing, or saying something, he remarks to some man whom I know when awake, something which I admit I might wish to do or say, if it were not quite out of the question on grounds of propriety and self-respect. He has, however, never had any intimate relationships with men, and much that he has heard of such relationships fills him with horror. What I feel about myself is, he writes, that I have to a certain extent, or in some respects, a feminine mind in a male body, or I might put it that I am a combination of an immoral tendency, rather than an act woman and a religious man. From time to time, I have felt strong affection for young men, but I cannot flatter myself that my affection has been reciprocated at the present time. There is a young fellow 23 years old, who acts as my clerk and sits in my room. He is extremely good-looking, and of a type which is generally considered aristocratic. But so far as I or he know, he is quite of the lower middle class. He has little to recommend him but a fine face and figure, and there is nothing approaching to mental or social equality between us. But I constantly feel the strongest desire to treat him as a man might a young girl. He warmly loved. Various obvious considerations keep me from more than quasi-paternal caresses, and I feel sure he would resent very strongly anything more. This constant repression is trying beyond measure to the nerves, and I often feel quite ill from that cause. Having had no experiences of my own, I am always anxious to learn anything I can of the sexual relations of other men and their organs, but I have no curiosity whatever concerning the other sex. My chief pleasure and source of gratification is found in the opportunities afforded by Turkish and other baths, wherever in fact there is the nude male to be found, but I seldom find in these places anyone who seems to have the same tendency as myself, and certainly I have not met with more than 2 cases among the attendants who responded to my hinted desire to see everything under a shampoo. Particularly an unfamiliar one, I occasionally experience an orgasm, but less often now than when I was younger. Fr is very short-sighted. His favorite color is blue. He is able to whistle. His tastes are chiefly of a literary character, and he has never had any liking for sports. I have been generally considered ineffective in the use of my hands, he writes, and I am certainly not skillful. All I have ever been able to do in that way is to net and do the simpler forms of needlework. But it seems more natural to me to do or try to do everything of that sort, and to play on the piano rather than to shoot or play games. I may add that I am fonder of babies than many women, and am generally considered to be surprisingly capable of holding them. Certainly, I enjoy doing so. As a youth I used to act in charades, but I was too shy to do so, unless I was dressed as a woman and veiled. And when I took a woman's part, one felt less like acting than I have done in propria persona. A remark made by an uncle once rather annoyed me, that it seemed more like nature than art, but he was quite right. History. Roman 4 of lowland Scotch parentage, both sides of house healthy, and without cerebral or nervous disease. Homosexual desires began at puberty. He practiced onanism to a limited extent at school, and up to the age of about 22, his erotic dreams are exclusively about males. While very friendly and intimate with women of all ages, he is instantly repelled by any display of sexual affection on their side. This has happened in varying degree in 3 or 4 cases. With regard to marriage, he remarks, as there seems no immediate danger of the race dying out, I leave marriage to those who like it. His male ideal has varied to some extent. It has for some years tended toward a healthy, well-developed athletic or autophtor working type, intelligent and sympathetic, but not specially intellectual. At school his sexual relations were of the simplest type. Since then there have been none. This, he says, is not due either to absence of desire or presence of morals. To put it shortly, there were never the time and the place, and the loved one together. In another view, physical desire and the general affection have not always coexisted toward the same person, and the former without the latter is comparatively transient, while the latter stops the gratification of the former, if it is felt that that gratification could in any way make the object of affection unhappy mentally or emotionally. He is healthy and fairly well developed of sensitive emotional nature, but self-controlled mentally. He is receptive and aggressive by turns, sometimes uncritical, sometimes analytical. His temper is equable, and he is strongly affectionate, very fond of music and other arts, but not highly imaginative. Of sexual inversion in the abstract he says he has no views, but he thus sums up his moral attitude. I presume that if it is there, It is there for use or abuse, as men please. I condemn gratification of bodily desire, at the expense of others in whatever form it may take. I condemn it no more in its inverted form than in the ordinary. I believe that affection between persons of the same sex, even when it includes the sexual passion, and its indulgences, may lead to results as splendid as human nature can ever attain to. In short, I place it on an absolute equality with love, as ordinarily understood. History Roman 5 SW aged 64 English musical journalist. The communication which follows, somewhat abbreviated, was written before SW had heard or read anything about sexual inversion, and when he still believed that his own case was absolutely unique. I am the son of a clergyman, and lived for the first 13 years of my life in the country town, where I was born. Then my father became the vicar of a country village where I lived, until I went out into the world at the age of 18, as during the whole of this time my father had a few pupils. I was educated with them, and never went to school. I was born, I fancy, with sexual passions, about as strong as can well be imagined, and at the same time was very precocious in my entry into the stage of puberty. Semen began to form a little before my 12th birthday. Hair soon followed, and in a year I was in that respect the equal of an average boy of 15 or 16. I conversed freely with my companions on the relations of the sexes, but unlike them had no personal feeling toward girls. In time I became conscious that I was different, as I then believed and believe now, from all other men. My sexual organs were quite perfect, but in the frame of a man, I had the sexual mind of a female. I distinctly disclaim the faintest inclination to perform unnatural acts. The idea of committing sodomy would be most disgusting. To come to my actual condition of mind, while totally indifferent to the person of woman, I always enjoyed their friendship and companionship, and many of my best friends have been ladies. I had a burning desire to have carnal intercourse with a male, and had the capacity for falling in love, as it is called, to the utmost extent in imagination. I possessed the female organ, and felt toward man exactly as an amorous female would. At the time when I became fully conscious of my condition, I attached little importance to it. I had not a notion of its terrible import, nor of the future misery it would entail, all that I had to learn by bitter experience. I did once think of forcing myself to have connection with a prostitute, in order to see whether the actual sensual enjoyment might bring a change, and so have the power to marry. But when it came to thinking over ways and means, my repugnance to the act became so strong that it was quite out of the question in the case of any male to whom I became attached. I wanted to feel ourselves together skin to skin, and to be privileged to take such liberties as an amorous female would take, if that were all permitted. I sought no purely sensual gratification of any kind. My love was far too genuine for that. During the rather more than half a century, which has elapsed since my 12th birthday, I have been genuinely in love about 13 times. I despair attempting to give an idea of the depth and reality of my feelings. I have alluded to my precocity. I was in love when 12 years old, the object being a man of 24, a well-known analytical chemist. He came to my father's house very frequently, and my heart beat almost at the mention of his name. The next serious time I was about 15, it was a farmer's son about 2 years older. I don't think that I was ever alone with him, and really only knew him as a member of his family, yet for a time, he was my chief interest in life. When 21, I had a chum, a youth of 17, who entertained for me at any rate a brotherly affection. We were under the same roof, and early one summer morning, he got out of bed, and came direct to my room to talk about some matter or other. In order to talk more comfortably, he got into bed with me, and we lay there. Just as two schoolgirls might have done, this proximity was more than I could stand, and my heart began to beat, so that it was impossible that he should not notice it, as of course he could not have the slightest notion of the reason. He said, in all innocence, "Why, how your heart beats, I can hear it quite plainly." So far my details are purely innocent. Up to 18 familiarities passed at intervals between me and the son of the village doctor, a youth about 2 years older than myself, and precociously immoral. I did not really care for him much, but he was my chief companion. Then I became a school assistant, and for about 6 years managed to control myself only. Alas, to fall again another resolution. I kept for 8 years one long fight with my nature again. I sinned in 3 instances, extending over 3 or 4 years. I now come to a very painful and eventful episode in my unhappy life, which I would gladly pass over were it possible. It was a case in middle life of sin discovery, and great folly in addition. Before going into details so far as may be necessary, I cannot help asking you to consider calmly and dispassionately my exact condition, compared with that of my fellow creatures. As a whole in my struggles to resist in the past, I have at times felt as if, wrestling in the folds of a python, I again sinned. Then with a youth and his friend oddly enough discovery, followed through a man who was actuated by a feeling of revenge, for a strictly right act on my part. The lads refused to state more than the truth, and this did not satisfy the man, and a third lad was introduced, who was prepared to say anything. This was not all. Some 12 or 15 more boys made similar accusations. The general belief in consequence was that I had committed nameless crimes in all directions ad lib. If you were to ask me for an explanation of the action of all these boys, beyond the third who of course had some special inducements, I can offer none. They may have thought that the original trio were regarded rather in the light of heroes. Why should they not be heroes too? I might well feel crushed under such a load of accusations, but that does not excuse the incredible folly of my conduct. I denied alike the modicum of truth and the mass of lying, and went off to America. However, as time passed on, and my mind got into a proper state, I felt that the truth must be told some time or other. I accordingly wrote from America to the proper quarter a full confession of my sin, with regard to the two youths, who had told merely the truth at the same time, pointing out the falsehood of all the rest of the accusations. I remained in America 6 years, and actually made money so that I could return to England with a small capital. I was also under a promise to my 3 sisters, all older than myself, that I would return in their lifetime. My program was to purchase a small light business in London, and quietly earn my living at the same time making my presence known to no one. I did buy such a business, got swindled in the most clever way, and lost every farthing I possessed in the world. I had to make my plight known to old friends, who all either gave or lent me money. Still, my position was a very precarious one. I tried an insurance agency, one of the last resources of the educated destitute, but soon found out that I was unfitted for work in which impudence is a prime factor. Then an extraordinary stroke of good fortune took place almost simultaneously. I began to get a few music pupils and literary work in connection with a good musical journal. Making my presence known to old friends involved the same information to those who were not friends. My identity as a journalist became known, and as time passed by it seemed to me as if half the world had heard of my alleged iniquities. People who have never set eyes on me seemed to regard me in the light of a monster of iniquity, who ought not to be suffered to exist. All these outsiders believe that I have committed nameless offenses times innumerable, and lift up their hands in speechless horror at the audacity of a man who so situated dares to appear openly in public under his own name, and look people in the face. They have not even the brains to see that this very fearlessness proves the fictitious character of their beliefs. Next, they believe that if only they could get my dismissal from my journalistic post, I should be brought to starvation point. This up to a year ago was true. Then an old relative died and left me some property which I sold to invest in an annuity, and thus have just enough to live on quietly. Apart from what I may earn under such strange conditions, it might be asked whether life was not unendurable. Frankly speaking, I cannot say that I find it so. I have in London a few bachelor friends who go with me to theaters, etc. In the suburbs, I have about half a dozen family friends here. I meet with pleasant society and a hearty welcome. I am passionately fond of music, have an excellent piano, and can hear the best concerts in Europe. I go to all good plays. I am a good chess player. Lastly, I am an omnivorous reader. You will allow that my resources for passing the time are not limited. Of course, I am sorry that I sinned and wish that I had not done so, but I disclaim any feeling of shame. S.W. was the youngest of 4 children, and the only boy. His father was 40 at his birth, his mother 33. The father was an intellectual man of weak character, the mother a woman of violent and eccentric temper, with, he believes, strong sexual passions. S.W. knows of nothing in the family to account for his own abnormal condition. He is short, 5 feet 5 inches, but well built, with strong chest and a powerful voice. His arms are weak and flabby, feminine, he thinks, but the legs muscular. As a boy of 14 he could walk 40 miles with ease, and he played football till near the age of 45. He is considered manly in character and tastes, but is easily moved to tears under strong excitement. There is no information as to the type of man to whom he is attracted. I may observe, however, that the analytical chemist, who first evoked SW's admiration, was well known to me some 30 years later, as he was my own teacher in chemistry at that time. He was an elderly man of attractive appearance, and character sympathetic, and winning in manner to an almost feminine extent. SW has never felt the slightest sexual attraction toward the opposite sex. The first indications of inverted feeling were at the age of 6 or 7, watching his father's pupils, boys of 13 or 14, from the windows. He speculated on what their organs of generation were like in connection with a girl. He writes, "I should no more have thought of such a thing than in the case of a block of marble." About this time, indeed, he at times slept with a sister of 10 who induced him to go through the form of sexual connection, saying that it felt so funny, but he merely did this to please her, and without the slightest interest or feeling on his own part. This attitude became more marked with increased knowledge, until he fell ardently in love at the age of 12. Throughout life, he has practiced masturbation to a certain extent, and is prepared to defend the practice in his own case. His erotic dreams have been of only the vaguest and most shadowy character. He is able to whistle. He takes a warm interest in politics and in philanthropic work, but his chief love is for music, and he has published many musical compositions. On the whole, and notwithstanding the persecution he has endured, he does not regard his life as unhappy. At the same time, he is keenly conscious of the atmosphere of pariahdom which surrounds inverts, and in his own case, this has never been alleviated by any sense of companionship in misery. The facility with which some inverts are said to recognize others of their own kind is quite incomprehensible to him. He has never to his knowledge met one. History Romans 6 ES physician aged 50. I have some reason, he writes, for believing that some of my relatives on the paternal side were not normal in their sexual life, but I am sure that no such suspicion was entertained by their friends or associates. They were very reticent people. A great proportion of my near relatives have remained unmarried or deferred marriage until late in life. None of them have been good businessmen. All seem to have been more deeply concerned in other things than in mackinger in keeping money. They have mostly taken little or no share in public life, and not cared much for society. Yet they have been folk of more than average ability with intellectual and aesthetic interests. We are prone to enthusiasms, but lack perseverance. We are discursive and superficial perhaps, but none would call us stupid. We are perhaps abnormally self-centered and self-conscious, never cruel or vicious. Our powers of self-control are considerable. We are conventional people only because we are lazy and intensely dislike any open self-assertion. Yet we are nervous rather than phlegmatic. All that is on the father's side. My maternal ancestors have been concerned with farming and the sea, and have also had a similar lack of business capacity, but with less mental adaptiveness and alertness, with more steadiness of purpose. However, always doers rather than dreamers among them. I remember one cousin who was probably abnormal, although he died when I was too young to notice much again. They were all rather reserved people, but more genial with strangers, more socially inclined, and with less self-control. I was an only child, and a spoilt one. I was always quick at school, fond of learning, and finding my lessons no trouble. Serious study I disliked, but for school purposes I did not find it necessary, and had no difficulty in carrying all before me. I was never fond of games, although very fond of being out of doors, and of walking. Few of my relatives have been at all keen on sport. I made no close friendships at school, and was never very popular with my schoolfellows, who however tolerated my odd ways better than might have been expected. I was easily brought to appreciate good literature, but I never had much power of expression, or of strenuous thought. I was extremely susceptible and impressible, moved by beauty of any kind, but never at all ambitious, or in any way creative. I was easily stimulated to work, and then loved to work. But unless the stimulus were maintained, the natural indolence of my disposition asserted itself, and I wasted my powers in dreams and trifles. My memory was very quick and retentive in the main, but curiously capricious. I always lacked initiative and decision. At college my successes were continued. I gained medals and prizes, passed my examinations easily, and graduated with first-class honors in my professional life work. I have been successful, rather beyond the average. I love it with all my heart. I cannot speak with any confidence about the first stirrings of my sexual instincts, but I think I can assert that they have at no time led me to any desire for the opposite sex. It is true that my earliest recollection of the kind is concerned with intimacies with a girl playfellow. But as we had at the time reached only the mature age of 7 at the most, I fancy that our mutual exhibitions for, there was nothing more simply satisfied our natural curiosity. Certainly, these memories are in my mind in no way set apart from the recollections of other kinds of play. Next to that, I remember the usual schoolboy talk about things hidden and forbidden. But up till I was 12 or so, this was simply dirty talk concerned more with renal and intestinal functions than with any sexual feelings or understanding. One boy was known to us all, and of my not inconsiderable circle of early friends, all grew up to be normal people who married and had children in due course. For the unusual size of his parts, and for the freedom with which he invited and satisfied the curiosity of his friends, he must have been precocious, for he could not have been more than 12. And I remember to have heard that he had a thick growth of pubic hair even then. Although I know that my curiositito put it at that only was active, I never allowed myself to have any dealings with him, and I think I should have discouraged them had they been suggested to me. That is the odd thing about my life, the things I longed intensely to do, I would not let myself do, not from any religious or moral scruple, but from some inexplicable fastidiousness or scrupulosity, which is yet as active as ever, although I am sure that it would not be able to hold its own, could these favorable conditions be repeated, but would be overcome by the imperious and fully grown desires which by long repression, or by unsatisfactory diversion, have grown to be so strong indeed given the opportunity, and the assurance that no first seduction or corruption of anyone was in question, they would prove quite irrepressible. Certainly long before puberty, which was early with me, I remember being greatly attracted to certain boys, and wishing to have an opportunity of sleeping with them. Had I been able to do so, I am sure I should have been impelled to get into as close contact with their naked body as possible, and I do not think I should then have craved for anything more. I knew some boys, perhaps a little older, who even then had relations, which were certainly not innocent, with a girl who was a year or two older than any of us. She once kissed me to my intense shame, but I felt that these relations would have been unspeakably disgusting, and I took no particular interest in hearing about them. I remember being fondled and caressed by a very good-looking boy of 16 when I was 3 or 4 years younger, and had sustained some hurt at play, and I am still able to recall the thrill of delight that I experienced at his touch. Nothing took place that all the world might not have seen, but I remember being taken between his knees as he sat, and his arms being put around my neck, and the warm, soft pressure of his thighs had an unspeakable effect on me. About this time, too, an older boy, perhaps about 18, used to get hold of smaller boys, when on country walks, to throw them down, and then look at and toy with their genitals. He was himself a handsome boy, and I was greatly excited when told about this by boys who had experienced it, and wished greatly to have it done to me. It never was, and if it had been attempted, I know I should have resisted with all my strength. Although my desires would have set me aflame, this boy died before he was 20 with a psoas abscess, and I remember crying myself to sleep the night I learned of his death. Another boy about 3 years older than myself, who had very silky hair, I used to be attracted by, and I was always trying to stroke his hair, but he always objected. I must have been about 12 when I first was taught to masturbate by a cousin who was slightly older. At first I thought it silly, but I used to watch him at it, and practiced it myself from time to time, until I became old enough to experience the proper sensation. Then I have reason to think I gave myself up to it rather freely, but it was generally done in solitude, although it was long before I realized that there was anything wrong about it, or that it might prove hurtful. Looking back now, I feel perfectly certain that my instincts were wholly homosexual from the very first. This cousin, who possessed notable intellectual and artistic gifts, married, but I feel sure his liking for his own sex was not normal. With another cousin almost years my junior, I was always on terms of the most affectionate intimacy. My holidays at his parents' house were my greatest delight. We were always together by night or day. We slept in the same bed, literally in each other's arms. To me, it afforded the keenest sexual pleasure to press close to his naked body. We used mutually to handle and caress our parts, but without any attempt at mutual masturbation. Although at that period I regularly practiced it on myself, I asked him once about it, but he had not been taught it by others, and to my great pride and satisfaction I can say that I never either did it to him or asked him to do it to me. This I mention as an instance of my restraint in act. Although my thoughts and desires knew no such curb, I remember also an elder brother of his, perhaps 3 or 4 years, my senior, once showing me then. About 12, I suppose, his semi-erect penis. He would not allow me to touch it, but showed me how to draw back the foreskin, so as to uncover the glands. His penis was large, and the incident was not forgotten. We had no other relation, and I know that both he and my own friend grew up to be quite normal men. I think I must have been about 17, when I got frightened about the occurrence of nocturnal emissions, which I believed were the evil result of masturbation. And for 2 or 3 years, I continued in considerable mental distress, until when in my second or third year at college, I summoned up courage enough to consult our good old family doctor, who reassured me, but made, I now think, too light of my confidences, so that I relapsed the more readily, although much later on, into old habits. From our windows at home, we looked over a bit of common or down to the beach, and I used to keep watch on warm summer afternoons over boys who might be bathing to observe them through our telescope. All this I kept strictly secret, and I was never surprised. I might just as well, and without arousing the slightest suspicion of my motive, have walked down to the beach and seen them, and chatted with them. But this I could not have brought myself to do. It gave me considerable sexual satisfaction when I was able to see them bathing without pants. I also used to watch them at play on the common, and felt rewarded when I saw, as I not infrequently did, sexual familiarities taking place. These violently excited me, and sometimes brought on orgasm, always erection with pleasure indeed. It was an experience of this kind that made me return to masturbation. After I had given it up for a while, I remember one day seeing 2 lads of about 16 lying on the grass in the sunshine. All at once the bigger lad put out his hand and tried to open his companion's trousers. He resisted with all his might, and a long struggle ensued, ending in the smaller lad having his penis exposed and manipulated by the other. Even at this day, the recollection of this excites me. Both lads grew up to be normal men. Twice only have I been approached by grown-up people. When I was about 13, I used to meet often, when going to school by train, an old gentleman who courted me, as it were, used often to talk to me, and asked me to come to see his well-known scientific collections. But I always had a vague distrust of him, and never went. One day in the summer, during a spare hour, I met him in an empty room in the museum, where there were usually very few visitors at that time of day, and where large showcases gave concealment. He came up to me and told me he had been away in the country, and that when making his way home through hedges and thorny bushes, some of the thorns got stuck amongst his clothes, and were still giving him uneasiness. I would be very grateful, he said, if you would put your hand down and try if you can feel any thorns sticking in my underflannels, and pull them out. He then unbuttoned his braces on one side, undid his trousers, and made me thrust my hand over his groin and lower abdomen. I avoided touching his genitals, but he pushed my hand down in that direction, until, burning with shame, I made my escape, and ran off, not stopping until I was safe in school. I scarcely understood it, but never spoke of it, and avoided him ever afterward. I learned later on that he was a well-off bachelor who took a great interest in working lads and young men, and did much to help them on in life, and keep them, so it was said, from falling into bad company. He died at a great age, and left most of his fortune to an institution for lads, as well as large legacies to youths in whom he had been interested. The other time was on top of a tramcar, when a grown-up man who was near pressed as close to me as he could, began to talk, praised my dark eyes, then put his hand on my thigh under my loose cloak, and felt up toward my parts at the same time. He took hold of my hand, caressed it, and put it over his parts. It was in the dusk. This excited me, and if we had not been at our destination, I think I would gladly have permitted further familiarities. He tried to ask me where I lived, but there was no time to answer, and the female relative, who was with me on another seat, would no doubt have prevented this from having any further sequel. On more than one occasion, I have experienced the sexual orgasm as the result of mental anxiety. The first time this occurred was when I was hurrying to avoid being late for school. Another time was when I was about 24, and was extremely anxious to fill an appointment for which I was late. So copious was the omission that I had to go home and change. As a medical student, the first reference bearing definitely on the subject of sexual inversion was made in the class of medical jurisprudence, where certain sexual crimes were alluded to very summarily and inadequately, but nothing was said of the existence of sexual inversion as the normal condition of certain unhappy people, nor was any distinction drawn between the various non-normal acts, which were all classed together as manifestations of the criminal depravity of ordinary or insane people, to a student beginning to be acutely conscious that his sexual nature differed profoundly from that of his fellows. Nothing could be more perplexing and disturbing, and it shut me up more completely in my reserve than ever. I felt that this teaching must be based on some radical error, or prejudice or misapprehension, for I knew from my own very clear remembrance of my own development that my peculiarity was not acquired, but inborn, my great misfortune undoubtedly, but not my fault. It was still more unfortunate that in the course of the lectures on clinical medicine, there was not the slightest allusion to the subject. All sorts of rare diseases, some of which I have not yet met with in the course of 21 years of a busy practice, were fully discussed, but we were left entirely ignorant of a subject so vitally important to me personally, and as it seems to me to the profession to which I aspired. There might have been an incidental reference to masturbation, though I do not remember it, but its real significance received no attention, and what we students knew of it was the result of our reading or of our personal experiences. In the class of mental disease, there was naturally more detailed and systematic reference to facts in the sexual life, and to sexual inversion as a rare pathological condition. But still, there was not a comforting word to reassure me, growing ever more hopelessly ashamed of what it seemed was a criminal or a gravely morbid nature. Among all my fellow students, I knew of no one constituted like myself, but my natural reserve increased, of course, by my consciousness of what I saw would be thought to be a criminal tendency did not urge me to exchange of confidences or to the formation of close friendships. After graduation, I became a resident medical officer in the hospital and private assistant to one of the professors, a physician and teacher of worldwide reputation. With him I associated on the most cordial and affectionate terms, and often in the course of conversation I tried to bring him to discuss the subject, but without success. It was obviously unpleasant and uninteresting to him. Enough was said, however, to enable me to realize that he held the current ideas on the subject, and I would not for worlds have allowed him to guess that I myself came under the despised and tainted category. I have seldom heard sexual inversion discussed among my professional friends. They speak of it with disgust or amusement. I have never met a professional man who would consider it dispassionately and scientifically. For them, it was a subject entirely belonging to psychological medicine. I have had no admitted case of it among my patients, but I have often instinctively felt that some who consulted me about other matters would have taken me into their confidence about that, but for their fear of being cruelly misunderstood. As to my moral attitude, I fear to speak grossness disgusts me, but I am not sure that I should be able to resist temptation placed in my way. But I am absolutely sure that I should never under any circumstances tempt others to any disgraceful act. If I ever committed any sexual act with one of my own sex, whom I loved, I could not look at it, or approach it in any other than a sacramental way. This sounds blasphemous and shocking, but I cannot otherwise express my meaning. As regards the marriage of inverts, my own feeling is that for a congenital invert, no matter how fully the situation be explained beforehand, it is a step fraught with too great possibilities of tragedy, and of the deepest unhappiness to be advised at all. My view is that for the invert, far more than for the ordinary person, there is no escape from the supreme necessity of self-control in any relationship he may form. If that be attained, then the ideal is a relationship with another man of similar temperament, not a platonic one necessarily, by means of which the highest happiness of both may be reached, but this can occur very seldom. To poetry and the fine arts I am very susceptible, and I have given a great deal of time to this study. I am devoted heart and soul to music, which is more and more to me every year I live. Trivial or light music I cannot endure, but of Beethoven, Bach, Handel, Schumann, Schubert, Brahms, Tchaikovsky, and Wagner, I should never hear enough. Here too my sympathies are very Catholic, and I delight in MacDowell, Debussy, Richard Strauss, and Hugo Wolf. History. Romans 7. My parentage is very sound and healthy. Both my parents, who belong to the professional middle class, have good general health, nor can I trace any marked abnormal or diseased tendency of mind or body in any records of the family. Though of a strongly nervous temperament myself, and sensitive, my health is good. I am not aware of any tendency to physical disease in early manhood, however, owing, I believe, to the great emotional tension under which I lived. My nervous system was a good deal shattered and exhausted mentally, and morally my nature is pretty well balanced, and I have never had any serious perturbations in these departments. At the age of 8 or 9, and long before distinct sexual feelings declared themselves, I felt a friendly attraction toward my own sex, and this developed after the age of puberty into a passionate sense of love, which however never found any expression for itself. Till I was fully 20 years of age, I was a day boarder at school, and heard little of school talk on sex. Subjects was very reserved and modest, besides no elder person or parent ever spoke to me on such matters, and the passion for my own sex developed gradually, utterly uninfluenced from the outside. I never even during all this period, until a good deal later learned the practice of masturbation, my own sexual nature, was a mystery to me. I found myself cut off from the understanding of others, felt myself an outcast, and with a highly loving and clinging temperament, was intensely miserable. I thought about my male friends, sometimes boys of my own age, sometimes elder boys, and once even a master during the day, and dreamed about them at night, but was too convinced that I was a hopeless monstrosity ever to make any effectual advances later on. It was much the same, but gradually, though slowly, I came to find that there were others like myself. I made a few special friends, and at last it came to me occasionally to sleep with them, and to satisfy my imperious need by mutual embraces and emissions. Before this happened, however, I was once or twice on the brink of despair and madness, with repressed passion and torment. Meanwhile, from the first, my feeling physically toward the female sex was one of indifference, and later on, with the more special development of sex desires, one of positive repulsion, though having several female friends, whose society I like, and to whom I am sincerely attached, the thought of marriage or cohabitation with any such has always been odious to me. As a boy, I was attracted in general by boys rather older than myself. After leaving school, I still fell in love in a romantic vein with comrades of my own, standing no at the age of 37. My ideal of love is a powerful, strongly built man of my own age, or rather, younger, preferably of the working class. Though having solid sense and character, he need not be specially intellectual. If endowed in the latter way, he must not be too glib or refined. Anything effeminate in a man, or anything of the cheap intellectual style, repels me very decisively. I have never had to do with actual pederasty. So-called my chief desire in love is bodily nearness or contact, as to sleep naked with a naked friend. The specially sexual, though urgent enough, seems a secondary matter. Pederasty, either active or passive, might seem in place to me with one I loved very devotedly, and who also loved me to that degree. But I think not otherwise. I am an artist by temperament and choice, fond of all beautiful things, especially the male human form of active, slight muscular build, and sympathetic, but somewhat indecisive character, though possessing self-control. I cannot regard my sexual feelings as unnatural or abnormal, since they have disclosed themselves so perfectly naturally and spontaneously within me. All that I have read in books or heard spoken about the ordinary sexual love, its intensity and passion, lifelong devotion, love at first sight, etc., seems to me to be easily matched by my own experiences in the homosexual form. And with regard to the morality of this complex subject, my feeling is that it is the same as should prevail in love between man and woman, namely that no bodily satisfaction should be sought at the cost of another person's distress or degradation. I am sure that this kind of love is, notwithstanding the physical difficulties that attend it, as deeply stirring and ennobling as the other kind, if not more so, and I think that for a perfect relationship, the actual sex gratifications, whatever they may be, probably hold a less important place in this love than in the other. History. Roman 8 Roman 1000 n. Aged 30, my grandfather might be said to be of abnormal temperament, for though of very humble origin, he organized and carried out an extremely arduous mission work, and became an accomplished linguist, translating the Bible into an Eastern tongue, and compiling the first dictionary of that language. He died practically of overwork at the age of 45. He was twice married, my father being his third son, by the second wife. I believe that 2, if not more, of the family, numbering 7 in all, were inverted, and the only one of them to marry was my father. My grandmother was the last representative of an old and very wild Irish family. She died at an advanced age of paralysis. My father was 36, and my mother 21 at the time of their marriage. I was born 3 years after, and was their only child. The marriage proved a most unhappy one, they being utterly unsuited to each other in every way. My father's health during the first years of his marriage was very delicate, and I have reason to believe that it had been undermined in certain ways by his life. Abroad, I understand. I was born with slight gonorrheal affection, and as a child my health was very indifferent. This latter may have been brought about by the peculiarly unhappy and unnatural life I led. I had no companions of my own age, and did not even attend any school, until after my mother's death. My father superintended my education up to that time, and I had free access to a large and very varied library, and a great deal of solitary leisure to enjoy it. In there were a number of medical and scientific books in it, which were my principal favorites, and I remember deciding at a very early age to be a doctor. When about 5 years old, I recollect having a sexual dream connected with a railway porter. It afforded me great pleasure to recall this dream, and about that time, I discovered a method of self-gratification. There is not much teaching required in these matters. I cannot say that the dream I have mentioned constituted absolutely the first intimation of inverted feeling, but rather that it crystallized vague ideas, which I might have already had on the subject. I can recollect that, when about between 3 and 4 years of age, a young fellow of about 20 came to our house several times as a visitor. He was fond of children, I suppose, and I generally sat on his knee and was kissed by him. This was a source of great pleasure to me, but I cannot remember if it was accompanied by erection. I can only recall that his attention and caresses made a greater impression upon me than those of women. When about that age too, I was often aroused when sleeping with my mother, and told not to lie on my face. I remember that erection was always present on these occasions. The dream was the first of many of its kind, and in my case, they have never been accompanied by emission. They have always been of an inverted character, though I have occasionally had dreams about women. These latter, however, have usually partaken somewhat of the nature of a nightmare. Up to the age of 14, I felt much perplexed and depressed by my views on sexual desire, and was convinced that they were peculiar to myself. This combined with the solitary condition of my life, and about 4 years' continual treatment, prior to my mother's death. She had given way to drink for that period, had a very injurious effect on my health, mental and bodily. Looking back from my present point of view, I can understand and forgive many things which appeared monstrous and unjust to me as a child. My mother's life must have been a very unhappy one, and she was bitterly disappointed in many ways, very likely in me, as well. My unfortunate misunderstood temperament led me to be shy and secretive, and I was often ailing, and my training was not calculated to improve matters. At last, however, change and freedom came, and I was sent to a boarding school. Here, of course, I soon met with attachments and gratifications with other boys. I arrived at puberty, and my health improved under happier surroundings. I was not long in discovering that my companions viewed the pleasures that meant so much to me from an entirely different standpoint. Their gratifications were usually accompanied by conversation about, and a general direction of thought toward females. When I had turned 15, owing to monetary difficulties, I was obliged to leave school, and was soon not only thrown on my own resources, but accountable to no one but myself for my conduct. Of course, my next discovery was that my case, so far from being peculiar, was a most common one, and I was quickly initiated into all the mysteries of inversion, with its Freemasonry and argot altogether. My experience of inverts has been a pretty wide and varied one, and I have always endeavored to classify and compare cases which have come under my notice with a view to arriving at some sort of conclusion or explanation. I suppose it is due to female versatility or impressibility that it is possible for me to experience mentally the emotions attributable to either sex, according to the age and temperament of my companion. For instance, with one older than myself possessing well-marked male characteristics, I am able to feel all that surrender and dependence which is so essentially feminine. On the other hand, if with a youth of feminine type and behavior, I can realize with an equal amount of pleasure the tender, yet dominant attitude of the male. I experience no particular horror of women. Sexually, I should imagine that my feeling toward them resembles very much what normal people feel with regard to others of their own sex. Roman 1000 remarks that he cannot whistle, and that his favorite color is green. In this case, the subject easily found a moral modus vivendi with his inverted instinct, and he takes its gratification for granted. In the following case, which I believe is typical of a large group, the subject has never yielded to his inverted impulses, and except so far as masturbation is concerned, has preserved strict chastity. History Roman 9 RS, aged 31, American of French descent. Upon the question of heredity, I may say that I belong to a reasonably healthy, prolific, and long-lived family on my father's side. However, there is a tendency toward pulmonary troubles. He himself died of pneumonia, and two of his brothers, and a nephew of consumption. Neither of my parents were morbid or eccentric, excepting for a certain shyness with strangers. My father was a very masculine man. My mother is somewhat nervous, but is not imaginative nor at all demonstrative in her affections. I think that my own imaginative and artistic temperament must come from my father's side. Perhaps my French ancestry has something to do with it, with the exception of my maternal grandfather. All my progenitors have been of French descent. My mother's father was English. I possess a mercurial temperament and a strong sense of the ludicrous. Though my physique is slight, my health has always been excellent of late years, especially. I have been greatly given to introspection and self-scrutiny, but have never had any hallucinations, mental delusions, nor hysterics, and am not at all superstitious. Spiritualistic manifestations, hypnotic dabblings, and the other psychical fads of the day have little or no attraction for me. In fact, I have always been skeptical of them, and they rather bore me. At school, I was an indolent, dreamy boy shirking study, but otherwise fairly docile to my teachers from earliest childhood. I have indulged in omnivorous taste for reading, my particular likings being for travels, aesthetics, metaphysical and theological subjects, and more recently for poetry and certain forms of mysticism. I never cared much for history or for scientific subjects from the beginning too. I showed a strong artistic bent and possessed an overpowering love for all things beautiful. As a child, I was passionately fond of flowers, loved to be in the woods and alone, and wanted to become an artist. My parents opposed the latter wish, and I gave way before their opposition. In me, the homosexual nature is singularly complete, and is undoubtedly congenital. The most intense delight of my childhood, even when a tiny boy in a nurse's charge, was to watch acrobats and riders at the circus. This was not so much for the skillful feats, as on account of the beauty of their persons. Even then, I cared chiefly for the more lithe and graceful fellows. People told me that circus actors were wicked, and would steal little boys. And so I came to look upon my favorites as half-devil and half-angel. When I was older, and could go about alone, I would often hang around the tents of traveling shows in hope of catching a glimpse of the actors. I longed to see them naked without their tights, and used to lie awake at night thinking of them, and longing to be loved and embraced by them. A certain bareback rider, a sort of jockey, used especially to please me on account of his handsome legs, which were clothed in fleshlings up to his waist, leaving his beautiful loins uncovered by a breechclout. There was nothing consciously sensual about these reveries, because at the time I had no sensual feelings or knowledge. Curiously enough, the women actors repelled me then, as they do to this day, quite as strongly as I was attracted by the men. I used also to take great pleasure in watching men and boys in swimming, but my opportunities for seeing them, thus, were extremely rare. I never dared let my comrades know how I felt about these matters, but the sight of a well-formed naked youth or man would fill me, and does now, with mingled feelings of bashfulness, anguish, and delight. I used to tell myself endless stories of a visionary castle, inhabited by beautiful boys, one of whom was especially my dear chum. It was always the prince in fairy tales who held my interest or affection. I was constantly falling in love with handsome boys, whom I never knew, nor did I ever try to mix in their company, for I was abashed before them, and had no liking nor aptitude for boyish games. Sometimes I played with girls, because they were more quiet and gentler, but I cared for them little or not at all. As is usually the case, my parents neglected to impart to me any sexual knowledge, and such as I possessed was gathered furtively from tainted sources. Bad boys' talk at school, and elsewhere. My elders let me know in a vague way that talk of the kind was wicked, and natural timidity, and a wish to be good kept me from learning much about sexual matters. As I never went to boarding school, I was spared perhaps many of the degrading initiations administered by knowing boys at such institutions. In spite of what has been said above, I do not believe that I was sexually very precocious, and even now I feel that more pleasure would ensue from merely contemplating than from personal contact with the object of my amorous attentions. As I grew older, there came of course an undefined physical longing, but it was the beauty of those I admired which mainly appealed to me at the time of puberty. I spontaneously acquired the habit of masturbation. Once, while bathing, I found that a pleasant feeling came with touching the sexual organs. It was not long before I was confirmed in the habit, At first I practiced it but seldom, but afterward much more frequently, say once a week, though at times months have elapsed, without any indulgences on my part. I have only had erotic dreams 3 or 4 times in my life. The masturbation habit I regard as morally reprehensible, and have made many resolutions to break it, but without avail. It affords me only the most momentary satisfaction, and is always followed by remorseful scruples. I have never in my life had any sexual feeling for a woman, nor any sexual connection with any woman whatsoever. The very thought of such a thing is excessively repugnant and disgusting to me. This is true apart from any moral considerations, and I do not think I could bring myself to it. I am not attracted by young women in any way. Even their physical beauty has little or no charm for me, and I often wonder how men can be so affected by it. On the other hand, I am not a woman-hater, and have several strong friends of the opposite sex. They are, however, women older than myself, and our friendship is based solely on certain intellectual or aesthetic tastes we have in common. I have had practically no physical relations with men, at any rate, none specifically sexual. Once, when about 19 or 21, I started to embrace a beautifully formed youth with whom I was sleeping, but timidity and scruples got the better of my feelings, and as my bedfellow was not amorously inclined toward me, nothing came of it. A few years after this, I became strongly attached to a friend whom I had already known for several years. Circumstances threw us very much together during one summer. It was now that I felt for the first time the full shock of love. He returned my affection, but both of us were shy of showing our feelings or speaking of them. Often, when walking together after nightfall, we would put our arms about each other. Sometimes, too, when sleeping together, we would lie in close contact, and my friend once suggested that I put my legs against his. He frequently begged me to spend the night with him, but I began to fear my feelings and slept with him. But seldom. We neither of us had any definite ideas about homosexual relations, and apart from what I have related above, we had no further contact with each other. A few months after our amorous feelings had developed, my friend died. His death caused me great distress, and my naturally religious temperament began to manifest itself quite strongly at this time too. I first read some writings of Mr. Addington Symonds, and certain allusions in his work, coupled with my recent experience, soon stirred me to a full consciousness of my inverted nature. About 8 months after my friend's death, I happened to meet in a strange town a youth of about my own age, who exerted upon me a strong and instant attraction. He possessed a refined, handsome face, was gracefully built, and though he was rather undemonstrative, we soon became fast friends. We were together only for a few days when I was obliged to leave for my home, and the parting caused me great unhappiness and depression. A few months after, we spent a vacation together. One day during our trip, we went swimming and undressed in the same bathhouse. When I saw my friend naked for the first time, he seemed to me so beautiful that I longed to throw my arms about him and cover him with kisses. I kept my feelings hidden, however, hardly daring to look at him for fear of being unable to restrain my desires. Several times afterward in his room, I saw him stripped, with the same effect upon my emotions. Until I had seen him naked, my feelings for him were not of a physical character, but afterward I longed for actual contact, but only by embraces and kisses. Though he was fond of me, he had absolutely no amorous longings for me, and being a simple, pure-minded fellow, would have loathed me for mine. And my inverted nature, I was careful never to let him discover it, and I was made very unhappy when he confided that he was in love with a young girl whom he wished to marry. This episode took place several years ago, and though we are still friends, my emotional feelings for him have cooled considerably. I have always been very shy of showing any affectionate tendencies. Most of my acquaintances and close friends even think me curiously cold, and often wonder why I have never fallen in love or married. For obvious reasons, I have never been able to tell them. 3 or 4 years ago, a little book by Coventry, Patmore, fell into my hands, and from its perusal resulted a strange blending of my religious and erotic notions. The desire to love and be loved is hard to drown, and when I realized that homosexually it was neither lawful nor possible for me to love in this world, I began to project my longings into the next. By birth, I am a Roman Catholic, and in spite of a somewhat skeptical temper manage to remain one by conviction. From the doctrines of the Trinity, Incarnation, and Eucharist, I have drawn conclusions which would fill the minds of the average pietist with holy horror. Nevertheless, I believe that, granting the premises, these conclusions are both logically and theologically defensible. The divinity of my fancied paradise resembles in no way the vapid conceptions of Fra Angelico or the Cartier, St. Sulpice. His physical aspect, at least, would be better represented by some Praxitelean demigod or Flandrin's naked brooding boy. While these imaginings have caused me considerable moral disquietude, they do not seem wholly reprehensible, because I feel that the chief happiness I would derive by their realization would be mainly from the contemplation of the loved one, rather than from closer joys. I possess only a slight knowledge of the history and particulars of erotic mysticism, but it is likely that my notions are neither new nor peculiar, and many utterances of the few mystical writers, with whose works I am acquainted, seem substantially in accord with my own longings and conclusions. In endeavoring to find for them some sanction of valid authority, I have always sought corroboration from members of my own sex, hence, am less likely to have fashioned my views after those of hypersensitive or hysterical women. You will rightly infer that it is difficult for me to say exactly how I regard morally the homosexual tendency of this much. However, I am certain that even if it were possible, I would not exchange my inverted nature for a normal one. I suspect that the sexual emotions and even inverted ones have a more subtle significance than is generally attributed to them, but modern moralists either fight shy of transcendental interpretations or see none, and I am ignorant and unable to solve the mystery these feelings seem to imply. Patmore speaks boldly enough in his way, and Lacordaire has hinted at things, but in a very guarded manner. I have neither the ability nor opportunity to study what the mystics of the Middle Ages have to say along these lines, and besides, the medieval way of looking at things is not congenial to me. The chief characteristic of my tendency is an overpowering admiration for male beauty, and in this I am more akin to the Greeks. I have absolutely no words to tell you how powerfully such beauty affects me. Moral and intellectual worth is, I know, of greater value, but physical beauty I see more clearly, and it appears to me the most vivid, if not the most perfect manifestation of the divine. A little incident may perhaps reveal to you my feelings more completely. Not long ago, I happened to see an unusually well-formed young fellow enter a house of assignation with a common woman of the streets. The sight filled me with the keenest anguish, and the thought that his beauty would soon be at the disposal of a prostitute made me feel as if I were a powerless and unhappy witness to a sacrilege. It may be that my rage for male loveliness is only another outbreaking of the old Platonic mania, for as time goes on I find that I long less for the actual youth before me, and more for some ideal perfect being, whose bodily splendor and loving heart are the realities whose reflections only we see in this cave of shadows, since the birth and development within me of what, for lack of a better name, I term my homosexualized Patmorean ideal. Life has become in the main a weary business. I am not despondent, however, because many things still hold for me a certain interest. When that interest dies down, as it is wont from time to time, I endeavor to be patient. God grant that after the end here I may be drawn from the shadow and seemingly vain imaginings into the possession of their never-ending reality hereafter. History. Roman 10 AH, aged 62, belongs to a family which cannot be regarded as healthy, but there is no insanity among near relations. Father, a very virile man of high character and good intelligence, but not sound physical health. Mother was high-strung and nervous, but possessed of indomitable courage and very affectionate. She lived very happily with her husband. She became a chronic invalid and died of consumption. A.H. was a 7 months child, the third in the family, who were born very rapidly, so that there is only 3 years difference in the ages of the first and third children. A.H. believes that one of his brothers, who has never married and prefers men to women, is also inverted, though not to the same degree as himself, and he also suspects that a relation of his mother's may have been an invert sister who resembles the father in character, is married, but is spoken of as a woman's woman rather than a man's woman. The family generally are considered proud and reserved, but of superior mental endowment. In early life, A.H. was delicate, and his studies were often interrupted by illness. Though living under happy conditions, he was shy and nervous, often depressed. In later life, his health has been up to the average, and he has usually been able to conceal his mental doubts and diffidence. As a child, he played with dolls and made girls his companions, until an age when he grew conscious that his conduct was unusual and became ashamed. While his father seemed troubled about him, he regards himself as having been a very childish child. His conscious sexual life began between the ages of 8 and 10. He was playing in the garden when he saw a manservant, who had long been with the family, standing at the door of a shed, with his penis exposed, and erect. The boy had never seen anything of the kind before, but felt great delight in the exhibition, and moved shyly toward the man, who retreated into the shed. The boy followed, and was allowed to caress and play with the penis until ejaculation took place, the man replying in reply to the child's innocent inquiries that it felt good. This experience was frequently repeated with the same man, and the boy confided in a boy friend, with whom he tried to ascertain by personal experience what the good feeling was like, but they were too young to derive any pleasure from the attempt, beyond the joy of what was instinctively felt to be eating forbidden fruit. From this period, his sexual tendencies began to become fixed and self-conscious. He has never at any period of life had a moment's conscious sexual attraction toward a person of the opposite sex. His warmest friendships have indeed been with women, and much, perhaps most of the happiness he has enjoyed, has been furnished by those friendships, but passion has only been aroused by persons of his own sex, generally by men much younger than himself. He feels shy and uncomfortable in the presence of men of his own age, but even at his present age, a touch of a man or boy may cause the liveliest gratification. Shortly after the incident in boyhood already narrated, a H induced a little boy companion to go to a quiet spot, where at a H's suggestion, each placed the other's penis in his mouth, by turns. A H had never heard of such a proceeding. It was a natural instinct. He began to masturbate at an early age, but he soon found a companion to share his passion, an older man, especially married, and with a family, became his accomplice on every possible opportunity, and they would manipulate each other. At the age of 21, fellatio began to be practiced with this man. It became a lifelong practice, and the preferred method of sexual gratification. He likes best to have it performed on himself, but he has never asked anyone to do for him what he would not himself do for the other if desired. There has never been pedicatio. The penis, it may be added, is of good size, and the testicles rather large. No one has ever suspected a H's sexual perversion, not even his physician, with whom he has long had a close friendship, until at a time of great mental distress, a H voluntarily revealed his state. He is accustomed to refined society, has always read much, abhorred athletic pursuits, and loved poetry, children, and flowers. His love of nature amounts, indeed, to a passion. Wherever he has been, he has made friends among the best people. He confesses to occasional periods of addiction to intoxicants induced by sociable companionship, and only controlled by force of will. For business, he has not the slightest aptitude, and cannot look after his own affairs. He is always dreading poverty and destitution. He believes, however, that he passes among his friends as fairly capable. He considers that inversion is natural in his case, and that he has a perfect right to gratify his own natural instincts. Though he also admits they may be vices, he has never sought to influence an innocent person toward his own tendencies. History. Roman 11t Roman 500 knows of nothing abnormal in his ancestry. His brother has homosexual tendencies, but is also attracted to women. A sister, who is very religious, states that she has little or no sexual inclinations. They were all of a dreamy disposition. When young, to the disgust of their teachers, he sent the following account of himself from the university at the age of 20. When I was a child, before I went to school at 9, he writes, I was already of an affectionate disposition. An affection turned readily to either sex, no boy, was the cause of my inclinations, which were quite spontaneous. No doubt part of the cause may be found in our social system, by which ladies are rather drawing-room creatures to be treated with distant respect. When I was 10 at a preparatory school, I first began to form attachments with other boys of my own age, in which I always had regard to physical beauty. It is this stage, in which the sexual element is latent, that Shelley speaks of as preceding love in ardent natures. At 12, I learned masturbation apparently by instinct, and I regret to say practiced it to excess for the next 7 years, always secretly, and with shame, and often with the accompaniment of prurient imaginings, which did not prevent my relations with those I loved being of a very spiritual nature. Masturbation was often practiced daily, with bursts of repentance and abstinence, latterly more rarely. But until I was 15, I really knew nothing of sexual matters, and it was not till I was at least 17 that I was conscious of sexual desire, which I repressed with shame. Owing to excessive self-abuse, I am unable to emit except manually, but desire is strong. I think naked contact would suffice. And in any case, intercrural connection, pedicatio, and fellatio. I love boys between the ages of 12 and 15. They must be of my own class, refined and lovable. I only desire the active masculine part. I now regard my inclinations as natural and normal to me. The difficulty is that of leading the other party to regard it as such. Besides the young age required and clandestine nature of proceedings necessary, the moral difficulties of circumstances are so strong that I have little hope of ever gratifying my passion fully. I have found myself deceived in the character of the boy twice. The last friendship lasted 3 years, during which time I only saw him naked 2 or 3 times. This caused erection, never touched him pruriently, and only kissed him once. I have never found a satisfactory object of my affections, and my happiness, perhaps my health, have been seriously injured at my public school. A master helped me to a truer understanding of these things. The merely animal sodomy which exists in many public schools was unknown. What I learned of sex I learned for myself. I am recommended to turn my aspirations to the abstract universal maid, but so far at least I cannot do it. Male Greek statuary and the Phaedrus of Plato have had a great though only confirmatory influence on my feelings. My ideal is that of Theocritus, Roman 13, wherein Hercules was bringing Hylas to the perfect measure of a man. My first thought is the good of my friend. But except for the good subjective influence of passion, I have failed utterly. I am very tall, dark, rather strong, fond of games, though I do not excel owing to short sight. I am English, though I have French blood, which may account for an unreservedly passionate disposition. Though unlike other people, I am not in the least feminine, nor has anyone thought so to my knowledge. I can whistle easily, and well, I am so masculine that I cannot even conceive of passive sexual pleasure in women, much less in men. That is one of the difficulties in boylove. My affections are inextricably bound up in the ideals of protection of one weaker than myself. In the earlier days, when sexuality was less conscious, this was a great source of romantic feeling, the glamour of which is rather departing. I cannot understand love of adult males, much less if they are of lower class, and the idea of prostitution is nauseous to me. I think I may say that I have the aesthetic and moral sense very strongly ingrained. Indeed, they are largely synonymous with me. I have no dramatic aptitude, and though I flatter myself that my taste is good in music, I have no knowledge of music. If I have a favorite color, it is a dark crimson or blue of the nature of old stained glass. I derive great pleasure from all literary and pictorial art and architecture, indeed art of all kinds. I have facility in writing personal lyrical verse. It affords me relief. I think my inversion must be congenital, as the desire of contact with those boys I loved began before masturbation, and has lasted through private and public resorts, and into university life. The other sex does not attract me, but I am very fond of children, girls as well as boys. If there is sexuality in this, which I trust there is not, it is latent. This statement is of interest, because it may well lead us to suppose that the writer, who is of balanced mind and sound judgment, possesses a confirmed homosexual outlook on life, while however it is the rule for the permanent direction of the sexual impulse to be decided by the age of 20, that age is too early to permit us to speak positively, especially in a youth whose adolescent, undifferentiated, or homosexual impulses are fostered by university life. This proved to be the case with T. Roman 500, who, though doubtless possessing a psychically anomalous strain, is yet predominantly masculine. On leaving the university, his heterosexuality asserted itself normally about 6 years after the earlier statement. He wrote that he had fallen in love. I am on the eve of marrying a girl of nearly my own age. She has sympathy as well as knowledge in my fields of study. It was thus easier for me to explain my past, and I found that she could not understand the moral objections to homosexual practices. My own opinion, always, was that the moral objections were very considerable, but might in some cases be overcome. In any case, I have entirely lost my sexual attraction toward boys, though I am glad to say that the appreciation of their charm and grace remains. My instincts, therefore, have undergone a considerable change, but the change is not entirely in the direction of normality. The instinct for sodomy, in the proper sense of the word, used to be unintelligible to me, since the object of attraction has become a woman. This instinct is mixed with the normal in my desire. Further, an element, which much troubled me, as being most foreign to my ideal feelings, has not quite left meth indecent, and often scatologic curiosity about immature girls. I can only hope that the realization of the normal in marriage may finally kill these painful aberrations. I should add that the practice of masturbation has been abandoned. History Roman 12, aged 24, father and mother both living. The latter is of a better social standing than the father. He is much attached to his mother, and she gives him some sympathy. He has a brother who is normally attracted to women. He himself has never been attracted to women and takes no interest in them nor in their society. At the age of 4, he first became conscious of an attraction for older males from the ages of 11 and 19. At a large grammar school, he had relationships with about 100 boys. Needless to add, he considers homosexuality extremely common in schools. It was, however, the Oscar Wilde case which first opened his eyes to the wide prevalence of homosexuality, and he considers that the publicity of that case has done much, if not to increase homosexuality, at all events, to make it more conspicuous and outspoken. He is now attracted to youths about 5 or 6 years younger than himself. They must be good-looking. He has never perverted a boy not already inclined to homosexuality in his relationship. He does not feel exclusively like a male or a female. Sometimes one, sometimes the other. He is often liked, he says, because of his masculine character. He is fully developed and healthy, well over middle height, inclined to be plump with full face and small mustache. He smokes many cigarettes and cannot get on without them. Though his manners are very slightly, if at all, feminine, he acknowledges many feminine ways. He is fond of jewelry, until lately always wore a bangle, and likes women's rings. He is very particular about fine ties, and uses very delicate women's handkerchiefs. He has always had a taste for music and sings. He has a special predilection for green. It is the predominant color in the decoration of his room, and everything green appeals to him. He finds that the love of green, and also of violet and purple, is very widespread among his inverted friends. History Roman 13, artist, aged 30. For the earliest sex impression that I am conscious of, he writes, is at the age of 9 or 10, falling in love with a handsome boy, who must have been about 2 years my senior. I do not recollect ever having spoken to him, but my desire, so far as I can recall, was that he should seize hold of and handle me. I have a distinct impression, yet, of how pleasurable even physical pain or cruelty would have been at his hands. I have noticed that in young children, it is often difficult to differentiate the sexual emotions from what in the grown-up would be definite cruelty. It must have been at about this time that I discovered it entirely by myself, the act of masturbation. The process grew up quite naturally, though I cannot but think that the co-opted life in a London street and a London school, with want of physical exercise as well as want of landscape color and beautiful form, had much to do with it. The tone of the school I was at was singularly clean, but I question whether the vaunted cleanliness of tone of day schools can compensate for the open life and large discipline of an English public school. How far the rather frequent masturbation between the ages of 10 and 13 may have had to do with weakly health I do not know, but when I was 12 I was taken by my mother to a famous doctor. He made no inquiries of a sexual nature, but he advised that I should be sent away from London. He had a sentimental horror of violent games, etc. for boys, and put aside various suggested public schools. Finally, I was sent to a private school at the seaside. The private school was clean and wholesome. The plunge into the sexual cossetus of the great public school that followed was effectually sudden. In my day was a perfect stew of uncleanness. There was plenty of incontinence, not much cruelty, no end of dirty conversation, and a great deal of genuine affection, even to heroism, shown among the boys in their relations to one another. All these things were treated by masters and boys alike as more or less unholy, with the result that they were either sought after or flung aside, according to the sexual or emotional instinct of each. No attempt was made at discrimination. A kiss was as unclean as the act of fellatio, and no one had any gauge or principle whatever on which to guide the cravings of boyhood. My first initiation into the mysteries of sex was at the hands of the dormitory servant, who showed me his penis when he woke me in the mornings, and masturbated me when he gave me my hot bath on a Saturday night. This old reprobate of 45 committed the act of fellatio with most of the boys in turn, as he went the dormitory rounds. For the older lads I cannot speak, but over us younger ones of 14 and 15, he exercised a sort of unholy terror and fascination. He was very popular. We came to him like doves to a snake. When I revisited my old school many years later, he was occupying a very responsible position in the college chapel, and I noticed that he wore that expression of sly reverence, which I think I can now instantly detect when I see it in a man. For the rest, the dormitory was boisterous and lewd, and there was a good deal of bullying, which probably did little harm. My principal recollection now is of the filthy mystery of foul talk, that I neither cared for nor understood what I really needed like all the other boys was a little timely help over the sexual problems, but this we none of us got, and each had to work out his own principle of conduct for himself. It was a long, difficult, and wasteful process, and I cannot but believe that many of us failed in the endeavor. We had come unprepared with any advice. The principle upon which we were apparently trained was the repression of every instinct. My mother was ignorant from innocence, my father from indifference, and so between them, I was sent out helpless. A mother incurs great responsibility in sending her child away. Unprepared, a parent should not seek to shift his responsibility upon the schoolmaster. Love alone should be the fount from which revelations should flow. The master, from the very nature of his position, cannot reveal an imminent breakdown in health. It would now appear to quite obvious causes relieved me from the purgatory of the college dormitory, and I was removed to one of the private houses. These establishments were considered more select and less rough. The social atmosphere was, however, perhaps more unwholesome, because more effeminate, and was full of noble young sucklings. The nominal head of the house, under normal conditions, might have been a real leader. As it was, the real head of the house was a gilded young pariah, fairly low down in the school, and full of hypocrisy and unnatural lusts. The boy who occupied the cubicle next to mine was also a bad case of sexual misdirection, though he had not the social distinction to make him quite so refined a terror. I had every opportunity of watching him, until 2 years later, he was fortunately asked to leave. He talked bod from morning till night, got drunk on 1 or 2 occasions, masturbated constantly, without concealment, had several of the younger boys in ter femora, though without evincing any care or affection for them, and gave one the impression of having been born for a brothel. His one redeeming quality was an element of good nature, a characteristic one often finds among such as are selfish and irresponsible. I have since been told that he has gone completely to the dogs. Whether this young cub's sexual instincts could have been turned or guided, I do not know, but in a rougher and simpler life than that of a public school, in a more open and less hypocritical atmosphere, he might perhaps have been licked into better shape. Hypocrisy is a vice, however, that schoolboys themselves are fortunately free from. It comes later. The tone among the boys was frankly and violently unclean, though unclean not from instinct, but from want of direction, and from repression. I have not a single happy recollection of this period of my school life, yet out of this morass of misbegotten virtues, I plucked my first blossom of genuine affection. I call it a blossom, because it never ripened even to flower. I had been given the extreme of filth to feed upon at the outset, and now I found for myself the extreme of chastity. It will be a matter of lifelong regret to me that the love which was the lodestar of my school years was never fulfilled or set upon a sound basis of comradeship. When I was about 12 years old, there came into the house a boy about 2 years younger than myself, and who became the absorbing thought of my school days. I do not remember a moment from the time I first saw him to the time I left school that I was not in love with him, and the affection was reciprocated, if somewhat reservedly. He was always a little ahead of me in books and scholarship, but as our affection ripened, we spent most of our spare time together, and he received my advances much as a girl who is being wooed, a little mockingly perhaps, but with real pleasure. He allowed me to fondle and caress him, but our intimacy never went further than a kiss, and about that even was the slur of shame. There was always a barrier between us, and we never so much as whispered to one another concerning those things of which all the school obscenely talked. Any connection between our own emotions and the sexual morals of the school never occurred to us. In fact, we lived dream life of chastity that could not relate itself to any human conditions. This was suddenly broken in upon. My friend was very beautiful and an object of attraction to others. That some of the elder boys had made offers of sexual intercourse to him, I knew, but to him, as to me, that was unspeakable wickedness. One day I heard that 4 or 5 of these suitors of his had mishandled him. They had, I believe, taken off his trousers and attempted to masturbate him. The offense was probably horse play of an animal nature. To me, it seemed an unpardonable offense. The matter had been reported to the master by a servant, but confirmatory evidence was needed before punishment could follow. I was torn asunder by passions I could not then analyze, and in the end committed the greatest of schoolboy crimes. I sneaked the action under the circumstances, was courageous. But I was indifferent so long as the boy I loved judged me rightly. The result was that at the close of the term 4 or 5 of the senior boys were asked to leave. The remaining brief period of my school life, which had previously been a living hell, became really happy. That this should have been brought about to the harm of 4 or 5 boys, whose sin after all was but a misdirected impulse, for which the system was responsible, seems to me now all very wrong. Of the boys sent away, however, certainly 3 have made honorable careers for my friend, and we became more afraid of each other than before as our affections increased, so our fear of them increased. Also, the friendship was too ethereal to live, but even yet we still have a deep respect for one another. When at the age of 19, I left school, I was allowed to knock about for a year before entering college. During this time, I picked up a sexual experience that may or may not have been a valuable one. I certainly look back upon it now with regret, if not with horror. My father had discovered some months before this date that I was in the habit of masturbating, and he gave me what he conceived to be the right counsel under the circumstances. If you do this, he said, you will never be able to use your penis with a woman, therefore your best plan will be to go with a prostitute. Should you do this, however, you will probably pick up a beastly disease. Therefore, the safest way would be to do it abroad if you get the chance, for there the houses are licensed. Having delivered himself of this advice, he troubled himself no further in the matter, but left me to work out my own destiny. The great physician, to whom I was taken about this time, also gave me his advice on this point. Masturbation, he said, is death. A number of young men come to me with the same story. I tell them they are killing themselves, and you will kill yourself too. The doctor's hope was apparently to frighten his young patients into what he conceived to be natural conditions of life, and one went away from him with the impression that every sexual manifestation in one's self was a physical infirmity due to one's own moral weakness. It took me some time before I could make up my mind to follow my father's advice, but after a period of real moral agony, I deliberately and entirely in cold blood acted upon it. I sought out a scarlet woman in the streets of, and went home with her from something she said to me. I know that I gave her pleasure, and she asked me to come to her again. This I did twice, but without any real pleasure. The whole thing was too sordid and soulless, and the man who decides to take an evil medicine regularly has first to make up his mind that he really needs it. At about the same time, I chanced to be for a few months in a German university town, and I determined, as I had the opportunity, to carry the parental advice to the logical conclusion. I tried a licensed house. The place was clean and decent, and the conditions, I take it, such as one would normally find in any properly regulated continental city. But to me the whole thing appeared unspeakably horrible. It was a purely commercial transaction, and it had not even the redeeming element of risk to one's self or of offense against a social or disciplinary code. I came away feeling that I had touched bottom in my sexual experiences, and I understood what it was that Faust saw when the red mouse sprang from the mouth of the witch in the Walpurgis dance. These were the only occasions upon which I have had sexual intercourse with women. Looking back to them now, they appear to me to have been almost inevitable. But if I had my life over again, I would shun them, as I would a lethal draught. I believe I came out of the fire unscathed. Probably, indeed, it did me good in the sense that it made it possible for me to look deeper into life, though to what extent seeing the torments of the damned makes us do this perhaps only a Dante could tell. To gain knowledge at the expense of the shame and misery of others, I hold to be fundamentally wrong and immoral. What is to me, however, the chief and bitterest thought is that I flung away the first spring of manhood, where I got no love in return. His virginity is, or should be, as glorious and sacred a possession to a youth as to a maiden, to be guarded jealously, to be given only at the call of love to one who loves him, it comrade, mistress, or wife, and whom he can love in return. The full university life, into which I now entered at the age of 20, brought with it a flood of new ideas, feelings, and sensations. The friendships I made there will always remain the central ones in my life. Up to my last term at college at the age of 24, I still wore my chainmail of artificial chastity. But then a change gradually set in, and I began to understand the relationship of the physical phenomena of sex to its intellectual and imaginative manifestations. I was not destined to fully realize this for some years, and then exclusively through and out of my own personal experience. It was the study of Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass that first brought me light upon this question. Hitherto, I had kept the two things locked up, as it were, in two separate airtight compartments: me friendships in one, my sex instincts in another, to be kept under and repressed by the public school code, as I conceived it. It is needless to say that I was continually troubled by the customary sex phenomena, erotic dreams, loss of semen, troublesome erections, at night, etc. These I repressed as best I could by habitual masturbation, and by the regular diet and exercise, which academic life made possible at one time for the period of a year, I should say. I tried to overcome the desire for masturbation by gradual stages on the principle of the drunkard's cure, by which he took every day less tipple, by the insertion of one pebble more in his bottle. I marked on my calendar the erotic dreams, and the nights on which I masturbated, and sought gradually to extend the intervening periods. 6 weeks, however, was the longest time for which I was able to abstain. A few years later, the writer of this communication formed an intimate relationship in which he did not make the first advances with a youth some years younger than himself, and of lower social class, whose development he was able to assist. But for my part, he remarks, I owe him as much as I gave him, for his love lighted up the gold of affection that was in me, and consumed the dross. It was from him that I first learned that there was no such thing as a hard and fast line between the physical and the spiritual in friendship. This relationship lasted for some years, when the young man married. Its effects are described as very beneficial to both parties. All the sexual troubles vanished together, with the desire to masturbate. Everything in life began to sing with joy, and what little of real creative work I may have done I attribute largely to the power of work that was born in me during those years. History: Roman 14 Scotchman, aged 38. His paternal ancestors were normal so far as he knows. His mother belonged to a very eccentric old Celtic family. Soon after 5, he became so enamored of a young shepherd that the boy had to be sent away. He practiced masturbation many years before the age of puberty, and attaches importance to this as a factor in the evolution of his homosexual life. He has had erotic dreams, rarely about men, about women, more frequently while indifferent to women. He has no repulsion toward them. He has had connection with women 2 or 3 times, but without experiencing the same passionate emotions as with men. He would like a son, but he has never been able to get up the necessary amount of passion to lead to marriage. He has always had a sentimental and platonic affection for men of late years. He has formed 2 friendships with adults of an affectionate and also erotic character. He cares little for anything beyond mutual masturbation, and kissing. What he desires is the love of the male. In appearance there is nothing abnormal about him, except an air of youth. He is vigorous both in body and mind, and has enormous power of resisting fatigue. He is an excellent man of business, is a patient student. He sees no harm in his homosexual passions. He is averse to promiscuity. His ideal is a permanent union, which includes sexual relations. History: Roman 15 T.S. artist, aged 32. I was born in England. My father was a Jew, the first to marry out of his family, and to marry a Christian. My great-grandparents were cousins. He was a German, and she was a Dane. My grandparents were also cousins. He was a Swede, and she was a Dane. My maternal grandfather was an English Protestant, and my maternal grandmother was Irish, fanatically Roman Catholic, and a very eccentric woman. In my father's family, there have been many members of note. In my mother's family, there were many renowned lawyers. My father had an elder brother who was homosexual. He was already at 31 years of age a prominent author when he died of consumption. I have also a second cousin on my father's side, who is a very good tenor. He is also homosexual. In my mother's family, I know of nothing abnormal. In neither family is there or has there been any insanity, but rather an overwealth of brain. My parents were an ideally happy couple. They were engaged after knowing each other 6 days, and after being separated 3 months, they married. They were married 35 years, without a quarrel. I have a brother 3 years older, born a year after their marriage, and a sister 7 years younger. My brother takes after his father in appearance. He is a great lover of women and much spoiled by them. He is quite normal and abstemious. My sister is a very womanly woman. As a girl she disapproved very much of girl friendships, and always confided in her mother. At 13 years of age, she met the man she is now married to. They waited 10 years before marrying, and are now an ideally happy couple. My sister is perfectly normal and very abstemious. I lived my first 10 years in England, 18 years in Sweden, 2 years in Denmark, 2 years in Bavaria, Austria, and Italy, and am now living in Berlin. I consider myself English. I am mentally a man, but all my physical feelings and desires are those of a woman. I am middle height and very slight, weigh 106 English pounds. Without clothes, my hands and feet are small and well-shaped, head of normal size, features small, eyes green, have worn glasses. Since I was 7 years old, complexion fair, appearance not Jewish, the skin of my body is very white, without blemish, very little hair on my face, hair on head, and abdomen luxuriant, no hair whatever on stomach and chest, color of hair auburn everywhere, except below navel, that black. My father's, mother's, and brother's hair was brown. My sister has auburn hair, and so had the aforementioned uncle. My breasts are slightly round, my hips are normal. I do not gesticulate much from my material self. It would be difficult to draw the conclusion that I was homosexual. My sexual organs are normal. My disposition is apparently bright, but in reality melancholy, have very little love for human nature, but have a partiality for the British and Jewish races, hate business, politics, sports, and society, love music, art, literature, and nature, deep interest in mysticism, am clairvoyant, have been used many times as a medium, lead 2 separate lives, an outer and inner psychic life, am a fatalist and a theosophist, profound belief in reincarnation, always have had, because when I was a little child I could remember so much, have an excellent memory dating back to my 3rd year, have always been too self-analytical, have from my earliest childhood felt myself an alien, am very sensitive physically and psychically, have no wish to wear woman's clothing or do woman's work. As to clothes for myself, I prefer black and not much jewelry. I could only love a perfectly manly man from 21 to 40 years of age. He must be physically beautiful and well-made, size of sexual organs, plays no part, the muscles must be developed, and the hands must be especially well-shaped. Hands are my fetish. I could never love anyone with ugly hands. He must have no odor issuing from his body, though I do not dislike faint perfume when clothed, and above all never have a bad breath. He must be intelligent, love music, art, literature, and nature. He must be refined and cultured, and have been about the world. He must have simplicity in behavior, dress, and manner, and above all be clean-bodied, as clean-minded. Cynicism I cannot stand here. I may state I once owned a St. Bernard dog, which reminded me much of my ideal. He was always sedate, always loving, and faithful, generally quiet. He only got excited when out in the elements. I have not been able to get on with people who have no sense of humor from my birth. I was physically weak first. I suffered from eczema, being born with a double squint. I was operated on at 212, and again at 312 years of age, with excellent result. From 4 to 12 years of age I had convulsions often, and all the illnesses of childhood. At the age of 12 years, I took scarlet fever, followed by a weak heart, which grew stronger after a year, and Bright's disease, which lasted 15 years with hardly a break. This illness had its wonted effect of producing melancholia and upsetting the whole nervous system. Bright's disease stopped suddenly, but was followed by a succession of illnesses. Then I had neuritis very badly. I then removed to Bavaria, and to regain nervous strength I was treated by Freud's psychoanalytical method with great success. I had a very bad relapse, as my brother, who had just heard I was homosexual, came to visit me, and threatened to have me put under guardians if my father should die. It took me weeks to recover from the shock. We broke off all intercourse, and though my brother has been several times in the same town where I have been, we remain strangers at this time. My father died suddenly last spring. 4 suicides of friends in so many weeks had a very bad effect on my nerves. I am now in Berlin in better spirits, but the cramp continues badly at times. To this I must add that since my 14th year, independent of any illness, I have suffered mentally and physically from menstrual pains recurring every 28 days, and lasting from 6 to 8 days, that these were the equivalent pains to a woman's menstruation periods. I could get no doctor to admit, till I was treated for a length of time by a German nerve specialist. The physical pains begin abruptly, sudden congestions of blood in the brain, and in the abdomen sudden perspirations, heat, and cold, great nervous pains in the small of the back, also in the nervous centers of abdomen and stomach, sharp shooting pains in the breasts, and especially the nipples, sudden toothache, which stops as suddenly the skin becomes darker, sometimes mottled. I have the whole time a taste of blood in my mouth, and often everything I eat tastes of blood. I have great difficulty at that time in eating meat. Physical longings for erotic adventure, counterbalanced by mental nausea at the bare idea. The mental symptoms are sudden feeling of deep depression, suicidal tendencies, alternating with sudden inexplicable lightheartedness, capriciousness, and great dissatisfaction with myself and life, generally horror at my own incompleteness of sex, and sudden fits of hatred toward women, and a great longing to be loved by men. This condition changes slowly back to the normal one. It takes several days for me to lose my physical weakness owing to it. Physically, I was developed at 16 years of age. Mentally, I was developed at a very early age. But I kept my inner life quite dark, always playing the innocent nobody at home. Believed me to know anything about life, they were at times very surprised when I fell out of the role I had planned for myself up. Till I was 17 years of age, nothing to do with other people's morals was ever discussed. Before me, I looked so pure and do now that people are always careful in front of me. My father never discussed such things with me from my earliest childhood. I loved men dearly, though I was always at daggers drawn with my father and brother. I worshipped my mother then as I do now my sister. And I did not at all get on as children, though we are the best of friends now. She and her husband, as well as my mother, have been kindness itself ever since they knew of my condition. Not till I was over 30 years did I meet a man I loved as well as my mother. And he is heterosexual. I must have loved my father and brother at first, but continual conflicts, incompatible temperaments, and mutual misunderstandings, and want of sympathy made life at home horrible. I must admit from my earliest childhood I had a certain contempt for my father and brother, because I found them so materialistic. I had all my childhood rows with my brother. My father took his part, my mother mine, after I had recovered from my father's sudden death. My first words were after reading the letter, "Thank God it isn't mother." I felt a great relief, but it took a long time for me to grasp that I was really free. I have always liked women's society, and as a youth I was very fond of gossip, which I by no means am now. I have many women friends more than men friends. These women friends are all heterosexual, except one I very often like, elderly women. I suppose I see mother in such women. A woman never could make me blush, but a man I admired could easily. I was 23 years of age when a married woman of good family asked me to come and spend the night with her. I went, and though she was beautifully built, cleanly, and though her garments and apartments were of the utmost good taste, I did not have any erection. On the other hand, I felt myself to be most unclean, and bathed 3 times each of the following 3 days. Since then, I have never tried to have sexual intercourse with women. In Copenhagen, I tried to excite my feelings with every class of woman in vain. I suppose it is that my nature is so like woman's that there can be no reaction with men. I am often very shy and nervous, tongue-tied, and my hands perspire. Never so with women. As a child I loved men, and used to fall desperately in love with some who came to the house. I would, when no one was there, kiss their hats or gloves or even their sticks. I can remember when I was about 6 years how I fell in love with a very good-looking year-old German. He had very curly hair, and his hands were very beautiful. He was very fond of me, and I used to call him my boy when visiting us. He often used to tuck me in after the nurse had gone down. He always had sweets or something for me. I can remember how I used to fling my arms round his neck and cover his face with kisses. I would then draw his head down on my pillow, and he would tell me fairy tales, and I would go off to sleep quite happy. At 7 years of age, while staying in the country, a very good-looking groom about 25 years of age misbehaved himself with me. I often used to visit him in the stables, as this man had a strange attraction for me. One day, he tickled me. While doing so he produced my penis, and also his own, which was in full erection. He tried in every way to excite my feelings. In vain for him. The occasion terminated in an ejaculation. He forbade me to tell anyone, and I did not do so, but tried to find out all I could on the subject with little or no result. From that day, I hated the groom, and I felt a sort of guilt, as if I had lost something. Not till I was 12 years did I understand. From my earliest childhood, I had one ideal of a man. From that ideal, I have never swerved. At the age of 30, I found a friend who, though quite heterosexual, has, without giving me any sexual intercourse, given me the love I have always needed. He has been for the last couple of years a second mother, father, sister, brother, and lover. Through him, I have regained my health, my love of nature, and he has helped to deaden my hatred toward human nature, and my bitterness. A better friend I never wish to find. It has made up for all the years of mental and physical suffering. One strange thing is that the feeling is mutual. He has had a tragic life, for his wife, whom he loved beyond everything, died under very sad circumstances. He says I am the best male friend he has ever had. While with him, much of the lower nature in me was stamped out. I shall always look upon him as the turning point in my life. I think he wrought some of his finest influence through his music. He played Beethoven and Wagner for me for a couple of hours every day for months, and thus opened up a new world to me. He is 6 years older than I am. At 10 years of age, we moved to Sweden, a country I hated from first to last. About this time, I began to notice that there was something strange about myself. I felt myself an alien, and have done so ever since. An event of importance in my life was, I feel sure, when my father's sister tried to take away my mother's character. It was done in jealousy and spite, and my aunt had to beg my parents' pardon outwardly. The affair was patched up, but I feel sure my father never really forgave his sister. Jews never forgive. This event awoke in me a great hatred toward women, and it was many years before I could at all control it. At the age of 14, I was much with a good-looking musical American a year older than myself. One day, while romping, very much the same thing occurred. As with the groom, I still had no sexual feelings. We remained good friends. I often wished to kiss him. After the first time, he would not allow it. He was very much liked among the officers and so-called high society men, and had always much money. About 10 years later, I heard he used to accept money after intimate intercourse with those society men. During my 15th year, I had great longing for sexual intercourse with men. At this time, the first signs of hair were to be seen on my abdomen. At the age of 16, a gardener, a married man with family, initiated me into mutual self-abuse. He lived in the back house of the apartment house we then inhabited. He was about 40 years of age, an ugly but muscularly developed man. These practices took place in the cellar, to which there were 3 entrances. I never allowed him to kiss me, and the sight of his children always awoke in me a great feeling of nausea that was the natural reaction of a bad conscience for the man himself. I had the utmost contempt. This man told me of several parks and pissoirs where men met, and I went to these places now and again for erotic adventure. I must here relate that at the age of 16, my mother warned me against self-abuse. It had the opposite effect, made me curious, so I began at once. I have continued ever since, at least once a day. I have never had an involuntary emission in my whole life. Between 17 and 22, it became necessary for me to do so several times a day. Working at art, painting, and above all music and beauty, have a strong influence over me, and set my erotic longings in violent motion. I have never found this do me any harm. Abstinence, on the other hand, has a very harmful effect on me, upsetting the whole nervous and physical system. I often find that there is a something very much wanting in self-abuse. The commingling of 2 human bodies, who are mentally as well as physically in sympathy, gives an electrical satisfaction, which quiets the whole nervous system. That at least has been my experience. The gardener left and moved to the country. I then sometimes visited pissoirs, or as they are often called, panoramas, because they are round, and one sees much there. What I saw in the parks during the long summer nights was quite a revelation. During the summer, when the husbands had sent their families in the country, many of them led a very indiscreet life. What I saw the first summer killed all the respect I had for elderly people. I had always connected marriage and gray hairs with virtue and morals. Then I learnt otherwise, I must say. I became about this time a sensual pig. I knew how dangerous these places were on account of the police and blackmailers, but that gave the hunt a double zest. At this time, I led a double life, and was always watching and analyzing myself. I had to do with heaps of men of all classes. I was often offered money, but that I would on no condition accept to pay or to be paid. Kills every sort of erotic feeling in me, and always has done. So I once wished to experiment with myself. I was offered a small sum of money by a former schoolmaster. I accepted this just to see how it would affect me. The next moment, I threw the money as far away as possible. Then, I saw I had none of the prostitute nature in me. I was simply overwhelmed with sensuality. I considered I was a criminal, and wished to see in how many ways my nature had the criminal instinct. I wanted to see if I could become a thief. I stole a silver button in a shop where antiquities were sold, but I went to the shop the same day again, and returned the button, without the people knowing. I found I could not become a thief. Then the question came, why had I felt a criminal? Since my 7th year, was it my fault? If not, whose fault was it? Not till I studied Freud's psychoanalytical system did I get a clear insight into my own character. When I was 20 years of age, I met a gentleman one night in a heavy snowstorm. We walked and talked and understood each other. He belonged to one of Sweden's first aristocratic families. He was extremely refined. He asked me to his rooms. We undressed and lay down. He had a very beautiful head, and a still more beautiful body. I think that all my erotic feelings were numbed by looking at his beautiful body. To me, anything sensual would have been sacrilege, I thought, and I can remember the feeling of awe which came over me. He was then 20 years of age, but his hair was quite white first. He did not understand. And then he was very gentle to me. I kept perfectly chaste for 3 whole months after the sight of his body. We saw each other often 8 years later. We met for the last time. He suffered much from melancholia at that time. I prevented him from committing suicide this winter, however he shot himself. At the age of 22, my sister introduced me to a charming, intelligent, and refined half-English, half-Swedish painter. We recognized each other at once, though we had never seen each other before, and even knew each other's characters to the smallest traits. My parents liked him better than any friend I had ever had. My sister and he were from the first like sister and brother. The first evening in my home he and I kissed each other. The women were mad about him later. I found many men were too. I was 3 weeks his senior. He had his own rooms. I have never felt any such wonderful harmony as when our naked bodies mingled. It was like floating in ether with him. It was the only time I had been active in fellatio. We were much together, though not much physically, for he had many love affairs with women. What I loved was the way he would cut off all advances of men. I was his little brother. And so he calls me to this day. He is now married in America, and the father of a pretty little daughter. We are the best of friends to this day. The 2 years in Copenhagen were some of the happiest I have spent, though nearly the whole time I was in physical pain. In Austria, I found among the Tyrolese peasants that the Englishmen who come there in winter for sports, and in the summer for mountain climbing, have demoralized the young male peasants with money. Homosexual intercourse is easy to get if you are willing to pay the price, larger in season, less out of season. In Italy it is merely a question of money or passion, but everything in love there is quite transient. In Bavaria I found the love and peace which passeth all understanding. This love and friendship, without anything of a physically intimate nature, brought me back from the deep black gulf to which I was swiftly floating. When I met my friend, I was nearly at the end of my tether. What his love and friendship has done for me, together with Freud's psychoanalytical system, nobody will ever know. Since being in Berlin, a town I like very much, a new life has opened for me, a life where one lives as one likes. If one does not have to do with young boys, here are homosexual baths, pensions, restaurants, and hotels, where you can go with one of your own sex at a certain fee per hour. Berlin is a revelation. But since being here I find the physical erotic side of my nature is little excited. I suppose it is the old story of forbidden fruit. My parents kept a very hospitable home. The last 2 years in Sweden I was never at home. I hated society, and knew much too much about the private histories of those who came to my home. They all belonged to the highest society. The highest society and the lowest are very much alike. Of course my parents knew nothing about these people. When I told my mother a great deal of private history of people who came to our house, she was thunderstruck, and could at last understand my contempt for so-called good society. I have visited in later years only in artistic and theatrical circles. I consider that class of people more natural than the other class, and much more kind-hearted. My life has quite another side, the mystic side, but that would be a much longer story than this. Suffice it to say I am of a highly sensitive nature, gifted with second sight. A detailed record of the subject's visions, premonitions of death, of acquaintances, etc., has been furnished by him. I tried on 4 occasions to commit suicide, but I now see there is nothing to be gained by doing so. 2 years ago I told my parents about my sexual condition. It was a frightful blow to them. My father had the circumstances explained to him. He never understood the matter, and never discussed it with me. Had I told him earlier, I feel quite certain that with his despotic nature, he would have put me in a madhouse. My mother and sister have treated me very kindly always. My brother has disowned me. History: Roman 16, Irish, aged 36, knows of nothing unusual in his ancestry. His tastes are masculine in every respect. He is strong, healthy, and fond of exercises and sports. The sexual instincts are abnormally developed. He confesses to an enormous appetite for almost everything: food, drink, smoking, and all the good things of life. At about the age of 14, he practiced masturbation with other boys of the same age, and also had much pleasure in being in bed with an uncle with whom the same thing was practiced. Later on he practiced masturbation with every boy or man with whom he was on terms of intimacy. To have been in bed with anyone without anything of the sort taking place would have made sleep impossible, and rendered him utterly wretched. His erotic dreams at first were concerned with women, but more recently, they are usually of young men, and very rarely of women. He is mostly indifferent to women, as also they have always been to him. Although good-looking, strong, and masculine, he has never known a woman to be in love with him. When about the age of 18, he imagined he was in love with a girl, and he had often between the ages of 20 to 30 cohabited with prostitutes. He remembers on one occasion, many years ago, having connection with a woman 7 or 8 times in one night and then having to masturbate at noon the next day. He is unmarried and thinks it is unlikely that he ever will marry, but he adds that if a healthy, handsome, and intelligent woman fell in love with him, he might change his mind, as it would be lonely to be old and alone, and he would like to have children. He is never attracted to men older than himself and prefers youths between the ages of 18 and 25. They may be of any class, but he does not like common people and is not attached to uniforms or liveries. The requisite attractions are an intelligent eye, a voluptuous mouth, and intelligent teeth. If Alcibiades himself tried to woo me, he says, and had bad teeth, his labor would be in vain. He has sometimes been the active participant in pedicatio, and has tried the passive role out of curiosity, but prefers fellatio. He does not consider that he is doing anything wrong, and regards his acts as quite natural. His only regret is the absorbing nature of his passions, which obtrude themselves in season and out of season seldom, or never leaving him quiet, and sometimes making his life a hell. Yet he doubts whether he would change himself even if he had the power. History. Roman 17, age 25, is employed in an ordinary workshop, and lives in the back alley of a large town in which he was born and bred. Fair, slight, and refined in appearance, the sexual organs are normal and well developed, and the sexual passions strong. His mother is a big masculine woman, and he is much attached to her father is slight and weakly. He has 7 brothers and 1 sister. Homosexual desires began at an early age, though he does not seem to have come under any perverse influences. He is not inclined to masturbation. Erotic dreams are always of males. He declares he never cared for any woman except his mother, and that he could not endure to sleep with a woman. He says he generally falls in love with a man at first sight, as a rule someone older than himself, and of higher class, and longs to sleep and be with him. In one case, he fell in love with a man twice his own age, and would not rest until he had won his affection. He does not much care what form the sexual relation takes. He is sensitive and feminine by nature, gentle and affectionate. He is neat and orderly in his habits and fond of housework, helps his mother in washing, etc. He appears to think that male attachments are perfectly natural. History. Roman 18, Englishman, born in Paris, age 26. An actor. He belongs to an old English family. His father, so far as he is aware, had no homosexual inclinations, nor had any of his ancestors on the paternal side. But he believes that his mother's family, and especially a maternal uncle who had a strong feeling for beauty of form, were more akin to him in this respect. His earliest recollections show an attraction for males at children's parties. He incurred his father's anger by kissing other small boys, and his feelings grew in intensity with years. He has never practiced self-abuse and seldom had erotic dreams. When they do occur, they are about males. His physical feeling for women is one of absolute indifference. He admires beautiful women in the same way as one admires beautiful scenery at the same time. He likes to talk with clever women, and has formed many friendships with frank, pure, and cultivated English girls, for whom he has the utmost admiration and respect. Marriage is impossible, because physical pleasure with women is impossible. He has tried, but cannot obtain the slightest sexual feeling or excitement. He especially admires youths, though they must not be immature, from 16 or 17 to about 25. The type which physically appeals to him most, and to which he appeals, is fair, smooth-skinned, gentle, rather girlish and effeminate, with the effeminacy of the ingenue, not the coquette. His favorite to attract him must be submissive and womanly. He likes to be the man, and the master on this point. He adds, the great passion of my life is an exception, and stands on an utterly different level. It realizes an ideal of marriage in which neither is master, but both share a joint empire, and in which tyranny would be equally painful to both. But this friendship and love is for an equal a year younger than myself, and does not preclude other and less creditable liaisons. Physical constancy being impossible to men of our caliber. Pedicatio is the satisfaction he prefers, provided he takes the active, never the passive role. He is handsome, with broad shoulders, good figure, and somewhat classic type of face with fine blue eyes. He likes boating and skating, though not cricket or football, and is usually ready for fun, but has at the same time a taste for reading. He has no moral feelings on these matters. He regards them as outside ethics, mere matters of temperament and social feeling. If England were underpopulated, he thinks he might possibly feel some slight pangs of remorse. But as things are, he feels that in prostituting males rather than females, he is doing a meritorious action. History Roman 19 N. His history is given in his own words. From the time of my earliest imaginings, I have always been attached by strength in men, and often thought about being carried off by big warriors, and living with them in caves and elsewhere. When about 7, a young man used to show me his penis and handle mine occasionally at private boarding school. Masturbation was fairly frequent, and I suppose I was initiated about 12 or 13. After leaving I occasionally indulged, but nothing happened, until I was about 20, except that I was often attracted by strong, well-built young men of good character. A man who was not honest and good-hearted had no attraction. At 20 I was much attached to a young man of my own age. He was engaged. This did not prevent him on one occasion endeavoring playfully, and with his brother, to obtain access to my person. I successfully resisted, although if he only had been present I should not have done so, but welcomed the attempt, and I have often regretted I did not let him know this. But I had a dim idea that my penis was somewhat undeveloped, and this made me shy. Circumstances separated us. About 2 years later, I was crossing the channel when I engaged in conversation with a man about 8 years older, who was one of our traveling party. I think the attraction was a case of love at sight, certainly on my side. A few nights later, he had so arranged that we shared a bedroom, and he very soon came over to me, and tenderly handled my person. I reciprocated, and I look back all these years to that night with pleasure, and no feeling of shame. On one occasion about this time, I happened to be sleeping with another young fellow, an office mate on a holiday. When I awoke and found him handling my penis caressingly, I gently removed his hand and turned over. I thought none the less of him, but my body seemed to belong only to myself, and the friend I loved. He was not an earning, I am sure, but we were often together, and I much entered into his interests and felt infinite satisfaction with life. Made good progress, and many friends. Our physical intimacy was repeated, he taking the active part in intercrural contact. Then he married very happily. Our friendship remains, but circumstances prevent our often meeting, and there is no longer desire on either part. For some years, I was rather lonely in spite of friends. I was somewhat attracted to another man, but his superior social position was a defect to me then. When about 28, I came in contact with a young man of 24 of the artisan class, but superior in ideals and intelligence to most men. I loved him at first glance, and to this day. At first it was just friendship, but soon his form, voice, and thoughts entered into my very soul by day and night. I longed always to be near him, to see him progress, and help him. If I could, I would joyfully have given up home, friends, and income, and followed him to the end of the world, preferably an island, where we two might at least be the only white men. He seemed to embody all I longed for in the way of knowledge of nature, of strength, of practical ability, and the desire to imitate him in these things widened and strengthened my character. The first time I slept with him, I could only summon courage to put my arm over his chest, but I could not sleep for unsatisfied desire, and the unrelieved erection caused a dull pain on the morrow. I had always disliked conversation that might be regarded as bordering on the obscene, and consequently was very ignorant on most matters. It pained me even to hear him laugh at such remarks. I think, if he had been intimate with me, I should have not conversed much on such topics. But now I felt pleasure in such things with him as they expressed intimacy. I dreamed about him, and was never really happy in his absence. The greatest joy would have been to have slept in his arms. The hairiness of his legs and arms were also most fascinating. Perhaps a year later we were again at night together, and this time I by degrees felt his private organs, but he was cold, and I felt a little unsatisfied. I wanted to be hugged. This happened once more, and then on a later occasion. Not that it afforded me much gratification, but because I wanted to stimulate him to ardor, I attempted masturbation. This aroused his disgust, and I was consequently dismayed. He told me I ought to marry, and although I knew his love was all I wanted, I did not feel but what I could make a woman happy. The constant unrelieved erections, which took place when I saw my friend adopt a graceful attitude, caused pain at the bottom of my back, and I consulted 2 specialists who also advised marriage. I did not tell them I was an invert, for I hardly knew it was a recognized thing. But I did tell them something of what had taken place, and they made next to no comment, but implied it was frequent. My friend now felt repulsion toward me but did not express himself, and as other circumstances then caused a barrier between us to a certain extent, I did not realize the true reason of his coldness. But I felt utterly miserable when I met a noble woman whom I had long known. I asked her to be my wife, and she consented, although I told her very soon and long before our marriage of my limitations as a husband, and of my continued longing for my friend. I feel now I did a great wrong, and I cannot understand why I was not more conscious of this at the time. That I was to a certain extent deceiving her relations was inevitable. I had expected to devote my life in making her happy, but I soon found that the true reason of my friend's apparent unfaithfulness was my own action, combined with a feeling on his part that it was as well that our affection should cease even at the cost of misunderstanding. Since then, 3 years ago, I have not had a happy day or night, and am therefore quite unable to promote happiness in others without my friend. I can find no satisfaction with wife, child, or home life. Has become almost unbearable often. I have seriously thought of committing suicide, only to postpone it to a time which would be less cruelly inopportune to others. I see my friend now married almost daily, and suffer tortures at seeing others nearer to him than myself. No explanation seems possible, as the whole idea of inversion is so repugnant to him, and being an honorable man he would feel marital ties preclude any warmth of affection. But all the longing of my life seems to be culminating in a driving force which will carry me to the male prostitute or to death. I can concentrate my mind on nothing else, and consequently have become inefficient in work, and have no heart for play. I know if my longings could be occasionally satisfied, I should immediately recover, but my fear is that, if I killed myself, those who knew me in happier days would only be confirmed in the impression of my degeneracy and would feel my instincts had caused it, whereas it is the denial and starvation of them which would have brought about the result. I know now, by experience of self and others, that my disposition is congenital, and that I have been rendered unhappy myself, and a cause of unhappiness to others by the too late knowledge of myself. The example of my former friend, who married, misled me to think I too could marry and make a happy home, so that, when the man I loved advised me, I resolved to do so, as I would have done almost anything else he suggested. If I could have withdrawn from the engagement without embarrassment to the devoted woman who became my wife, I would have done so if she gave me the opportunity. Nothing in my married state has brought me pleasure, and I often wish my wife would cease to love me so that we might separate, but she would be heartbroken at the suggestion, and I feel driven to attempt to relieve my feelings, even in a way that has previously seemed repulsive to me. I mean by use of money. About my feelings toward my child, there is not much to say, as they are not very strong. I believe I carry him and help bathe and attend to him as much as most fathers, and when he is a few years older, I hope I may find him very companionable. But he has brought me no real joy, though I see other men look at him almost with affection. But he has brought added happiness to his mother. The next case is interesting, as showing the mental and emotional development in a very radical case of sexual inversion. History: Roman 20 Englishman of independent means, aged 49. His father and his father's family were robust, healthy, and prolific on his mother's side. Phthisis, insanity, and eccentricity are traceable. He belongs to a large family, some of whom died in early childhood, and at birth, while others are normal. He himself was a weakly and highly nervous child, subject to night errors and somnambulism, excessive shyness, and religious disquietude. Sexual consciousness awoke before the age of 8, when his attention was directed to his own penis. His nurse, while out walking with him one day, told him that when little boys grow up their pens fall off. The nurserymaid sniggered, and he felt that there must be something peculiar about the penis. He suffered from irritability of the prepuce, and the nurse powdered it before he went to sleep. There was no transition from this to self-abuse. About the same time, he became subject to curious half-waking dreams. In these, he imagined himself the servant of several adult naked sailors. He crouched between their thighs and called himself their dirty pig, and by their orders, he performed services for their genitals and buttocks, which he contemplated and handled with relish. At about the same period when these visions began to come to him, he casually heard that a man used to come and expose his person before the window of a room where the maids sat. This troubled him vaguely. Between the age of 8 and 11, he twice took the penis of a cousin into his mouth, after they had slept together. The feeling of the penis pleased him. When sleeping with another cousin, they used to lie with hands outstretched to cover each other's penis or nates. He preferred the nates, but his cousin the penis. Neither of these cousins was homosexual, and there was no attempt at mutual masturbation. He was in the habit of playing with 5 male cousins. One of these boys was unpopular with the others, and they invented a method of punishing him for supposed offenses. They sat around the room on chairs, each with his penis exposed, and the boy to be punished went around the room on his knees and took each penis into his mouth in turn. This was supposed to humiliate him. It did not lead to masturbation. On one occasion, the child accidentally observed a boy who sat next to him in school playing with his penis and caressing it. This gave him a powerful, uneasy sensation. With regard to all these points, the subject observes that none of the boys with whom he was connected at this period, and who were exposed to precisely the same influences, became homosexual. He was himself from the first indifferent to the opposite sex in early childhood, and up to the age of 13, he had frequent opportunities of closely inspecting the sexual organs of girls, his playfellows. These roused no sexual excitement. On the contrary, the smell of the female parts affected him disagreeably. When he once saw a schoolfellow copulating with a little girl, it gave him a sense of mystical horror. Nor did the sight of the male organs arouse any particular sensations. He is, however, of opinion that living with his sisters in childhood, he felt more curious about his own sex. As being more remote from him, he showed no effeminacy in his preferences for games or work. He went to a public school. Here he was provoked by boy friends to masturbate, but though he often saw the act in process, it only inspired him with a sense of indecency. In his 15th year, puberty commenced with nocturnal emissions, and at the same time, he began to masturbate, and continued to do so about once a week or once a fortnight during a period of 8 months, always with a feeling that that was a poor satisfaction and repulsive. His thoughts were not directed either to males or females. While masturbating, he spoke to his father about these signs of puberty, and by his father's advice he entirely abandoned onanism. He only resumed the practice to some extent after the age of 30, when he was without male comradeship. The nocturnal emissions, after he had abandoned self-abuse, became very frequent and exhausting. They were medically treated by tonics such as quinine and strychnine. He thinks this treatment exaggerated his neurosis. All this time, no kind of sexual feeling for girls made itself felt. He could not understand what his schoolfellows found in women, or the stories they told about wantonness and delight of coitus. His old dreams about the sailors had disappeared, but now he enjoyed visions of beautiful young men and exquisite statues. He often shed tears when he thought of them. These dreams persisted for years, but another kind gradually usurped their place. To some extent, these second visions took the form of the large erect organs of naked young grooms or peasants. These gross visions offended his taste and hurt him, though at the same time they evoked a strong active desire for possession. He took a strange poetic pleasure in the ideal form, but the seminal losses which accompanied both kinds of dreams were a perpetual source of misery to him. There is no doubt that at this time, that is between the 15th and 17th years, homosexual diathesis had become established. He never frequented loose women, though he sometimes thought that would be the best way of combating his growing inclination for males, and he thinks that he might have brought himself to indulge freely in purely sexual pleasure with women if he made their first acquaintance in a male costume, as de Bardus's Cherubino court pages young halberdiers, as it is only when so clothed that women on the stage or in the ballroom have excited him. His ideal of morality and fear of venereal infection, more than physical incapacity, kept him what is called chaste. He never dreamed of women, never sought their society, never felt the slightest sexual excitement in their presence, never idealized them aesthetically. He thought them far less beautiful than men's statues, and pictures of naked women had no attraction for him, while all objects of art which represented handsome males deeply stirred him. It was in his 18th year that an event occurred which he regards as decisive in his development. He read Plato, A New World opened, and he felt that his own nature had been revealed. Next year, he formed a passionate but pure friendship with a boy of 15. Personal contact with the boy caused erection, extreme agitation, and aching pleasure, but not ejaculation. Through 4 years, he never saw the boy naked or touched him pruriently. Only twice he kissed him. He says that these 2 kisses were the most perfect joys he ever felt. His father now became seriously anxious both about his health and his reputation. He warned him of the social and legal dangers attending his temperament, but he did not encourage him to try coitus with women. He himself thinks that his own sense of danger might have made this method successful, or that at all events, the habit of intercourse with women might have lessened neurosis and diverted his mind, to some extent, from homosexual thoughts. A period of great pain and anxiety now opened for him, but his neurasthenia increased. He suffered from insomnia, obscure cerebral discomfort, stammering, chronic conjunctivitis, inability to concentrate his attention, and dejection. Meanwhile, his homosexual emotions strengthened and assumed a more sensual character. He abstained from indulging them as also from onanism, but he was often forced with shame and reluctance to frequent place-baths, urinaries, and so forth, where there were opportunities of seeing naked men. Having no passion for women, it was easy to avoid them, yet they inspired him with no exact horror. He used to dream of finding an exit from his painful situation by cohabitation with some coarse, boyish girl of the people. But his dread of syphilis stood in the way. He felt, however, that he must conquer himself by efforts of will, and by a persistent direction of his thoughts to heterosexual images. He sought the society of distinguished women. Once he coaxed up a romantic affection for a young girl of 15, which came to nothing, probably because the girl felt the want of absolute passion in his wooing. She excited his imagination, and he really loved her, but she did not, even in the closest contact, stimulate his sexual appetite. Once, when he kissed her just after she had risen from bed in the morning, a curious physical repugnance came over him, attended with a sad feeling of disappointment. He was strongly advised to marry by physicians. At last he did, so he found that he was potent and begot several children. But he also found, to his disappointment, that the tyranny of the male genital organs on his fancy increased. Owing to this cause, his physical, mental, and moral discomfort became acute. His health gave way. At about the age of 30, unable to endure his position any longer, he at last yielded to his sexual inclinations. As he began to do this, he also began to regain calm and comparative health. He formed a close alliance with a youth of 19. This liaison was largely sentimental and marked by a kind of etherealized sensuality. It involved no sexual acts beyond kissing, naked contact, and rare involuntary emissions. About the age of 36, he began freely to follow homosexual inclinations. After this, he rapidly recovered his health. The neurotic disturbances subsided. He has always loved men younger than himself. At about the age of 27, he had begun to admire young soldiers, since he yielded freely to his inclinations. The men he has sought are invariably persons of a lower social rank than his own. He carried on one liaison continuously for 12 years. It began without passion on the friend's side, but gradually grew to nearly equal strength on both sides. He is not attracted by uniforms, but seeks some uncontaminated child of nature. The methods of satisfaction have varied with the phases of his passion. At first they were romantic and platonic, when a hand touch, a rare kiss, or mere presence sufficed. In the second period, sleeping side by side inspection of the naked body of the loved man, embracements, and occasional emissions after prolonged contact. In the third period, the gratification became more frankly sensual. It took every shape: mutual masturbation, intercrural coitus, fellatio, irrumatio, and occasionally active pedicatio, always according to the inclination or concession of the beloved. He himself always plays the active masculine part. He never yields himself to the other, and he asserts that he never has the joy of finding himself desired with ardor equal to his own. He does not shrink from passive pedicatio, but it is never demanded of him. Coitus with males, as above described, always seems to him healthy and natural. It leaves a deep sense of well-being, and has cemented durable friendships. He has always sought to form permanent ties with the men whom he has adored so excessively. He is of medium height, not robust, but with great nervous energy, with strong power of will and self-control, able to resist fatigue and changes of external circumstances. In boyhood he had no liking for female occupations, or for the society of girls, preferring study and solitude. He avoided games and the noisy occupations of boys, but was only non-masculine in his indifference to sport, was never feminine in dress or habit. He never succeeded in his attempts to whistle. He is a great smoker, and has at times drunk much. He likes riding, skating, and climbing, but is a poor horseman, and is clumsy with his hands. He has no capacity for the fine arts and music, though much interested in them, and is a prolific author. He has suffered extremely throughout life, owing to his sense of the difference between himself and normal human beings. No pleasure he has enjoyed, he declares, can equal 1,000th part of the pain caused by the internal consciousness of parietum, the utmost he can plead in his own defense. He admits is irresponsibility, for he acknowledges that his impulse may be morbid, but he feels absolutely certain that in early life his health was ruined and his moral repose destroyed owing to the perpetual conflict with his own inborn nature, and that relief and strength came with indulgence. Although he always has before him the terror of discovery, he is convinced that his sexual dealings with men have been thoroughly wholesome to himself, largely increasing his physical, moral, and intellectual energy, and not injurious to others. He has no sense whatever of moral wrong in his actions, and he regards the attitude of society toward those in his position as utterly unjust and founded on false principles. The next case is like the foregoing, that of a successful man of letters, who also passed through a long period of mental conflict before he became reconciled to his homosexual instincts. He belongs to a family who are all healthy and have shown marked ability in different intellectual departments. He feels certain that one of his brothers is as absolute an invert as himself, and that another is attracted to both sexes. I am indebted to him for the following detailed narrative, describing his emotions and experiences in childhood, which I regard as of very great interest, not only as a contribution to the psychology of inversion, but to the embryology of the sexual emotions. Generally, we here see described in an unduly precocious and hyperesthetic form ideas and feelings which in a slighter and more fragmentary shape may be paralleled in the early experiences of many normal men and women. But it must be rare to find so many points in sexual psychology so definitely illustrated in a single child. It may be added that the narrative is also not without interest as a study in the evolution of a man of letters. A child, whose imagination was thus early exercised and developed, was predestined for a literary career. History Roman 21. Almost the earliest recollection I have is of a dream which, from my vivid recollection of its details, must have repeated itself, I think, more than once, unless my waking thoughts unconsciously added definition. From this dream dated my consciousness of the attraction to me of my own sex, which has ever since dominated my life. The dream, suggested in part, I think, by a picture in an illustrated newspaper of a mob murdering a church dignitary, took this form. I dreamed that I saw my own father murdered by a gang of ruffians, but I do not remember that I felt any grief, though I was actually an exceedingly affectionate child. The body was then stripped of its clothing and eviscerated. I had at the time no notion of anatomical details, but the particulars remain distinct to my mind's eye of entrails uniformly brown, the color of dung, and there was no accompaniment of blood. When the abdomen had been emptied, the incident, in which I became an active participant, occurred. I was seized, and the fact that I was overpowered contributed to the agony of delight it afforded me, and was laid between the thighs of my murdered parent. And from there, I had presently crawled my way into the evacuated abdomen, the act, so far as I can decide, of a dream at an age when emission was out of the question, caused in me extreme organic excitement. At all events, I used afterward, definitely, to recur to it in the waking moments before sleep for the purpose of gaining a state of erection. The dream had no outcome. It seemed to reach its goal in the excitement it caused. I was at that time between 3 and 4 years old. I have been told that erections occurred when I was only 2 years old. It was between 3 and 4 that I used to induce at all events the sensation of an erection. But I was nearer 5 when, sitting on my bed and waiting to be dressed, I got an involuntary erection, and called my nurse's attention to it, asking what it meant. The appearance must therefore have been usual to me at that date, but certainly the sensation was not. At that time I was totally ignorant of the conditions of puberty which afterward, when I discovered them, so powerfully affected me. I could not even visualize the private organs of a man. I made no deductions from myself. The only naked bodies I had seen then, I judge from circumstances, not from any actual memory of the facts, were those of my own sisters in the waking dreams, which I began to construct, though I recurred often to the one already narrated. The goal of my desire was generally to nestle between the thighs, or to have my face pressed against the hinder parts of the object of my worship. But for a time my first dream so engrossed me that I did not indulge in any promiscuity. Gradually, However, my horizon enlarged and took in besides the first mentioned three others, a cousin very much my elder and uncle, and the curate of the parish. At this stage, I began to invent circumstances for the indulgence of my passion. One of the earliest was to imagine myself in a tank with my three lovers floating in the water above me. From this position, I visited their limbs in turn. The attraction rested in the thighs and buttocks, only I fancy this limitation of the charm to the lower parts only lasted until actual experience of a more complete embrace made me as much a lover of the arms and breast. Indeed, later, I became more emotionally enamored of these parts than of all the rest at the beginning of things. I simply loved best what my mind could first get hold of. Quite early in my experience, when I was not more than 5, I awoke earlier than usual and saw my nurse standing in complete nudity commencing her toilet. She seemed to me a gross, coarse, and meaningless object. The hair under her armpits displeased me, and still more that on the lower part of her body in the case of men. Directly I came to have cognizance of the same thing on their bodies, the effect was exactly the opposite. It so happened that about this time the gardener had received some injury to his leg, and in showing the bruise to another exhibited before my eyes a skin completely shagged over with dark hair. Though the sight of the bruise repulsed me, my pleasure was intense, and the vision of the gardener's legs was in my bed every night for a week afterward. My point is that the sight of my nurse was liable to rouse interest just as much as the far more prosaic display of the gardener's wounded leg, but my nature made it impossible. It was about this time, if not before that, an enormous sense of shyness, with regard to all my private duties, began to afflict me. So great was it that I could endure from no hand, except my mother's or my nurse's, the necessary assistance in the buttoning and unbuttoning of my garments, always excepting those who were about my own age, toward whom I felt no privacy whatever. When I was a little more than 5, I formed a friendship with a young clerk, a youth of about 15, though he seemed to me a grown-up person. One day, as he sat at his desk writing, I sat down and began playing with his feet, investigating the height to which his socks went under his trousers. In this way, I obtained 6 inches of bare leg. Conscious of my courage, I fell to kissing it. My friend laughed, but left me to my devotions in peace. This was the first time in which a feeling of romance mixed itself in my dreams. The physical excitement was less, but the pleasure was greater. I cannot understand why I never repeated the experience. He remained to me an object of very special and tender consideration. In the next episode, I have to relate the ideal was totally absent, and the part one played was passive rather than active. I was put to sleep with a boy considerably my senior. His initiation led to a physical familiarity between us which was not warm or kind, and I was allowed no scope for my own instinctive desires for a warmer kind of contact if I sought it under cover of my companion's slumbers. I found myself kicked away. Only on one occasion did I find a few moments of supreme charm, while his sleep remained sound, by discovering in the recesses of the sheet an exposed surface of flesh, against which I pressed my face in an abandonment of joy. For the rest, I was a passive participant, his pleasure seeming to end in the mere handling of the fleshy portions of my body. For this purpose, I usually lay face downward across his knees. So far as I can remember, this intimacy led to a decrease in my pursuit of imaginative pleasures. For about a year, no further development took place. At about this date, I was circumcised on account of the prepuce being too long. Between the 6th and 7th years, a change of environment brought me into contact with a new set of faces. I had then abed to myself, and once more my imagination awoke to life. It was at this time that I found myself constructing from men's faces suppositions as to the rest of their bodies. A brown face led me to suppose a uniformly brown body, a pale face, a pale body. This idea of variety began to charm me. I now made definite choice in my reveries whether I would go to sleep between white thighs or red thighs or brown thighs. Going to sleep definitely describes the goal of the method to which I had addicted myself. As soon as I entered my bed, I abandoned myself to the construction of an amour, and retained it as long as I had consciousness. I may say that I was not conscious of any omissions under these circumstances, until some years later, when I brought it about by my own act, but the pleasure was fairly acute. All this time, there were secret meetings with my bedfellow of the year before, but they now took place by day in various hiding places, with little unclothing or exposure, and my companion was cold and fastidious, and repelled any warmth on my part. It became to me a dry sort of ritual. I had an idea at that time that the whole thing was so much an original invention of his and mine that there was no likelihood of it being practiced by anyone else in the world. But this consideration did not restrain me in constructing love scenes with all those whose appearance attracted me. At this period, nearly every man with whom I came in contact won at least my transient desire, only the quite old and deformed lay outside the scope of my wishes. Many of my amours developed in church. The men who sat near me were the objects of my attention, and the clergyman whose sermon I did not listen to supplied me with an occasion for reverie on the charms his person would have for me under other circumstances. It must have been at this time that I began to elaborate ideas of a serried rank of congregated thighs across which I lay and was dragged. I would arrange them in definite order, and then imagine myself drawn across from one to the other somewhat forcibly. Admiration of strength was beginning at this time to have a definite part in my conceptions, but anything of the nature of cruelty had not then appealed to me. I accept the original dream of my childhood, which seems to me still to stand fantastically apart in the inventions to which I now gave myself the sense of being passed across limbs of different texture and color, was subtle and pleasurable. I think the note of constructive cruelty which now followed arose from an imagined rivalry among my lovers for possession of me. The idea that I was desired made me soon take a delight in imagining myself torn and snatched about by the contending parties. Presently, out of this, I began constructing definite scenes of violence. I was able in imagination to lie in the thick and stress of conglomerated deliciousness of thighs struggling to hold me. I was able to imagine at least 6 bodies encircling me with passionate contact at the same time. I had an ingrained feeling of my own physical smallness in relation to the limbs whose contact threw me into such paroxysms of delight. A new and sufficiently ludicrous invention took possession of me. I imagined myself strapped to the thigh always, I think the right one of the man on whom I chose for the time to concentrate my desires, and so to be worn by him during his day's work hidden beneath his garments. I was not conscious of any difficulty due to my size. The charm of bondage and compulsion was here again in the ascendant. I fancy that it was in this connection that I first anticipated whipping as the delightful climax to my emotions, administered when my possessor at the end of his day's work unclothed himself for rest. Up to this stage, my attraction to the male organ of generation had been slight and vague. 2 things now contributed to bring thought of it into prominence. On 2 or 3 occasions, when I accompanied farm laborers to their occupations, I saw them pause by the way to relieve nature. My extreme shyness, as regards such matters in my own person, made this performance in my presence like an outrage on my modesty. It had about it the suggestion of an indecent solicitation to one whose inclination was to headlong and delirious surrender. I stood rooted and flushing with downcast eyes till the act was over, and was conscious for a considerable time of stammering speech and bewildered faculties. When I afterward reviewed the circumstances, they had the same attraction for me. That amorous cruelty was just then beginning to exercise on my imagination. My mind secretly embraced the fearful sweetness of the newly discovered sensation surrounding the performance of the function, with all sorts of atrocious and bizarre inventions. For a time my intellect hung back from accepting this as the central and most fiery secret of the male attraction. But shortly afterward, when out walking with my father, I saw him perform the same act. I was overwhelmed with emotion, and could barely drag my feet from the spot or my eyes from the damp herbage, where he had deposited the waters of secrecy. Even today, when my mind has been long accustomed to the knowledge of generative facts, I cannot dissociate myself from the shuddering charm that moment had for me. The attraction my father's person had always had for me was now increased tenfold by the performance I had witnessed, though I had not seen the penis in any of these cases. For a considerable time, only those lovers were dominant in my imagination whom I had witnessed in the act that had so poignantly affected me. My delight now took the form of imagining myself strapped to the thighs of the person while this function was in progress. By this time, I must have been 8 years old. The cold and secret relationship of which I have given an account had continued without instructing me in any of the ardent possibilities. It might have suggested no force or cruelty was used upon me. No warmth was lavished. It made little difference that my companion had now discovered the act of masturbation. It had no meaning to me, since it led to no warmth of embrace. His method was to avert himself from me. I had to fawn upon him from the rear, and also to invent indecent stories to stimulate his imagination. I felt myself a despised instrument, the mere spectator of an act, which if directed toward me with any warmth would have aroused the liveliest appetite at this time as I have. Since seen my companion was gaining knowledge from the ancient classics, for a time, some charm was imparted by his instructing me to adopt a superincumbent face-to-face embrace the beginning of his puberty, was enormously attractive to me. Had he been less cold-blooded, I could have responded passionately to his endearments, but he always insisted on rigorous passivity on my part, and he explained nothing. One day, by a small gratuity, he induced me to offer him my mouth, though I still had no comprehension of the result I was helping to attain once the orgasm occurred, and the effect was extremely nauseous. After that he was more careful. My companion was approaching manhood, and his demands became more frequent, his exactions more humiliating. At the same time, my passion for male love was growing stronger. I was able to construct from the unsatisfactory bondage, in which I was held, images of bodily embrace, which I had not before had sufficient sense of human contact to form, though I seldom imagined any of the acts that in actual experience repulsed me. One day, however, I shirked a particularly repulsive humiliation, which my companion had forced upon me. He discovered the deception rose from the prone position in which he lay, and throwing me across his knees, thrashed me violently. I submitted without a struggle, experiencing a curious sensation of pleasure. In the midst of my pain, when he repeated his order, I found its accomplishment no longer repulsive, one of the few pleasurable memories this intimacy, extending over years, has left for me, is that moment of abject abasement to one who with no warmth of feeling had yet once had sufficient energy to be brutal to me. It must have been from this incident that the calculated effect of flagellation began to have weight with me, when I indulged my imagination. A wish to be repulsed, trampled, violated by the object of my passion, took hold of my instincts even then, and, indeed up to my 13th year I had no idea of normal sexual connection. I knew vaguely that children were born from women's bodies. I did not know, and when told, I did not believe the true facts of the marital relationship. All that I had experienced both in fact and imagination was to me so highly individual that I had no notion anything kindred to it could exist outside of my own experience. I had no notion of sex as the basis of life, even when I came gradually to realize that men and women were formed in a way that argued connection with each other. I still believed it to be a dissolute sort of conduct, not to be indulged in by those who had claims to respectability. I had, however, by this time arrived at a strong attraction toward the organs of generation and all aspects of puberty, and my imagination spent itself in a fantastic worship of every sign of masculinity. My enjoyment now was to imagine myself forced to undergo physical humiliation and submission to the caprice of my male captors, and the central fact became the discharge of urine from my lover over my body and limbs, or if I were very fond of him, I let it be in my face. This was followed usually by a half-cursing castigation, in which the hand only was instrumental. The period of which I am now writing was that of my entry into school life. My imaginary lovers immediately became numerous. All the masters and all the boys above a certain age attracted me. For two, I had in addition a feeling of romantic as well as physical attachment. Indeed, from this time onward, I was never without some heroes toward whom I indulged a perfectly separate and tenderly ideal passion. The announcement that one was about to leave surprised me into a passionate fit of weeping, yet my reserve was so great, and my sense of isolation so crushing, that I made no effort at intimacy, and to one for whom I felt inexhaustible devotion, I barely spoke for the first 3 years. Though meeting him daily at this time, the subjects of my contemplation had distinctly individualized methods of approach. Thus in one case I imagined, we stood face to face in our night gear. Suddenly mine was stripped from me. I was seized and forcibly thrust under his, and made to hang with my feet off the ground by my full weight on the erect organ, which inserted itself between my thighs, so suspended me body, enveloped in the folds of his linen, and my face pressed upon his heart. Underwent a castigation which continued until I was thrown down to receive a discharge of urine over my prostrate body. Such images seemed to come independently of my will. It was at this time that I found a large pleasure in imagining contact with people whom I disliked. The prevailing note of these intimacies was always cruelty, to which I submitted with acute relish. I discovered, however, from the ordinary school experiences of corporal punishment, that it had no charm to me when administered for school offenses. even from the hands under which at other times I imagined myself as delighting to receive pain. The necessary link was lacking. Had I perceived on the part of my judge any liking for the operation, there would probably have been a response on my side. On one occasion, I was flogged unjustly, conscious, as I was, of its cruel, instead of judiciary character. This was the only castigation I received which had in it an element of gratification for my instincts. At the same time, I never forgave the hand that administered it. It is the only instance I remember in myself of a grudge nourished for years. Meanwhile, amid this chaos of confused love and hatred, of relish for cruelty and loathing for injustice, my first thoroughly romantic and ideal attachment was developing itself. I may say of those to whom romance as well as physical attachment bound me that they have remained unchangeable parts of my nature today, as it was 20 years ago. When I think of them, the blood gushes to my brain, my hands tingle and moisten with an emotion I cannot subdue. I am at their feet worshipping them. Of them, my dreams were entirely tender. The idea of cruelty never touched the conception I had of them. But I return to that one, who was the chief influence of my youth, older than myself by only 3 years. He was of fine build and athletic, with adolescence showing in his face. My tremulous beginnings of worship were confirmed by a word of encouragement thrown to me one day, as I went to receive my first flogging. No doubt, my small, scared face excited his kind pity. I made it my concern afterward to let him know that I had not cried under the ordeal, and I believe he passed the word around that I had taken my punishment pluckily. So little contact had I with him that beyond constant worship on my part one remember nothing, till about 3 years later I received from him a kind half-joking solicitation spoken in clean and simple language. So terrific was my shyness and secrecy that I had even then no idea that familiarity of the sort was common enough in schools. I was absolutely unable to connect my own sensations with those of the world at large, or to believe that others felt as I. Roman 999. On this occasion, I simply felt that some shrewd thrust had been made at me for the detection of my secret. He had drawn me upon his knee. I sat there silent, flushing, and dumbfounded. He made no attempt to press me. He had, as he thought, said enough, if I chose to be reciprocal, beyond that he would not tempt me. A few years ago, I heard of him, married and prosperous. In following up my emotions in this direction, I have far outstripped the period up to which I have given a complete exposition of my development. I must have been more than 12 years old before school life persuaded me to face, as taught by sniggering novices, the actual facts of sexual intercourse. At the same time, I learned that I had means of extracting enjoyment from my own body in a definite direction, which I had not till then suspected. A growing resistance on my part to his cold desires had led to break with my former intimate to the last. He had taught me nothing except distaste for himself. I now found ready teachers right and left of me. One of my schoolfellows invited me to watch him in the process of masturbation. The spectacle left me quite unmoved. The result appeared to me far less exciting than the discharge of urine, which, until then, I had associated with male virility. I was so accustomed to my own lone amorous broodings that the effort and action required for this process, attempted to imitate it, disconcerted my thoughts and interfered with concentration on my own inventions. I had never experienced the pleasure accompanying the spasm of emission, and there seemed to be nothing worth trying for. Along that road I desisted and returned to my reveries. I was now in a perfect maze of promiscuity. There must have been at least 50 people who attracted me at that time. I developed a liking for imagining myself between two lovers, generally men, who were physical contrasts. It was my habit to analyze as minutely as possible those who attracted me, to gain intimacy with what was below the surface. I studied with attention their hands, the wrists, where they disappeared, showing the hair of the forearm, and the neck. I estimated the comparative size of the generative organs, the formation of the thighs and buttocks, and thus constructed a presentment of the whole man. The more vividly I could do this, the keener was the pleasure I was able to obtain from their contemplated embraces. Till now I had been absolutely untouched by any moral scruples. I had the usual acquiescence in the religious beliefs in which I had been trained. It did not enter my head that there was any divine law one way or the other concerning the allurements of the imagination. From my 13th year, slight hints of uneasiness began to creep into my conscience. I began perhaps to understand that the formulas of religion, to which I had listened all my life with as little attention as possible, had some meaning which now and then touched the circumstances of my own life. I had not yet realized that my past foretold my future, and that women would be to me a repulsion, instead of an attraction where things sexual were concerned. I had the full conviction that one day I should be married. I had also some fear that as I grew to manhood, I might succumb to the temptations of loose women. I had an incipient revulsion from such a fate. And this seemed to me to indicate that moral stirrings were at work within me. One night, I was amorously attacked in my bedroom by two of the domestics. I experienced an acute horror, which I hid under laughter. My resistance was so desperate that I escaped with a tickling. I had been accustomed to sit on the servant's knees, a habit I had innocently retained from childhood. I can now recall in detail the approaches these women had been used to make me. At the time I was utterly oblivious that anything was intended. I was equally oblivious to things that had a nearer relation to my own feelings. In passing along a side street one night, I was overtaken by a man who began conversation on the weather. He asked me if I were not cold, began passing his hand up and down my back. Then came a question about caning at school, whether certain parts of me were not sore, leading to an investigating touch. I put his hand aside shyly, but did not resent the action. Presently, he was for exploring my trousers pockets, and I began to think him a pickpocket. Repulsed in that direction, he returned to rubbing my back. The sensation was pleasant. I now took him for a pimp who wished to take me to a prostitute, and as at that time I had begun to realize that such pleasures were not to my taste, I was glad to find myself at my destination, and said goodbye sharply, leaving him standing full of astonishment at his failure with one who had taken his advances so pleasantly. I could not bring myself to believe that others had the same feelings as myself. Later, I realized my escape, not without a certain amount of regret, and constructed for my own pleasure a different termination to the incident. I was now so possessed by masculine attraction that I became a lover of all the heroes I read of in books. Some became as vivid to me as those with whom I was living in daily contact. For a time, I became an ardent lover of Napoleon, the incident of his anticipation of the nuptials with his second wife attracting me by its impetuous brutality, of Edward I, and of Julius Caesar. Charles Roman II, I remember by a caressing cruelty with which my imagination gifted him. Jugurtha was a great acquisition. Bothwell, Judge Jeffreys, and many villains of history and fiction appealed to me by their cruelty. I had become an adept in the mental construction necessary for the satisfaction of my desires, and yet up to that date, I had never seen the nude body of a full-grown adult. I had no knowledge of the extent to which hair in certain instances develops on the torso. Indeed, my efforts at characterization centered for the most part around the thighs and generative organs. At this time, one of my schoolfellows saw a common workman known to me by name bathing in a stream with some companions. All his body was, my informant told me, covered with hair from throat to belly. In face, the man was coarse and repulsive, but I now began to regard him as a lovely monstrosity, and for many nights embraced the vision of him passionately, with face buried in the jungle growth of hair that covered his chest. I was for the first time conscious of deliberately and successfully willing not to see his face, which was distasteful to me. At the same time, another schoolfellow told me concerning a master who bathed with the boys that hair showed above his bathing drawers, as high as the navel. I now began definitely to construct bodies in detail. The suggestion of extensive hairiness maddened me with delight, but remained in my mind strongly associated with cruelty. My hairy lovers never behaved to me with tenderness. Everything at this period, I think, tended to draw me toward force and violence as an expression of amativeness. A schoolfellow, a few years my senior, of a cruel bullying disposition, took a particular delight in inflicting pain on me. He had particularly pointed shoes, and it was his custom to make me stand with my back to him, while he addressed me in petting and caressing tones. Just when his words were at their kindliest, he would inflict a sharp stroke with the toe of his boot, so as to reach the most tender part of my fundament. The pain was exquisite. I was conscious that he experienced sexual pleasure. I had seen definite signs of it beneath his clothing, and though loathing him, I would, after I had suffered from his kicks, throw myself into his imaginary embraces and indulge in a perfect rage of abject submission. Yet all the time I would gladly have killed him. At the age of 14, I went for a time to a farmhouse where I was allowed to mingle familiarly with the farm laborers. A fine set of muscular young men, I became a great favorite, and having childish caressing manners a good deal behind my real age, I was allowed to take many liberties with them. They all lived under the farmer's roof in the old-fashioned way, and in the evening I used to sit on their knees and caress, and hugged them to my heart's content. They took it phlegmatically. It apparently gave them no surprise one of the men used to return my squeezes and caresses, and once allowed me to put my hand under his shirt, but there were no further liberties. It was not until I was nearly 15 that the event happened, which made me for the first time restless in my enforced solitude. I was verging on puberty, and perhaps in the hope that I should find my own development met by a corresponding warmth, I again came into intimate relations with the companion whose frigid performances had caused me weariness. And disgust, he was now a man having reached majority. He put me into his bed, while he undressed himself, and came toward me in perfect nudity. In a moment, we were in each other's arms, and the deliciousness of that moment intoxicated me. Suddenly lying on the bed, I felt attacked, as I thought, by an imperative need to make water. I leaped up with a hurried excuse, but already the paroxysm had subsided. No discharge came to my relief, yet the need seemed to have passed. I returned to my companion, but the glamour of the meeting was already over. My companion evidently found more pleasure in my person than when I was a mere child. I felt moved and flattered by the pleasure he took in pressing his face against certain parts of my body. On a second occasion, one day, I seemed involuntarily about to transgress decency, but again, as before, separated myself, and remained ignorant of what it was on which I had verged in my excitement. At another meeting, however, I had been allowed to prolong my embrace, and to act indeed upon my full instincts. Once more I felt suddenly the coming of something acutely impending. I took my courage in my hands, and went boldly forward. In another moment, I had hold of the mysterious secret of masculine energy, to which all my years of delirious imaginings had been but as a waiting at the threshold, the knocking on a closed door. It was inevitable that from that day, our intimacy should dwindle into dissolution, though other causes anticipated this natural decay. But I no longer found masturbation a dry and wearisome formula in my novitiate. I was disheartened to find how long it took me to dissociate myself from the contemplative and attach myself to the active form of self-gratification, but I presently found myself committed to the repetition of the act 3 times a day. On almost the last occasion I met my intimate, he showed an exceptional ardor at that meeting. He proposed to attempt an act I had not previously considered possible, far less had I heard that it was considered the worst criminal connection that could take place. I had a slight fear of pain, but was willing to gratify him, and for the first time found in my submission a union of the 2 amative instincts, which had before disputed sway in me. The instinct for tenderness and the instinct for cruelty pedicatio failed to take place, but I received an embrace which for the first time gave me full satisfaction. My delight was enormous. I was filled with emotions. I have no words to describe the extraordinary charm of the warm, smooth flesh upon mine, and the rougher contact of the hairy parts. Yet I was conscious, even at the time, that this was but the physical side of pleasure, and that he was not and never could be one whom I might truly be said to love. I was now in my 16th year, and under the influence of these and many other emotions, then, for the first time, beginning to seize me a sense of literary power, and a desire to express myself through imaginative channels began to take hold of me. I feared that my indulgence was having an enfeebling power on my faculties. I had begun to experience physical languor and depression, and certain religious scruples, the result of my early training, took hold of me. For the first time I became conscious that the ardors I felt toward my own sex were a diversion of the sex instinct itself, and to my astonishment and consternation, I found by chance the practices I had already indulged in definitely denounced in the Bible as an abomination. From that moment began a struggle which lasted for years. I made a final breach with my former intimate, and thereupon a long dispute took place between the conflicting influences that strove for possession of my body. For a time, I broke off the habit of masturbation, but I could not so easily rid myself of the mental indulgence, which was now almost an essential sedative for inducing sleep. At this time, a visit to the seaside, where, for the first time, I was able to see men bathing in complete nudity, frankly in the full light of day, plunged me again for a time headforemost into imaginative amours, and my scruples and resolutions were flung to the winds. But on the whole, I had now entered a stage which, for want of a better term, I must describe as the emotionally moral. To whatever depth of indulgence I descended, I carried a sense of obliquity with me. I believed that I was a rebel from a law natural and divine, of which yet no instinct had been implanted in me. I still held unquestioned the truth of the religion I had been brought up in, and my whole life, every thought of my brain, Every impulse of my body were in direct antagonism to the will of God. At times physical desire broke down these barriers, but I practiced considerable restraint physically, though not mentally, and made great efforts to conquer my aversion from women and extreme devotion for men, without the slightest success. I was 30, however, before I found a companion to love me in the way my nature required. I am quite a healthy person, and capable of working at very high pressure under sexual freedom. I have become stronger. History Roman 22 J aged 50 man of letters height 5 feet, 7 inches weight 10 stone, but formerly much less belongs to an entirely normal family, all married and with children. Owing to the fact that my mother suffered from some malady the whole period of gestation, prior to my birth, I came into the world so puny a child, so ill-nourished, that for some time the doctors despaired of my life. Till the age of puberty, though never ill, I suffered greatly from delicate health. I was abnormally sensitive, and all my affections and passions extraordinarily developed owing to my brothers being much older than myself. I was thrown into the society of my sister. Till 8 years old, she was my chief playmate. With her I played with dolls, and abandoned myself wholly to the delights of an imaginary land which was much more real to me than the world around me. I never remember learning to read, but at 5 the Arabian Nights and Kingsley's Hereward the Wake were my favorite books. Living in the country, the society of other children was difficult to obtain. My whole affections centered in my father. My mother having died when I was a child, this affection for my father was rather a morbid passion which absorbed my life. I dared not leave his side for fear of a final separation from him. I would wake him when asleep to see if he still lived to this day. Though he died 26 years ago, his memory haunts me. My first abnormal desires were connected with him. I had seen him occasionally micturating in the garden alleys or out in the country. These occasions excited me terribly, and I would if possible wait till he had gone and touched the humid leaves, drawing a terrible pleasure from the contact afterward. Though he never suspected it, desire for him became a consuming passion, and I remember on one occasion, when on a holiday I occupied the same bed with him, the excitement of his propinquity brought on such a formidable attack of heart palpitation that my father called in the family physician on our return home. Needless to say, my heart was found quite sound. The desire still remains after all these years, and nothing excites me more even now than the memory of my father in his morning bath. The whole world for me in my early childhood was peopled with imaginary beings. While still a young child, I would invent stories and relate them to any listener. I could find one such story lasting 3 years. I was an omnivorous reader, but my favorite reading was poetry. At 7 I could repeat the greater part of Longfellow's poems. Scott followed, then Milton captivated me. When I was 14, then came Tennyson, Arnold, Swinburne, and Morris. Later came the Greek and Latin poets. From 7 years on I wrote verses to my father. Till 8 years I was excessively timid of the dark, and indeed of all loneliness. This passed, however, and developed into an extreme sensitiveness of seeing or meeting people. Even on a country road, I would walk miles out of my way to avoid meeting the ordinary yokel. At this period my daydreams were my favorite occupation, even to the present day. My visions take up the greater part of my life. Though timid, I was not wanting in courage. At an early age, I would fight boys even older than myself. Later I have risked my life many times in various parts of Europe. As regards sports, I can do a little of everything: swimming, riding, fencing, shooting, a little of each, cricket and football. I also played passably, but sports never interested me much. Literature became, and is, the passion of my life, and for some years has remained my sole occupation. At 8 years, the sexual inversion began to manifest itself, though till I had attained 10 years of age, I was practically quite innocent. At 8 years of age my family removed to another country, and I made the acquaintance of a little boy who attracted me sexually. We masturbated in company without any reason, except the pleasure of seeing each other exposed. Then I had connection with him. In Annam, this really at that time was an exception to my ordinary tastes, which speedily developed into an intense desire of fellatio and later on of intercrural pleasures. This latter perhaps may be accounted for by the visit to our house of a small boy, with whom I slept for about a year. Every night during this period, I had intercrural connection with him twice, and sometimes 3 times. Then came a consuming passion for all young boys, and very old men. Boys, after 14 or 15, ceased to attract me more particularly. When the hair of the pubis began to develop from 8 to 14, When first I had sexual emissions, I masturbated at every opportunity from 14 to 27, always once a day, generally twice, and sometimes 3 times a day. At 27, I took rooms and formed acquaintance with the family occupying the house. The boys, one by one, were allowed to sleep with me, and I conceived an extraordinary passion for one of them, an attachment which lasted till I finally left England. The attachment was much more that of a man for his wife, and had nothing degrading in it. I was wretched when away from him, and as he was very attached to sport of all kinds, I suffered divers kinds of death each time that I imagined his life to be endangered. I can honestly say that in each of my attachments, and I have had many, the prevailing sentiment was the delight of protecting a weaker being than myself. Each person whom I have loved has been perfectly normal, and all are now fathers of families. Each still regards me with affection and respect, in spite of what has passed between us. All my life, I have been possessed with the passion for paternity. I could almost say maternity willingly. Would I have suffered the pains of hell, could I have borne a son to the person I loved? That I can honestly say has been the dominant instinct of my life. In my passion, I have never been brutal, nor save, under the influence of wine, have I had connection with men. Over the age of puberty in Southern Europe, my experiences have been the same, a predominant passion for a boy exhibiting itself in every species of protecting care, and though terminating so far as sexual passion was concerned, when the boy reached 15 or 16 years, yet still lasting and enduring in an honest and unselfish affection. At the age of 51, I still masturbate once or twice a week. Though I long for some person whom I love to share the pleasure with me, I tried vainly at the age of 27 to bring myself into line with others. Prostitutes caused me horror, whether male or female. I attempted the act of coitus 4 or 5 times, twice with women of loose lives, and at other times with married women, save in one case. The attempts were either abortive or caused me extreme disgust. Practically from the time of puberty, I have attracted sexually not only women, but men. Women, oddly enough, though I care nothing for them sexually, either hate me or adore me, and I have had 5 offers of marriage at the same time. Up till 5 years ago I was pursued by men, and have had the oddest experiences both in England and abroad. In the early period of this history, I suffered tremendously from the feeling that I was isolated and unique in the world. Strove against the habit of masturbation and my perverted tastes with all my might. Scourges, vigils, burnings, all were of no avail. Deeper reading in the classics showed me how common was the taste of sex for the same sex. At 27, I began to have a settled philosophy. Then, as now, I made endless resolutions to avoid masturbation, though I can see nothing wrong in the mutual act of 2 persons drawn together by love. I am, and always have been, an extremely religious man, and, if I am not altogether an orthodox Catholic, do my duties, and have a high sense of the supernatural. I suffered much from melancholy from my earliest years. At 18, though nothing definitely was wrong, a vague but profound malaise induced me to open the veins of my arm. I fainted, however, and was promptly succored at the age of 35 after a return from abroad. I took an enormous dose of poison. This time again, a singular coincidence saved me, and I once more came back to life. After this, I purposely went abroad to obtain death, and sought it in every possible way, quite in vain. As you see, one thing I have never had a fear of, but have always longed for: death. I am sure that if we only knew what joys lay on the other side of death, the whole world would rush madly to suicide. I have, apart from any perversion of taste, an honest and genuine passion for children and animals, and I am never happier than when in their society both adore me. My life has not dimmed nor deadened my faculties, for I am occupied at the present time with very important work, and I write steadily, but my real life is passed in my visions, which take me into another world quite as real as this sensuous one, and where I always retreat on all occasions possible. And yet, a strange paradox, I am a convinced Stoic, and almost confine my reading to Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and the imitation. I am extremely emotional, fond of the society of women, though I loathe the sexual side of them. And when I love, though passion is certainly inextricably mixed, the prevailing sentiment is spiritual, I shall probably end by being a Carthusian or a fakir. History. Roman, 23, Englishman, aged 70, of German descent on father's side, was first child of his mother, who was 36 at his birth. A younger brother, Normal, has no other relatives. He was brought up in England, and went to school at the age of 13. At a very early age, between 6 and 8, was deeply impressed by the handsome face of a young man, a royal trumpeter on horseback seen in a procession. This, and the sight of the naked body of young men in a rowing match on the river, caused great commotion. but not of a definitely sexual character. This was increased by the sight of a beautiful male model of a young Turk, smoking with his dress open, in front showing much of the breast and below the waist. He became familiar with pictures, admired the male figures of Italian martyrs, and the full rich forms of the Antinous, and he read with avidity the Arabian Nights and other Oriental tales, translations from the classics Suetonius, Petronius, etc. He drew naked models in life schools, and delighted in male ballet dancers. As a child he used to perform in private theatricals, he excelled in female parts, and sang the songs of Madame Vestris, encouraged in this by his father. The sexual organs have never been fully developed, and the testicles, though large, are of a flabby consistence. He cannot whistle. He thinks he ought to have been a woman. At school he was shy and reserved, and had no particular intimacy with anyone, although he once desired it. He learned self-abuse from his younger brother, who had learned it from an older boy. He has never had erotic dreams. He never touched anyone but his brother, until later when traveling in Italy, and then only his fellow traveler when traveling in Asia Minor. He had many opportunities, but always put them aside from fear afterward, regretting his fearfulness. He yearned for intimacy with particular friends, but never dared to express it. He went much to theaters, and what he saw there incited him to masturbation. When he was about 30 years of age, his reserve and his fear of treachery and extortion were at last overcome by an incident which occurred late at night at the Royal Exchange, and again, in a dark recess, in the gallery of the Olympic Theatre, when Gustavus Brooke was performing. From that time, the Adelphi Theatre, the Italian Opera, and the open parks at night became his fields of adventure. He remarks that among people crowding to witness a fire, he found many opportunities. His especial intimates were a railway clerk and an Italian model. In more recent years, he has chiefly found gratification among footmen and policemen. He is exclusively passive, also likes mutual fellatio. He used greatly to admire finely developed forms, conscious of his own shortcomings, shapely limbs, and delicate brown hair, and always admired strength and manly vigor. He never took any interest in boys, and has always been indifferent to women. History. Roman 24, a medical man, English, aged 30. He believes that his father, who was a magistrate, was very sympathetic toward men on several occasions. He has sat with him on the bench when cases of indecent assault were brought up. He discharged 3 cases, although there could be little doubt as to their guilt, and was very lenient to the others. From the age of 9, he loved to sleep with his brother 10 years older, who was in the Navy. They slept in different beds, and the child went to bed early, but he always kept awake to see his brother undress, as he adored his naked body, and would then get into his bed. He learned the habit of masturbation from his brother at the age of 9. At that time, there was no sexual orgasm, but watching it in his brother was a perpetual source of wonder and pleasure. During his brother's absence at sea, the boy longed for his return and would practice self-abuse with the thought of his brother's naked body before him. This brother's death was a source of great grief. At the age of 12, he went to boarding school and was constantly falling in love with good-looking boys. He was always taken into one of the bigger boys' beds at this age. He was thoroughly able to enjoy the sexual orgasm with boys. His erotic dreams have always been of men, and especially of boys. He has never dreamed sexually of women from the age of 9 to the age of 21. When he left school, he never gave women a thought sexually, though he always liked their society. For 2 years after leaving school, he had connection with women, not because he thought there was sin in loving his own sex, but because he regarded it as a thing that no one did. After leaving school during these 2 years, he still really preferred men, and used to admire the figures of soldiers and sailors. He then paid a visit to London, which may be described in his own words. I went to see an old schoolfellow who was living there. In his room was a young fellow, fair, extremely good, looking, with a good figure and charming manners. From that moment, all my past recollections came back. I could not get him out of my mind. In fact, I was in love with him. I pictured him naked before me as a lovely statue. My dreams were frequent at night, always of him. For a fortnight afterward, I practiced masturbation, with the picture of his lovely face and form always before me. We became fast friends, and from that day women have never entered my thoughts. Although up to the present, he has no wish or intention to marry, he believes that he will eventually do so, because it is thought desirable in his profession. But he is quite sure that his love and affection for men and boys will never lessen. In earlier life, he preferred men from 20 to 35. Now, he likes boys from 16 upward. Grooms, for instance, who must be good-looking, well-developed, cleanly, and of a lovable, unchanging nature. But he would prefer gentlemen. He does not care for mere mutual embracing and reciprocal masturbation. When he really loves a man, he desires pedicatio, in which he is himself the passive subject. He has curly hair and mustache and well-developed sexual organs. His habits are masculine. He has always enjoyed field sports and can swim, ride, drive, and skate at the same time. He is devoted to music, can draw and paint, and is an ardent admirer of male statuary. While fond of practical occupations of every sort, he dislikes anything that is theoretical. He adds, as a medical man, I fail to see morally any unhealthiness, or anything that nature should be ashamed of, in connection with and sympathy for men. History Roman 25 A.S. schoolmaster, aged 46. My father was, I should say, below the average in capacity for friendship. He liked young girls, and was never interested in boys. He was a man of strongly puritanical morality, capable of condemning with gloomy bitterness. He was also a man capable of great sacrifice for principle and mentally very well endowed. My mother was a clever, practical woman with wide sympathies. She was capable of warm friendship, especially toward those younger than herself. Her father, whom I never saw, was a teacher. He was devoted to his wife, but also delighted in the company of young men. He had always some young man on his arm. My mother would tell me my mother's family is of Welsh descent. I learned to read at 5, and I can scarcely have been more than 6, when I used to read again and again David's lament for Absalom. Even now, I can dimly recall the siren charm for me of that melancholy refrain, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son of late. When I have thought of the amount of devotion I have shown to lads, and the amount I have sometimes suffered for them, I have felt as if there were something almost weirdly prophetic in that early incident. I was always an impressionable creature. My mother was very musical, and her singing got hold of me wonderfully. The dramatic and the poetic always strongly appealed to me. I felt I should like to act, but I never dared. In the same way I felt that one day I should like to be a schoolmaster, but I dared not say so. A shy, retiring creature was obviously unfitted for such occupations. Well, the teaching came about, and the strange part was that the boys were somehow or other attracted by me, and the worst customers were attracted most, and there came a chance of acting too. Owing to some difficulties about the cast in a play at school, I took a part. After that I knew that within a certain range I could act. I spent 2 holidays with a dramatic company. I should undoubtedly have remained on the stage. But for one thing, I don't wish to be sanctimonious, but dirty and ugly jokes are odious to me. It was this sort of thing that drove me away. I threw myself into the school work instead. It was partly the dramatic interest, partly a quite genuine interest in human nature, that led me to do some preaching too. When I had been badly hurt by 1 or 2 youngsters, whom I loved, I thought of going in for pastoral work. But this too was given up, and, very wisely, I should never be able to work comfortably with any organization. For one thing, I have a way of taking on new ideas, and organizations do not like that. For another, all social functions are anathema to me. Interest in art, as usually understood, began to be marked only after I was 30. It started with architecture, and passed on to painting and sculpture. The tendency to do rather a variety, too great a variety of things, characterizes many Uranians. We are rather like the labile chemical compounds. Our molecules readily rearrange themselves. As a boy of 10, I had the ordinary sweethearting with a girl of the same age. The incident is worth perhaps a little further comment for the following reason. When I was 16 years old, the girl lived with us for a year. She was a nice, pleasant, bright girl, and she thought a great deal of me. I was strongly attracted by her. I remember especially one little incident. I had been showing her how to do some algebra, and she was kneeling at the table by the side of my chair. Her hair was flowing over her shoulders, and she looked rather charming. She expressed warm admiration of the way I had worked the problem out. I remember that I deliberately squashed out the feeling of attraction that came over me. I scarcely know why I did this, but I fancy there was a vague sense that I did not want my work disturbed. There was no sexual attraction, or at least none, that was manifest. The girl, there is no doubt, grew to love me. I am sorry to say that in 2 other cases later women loved me, and have both permanently remained unmarried on my account. I sometimes feel that in a wisely free society I should be able to give both of these women children. That I believe I could do, and I think it would be an immense satisfaction to them. A permanent union with a woman would, however, be impossible to me. A permanent union with a man would, I believe, be possible, At least I know that attractions which have been at all homosexual in character have in my case been very lasting. I was strongly attracted, when not more than 13, to a lad slightly older. It was a love story, there is no doubt. But I do not recollect any outer sexual signs. There were other passing cases, but in no case was there any warm response. Till I was 15, I then made friends with a lad of entirely different type from myself. I was a reader, I liked long walks and fresh air, but I was too shy to go in. For sports indeed, I was frightfully shy. He was a great sportsman, and always at home in society. But he asked me to help him with some work, and we took to working together. I grew passionately fond of him. His caresses always caused some erection. Personally, I believe it would have been wiser to have obtained complete sexual expression. The absence of knowledge led to two distinctly undesirable results. The first was marked congestion and pain at times. The second was a tendency to a sort of modified masochism. There is always, I suppose, some erotic attraction about the buttocks, and of course, also to boys they afford an irresistibly attractive mark. For a good smack, I found that, when this lad spanked me, it produced some amount of sexual excitement, and the desire for this form of stimulus grew upon me. The result in my case was bad. It was sensualism, not love. I can say this with confidence, because in a much later case of deeply passionate love, I shrank from any such method. But the mutual naked embrace I found was for me an absolutely natural and pure expression of love. I never felt any touch of grossness in it, and it destroyed the earlier, and for me at least less wholesome, desire. The school friendship disappeared with the marriage of my friend. I was furiously jealous, and the young man's mother was opposed to me. But I still think of that early friendship with tenderness. I know that my boyfriend was the first who made me capable of self-expression, the first who taught me how to make friends at all. And if he still cared for me, I know that his love would be dear to me still. My chief regret as I look back is that I did not know about these things early. I cannot but think that all youngsters should be spoken to about the love of comrades, and encouraged to seek help in any sort of trouble, that this may bring. We homogenic folk may be but a small percentage of mankind, but our numbers are still great, and surely the making or marring of our lives should count for something. At college I fell violently in love with a friend with whom I did work in science. He loved me too, though not with such heat. He also was largely Uranian. But this I only realized a year or two back. He remains unmarried, and is still my friend. We did some research work together, which is pretty well known. I am quite sure that the love we had for each other gave tremendous zest to our work, and greatly increased our powers. While I was working at college, I was interested in a lad who was working as errand boy for a city firm. I helped him to get better training, and spent money on him. My father was making me some allowance at the time, and demurred. I said I would in future support myself, and in this way came to take up schoolmastering. I at once became quite absorbed in my work. With the boys, of course, I loved them. And here I feel I must touch upon what seems to me a characteristic of most of us Uranians. Our genital organs are with us ordinarily, and usually organs of expression. The clean-minded, heterogenic man is apt to look upon such a view of the genital organs as monstrous. We, on the other hand, are compelled, at least for ourselves, to regard it as the natural and pure one. For my own part, one had many Puritan prejudices that I retained for many a long and weary day, but my affection for those of my own sex so often expressed itself by some sexual stirring and more or less erection that I was obliged to look upon this as inevitable, and in general I paid no attention to it. Whatever it was, the older boys, who sometimes attracted me strongly, my love for them was, I know, a genuinely spiritual thing. Though inevitably having some physical expression, I was capable of great devotion to them and sacrifice for them, and I would certainly rather have died than have injured them. The boys got on well with me. I was never weak with them, and I was able to allow all kinds of familiarities without any loss of respect. The older boys, usually out of class, called me by my Christian name, and I remember one writing to ask me whether he might do so, as it made him feel nearer to me. A few of the lads I, of course, loved with special devotion. They kissed me, and loved to have me embrace them. One of these was, I now know, pure Uranian, and there was in his case certainly some sexual response. But though I often slept with him, when he was a lad of 17 and 18, there was never any idea in our minds of any sexual act. We are still warm friends and always kiss when we meet. Looking back upon those days, I feel that I was a little inclined to pass on from one love to another, but each was a genuine devotion, and involved real hard work on the lad's behalf, and I know that where the lad stuck to me into manhood, a real tenderness and love remained still. While teaching, I made the acquaintance of a nonconformist minister, who, though happily married, had certainly some homogenic tendencies. He was most devoted to boys, and helped me with regard to some difficult cases. It was the difficult cases that always attracted me. I had to punish these lads, and my friend recommended spanking with the hand on the bare buttocks. I mentioned that I adopted this method because it might have been thought specially dangerous to me. It certainly never produced in me the remotest suggestion of any sexual act, though it did sometimes produce a slight amount of sexual excitement. I disregarded this, or put it out of my mind, as I found the method most efficacious. It was capable of great variation of intensity, and the boys were always ready to joke about it. I never came across a case where any sexual excitement was produced by it. The boys whom I had to be most down on almost always, however, grew fonder of me. There may be a slight and normal masochistic tendency in most boys, and perhaps the erogenic character of the buttocks has something to do with the development of affection. If so, I am inclined to regard it as normal and useful, rather than otherwise, for in my experience, no undesirable result was ever produced. But then, of course, there was no playing with the business that might, I am sure, in some cases, be decidedly injurious. One experience of my schoolmastering days is, I think, important in its bearing upon general sexual psychology. I always noticed that during the term I was specially free from wet dreams. What is noteworthy is this: during term, there was never anything more than a very partial sexual expression of any feeling of mine. Such expression, indeed, as was wholly inevitable. There was therefore no actual loss of semen, and it seems clear that the wet dreams were not due to mere physical pressure. The psychic satisfaction of love in this case made the complete physical expression less urgent. But it was a love of a distinctly tender kind that was needed to keep the physical from obtruding. Of that further experience has made me sure. I am moreover now convinced that a mutual Uranian love will reach its best results, both spiritual and physical, where there is complete sexual expression. Of the character of the sexual dreams I have had, there is not much to be said. During the period of masochistic tendency, they were masochistic in character; otherwise they have been dreams simply of the naked embrace. Usually, there has been a considerable element of ideal love in the dream. I have not more than 3 times at most dreamed of intercourse with one of the opposite sex. There was only in one case anything that I could call actual emotion in such a dream. The other dreams have often not always been dreams of real yearning, and not at all what I should call merely sensual. In the course of time, I wanted more freedom to do things in my own way than could be obtained in a public school. I started a school of my own. The work was for a good many years very happy. I loved the boys, and they loved me. I was active, ardent, and they made a chum of me, but people got into the way of sending me awkward customers. I poured out my love on these. I used myself up for them. Unfortunately, though I was never orthodox, my puritanical morality was still strong within me. My views of human psychology were too limited, and I imposed them on the boys. Some were very devoted, but as years went by and the proportion of mauvais sujets increased, there tended to be a split in the small camp, and 1 or 2 boys whom I loved deceived me terribly to a man of my temperament. This was heartrending. And from then, the work was doomed. Troubles at school went along with troubles at home, and these things contributed to center my affection upon a lad who was with me, and who had given me much trouble for some reason or other. I went on believing that he would get right. Deceit was his great difficulty. He was certainly partly homosexual himself. Looking back, I can see that with a wider and more charitable knowledge, I could have dealt more wisely and helpfully with certain homosexual episodes of his. I am convinced now that mere sweeping condemnation of the physical is not the wholesome way of help. However, to cut the story short, all seemed at last to go well, and the lad was growing into a young man. Our love deepened, and we always slept together, but quite ascetically. Later, when quite in his young manhood he had left school, there was unfortunately misunderstandings with his parents, who forbade him to sleep with me. What followed is of some importance. Up till then, though certainly his affection seemed ardent, I had observed no sexual signs on his part. I had been quite frank with him as to mine. He was then 19, and I thought old enough to have things explained to him. Sleeping with him I had found peaceful and helpful, and more than once he told me that it greatly helped him. But after we were forbidden to sleep together, I found the passion in me more difficult to control, and it suddenly leaped out. In him we were still, however, rather ascetic, though we used to kiss each other, and we used to embrace naked. This produced emission, not infrequently with me, but only once with him, though always powerful erection, I would not allow any friction. Perhaps this was a mistake. A more complete expression might have helped him. All my life, I had been hungry for a complete response. And at one time, the lad thought he could give it. He was then nearing 20. I have never been so happy in my life. He said it was a blow to me when I found he had mistaken his own feelings. But I was quite ready to accept what love he could give. I also never dreamed of any sort of insistence on sexual expression. With such love as he could give, I was quite ready to make myself content. The true measure of love, wrote a Uranian schoolmaster to me once, is self-sacrifice. Not what will you give, but what will you give up. Not what will you do for him, but what will you forgo for his sake. I quote this gladly, for the conventional English moralists regard an invert as a kind of deformed beast. I can only say that I tried to realize the ideal, which these words express. No moralist would have helped me. One with the parents also separated us. They have done much harm by their mistake. How difficult it is for parents to allow freedom to their children. Their ideal is successful constraint, not free self-discovery. But in spite of them, and in spite of the separation, I know that my friend and I have helped each other. There is one fear parents have which I believe is unwarranted. As far as I have seen, I do not conclude that the early expression of homosexual love prevents heterosexual love from developing later, where this love is a part of the individual's inborn nature. It will show itself. I do, however, believe that a noble homogenic love in early life will sometimes help a lad to avoid a low standard of heterogenic attachment. The Greeks did well at their best time in cultivating and ennobling the homogenic love amongst us, as can be understood by all who know the working of society. To booze it is the baser forms that are unhindered, the noblest forms that are debased. We earnings are, I think, dependent upon individual love. Many of us, I know, need to work for an individual to do our best. Is this the outcome of the woman in the Uranian temperament? And the tragedy of our fate is that we whose souls vibrate only to the touch of the hand of Eros are faced with the fiercest taboo of all that can give our lives, meaning the other taboos have been given up one by one. Will not this, the last of the taboos, soon vanish? I have known lives darkened by it, weakened by it, crushed out by it. How long are the Western moralists to maim and brand and persecute where they do not understand? The next case belongs to a totally different class from all the preceding histories. Thessile British or American were obtained privately. They are not the inmates of prisons or of asylums, and in most cases, they have never consulted a physician concerning their abnormal instincts. They pass through life as ordinary, sometimes as honored members of society. The following case, which happens to be that of an American, is acquainted with both the prison and the lunatic asylum. There are several points of interest in his history, and he illustrates the way in which sexual inversion can become a matter of medical importance. I think, however, that I am justified in believing that the proportion of sexually inverted persons who reach the police court or the lunatic asylum is not much larger in proportion to the number of sexually inverted persons among us than it is among my cases. For the documents on which I have founded the history of Guy Olmsted, I am indebted to the kindness of Dr. Talbot of Chicago, well known from his studies of abnormalities of the jaws and face, so often associated with nervous and mental abnormality. He knew the man who addressed to him the letters from which I here quote. History Roman 26, on the 28th of March, 1894, at noon in the open street in Chicago, Guy T. Olmsted fired a revolver at a letter carrier named William Roman 50 Clifford. He came up from behind and deliberately fired 4 shots, the first entering Clifford's loins, the other 3 penetrating the back of his head, so that the man fell and was supposed to be fatally wounded. Olmsted made little attempt to escape as a crowd rushed up with the usual cry of "Lynch him," but waved his revolver, exclaiming, "I'll never be taken alive." And when a police officer disarmed him, "Don't take my gun, let me finish what I have to do." This was evidently an allusion, as will be seen later on, to an intention to destroy himself. He eagerly entered the prison van, however, to escape the threatening. Olmsted, who was 30 years of age, was born near Danville, Roman 99, in which city he lived for many years. Both parents were born in Illinois. His father, some 20 years ago, shot and nearly killed a wealthy coal operator, induced to commit the crime, it is said, by a secret organization of 100 prominent citizens to whom the victim had made himself obnoxious by bringing suits against them for trivial causes. The victim became insane, but the criminal was never punished and died a few years later at the age of 40. For this man had another son who was considered peculiar. Guy Olmsted began to show signs of sexual perversity at the age of 12. He was seduced, we are led to believe, by a man who occupied the same bedroom. Olmsted's early history is not clear from the data to hand. It appears that he began his career as a schoolteacher in Connecticut, and that he there married the daughter of a prosperous farmer. But shortly after he fell in love with her male cousin, whom he describes as a very handsome young man. This led to a separation from his wife, and he went west. He was never considered perfectly sane, and from October 1886 to May 1889, he was in the Kankakee Insane Asylum. His illness was reported as of 3 years' duration, and caused by general ill health, heredity, doubtful habits, good occupation. That of a schoolteacher. His condition was diagnosed as paranoia on admission. He was irritable, alternately excited and depressed. He returned home in good condition. At this period, and again, when examined later, Olmsted's physical condition is described as on the whole normal and fairly good. Height 5 feet 8 inches, weight 159 pounds, special senses, normal genitals, abnormally small with rudimentary penis. His head is asymmetrical and is full at the occiput, slightly sunken at the bregma, and the forehead is low. His cephalic index is 78, the hair is sandy and normal in amount over head, face, and body. His eyes are gray, small, and deeply set. The zygum are normal. The nose is large and very thin. There is arrested development of upper jaw. The ears are excessively developed and malformed. The face is very much lined. The nasolabial fissure is deeply cut, and there are well-marked horizontal wrinkles on the forehead, so that he looks at least 10 years older than his actual age. The upper jaw is of partial V-shape, the lower well-developed. The teeth and their tubercles and the alveolar process are normal. The breasts are full. The body is generally well-developed. The hands and feet are large. Olmsted's history is defective for some years. After he left Kankakee in October 1892, we hear of him as a letter carrier in Chicago. During the following summer, he developed a passion for William Clifford, a fellow letter carrier about his own age, also previously a schoolteacher, and regarded as one of the most reliable and efficient men in the service for a time. Clifford seems to have shared this passion or to have submitted to it, but he quickly ended the relationship and urged his friend to undergo medical treatment, offering to pay the expenses himself. Olmsted continued to write letters of the most passionate description to Clifford and followed him about constantly until the latter's life was made miserable. In December 1893, Clifford placed the letters in the postmaster's hands, and Olmsted was requested to resign at once. Olmsted complained to the Civil Service Commission at Washington that he had been dismissed without cause, and also applied for reinstatement, but without success. In the meanwhile, apparently on the advice of friends, he went into hospital, and in the middle of February 1890, his testicles were removed. No report from the hospital is to hand. The effect of removing the testicles was far from beneficial, and he began to suffer from hysterical melancholia. A little later he went into hospital again on March 19. He wrote to Dr. Talbot from the Mercy Hospital, Chicago, "I returned to Chicago last Wednesday night, but felt so miserable I concluded to enter a hospital again, and so came to Mercy, which is very good as hospitals go. But I might as well go to Hades as far as any hope of my getting well is concerned. I am utterly incorrigible, utterly incurable, and utterly impossible. At home, I thought for a time that I was cured, but I was mistaken, and after seeing Clifford last Thursday, I have grown worse than ever so far as my passion for him is concerned. Heaven only knows how hard I have tried to make a decent creature out of myself, but my vileness is uncontrollable, and I might as well give up and die. I wonder if the doctors knew that after emasculation, it was possible for a man to have erections, commit masturbation, and have the same passion as before. I am ashamed of myself. I hate myself. But I can't help it. I have friends among nice people, play the piano, love music, books, and everything that is beautiful and elevating, yet they can't elevate me because this load of inborn vileness drags me down and prevents my perfect enjoyment of anything. Doctors are the only ones who understand and know my helplessness before this monster. I think and work till my brain whirls, and I can scarce refrain from crying out my troubles." This letter was written a few days before the crime was committed. When conveyed to the police station, Olmsted completely broke down and wept bitterly, crying, "Oh, will come to me, why don't you kill me, and let me go to him at this time?" He supposed he had killed Clifford. A letter was found on him, as follows: Mercy, March 27th, to him who cares to read, fearing that my motives in killing Clifford and myself may be misunderstood. I write this to explain the cause of this homicide, and suicide last summer, Clifford. And I began a friendship which developed into love. He then recited the details of the friendship, and continued after playing a Liszt rhapsody for Clifford over and over. He said that, when our time to die came, he hoped we would die together listening to such glorious music, as that our time has now come to die. But death will not be accompanied by music. Clifford's love has alas turned to deadly hatred for some reason. Clifford suddenly ended our relations and friendship. In his cell he behaved in a wildly excited manner, and made several attempts at suicide, so that he had to be closely watched. A few weeks later, he wrote to Dr. Talbot, Cook County Jail, April 23, "I feel as though I had neglected you in not writing you in all this time, though you may not care to hear from me, as I have never done anything but trespass on your kindness. But please do me the justice of thinking that I never expected all this trouble, as I thought Will and I would be in our graves, and at peace long before this. But my plans failed miserably. Poor Will was not dead, and I was grabbed before I could shoot myself. I think Will really shot himself, and I feel certain others will think so too when the whole story comes out in court. I can't understand the surprise and indignation my act seemed to engender, as it was perfectly right and natural that Will and I should die together, and nobody else's business. Do you know, I believe that poor boy will yet kill himself, for last November, when I in my grief and anger told his relations about our marriage, he was so frightened, hurt, and angry that he wanted us both to kill ourselves. I acquiesced gladly in this proposal to commit suicide, but he backed out in a day or two. I am glad now that Will is alive, and am glad that I am alive even with the prospect of years of imprisonment before me, but which I will cheerfully endure for his sake. And yet for the last 10 months his influence has so completely controlled me, both body and soul, that if I have done right, he should have the credit for my good deeds, and if I have done wrong, he should be blamed for the mischief, as I have not been myself at all but a part of him, and happy to merge my individuality into his." Olmsted was tried privately in July. No new points were brought out. He was sentenced to the criminal insane asylum shortly afterward. While still in the prison at Chicago, he wrote to Dr. Talbot, "As you have been interested in my case from a scientific point of view, there is a little something more I might tell you about myself, but which I have withheld, because I was ashamed to admit certain facts and features of my deplorable weakness. Among the few sexual perverts I have known, I have noticed that all are in the habit of often closing the mouth with the lower lip protruding beyond the upper, usually due to arrested development of upper jaw. I noticed the peculiarity in Mr. Clifford before we became intimate, and I have often caught myself at the trick. Before that operation, my testicles would swell and become sore and hurt me, and have seemed to do so since, just as a man will sometimes complain that his amputated leg hurts him, then too my breasts would swell, and about the nipples would become hard and sore and red. Since the operation, there has never been a day that I have been free from sharp shooting pains down the abdomen, to the scrotum being worse at the base of the penis. Now that my fate is decided, I will say that really my passion for Mr. Clifford is on the wane, but I don't know whether the improvement is permanent or not. I have absolutely no passion for other men, and have begun to hope now that I can yet outlive my desire for Clifford, or at least control it. I have not yet told of this improvement in my condition, because I wished people to still think I was insane, so that I would be sure to escape being sent to the penitentiary. I know I was insane at the time. I tried to kill both Clifford and myself, and feel that I don't deserve such dreadful punishment as being sent to a state prison. However, I think it was that operation and my subsequent illness that caused my insanity, rather than passion for Clifford. I should very much like to know if you really consider sexual perversion an insanity." When discharged from the criminal insane asylum, Olmsted returned to Chicago and demanded his testicles from the city postmaster, whom he accused of being in a systematized conspiracy against him. He asserted that the postmaster was one of the chief agents in a plot against him, dating from before the castration. He was then sent to the Cook Insane Hospital. It seems probable that a condition of paranoia is now firmly established. The following cases are all bisexual attraction being felt toward both sexes, usually in predominant degree toward the male. History: Roman 27, H. Roman 100, American, aged 28, of independent means, unmarried, the elder of 2 children. His history may best be given in his own words. "I am on both sides distantly of English ancestry, the first colonists of my name having come to New England in 1630. Both my mother's and my father's families have been prolific in soldiers and statesmen. my mother's, contributed one president to the United States. So far as I am aware, none of my antecedents have betrayed mental vagaries, except a maternal uncle who from overstudy became for a year insane. I am a graduate of 2 universities with degrees in arts and medicine. After a year, as physician in a hospital, I relinquished medicine, altogether, to follow literature a predilection since early boyhood. I awoke to sexual feeling at the age of 7, when at a small private school, glimpsing bare thighs above the stockings of girl schoolmates, I dimly exulted this fetishism, as it grew more definite centered at last upon the thighs. And then the whole person of one girl in particular, my first sexually tinged dream, was of her that, while she stood near, I impinged my penis upon a red-hot anvil, and then in beatific self-immolation exhibited the charred stump to her wondering round eyes. This love, however, abated at the coming of a new girl to the school, who, not more beautiful, but more buxom, made stronger appeal to my nascent sexuality. One afternoon, in the loft of her father's stable, she induced me to disrobe herself, setting the example. The erection our mutual handlings produced on me was without conscious impulse. I felt only a childish curiosity on beholding our genital difference. But the episode started extravagant whimsies, one of which persistently obsessed me with these obviously compensatory differences. Why might not the girl and I effect some sort of copulation? This fantasy, drawn exclusively from that unique experience, charmed with its grotesqueness, only for at that time, my sense of sex was but inchoate, and my knowledge of it was nothing. The bizarre conceit submitted to the equally ignorant girl and approved was borne to the paternal hayloft, and there with much bungling brought to surprising and pleasurable consummation. In the 4 ensuing years, I repeated the act not seldom with this girl, and with others. When I was 11, my sister and I were taken by our parents to Europe, where we remained 6 years, attending school each winter in a different city, and during the summer traveling in various countries. Abroad my lust was glutted to the full. The amenable girl playmate was ubiquitous, whom I plied with ardor at Swiss hotels, German watering places, French pensions where, not toward puberty, I first repaired at times to prostitutes. Masturbation, excepting a few experiments, I never resorted to. Few of my schoolmates avowedly practiced it. Of homosexuality, my sole hearing was through the classics, where with no long pondering I opined it merely our modern comradry, poetically aggrandized, masquerading in antique habiliments and phraseology. It never came home to me. It attuned to no tone in the scale of my sympathies. I possessed no touchstone for transmitting the recitals of those ambiguous amours into fiery messages. The relation to my own sex was intellectually an occasional friendship devoid of strong affection, physically a mild antagonism. The naked body of a man was slightly repellent. Statues of women evoked both carnal and aesthetic response of men. No emotions, whatever, save a deepening of that native antipathy. Similarly, in paintings, in literature, the drama, the men served but as foils for the delicious maidens who visited my aerial seraglios and lapped me in roseate dreamings. In my 18th year, we returned to America, where I entered the university. The course of my love of women was now a little erratic. Normal connection began to lose fascination. As long ago I had formulated, untutored the rationale of coitus, so now imagination, groping in the dark, conceived a fresh fillip for the appetite canilictus. But this, though for a while quite adequate, soon ceased to gratify. At this juncture, Christmas of my first college year, I was appointed editor of a small magazine, an early stricture of whose new conduct was paucity of love stories. Such improvident neglect was in keeping with my altering view of women, a view accorded to me by self-dissipation of the glamour through which they had been wont to appear. I had wandered somehow behind the scenes, and beheld no footlights of sex intervening. The once so radiant fairies, resolved into a raddled humanity, as likable as ever but desirable no longer. Soon after this, the Oscar Wilde case was brooding about. The newspaper accounts of it, while illuminating, flashed upon me no light of self-revelation. They only amended some idle conjectures as to certain mystic vices I had heard whispered of here, and there a newspaper allusion still too recondite was painstakingly clarified by an effeminate fellow-student who, I fancy now, would have shown no reluctance had I begged him to adduce practical illustration. I purchased 2 photographs of Oscar Wilde, scrutinizing them under the unctuous auspices of this same emasculate and blandiloquent mentor. If my interest in Oscar Wilde arose from any other emotion than the rather morbid curiosity then almost universal, I was not conscious of it. Erotic dreams precluded hitherto, by cushion came now to beset me the persons of these dreams were, and still are invariably women with this one remembered exception. I dreamed that Oscar Wilde, one of my photographs of him incarnate, approached me with a buffoon languishment, and perpetrated fellatio, an act verbally expounded shortly before by my oracle for a month or more. Recalling this dream disgusted me. The few subsequent endeavors, tentative and half-hearted, to repristinate my venery, were foredoomed partly, because I had feared they were to failure. Erection was incomplete ejaculation without pleasure. There seemed a fallacy in this behavior. Why coitus without sensual desire for it? No sense of duty impelled me nor dread of sexual aberration. The explanation is this: attraction to females was not expunged, simply sublimed my imagination, no longer importing women from observation, created its own delectable sirens, grown exacting and transcendental, petitioned reality in vain substance, had receded for good now, and soon even these tormenting shadows of it became ever dimmer and dimmer, until they too at length faded into nothingness. The antipodes of the sexual sphere turned more and more toward the light of my tolerance inversion, till now stained with a slight repugnance, became aesthetically colorless at last, and then delicately retinted at first solely with pity for its victims, but finally, the color deepening with half-conscious inclination to attach it to myself as a remote contingency. This revolution, however, was not without external impetus. The prejudiced tone of a book one was reading Krafft Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, by prompting resentment, led me on to sympathy, my championing purely abstract, though it was to begin with, none the less involved my looking at things with eyes hypothetically inverted in orientation, for the sake of argument after a while insensibly, and at no one moment hypothesis merged into reality. I myself was inverted. That occasional and fictitious inversion had never, I believe, superposed this true inversion. Rather, a true inversion, those many years dormant, had simply responded finally to a stimulus strong and prolonged enough as a man awakens when he is loudly called. In presenting myself, thus sexually transformed, I do not aver having had at the outset any definitive inclination. The instinct, so freshly evolved, remained for a while obscure. Its primary expression was a feebly sensuous interest in the physical character of Boyson, their feminine resemblances, especially to this interest. I opposed no discountenance for wantonness with women under many and diverse conditions, having long ago medicined my sexual conscience to lethargy. No access of reasons came to me now for its refreshment. On the other hand, intellectual delight in the promises of the New World, as well as sensuality, conduced to its deliberate exploration. Still, for a year, the yearning settled with true lust upon no object more concrete than youths, whose only habitation was my fancy. A young surgeon, having read my copy of Psychopathia Sexualis, fell one evening to discussing inverts with such relish that I inquired ingenuously if he himself was one. He colored, whether confirmatively or otherwise I could not guess. In spite of his vehement no, presently he very subtly recanted his denial, but to his counter-question I maintained my own no, lest he proposed some sexual act a point the aesthetics of my developing inversion would not yet concede, the boys of my imagination being still predominant. One evening soon after this, he convoyed me to several of the cafes where inverts are accustomed to foregather. These trysting places were much alike: a long hall with sparse orchestra, at one end marble-top tables lining the walls, leaving the floor free for dancing. Round the tables sat boys and youths, Adonises, both by art and nature, ready for a drink or a chat with the chance Samaritan, and shyly importunate for the pleasures for which upstairs were small rooms to let. One of the boys, supported by the orchestra, sang the jewel song out of Faust. His voice had the limpid treble purity of a clarinet, and his face the beauty of an angel. The song concluded, we invited him to our table, where he sat sipping neat brandy, as he mockingly encountered my book-begotten queries. The boy prostitutes gracing these halls, he apprised us, bore fanciful names, some of well-known actresses, others of heroes. In fiction, his own being Dorian Gray. Rivals, he complained, had assumed the same appellation. But he was the original Dorian, the others were jealous impostors. His curly hair was golden, his cheeks were pink, his lips coral red, parted incessantly to reveal the glistening pearliness of his teeth. Yet though deeming him the beautifulest youth in the world, I experienced no sexual interest either in him or in the other boys, who indeed were all beautiful. Beauty was their chief asset. Dorian further dilated on the splendor of his female attire: satin corsets, low-cut evening gowns, etc., donned on gala nights, to display his gleaming shoulders and dimpled plump white arms. Thus arrayed he bantered, he would bewitch even me, now so impassive, until I should throw myself in tears of happiness into his loving embrace. My first venture upon fellatio was a month later with the young surgeon. I confessed the whim to try it, and he acceded, though this nauseous and fatiguing act, very imperfectly performed, was prompted mostly by curiosity. There arose soon a passional hankering for repetition. In short, appetence for fellatio grew slowly from the night of that mawkish fiasco, and waxed eventually into a sovereign want. Perhaps miscarriage of that initiatory experiment was due to precipitance incubation of my perverse instinct, being not yet complete. A hiatus of a month now supervened, in which, while further fellatio was not attempted, my mind came always nearer to a reconcilement with the grossness of the act, and began to discover for its creatures some correlation in pretty boys beheld in the flesh. One evening in Broadway, I conceived suddenly a full-fledged desire for a youth issuing from an hotel. As I passed, our glances met, and dwelled together at a shop window. He first accosted me. He was an invert with him in his room at the hotel, whence I had seen him emerge. I passed an apocalyptic night thereafter. Commerce with boys, only in the spirit, ceased to be an end. The images were carnalized, stepped from their framework, into the streets. That boy, that god out of the machine. I see him clearly, his brown curling hair, his eyes blue as the sea, his chest both arched and so plump, his rounded arms, his taper waist, the graceful swell of his hips, and full snowy thighs. I recall as of yesterday the dimples in his knees, the slenderness of his ankles, the softness of his little feet, with insteps pink like the inside of a shell. How I gloated over his ample roundness, his rich undulations. In the last 8 years, I have performed fellatio, never pedicatio, with more than 300 men and boys. My preference is for boys between 15 and 20, refined, pretty girlish, and themselves homosexual. Personally, barring this love for males, I am in all ways masculine, given to outdoor sports, and to smoking and drinking. Moderately in appearance I am but a boy of 18. My face and figure are generally considered beautiful. I am clean-shaved, with black curling hair, red cheeks, and brown eyes, features delicate and regular, body of medium height, everywhere practically hairless. By years of training, I have attained alike great strength and classic proportions. The muscular contours smoothly rounded with adipose tissue. My hands and feet are small. My penis, though perfectly shaped, is rather enormous, erect, 10.5 inches in length, 7.25 inches in circumference. Some abetment of my apostasy from orthodox methods was no doubt this hypertrophy of the penis, which already in my 20th year had acquired its present redundance, rendering coitus impracticable with most women. I essayed, and painful where insertion was effected, since falling heir to inversion, a unique recurrence of normal desire 6 years ago, persuaded me to attempt coitus with 11 or 12 prostitutes, and strangely enough with much of the old-time salacity and full erection, but as it chanced always with too great disparity of parts for success. A certain preciosity in the manner of this communication may be put down partly to the nature of the literary avocations with which the writer is by preference occupied, and partly, no doubt, more fundamentally, to the special character of his predominantly aesthetic temperament and attraction to the exotic, and attraction for exotic experiences will not, however, suffice to account for the rather late development of homosexual tendencies, a late development which may be held to place this case in the retarded group of inverts. Roman 100 has himself pointed out to me that his aversion to women, beginning to appear in the 18th year, was already well pronounced, before he had ever heard definitely of specific homosexual acts, and fully a year before he experienced the slightest sexual interest in men or boys. Moreover, while it is true that the actual tendency to homosexual attraction only appeared after he had read Krafft Ebing and come in contact with inverts, such influences would not suffice to change the sexual nature of a normally constituted man. It may be added that Roman 100 is not attracted to normal males. As regards his moral attitude, he remarks, "I have no scruples in the indulgence of my passion. I perceive the moral objections advanced, but how speculative they are, and constructive, while immediately inversion is the source of so much good. He looks upon the whole sexual question as largely a matter of taste. I regard the foregoing case as of considerable interest, It presents what is commonly supposed to be a very common type of inversion Oscar, Wilde being the supreme exemplar in which a heterosexual person apparently becomes homosexual by the exercise of intellectual curiosity and aesthetic interest in reality. The type is far from common, indeed an intellectual curiosity, and an aesthetic interest strong enough even, apparently to direct the sexual impulse in any new channel, are themselves far from common. Moreover, a critical reading of this history suggests that the apparent control over the sexual impulse by reason is merely a superficial phenomenon here, as ever reason is but a tool in the hands of the passions. The apparent causes are really the results. We are witnessing the gradual emergence of a retarded homosexual impulse. History. Roman 28, English, aged 40. Surgeon's sexual experiences began early, about the age of 10, when a companion induced him to play at intercourse with their sisters. He experienced no pleasure. A little later, a servant girl began to treat him affectionately, and at last called him into her bedroom when she was partially undressed, fondled and kissed his member, and taught him to masturbate her on subsequent occasions. She attempted a simulation of intercourse which gave her satisfaction, but failed to induce emission in him. On returning to school, mutual masturbation was practiced with schoolfellows, and the first emission took place at the age of 14. On leaving school, he became a slave to the charms of women, and had frequent coitus about the age of 17. But he preferred masturbating girls, and especially in persuading girls of good position to whom the experience was entirely novel, to allow him to take liberties with them. At 25, he became engaged, and mutual masturbation was practiced to excess during the engagement. After marriage, connection generally took place twice every 24 hours, until pregnancy. At this time, he writes, I stayed at the house of an old schoolfellow, due of my lovers of old days. There were so many guests that I shared my friend's bedroom. The sight of his body gave rise to lustful feelings, and when the light was out, I stole across to his bed. He made no objection, and we passed the night in mutual masturbation. We passed the next fortnight together, and I never took the same pleasure in coitus with my wife, though I did my duty. She died 5 years later, and I devoted myself heart and soul to my friend, until his death by accident last year. Since then I have lost all interest in life. I am indebted for this case to a well-known English alienist, who remarks that the patient is fairly healthy to look at, but with neurasthenia and tendency to melancholia and neurotic temperament. The body is masculine, and pubic hair abundant. One testicle shows wasting. Histories. Roman 29 and Roman 30. I give the following narrative in the words of an intimate friend of one of the cases in question. My attention was first drawn to the study of inversion, though I then regarded all forms of it as depraving and abominable. At a public school, where in our dormitory a boy of 15 initiated his select friends into the secrets of mutual masturbation, which he had learned from his brother, a midshipman, I gave no heed to this at the time, though I remembered it in after years, when immersed in Plato, Lucretius, and the Epicurean writers. But my attention was riveted to it at the age of 20, when I spent a holiday with a companion with whom I was and still am on terms of great friendship. We enjoyed many things in common, studied together, and discussed most unconventional matters. But not this previously. We had always occupied separate sleeping apartments. On this occasion, we were abroad in a country place, and were compelled to put up with what we could get. We not only had to share a room, but a bed. I was not surprised at his throwing his arm over me, as I knew he was extraordinarily attached to me, and I had always felt a brute for not returning his affections so warmly. But I was surprised when later I awoke to find him occupied in fellatio and endeavoring to obtain my response. Had it been anyone else, I should have resented strongly such a liberty, and our acquaintance would have ended. But I cared for him too well, though never very demonstrative. This episode led to discussion of the topic. He told me that his sexual strength was great, that he had tested it in many ways, and that it was essential to his well-being that he should have satisfaction in some way. He loathed prostitution, and considered it degrading. He felt physically attracted to some women, and intellectually to others, but the two elements were never combined, and though he had been intimate with a few, he felt that it was not right to them, as he could not marry them, because he held too high an ideal of marriage. He had always felt attracted to his own sex, and had kept up a platonic friendship with a college chum ex, to whom I knew he was passionately attached for some years. Both considered it perfectly moral, and both felt better for it. Both abhor pedicatio. Roman 10, however, would never discuss the subject, and seemed half ashamed of it. A, on the other hand, though showing a great self-respect in all things else, feels no shame, though he says he would never discuss it, except with close friends, or if asked for private advice. A is the elder child of a military officer. His parents were 21 and 19, respectively, at the time of his birth. Both parents are healthy, and the two children, both boys, have good constitutions, though the elder has the better. He is of medium height, and slender limbs, proud carriage, handsome and intellectual face, classic Greek type, excellent complexion, charming manners, and good temper. The penis is large, the foreskin very short. He is fond of philosophy, natural science, history, and literature. He is reflective and patient, rather than smart, but strong-willed and very active. When roused, never resting till he has accomplished what he wants, even if this takes years. He sings excellently, and is fond of cycling, boating, swimming, and mountain climbing. He enjoys excellent health, and has never had a day's illness since he was 12 years of age. He says the only time he cannot sleep has been when in bed with someone who could not or would not satisfy him. He requires satisfaction at least once a week, twice or thrice in the hot season. He never smokes nor drinks beer or spirits. He is still single, but believes that marriage would meet all his needs. Roman 10 is also an oldest child of young and healthy parents between 21 and 24. At his birth, of different class, father, a builder. He is of pleasing, but not handsome appearance, very sensitive, very neat and methodical, in all things, not very strong-willed, and very reserved to women. He is of very studious disposition, especially fond of philosophy, politics, and natural science. A good musician, takes moderate exercise, but rather easily fatigued, is generally healthy, but not overstrong. He is a vegetarian, and was brought up as a free thinker. Until 2 years ago, he was never attracted toward a girl. Indeed, he disliked girls. But he is now engaged for about 18 months. He has relinquished homosexuality, but has suffered from dreams, bad digestion, and peevishness. Since he thinks the only remedy is marriage, which he is pushing on, he regards homosexuality as quite natural and normal, though his desires are not strong, and once a fortnight has always satisfied him. He was led to the practice by the reasoning of A, and because he felt a certain vague need, and this comforted him. He thinks it a matter of temperament, and not to be discussed, except by scientists. He says he could never perform it, except with his dearest friend, whose request he could not resist. He has a long foreskin, flesh like a woman's, and is well proportioned. Both men are ardent for social reform, the one actively, the other passively engaged in it. Both also regard the law as to homosexuality as absurd and demoralizing. They also think that the law prohibiting polygamy is largely the cause of prostitution, as many women are prevented from living honest lives and being cared for by someone, and many men could marry one woman for physical satisfaction and another for intellectual. They were devoted to each other. When I first knew them, they are still friends, but separated by distance. Both are exceedingly honorable, and the latter is truthful to a fault. According to later information, Roman 10 had married, and his homosexual tendencies were almost completely in abeyance, partly perhaps owing to the fact that he now lives quietly in the country. A has surprised his friends by his ardent attachment to a lady of about his own age, to whom he has become engaged. He declares that he loves this woman better than any man, but nevertheless, he still feels strong passion for his men friends. It is evident that the homosexual tendency in A is distinctly more pronounced than in his friend Roman 10, as is found more often in bisexual than in homosexual persons. He is of predominantly masculine type, possesses great vitality, and desires to exert all his faculties. He has a sound nervous system, and is very free from all nervousness. He has written a scientific treatise, and can study undisturbed amid violent noises. His voice is manly in singing deep bass. He can whistle. He is not vain though well-formed, and his hands are delicate. His favorite color is green. The demonstrative warmth of his affection for his friends is the chief feminine trait noted in him. He rarely dreams, and has never had an erotic dream. This he explains by saying, earlier than Freud, that all dreams not caused by physical conditions are wish dreams. And as he always satisfies his sexual needs at once with a friend, or by masturbation, his sexual needs have no opportunity of affecting his subconscious life. There may be some doubt as to the classification of the two foregoing cases. They are not personally known to me. The following case, with which I have been acquainted for many years, I regard as clearly a genuine example of bisexuality. History Roman 31 Englishman, independent means aged 52, married his ancestry, is of a complicated character. Some of his mother's forefathers in the last and earlier centuries are supposed to have been inverted. He remembers liking the caresses of his father's footmen when he was quite a little boy. He dreams indifferently about men and women, and has strong sexual feeling for women, can copulate, but does not insist on this act. There is a tendency to refined voluptuous pleasure. He has been married for many years, and there are several children by the marriage. He is not particular about the class or age of the men he loves. He feels with regard to older men as a woman does, and likes to be caressed by them. He is immensely vain of his physical beauty. He shuns pedicatio, and does not much care for the sexual act, but likes long hours of voluptuous communion, during which his lover admires him. He feels the beauty of boyhood. At the same time, he is much attracted by young girls. He is decidedly feminine in his dress manner, of walking, love of sense ornaments and fine things. His body is excessively smooth and white, the hips and buttocks rounded, genital organs normal. His temperament is feminine, especially in vanity, irritability, and petty preoccupations. He is much preoccupied with his personal appearance and fond of admiration. On one occasion, he was photographed naked as Bacchus. He is physically and morally courageous. He has a genius for poetry and speculation, with a tendency to mysticism. He feels the discord between his love for men and society, also between it and his love for his wife. He regards it as in part at least hereditary and inborn in him. History Roman 32 Roman 100 R physician, age 38, nationality Irish, with a Portuguese strain. My mother came of an old Quaker family. I was quite unaware of sexual differences until I was about 14, as I was carefully kept separate from my sisters. And although from time to time strange longings, which I did not understand, possessed me, I was a virgin in thought and deed until that period of life. When I was 14, a cousin some years older than myself came to stay with us and shared my bed. To my surprise, he took hold of my penis and rubbed it for a time, when a most pleasant feeling seized me and increased until a discharge came out of my organ. He then asked me to do the same to him. We frequently repeated the process during the following month. I was quite unaware of any harm resulting. The same year I went to school, but none of my schoolmates for some time even suggested such actions, until a friend staying with us for the holidays one day in the bathroom repeated the process and pressed his penis between my thighs. When a similar discharge took place, I shortly found out that several of my school friends and male cousins had the same desires, and an elder brother of my first introducer into sexuality repeatedly spent the night with me, when we would amuse ourselves in a similar way. A little later, my mother being away from home, I shared my father's bed, and he took my penis in his hand and pulled my foreskin back. I in return took hold of his, and found that he had an erection. I proceeded to rub him when he stopped me, and told me that I should not do so, that when I was a little older I should love a woman to do it, and that if I did not rub myself and allow other boys to do so, I would enjoy myself much more. I am quite certain that my father was inverted, as he frequently, if sleeping with me, used to press my naked body against his, and he always had a strong erection. On one occasion, he rubbed me until I had a discharge, and then, turning over on his back, made me take his penis in my hand and rub him for a few minutes. I used to jest frequently with my father, as from my 17th year my penis was larger than his. I will return to my father a little later. When I was 17, a college friend shared my bed, and when undressing he said that he envied me, my penis being so much larger than his. After getting into bed, he asked me to turn on my side, and I found that he was attempting pedicatio. I was astonished at his doing so, when he informed me that next to a woman, this process gave most pleasure. However, nothing resulted, and this is the only experience of pedicatio that I have ever had. When I was 18, one evening, a college chum introduced me to a woman, and she was the first I ever had connection with. We went behind some rocks, and she took hold of my penis and pressed it into her body, lying against me. My father evidently suspected me when I came home, and a few days afterward told me that it was very dangerous to have anything to do with women, that I should wait until I was older, that when a boy became a man, he ought to have a woman occasionally, and that if I ever had a nasty disease, I should promptly tell him so that I could be properly cured. At college, I found several chums who were fond of sharing my bed and indulging in mutual masturbation, pressing our bodies together face to face, until there was mutual discharge, but never again anyone who tried anal connection. A short time afterward I was in Brussels, and I paid my first visit to a brothel, a place close to the cathedral. I picked a girl of about 18 from 8 naked beauties paraded for my choice. She was avaricious, and demanded 10 francs. I had paid 20 for my room and had only 2 left. I wanted her to play with me, but she only seized the penis and pulled me to her with such vigorous action that I discharged very rapidly. I was so disgusted with the result that I masturbated when I returned to my boarding house. A year later, I paid Portugal a visit, and my friends there frequently brought me to brothels, and also introduced me to ladies of easy virtue. I had connection with them. The Portuguese prostitutes never suggested anything unnatural, and in no instance did a male approach me for sexual purposes. When I became a medical student, I used to visit a Turkish bath frequently. On one occasion, I playfully slapped a friend on the buttocks when my father, who was present, told me not to do so as it was not proper conduct in public, that if I liked to do so to him, or 1 or 2 others, it was no harm in private. Until I was 21 in the bath, my father always covered his penis from my view, but after I attained my majority, he always exposed himself, and repeatedly showed me pictures of naked women. He also taught me the use of the condom. In my 21st year, a tall, handsome man who used to frequent the baths one day sat down beside me and playfully knocked my toes with his. He then pressed his naked thigh against mine, and a little later in the cooling room, slipped his hand under my sheet and grasped my penis. He then asked me to meet him a few days later in the baths, saying I would be pleased with what he would do. I kept the appointment, and he took me into the hottest room where we lay on the floor. In a few minutes, he turned on his side and threw one of his legs across me. I got frightened and jumped up. He had a powerful erection, but I refused to lie down again, although he pulled his foreskin back to excite my desires. I was afraid of being surprised by another bather twice. On future occasions, I met this man, and he made advances I believe that I would have yielded then, if we had met at a private house. Shortly afterward, I met an elderly gentleman at the baths who also made advances to me, but from fear I resisted him. I also disliked him, as he had a foul breath and bad teeth besides. I was now able to go to the continent and enjoy female charms to my heart's desire. After qualification, I joined the army in South Africa, and to my astonishment found many of my comrades fond of male society. One officer who had been wounded shared my bedroom at a military hospital, and when undressing frequently admired my penis. We used to play with each other until we had powerful erections, but we never masturbated or tried any unnatural vice. I used to have connection with women as frequently as I could, and I frequently visited the Turkish baths, and found that several clients were abnormal, including one of the masseurs. The latter enjoyed playing with my penis, kissing and tickling me. I married at 28. My married life has been normal, and my wife and I are still in love with one another. We have had several children. My last sexual experiences have been in Australia. Once in Sydney at the baths, a fellow bather playfully began tickling me. When I had an erection, he grasped my penis. I jumped up, and he asked me to do anything that I liked with him. I refused. Once on board a coasting steamer, a fellow passenger used to expose himself posing as a statue. We became very familiar, and he wanted me to spend a night with him. I also refused his offers. I am very healthy and strong, fond of riding, fishing, and shooting. I lead a very active life. I am neither musician nor artist, but fond of hearing music, and I admire works of art. In person, I am 6 feet high, inclined to fat. My body is very strong. My penis is 6 inches long in repose, and 8 in erection. I can without fatigue discharge twice in the night, and have connection at least twice a week. My scrotum is tense, and both testicles large. I am rather slow at discharging. I have never had any desire to have connection with any other woman since marriage, but several times I have met men who attracted me. I have a friend, another doctor, who is very familiar with me, and if we spend a night together, we will play with each other. I have a great desire for him to circumcise me. We have never indulged in anything beyond feeling or pressing our bodies together like schoolboys. My favorite color is green. My erotic dreams when I have any are of my wife or of a male lover. Sexual inversion is more widespread than is popularly supposed, and I have never had any twinge of conscience after any of my affairs. I regard the homosexual instinct as quite natural, and except in regard to my wife, it is stronger in my case than the heterosexual instinct. I have never initiated a youth into the sexual life, or had any desire to seduce a girl. Boys under 17 or persons of lower social class have no attraction for me. History Roman 33 Roman 1000 30 years of age, born in the United States of English father, and of mother whose father was Scotched, rest of his ancestry being English of long standing in America, with a very little admixture of Dutch blood. He is 5 feet 8 inches in height, and has brown hair and eyes. No hereditary troubles so far as known in childhood. For some time threatened with chorea, is subject to tonsillitis, and a stubborn though not severe form of indigestion, induced by sedentary habits. He is of quick nervous temperament, has an aversion from most outdoor sports, but a great aesthetic attraction to nature. Highly educated. As far back as he can remember, he lived in a house from which his parents removed when he was 4 years old. Before this removal, he remembers 2 distinctly sexual experiences. A cousin 5 years older was in the bathroom seated, and Roman 1000 was feeling his sexual organs. His mother called him out on another occasion. He was in a wagon house with a girl of his own age. They were lying on a carriage seat attempting intercourse. The girl's older sister came and found them. She said, "I am going to tell Mama, you know," she said, "for you not to do that any more." With each of these clear memories comes the strong impression that it was but one among many. 5 years ago Roman 1000 met a man of his own age who had lived in that neighborhood. At the same time, comparing notes, they found that nearly all the small children in it had been given to such practices. The neighborhood was a thoroughly respectable middle class one. From it Roman 1000 removed to another of just about the same character, and lived there until he was 11 years old. Of this period, his memories are very fresh and abundant, with a single exception. All the children between 5 and 14 years of age appear to have indulged freely in promiscuous sexual play. In little companies of from 4 to 12, they went where trees or long grass hid them from observation, and exhibited their persons to one another. Sometimes also they handled one another, but not in the way of masturbation. Of this last Roman 1000 was wholly ignorant. Sometimes, when but 2 or 3 were together, intercourse was attempted. In Roman 1000's case, there was eager sexual curiosity, and a more or less keen desire, but actual contact brought no great satisfaction. On 2 or 3 occasions girls practiced fellatio, and he then reciprocated with cunnilingus, but without pleasure. In all these plays, he is sure that girls took the initiative as often as boys. Roman 999. During all this period Roman 1000 had now one girl sweetheart, and now another. This was conventional among the children, and was fostered by the banter of older persons. Roman 1000's sexual curiosity was certainly greater in regard to the opposite sex at this time. However, his homosexual interests appeared with a boy 2 or more years older. He frequently went to some hiding place where they looked at each other's organs and handled them. He and another boy were once in an abandoned garden, and they took off all their clothes the better to examine each other. The other boy then offered to kiss Roman 1000's fundament, and did so. It caused a surprisingly keen and distinctly sexual sensation, the first sexual shock that he can remember experiencing. He refused to reciprocate, however, when asked. Toward the end of this period, there was a new and increasing development of another sort not recognized. Then, as at all sexual in character, he began to feel toward certain boys in a way very different and much keener than he had done thus far toward girls, although at the time he made no comparisons. For instance, there was a boy whom he considered very pretty. They visited each other often, and spent long times playing together in school. They looked and looked at each other, until delicious, uncontrollable giggling spells came on. Sexual matters were never discussed or thought of. These experiences were in their way very sentimental and ideal. Roman 1000 is sure that with himself, the main consideration was always the other boy's beauty. He began to recall with great fondness a certain, much older, and very handsome youth who had lived near him in the first neighborhood, and had at the time shown him various little friendly attentions. He seldom saw him now, and hardly sought to do so yet, was immensely pleased by a casual word or look from him in the schoolyard, and much interested when other people spoke of him. A cousin about 2 years younger than Roman 1000 often visited him, and slept with him. They were very fond of each other, and handled each other's organs. When Roman 1000 was about 11 years of age, the family removed to a distant neighborhood where there were almost no children of his own age, and where any association with those in the one just left was practically impossible. From this time until the changes of puberty were well underway, his sexual life contrasted strongly in its solitude with the former promiscuity. He remembers liking to wrestle with 2 or 3 schoolboys, and to get their heads between his legs. He thinks they were not aware of his sexual impulses. He consciously flirted with certain schoolgirls, but never even suggested anything sexual to them. He read a few family medical books. One day, lying on an old, uneven couch, innocently enough at first, he induced a new and delicious sensation, altogether different from any he had ever dreamed of, something far beyond the satisfaction of mere curiosity. He repeated the thing, and before long produced emissions. Masturbation. Soon followed. Certain days, he would perform the act 2 or 3 times, but again he would avoid it for days. He began at once to fight the tendency, and felt very guilty and very ashamed for indulging it. He prayed for help, and at times wept over his failures to break the habit so quickly formed. For a certain period, after 2 or 3 years, he seemed to have succeeded, but he observed that he had intense erotic dreams with copious emissions regularly every 8 days. Just then certain newspaper advertisements fell under his eye, and these persuaded him that he had produced in himself a diseased condition. He never resorted to the remedies advertised, but he was discouraged in his efforts to overcome the bad habit. And since the evil effects appeared to consist only in the seminal losses, he concluded that he might as well have the greater enjoyment of masturbation. For a short time, he remembers that he had an intense, but revolting interest in the sexual organs of animals, especially horses. The males were much more interesting. Gradually, he began to develop entirely from within the ideal of a male comradia, beautiful emotional boy, between whom and himself there might exist a powerful romantic passion. He lay for hours dreaming of this, and inventing thrilling situations. Suddenly at church, he became acquainted with the very youth Edmund, who seemed to satisfy all his longings. Roman 1000 was then 1612, and Edmund 15. A real wooing ensued, Edmund finally yielding to the physical appeals of Roman 1000 after several fits of misgiving. The yielding was in the end complete. However, the two spent night after night together, enjoying intercrural intercourse, and sometimes mutual masturbation. Their parents may have been slightly uneasy at times, but the connection continued uninterruptedly for a year and a half or more. In the meantime, Roman 1000 occasionally had relations with other boys, but never wavered in his real preference for Edmund. For girls, he had no sexual desire whatever, though he was much associated with them. Then Roman 1000 and Edmund went to college at different places, but they met in vacations and wrote frequent and ardent love letters. Both had genuine attacks of lovesickness and of jealousy. As Roman 1000 looks back on this first love passion, he can by no means regret it. It doubtless had great formative influence. After the first year at college, Edmund transferred to another school farther away from Roman 1000, and the opportunities for meeting became rarer. But their affection was maintained, and the intercourse resumed whenever it was possible. Gradually, however, Edmund became interested in women, and finally married. Roman 1000 also formed relations repeatedly with college friends, and occasionally with others. On the whole, Roman 1000 preferred boys a year or two younger than himself, but as he grew older, the age difference increased. At 30, he regarded himself as virtually engaged to a youth of 17, unusually mature, however, and much larger than himself. Roman 1000 is always unhappy, unless his affections have fairly free course. Life has been very disappointing to him in other respects. His greatest joys have come to him in this way. If he is able to consummate his present plan of union with the youth just referred to, he will feel that his life has been crowned by what is for him the best possible end. Otherwise, he declares, he would not care to live at all. He admires male beauty, passionately feminine beauty, he perceives objectively, as he would any design of flowing curves and delicate coloring, but it has no sexual charm for him, whatever women have put themselves in his way repeatedly. But he finds himself more and more irritated by their specifically feminine foibles. With men generally, he is much more patient and sympathetic. The first literature that appealed to him was Plato's Dialogues, first read at 20 years of age. Until then he had not known, but what he stood alone in his peculiarity. He read what he could of classic literature. He enjoys Pater, appreciating his attitude toward his own sex. 4 or 5 years later, he came across Raffalovich's book, and ever since has felt a real debt of gratitude to its author. Roman 1000 has no wish to injure society at large. As an individual, he holds that he has the same right to be himself that anyone else has. He thinks that while boys of from 13 to 15 might possibly be rendered inverts, those who reach 16 without it cannot be. Bent that way, they may be devoted to an invert enough in other ways to yield him what he wishes sexually, but they will remain essentially normal themselves. His observations are based on about 30 homosexual relationships that have lasted various lengths of time. Roman 1000 feels strongly the poetic and elevated character of his principal homosexual relationships, but he shrinks from appearing too sentimental. With regard to the traces of feminism in inverts, he writes, "Up to the age of 11, I associated much with a cousin 5 years older, the one referred to above, and took great delight in a game we often played in which I was a girl in never-ending romance, a non-sexual love story. Somewhat later, and until puberty, I took great delight in acting, but generally took female roles wearing skirts, shawls, beads, wigs, headdresses. When I was about 13, my family began to make fun of me for it. I played secretly for a while, and then the desire for it left never to return. There still lingers, however, a minor interest which began before puberty in valentines. My feeling for them is much like my feeling for flowers. Before I reached puberty, I was sometimes called a sissy by my father. Such taunts humiliated me more than anything else has ever done after puberty. My father no longer applied the term, and gradually, other persons ceased to tease me that way. The sting of it lasted, though, and led me more than once to ask intimate friends, both men and women, if they considered me at all feminine. Every one of them has been very emphatically of the opinion that my rational life is distinctively masculine. Being logical, impartial, skeptical, one or two, have suggested that I have a finer discrimination than most men, and that I take care of my rooms somewhat as a woman might, though this does not extend to the style of decorations. One man said that I lacked sympathy with certain grosser manifestations of masculine character, such as smoking. Some women think me unusually observing of women's dress. My own is by no means effeminate in a muscular way. I have average strength, but am supple far beyond what is usual if trained for it. Early, I believe, I would have made a good contortionist. I have never had the least inclination to use tobacco, generally take neither tea nor coffee, and seldom any liquor, never malt liquors. The dessert is always the best part of the meal. These tastes I attribute largely to my sedentary life. When out camping, I observed a marked change in the direction of heartier food and mild stimulants. My physical courage has never been put to the test, but I observe that others appear to count on it. I am very aggressive in matters of religious, political, social opinion. In moral courage, I am either reckless or courageous, I do not know which. I am perhaps a better whistler than most men. When I was quite little, my grandmother taught me to do certain kinds of fancy work, and I continued to do a little from time to time, until I was 24. Then, I became irritated over a piece that troubled me, put it in the fire, and have not wanted to touch any since. As a pet economy, I continue to do nearly all of my own mending. I have a decided aversion for much jewelry. My aestheticism is very pronounced as compared with most of the men with whom I associate, although I have never been able to give it much scope. It makes for cleanliness, order, and general good taste. My dress is economical, and by no means fastidious, yet it seems to be generally approved. I have been complimented often on my ability to select appropriate presents, clothing, and to arrange a room. Roman 1000 states that he practices the lovebite at times, though very gently. He often wants to pinch one who interests him sexually. He considers very silly the statement somewhere made that inverts are always liars. Very few people, he says, are perfectly honest, and the more dangerous society makes it for a man to be, so the less likely he is to be. While he himself has been unable in 2 or 3 instances to keep promises made to withhold from sexual intercourse with certain attractive individuals, he has never otherwise been guilty of untruth about his homosexual relations. The foregoing narrative was received 8 years ago. During this interval, Roman 1000's health has very greatly improved. There has been a marked increase in outdoor activities and interests. 2 years since Roman 1000 consulted a prominent specialist who performed a thorough psychoanalysis. He informed Roman 1000 that he was less strongly homosexual than he himself supposed, and recommended marriage with some young and pretty woman. He attributed the homosexual bent to Roman 1000's having had his nose broken at the age of 6 by the birth of a younger brother, who from that time on received all the attention and petting Roman 1000 had continued up to that age, very affectionate toward his mother and dependent on her. He can remember friends and neighbors commenting on it. At first Roman 1000 was inclined to reject this suggestion of the specialist, but on long reflection, he inclines to believe that it was indeed a very important factor, though not the sole one, from his later observations of children and comparisons of these with memories of his own childhood. Roman 1000 says he is sure he was affectionate and demonstrative much beyond the average. His greatest craving was for affection, and his greatest grief the fancied belief that no one cared for him. At 10 or 11, he attempted suicide for this reason, also as a result of the psychoanalysis, but trying to eliminate the influence of suggestion. He recollects and emphasizes more the attraction he felt toward girls before the age of 12. Had his sexual experiences subsequently proved normal, he doubts if those before 12 could be held to give evidence of homosexuality, but only of precocious nervous and sexual irritability, greatly heightened and directed by the secret practices of the children with whom he associated. He does not see why these experiences should have given him a homosexual bent any more than a heterosexual one. The psychoanalysis recalled to Roman 1000 that during the period of early flirtation, he had often kissed and embraced various girls, but likewise he recalled having observed at the same time, with some surprise, that no definitely sexual desire arose, though the way was probably open to gratify it. Such interest as did exist ceased wholly, or almost so. As the relation with Edmund developed, there was no aversion from the company of girls and women. However, the intellectual friendships were mainly with them, while the emotional ones were with boys. Very recently Roman 1000 spent several days with Edmund, who has been married for several years. With absolutely no sexual interest in each other, they nevertheless found a great bond of love, still subsisting. Neither regrets anything of the past, but feels that the final outcome of their earlier relation has been good. Edmund's beauty is still pronounced, and is remarked by others. In spite of his precocious sexuality, Roman 1000 had from the very first an extreme disgust for obscene stories, and for any association of sexual things with filthy words and anecdotes. Owing in part to this, and in part to his temperamental skepticism, he disbelieved what associates told him regarding sexual emissions, only becoming convinced when he actually experienced them, and the facts of reproduction he denied indignantly, until he read them in a medical work. Until he was well over 25, the physical aversion from any thought of reproduction was intense. He knows other normal young men who have felt the same way, but he believes it would be prevented or overcome by sex education, such as is now being introduced in American schools. Again, as to traces of feminism, perhaps 2 years ago all impulse to give the love bite disappeared suddenly. There has been lately a marked increase of dramatic interest arising in perfectly natural ways, and without any of the peculiarities noted before. The childish pleasure in Valentine's has all gone. Roman 1000 believes that circumstances have lately been more favorable for the development of a more robust aestheticism. For some years, he has heard no definite reproach for feminism, though some persons tell his friends that he is very peculiar. He forms many intimate, enduring non-sexual friendships with both men and women, and he doubts if the peculiarity noted by others is due so much to his homosexuality as it is to his aestheticism. Skepticism and the unconventional opinions, which he expresses quite indiscreetly at times. With the improvement in general health has come the changes that would be expected in food and other matters of daily life. Resuming his narrative at the point where the earlier communication left it, Roman 1000 says that about a year after that time, the youth of 17, to whom he had considered himself virtually engaged, withdrew from the agreement so far as it bore on his own future, but not from the sentimental relation as it existed. Although separated most of the time by distance, the physical relation was resumed whenever they met. Subsequently, however, the young man fell in love with a young woman and became engaged to her. His physical relation with Roman 1000 then ceased, but the friendship otherwise continues strong. Shortly after the first break in this relation, Roman 1000 became, through the force of quite unusual circumstances, very friendly and intimate with a young woman of considerable charm. He confided to her his abnormality, and was not repulsed to others. Their relation probably appeared that of lovers, and a painful situation was created by the slander of a jealous woman. Roman 1000 felt that in honor he must propose marriage to her. The young woman was noncommittal, but invited Roman 1000 to spend several months at her home. Shortly after his arrival, a sad occurrence in his own family compelled him to go away, and they did not meet again for 4 years. They corresponded, but less and less often his relations with boys continued. Before his final meeting with her, he became acquainted with a woman whom he has since married. The acquaintance began in a wholly non-sentimental community of interests in certain practical affairs, and very gradually widened into an intellectual and sympathetic friendship. Roman 1000 had no secrets from this woman. After a full and prolonged consideration of all sides of the matter, they married. Since that event, he has had no sexual relations, except with his wife. With her they are not passionate, but they are animated by the strong desire for children of the parental instinct he had become aware several years before this. Roman 1000 believes that no moral stigma should be attached to homosexuality until it can be proved to result from the vicious life of a free moral agent, and of this he has no expectation. He believes that much of its danger and unhappiness would be prevented by a thorough yet discreet sex education, such as should be given to all children, whether normal or abnormal. Chapter Roman 4 Sexual Inversion in Women. Prevalence of sexual inversion among women of ability among the lower races. Temporary homosexuality in schools, etc. History's physical and psychic characteristics of inverted women. The modern development of homosexuality among women. Homosexuality is not less common in women than in men. In the seriocomic theory of sex, set forth by Aristophanes in Plato's Symposium, males and females are placed on a footing of complete equality, and however fantastic the theory suffices to indicate that to the Greek mind, so familiar with homosexuality, its manifestations seemed just as likely to occur in women as in men. That is undoubtedly the case. Like other anomalies, indeed, in its more pronounced forms, it may be less frequently met with in women. In its less pronounced forms, almost certainly, it is more frequently found. A Catholic confessor, a friend tells me, informed him that for one man who acknowledges homosexual practices, there are 3 women. For the most part, feminine homosexuality runs everywhere a parallel course to masculine homosexuality, and is found under the same conditions. It is as common in girls as in boys. It has been found under certain conditions to abound among women in colleges and convents and prisons, as well as under the ordinary conditions of society. Perhaps the earliest case of homosexuality recorded in detail occurred in a woman, and it was with the investigation of such a case in a woman that Westphal may be said to have inaugurated the scientific study of inversion. Moreover, inversion is as likely to be accompanied by high intellectual ability in a woman as in a man. The importance of a clear conception of inversion is indeed, in some respects under present social conditions, really even greater in the case of women than of men. For if, as has sometimes been said of our civilization, this is a man's world, the large proportion of able women inverts, whose masculine qualities render it comparatively easy for them to adopt masculine avocations, becomes a highly significant fact. It has been noted of distinguished women in all ages and in all fields of activity that they have frequently displayed some masculine traits. Even the first great woman in history, as she has been called by a historian of Egypt, Queen Hatshepsut, was clearly of markedly virile temperament, and always had herself represented on her monuments in masculine costume. And even with a false beard, other famous queens have on more or less satisfactory grounds been suspected of a homosexual temperament, such as Catherine Roman II of Russia, who appears to have been bisexual, and Queen Christina of Sweden, whose very marked masculine traits and high intelligence seem to have been combined with a definitely homosexual or bisexual temperament. Great religious and moral leaders like Madame Blavatsky and Louise Mitchell have been either homosexual or bisexual, or at least of pronounced masculine temperament. Great actresses from the 18th century onward have frequently been more or less correctly identified with homosexuality, as also many women distinguished in other arts, above all Sappho, the greatest of women, poets, the peer of the greatest poets of the other sex, in the supreme power of uniting art and passion, has left a name which is permanently associated with homosexuality. It can scarcely be said that opinion is unanimous in regard to Sappho, and the reliable information about her, outside the evidence of the fragments of her poems which have reached us, is scanty. Her fame has always been great. In classic times her name was coupled with Homer's, but even to antiquity she was somewhat of an enigma, and many legends grew up around her name, such as the familiar story that she threw herself into the sea for the love of Phaon. What remains clear is that she was regarded with great respect and admiration by her contemporaries, that she was of aristocratic family, that she was probably married, and had a daughter, that at one time she had to take her part in political exile, and that she addressed her girlfriends in precisely similar terms to those addressed by Alcaeus to youths. We know that in antiquity feminine homosexuality was regarded as especially common in Sparta. Lesbos and Miletus. Horace, who was able to read Sappho's complete poems, states that the objects of her love plaints were the young girls of Lesbos, while Ovid, who played so considerable a part in weaving fantastic stories round Sappho's name, never claimed that they had any basis of truth. It was inevitable that the early Christians should eagerly attack so ambiguous a figure, and Tatian, Oratio, ad Grecos, cap. 52, reproached the Greeks that they honored statues of the tribid Sappho, a prostitute who had celebrated her own wantonness and infatuation. The result is that in modern times there have been some who placed Sappho's character in a very bad light, and others who have gone to the opposite extreme in an attempt at rehabilitation. Thus W. Muir, in his History of the Language and Literature of Ancient Greece 1854 vol. Roman 3 pp. 272,326, 49, 68, dealing very fully with Sappho, is disposed to accept many of the worst stories about her, though he has no pronounced animus, and as regards female homosexuality, which he considers to be far more venial than male homosexuality, he remarks that in modern times it has numbered among its votaries females distinguished for refinement of manners and elegant accomplishments. Pascal, on the other hand, will accept no statements about Sappho which conflict with modern ideals of complete respectability, and even seeks to rewrite her most famous ode, in accordance with the colorless literary sense, which he supposes that it originally bore. J. Roman 1000 F. Pascal. La Chaste Sappho et le Mouvement Féministe à Athens 1911, Wilamowitz Moellendorff. Sappho, Un Simonides 1913, also represents the antiquated view formerly championed by Welcker, according to which the attribution of homosexuality is a charge of vice, to be repudiated with indignation. Most competent and reliable authorities today, however, while rejecting the accretions of legend around Sappho's name, and not disputing her claim to respect, are not disposed to question the personal and homosexual character of her poems. All ancient tradition, and the character of her extant fragments, says Prof. J. A. Platt, Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th ed. Art. Sappho show that her morality was what has ever since been known as lesbian. What exactly that lesbian morality involved we cannot indeed exactly ascertain. It is altogether idle, as a Croisset remarks of Sappho Histoire de la Littérature, Grec vol. Roman 2 chv, to discuss the exact quality of this friendship, or this love, or to seek to determine with precision the frontiers which language itself often seems to seek to confuse, of a friendship more or less aesthetic and sensual, of a love more or less platonic. See also J. Roman 1000 Edmonds, Sappho in the Added Light of the New Fragments 1912. Ewan Block similarly concludes Ursprung der Syphilis vol. Roman 2 1911 p. 507, that Sappho probably combined, as modern investigation shows to be easily possible, lofty ideal feelings with passionate sensuality, exactly as happens in normal love. It must also be said that in literature homosexuality in women has furnished a much more frequent motive to the artist than homosexuality in men. Among the Greeks, indeed, homosexuality in women seldom receives literary consecration, and in the revival of the classical spirit at the Renaissance, it was still chiefly in male adolescents, as we see for instance in Marino's add-on that the homosexual ideal found expression after that date. Male inversion was for a long period rarely touched in literature save briefly and satirically, while inversion in women becomes a subject which might be treated in detail, and even with complacence. Many poets and novelists, especially in France, might be cited in evidence. Ariosto, it has been pointed out, has described the homosexual attractions of women. Diderot's famous novel La Religieuse, which when first published was thought to have been actually written by a nun, deals with the torture to which a nun was put by the perverse lubricity of her abbess, for whom it is said Diderot found a model in the abbess of Chelles, a daughter of the regent, and thus a member of a family which for several generations showed a marked tendency to inversion Diderot's narrative, has been described as a faithful description of the homosexual phenomena liable to occur in convents. Feminine homosexuality, especially in convents, was often touched on less seriously in the 18th century. Thus, we find a homosexual scene in Les Plaisirs du Cloître, a play written in 1773, Le Théâtre d'Amour and Ex vie siècle, 1910. Balzac, who treated so many psychological aspects of love in a more or less veiled manner, has touched on this in La Fille aux yeux d'or. In a vague and extravagantly romantic fashion, Gautier made the adventures of a woman who was predisposed to homosexuality and slowly realizes the fact the central motive of his wonderful romance Mademoiselle de Maupin, 1835. He approached the subject purely as an artist and poet, but his handling of it shows remarkable insight. Gautier based his romance to some extent on the life of Madame Maupin, or as she preferred to call herself, Mademoiselle Maupin, who was born in 1673, her father's name being d'Aubigny, dressed as a man, and became famous as a teacher of fencing. Afterward, as an opera singer, she was apparently of bisexual temperament, and her devotion to women led her into various adventures. She ultimately entered a convent and died at the age of 34 with a reputation for sanctity. Roman 100. Clayton, Queens of Songval, IPP 5261. F. Karsh, Mademoiselle Maupin Jawbuch first Sexuals Zwischenstufen Vol v 1903 pp 694706. A still greater writer, Flaubert, in Salammbô 1862, made his heroine homosexual. Zola has described sexual inversion in Nanet and elsewhere. Some 30 years ago, a popular novelist Abelot published a novel called Mademoiselle Gerard ma femme, which was much read. The novelist took the attitude of a moralist, who is bound to treat frankly, but with all decorous propriety, a subject of increasing social gravity. The story is that of a man whose bride will not allow his approach on account of her own liaison with a female friend, continued after marriage. This book appears to have given origin to a large number of novels, some of which touch the question with considerable less affectation of propriety. Among other novelists who have dealt with the matter may be mentioned Guy de Maupassant, La Femme de Paul Birget, Crime, D'Amour Cadel Mendes, Mephistopheles, and Willie in the Claudine series. Among poets who have used the motive of homosexuality in women with more or less boldness may be found Lamartine, Regina Swinburne, first series of poems and ballads, Verlaine Parallèlement, and Pierre Louy's Chansons de Bilitis. The last-named book, a collection of homosexual prose poems, attracted considerable attention on publication, as it was an attempt at mystification, being put forward as a translation of the poems of a newly discovered Oriental Greek poetess. Bilitis, more usually Beltis, is the Syrian name for Aphrodite. Les Chansons de Bilitis are not without charm, but have been severely dealt with by Wilamowitz. Moellendorff, Sappho und Simonides, 1913 p. 63. Et sec, as a travesty of Hellenism, betraying inadequate knowledge of Greek antiquity. More interesting as the work of a woman who was not only highly gifted but herself of homosexual temperament are the various volumes of poems published by Renée Vivien. This lady, whose real name was Pauline Tarn, was born in 1877. Her father was of Scotch descent, and her mother an American lady from Honolulu. As a child she was taken to Paris, and was brought up as a French girl. She traveled much, and at one time took a house at Mytilene, the chief city of ancient Lesbos. She had a love of solitude, hated publicity, and was devoted to her women friends, especially to one whose early death about 1900 was the great sorrow of Pauline Tarn's life. She is described as very beautiful, very simple and sweet-natured, and highly accomplished in many directions. She suffered, however, from nervous overtension and incurable melancholy. Toward the close of her life, she was converted to Catholicism and died in 1909 at the age of 32. She is buried in the cemetery at Passy. Her best verse is, by some considered among the finest, in the French language. Charles Brun, Pauline Tarn Notes and Queries 22 Aug. 1914. The same writer, who knew her well, has also written a pamphlet. Renée Vivien, Sansot, Paris, 1911. Her chief volumes of poems are Etudes et Préludes, 1901, Senders, et Pausières, 1902, Evocations, 1903. A novel, Une femme m apparet, 1904, is said to be to some extent autobiographical. Renée Vivien also wrote a volume on Sappho with translations, and a further volume of poems, Les Kithards, suggested by the fragments which remain of the minor women poets of Greece, followers of Sappho. It is moreover noteworthy that a remarkably large proportion of the cases in which homosexuality has led to crimes of violence or otherwise come under medical observation has been among women. It is well known that the part taken by women generally in open criminality, and especially in crimes of violence, is small as compared with men. In the homosexual field, as we might have anticipated, the conditions are to some extent reversed inverted. Men in whom a more or less feminine temperament is so often found are rarely impelled to acts of aggressive violence, though they frequently commit suicide. Inverted women, who may retain their feminine emotionality, combined with some degree of infantile impulsiveness and masculine energy, present a favorable soil for the seeds of passional crime under those conditions of jealousy and allied emotions, which must so often enter into the invert's life. The first conspicuous example of this tendency in recent times is the Memphis case, 1892, in the United States. Arthur MacDonald Observation de Sexualite Pathologique Féminine Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, May 1895. See also Kraft-Ebing Psychopathia Sexualis. Eng Trans of 10th ed. p. 550. In this case, a congenital sexual invert, Alice Mitchell, planned a marriage with Frida Ward taking a male name and costume. This scheme was frustrated by Frida's sister, and Alice Mitchell then cut Frida's throat. There is no reason to suppose that she was insane at the time of the murder. She was a typical invert of a very pronounced kind. Her mother had been insane and had homicidal impulses. She herself was considered unbalanced and was masculine in her habits from her earliest years. Her face was obviously unsymmetrical, and she had an appearance of youthfulness below her age. She was not vicious and had little knowledge of sexual matters. But when she kissed Frida, she was ashamed of being seen, while Frida could see no reason for being ashamed. She was adjudged insane. There have been numerous cases in America, more recently one case for some details concerning which I am indebted to Dr. J. G. Kiernan of Chicago, is that of the Tiller sisters, two quintroons, who for many years had acted together under that name in cheap theaters. One who was an invert with a horror of men dating from early girlhood was sexually attached to the other, who was without inborn inversion, and was eventually induced by a man to leave the invert. The latter, overcome by jealousy, broke into the apartment of the couple and shot the man dead. She was tried and sent to prison for life. A defense of insanity was made, but for this there was no evidence. In another case, also occurring in Chicago, reported in Medicine June 1899, and Alienist and Neurologist October 1899, a trained nurse lived for 14 years with a young woman who left her on 4 different occasions, but was each time induced to return finally. However, she left and married, whereupon the nurse shot the husband, who was not, however, fatally wounded. The culprit in this case had been twice married, but had not lived with either of her husbands. It was stated that her mother had died in an asylum, and that her brother had committed suicide. She was charged with disorderly conduct and subjected to a fine. In another later case in Chicago, a Russian girl of 22 named Anna Rubinovich shot from motives of jealousy another Russian girl to whom she had been devoted from childhood, and then fatally shot herself. The relations between the two girls had been very intimate. Our love affair is one purely of the soul. Anna Rubinovich was accustomed to say, "We love each other on a higher plane than that of earth." I am informed that there were in fact physical relationships. The sexual organs were normal. This continued with great devotion on each side, until Anna's sweetheart began to show herself susceptible to the advances of a male wooer. This aroused uncontrollable jealousy in Anna, whose father, it may be noted, had committed suicide by shooting some years previously. Homosexual relationships are also a cause of suicide among women. Such a case was reported in Massachusetts early in 1901. A girl of 21 had been tended during a period of nervous prostration, apparently of hysterical nature, by a friend and neighbor 14 years her senior. Married, and having children, and intimate friendship grew up equally ardent on both sides. The mother of the younger woman and the husband of the other took measures to put a stop to the intimacy, and the girl was sent away to a distant city. Stolen interviews, however, still occurred. Finally, when the obstacles became insurmountable, the younger woman bought a revolver and deliberately shot herself in the temple in presence of her mother, dying immediately. Though sometimes thought to act rather strangely, she was a great favorite with all, handsome, very athletic, fond of all outdoor sports, an energetic religious worker possessing a fine voice, and was an active member of many clubs and societies. The older woman belonged to an aristocratic family, and was loved and respected by all. In another case in New York, in 1905, a retired sailor, Captain John Weed, who had commanded transatlantic vessels for many years, was admitted to a home for old sailors, and shortly after became ill and despondent, and cut his throat. It was then found that Captain Weed was really a woman. I am informed that the old sailor's despondency and suicide were due to enforced separation from a female companion. The infatuation of young girls for actresses and other prominent women may occasionally lead to suicide. Thus, in Philadelphia, a few years ago, a girl of 19, belonging to a very wealthy family, beautiful and highly educated, acquired an absorbing infatuation for Miss Mary Garden, the prima donna with whom she had no personal acquaintance. The young girl would kneel in worship before the singer's portrait and studied hairdressing and manicuring in the hope of becoming Miss Garden's maid. When she realized that her dream was hopeless, she shot herself with a revolver. Cases more or less resembling those here brought forward occur from time to time in all parts of the civilized world. Reports mostly from current newspapers of such cases, as well as of simple transvestism or eonism in both women and men, will be found in the publications of the Berlin Wissenschaftliche Humanitaren Komitee, the Monatsbericht, up to 1909, then in the Vierteljahrhesbericht, and from 1913 onward in the Jahrbuch für Sexualzwischenstufen. Yet until recently, comparatively, little has been known of sexual inversion in women, even so lately as 1901, after the publication of the first edition of the present study. Krafft Ebing wrote that scarcely 50 cases had been recorded. The chief monographs devoted but little space to women. Krafft Ebing himself, in the earlier editions of Psychopathia Sexualis, gave little special attention to inversion in women. Although he published a few cases, Moll, however, included a valuable chapter on the subject in his Konträr Sexualempfindung, narrating numerous cases, and inversion in women also receives special attention in the present study. Hirschfeld, however, in his Homosexualitat 1914, is the first authority who has been able to deal with feminine homosexuality as completely coordinate with masculine homosexuality. The two manifestations, masculine and feminine, are placed on the same basis and treated together throughout the work. It is no doubt not difficult to account for this retardation in the investigation of sexual inversion in women, notwithstanding the severity with which homosexuality in women has been visited in a few cases. For the most part, men seem to have been indifferent toward it. When it has been made a crime or a cause for divorce in men, it has usually been considered as no offense at all in women. Another reason is that it is less easy to detect in women. We are accustomed to a much greater familiarity and intimacy between women than between men, and we are less apt to suspect the existence of any abnormal passion. And allied with this cause, we have also to bear in mind the extreme ignorance and the extreme reticence of women regarding any abnormal or even normal manifestation of their sexual life. A woman may feel a high degree of sexual attraction for another woman without realizing that her affection is sexual, and when she does realize this, she is nearly always very unwilling to reveal the nature of her intimate experience, even with the adoption of precautions. And although the fact may be present to her that by helping to reveal the nature of her abnormality, she may be helping to lighten the burden of it on other women. Among the numerous confessions voluntarily sent to Krafft Ebing, there is not one by a woman. There is again the further reason that well-marked and fully developed cases of inversion are probably rarer in women, though a slighter degree may be more common in harmony with the greater affectability of the feminine organism to slight stimuli and its lesser liability to serious variation. The same aberrations that are found among men are, however, everywhere found among women. Feminine inversion has sometimes been regarded as a vice of modern, refined civilization, yet it was familiar to the Anglo-Saxons, and Theodore's penitential in the 7th century assigned a penance of 3 years, considerably less than that assigned to men, or for bestiality to a woman, fornicating with a woman. Among the women of savages in all parts of the world, homosexuality is found, though it is less frequently recorded than among men. In New Zealand, it is stated on the authority of Moerenhout, though I have not been able to find the reference, that the women practiced lesbianism in South America, where inversion is common among men. We find similar phenomena in women among Brazilian tribes. Gandavo wrote, "There are certain women among these Indians who determine to be chaste, and know no man. These leave every womanly occupation, and imitate the men they wear their hair the same way as the men they go to war with them, or hunting bearing their bows they continue always in the company of men, and each has a woman who serves her, and with whom she lives. This has some analogy with the phenomena seen among North American men. Dr. Holder, who has carefully studied the boat, tells me that he has met no corresponding phenomena in women. There is no doubt, however, that homosexuality among women is well known to the American Indians in various regions. Thus the Salish Indians of British Columbia have a myth of an old woman who had intercourse with a young woman by means of a horn, used as a penis in the mythology of the Assiniboine Indians of Canada and Montana, and the Fox Indians of Iowa. There are also legends of feminine homosexuality, supposed to have been derived from the Algonquin Cree Indians, who were closely connected with both. According to the Assiniboine legend, a man's wife fell in love with his sister, and eloped with her. A boneless child being the result of the union, the husband pursued the couple, and killed his wife as well as the child. No one cared to avenge her death. The Fox legend, entitled Two Maidens, who played the harlot with each other, runs as follows. It is said that once on a time long ago, there were two young women who were friends together. It is told that there were also two youths who tried to woo the two maidens, but they were not able even so much as to talk with them. After a while, the youths began to suspect something wrong. So once during the summer, when the two maidens started away to peel off bark, the youths followed, staying just far enough behind to keep them in sight. While the girls were peeling the bark, the youths kept themselves hidden. After a while, they no longer heard the sound of the maidens at work, whereupon they began to creep up to where they were. When they drew nigh, behold, the maidens were in the act of taking off their clothes. The first to disrobe flung herself down on the ground and lay there. Pray, what are these girls going to do? Was the feeling in the hearts of the youths. And to their amazement, the girls began to lie with each other. Thereupon, the youths ran to where the girls were. She, who was lying on top, instantly fell over backward. Her clitoris was standing out, and had a queer shape. It was like a turtle's penis. Thereupon, the maidens began to plead with the youths. Oh, don't tell on us, they said. Truly, it is not of our own free desire that we have done this thing. We have done it under the influence of some unknown being. It is said that afterward one of the maidens became big with child. In the course of time she gave birth, and the child was like a softshell turtle. In Bali, according to Jacobs, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, homosexuality is almost as common among women as among men, though it is more secretly exercised. The methods of gratification adopted are either digital or lingual, or else by bringing the parts together. Tribadism. Bauman, who noted inversion among the male Negro population of Zanzibar, finds that it is also not rare among women, although Oriental manners render it impossible for such women to wear men's clothes openly. They do so in private, and are recognized by other women by their manlike bearing, as also by the fact that women's garments do not suit them. They show a preference for masculine occupations, and seek sexual satisfaction among women who have the same inclinations, or else among normal women who are won over by presents or other means. In addition to tribadism or cunnilingus, they sometimes use an ebony or ivory phallus with a kind of glans at one end, or sometimes at both ends. In the latter case, it can be used by two women at once, and sometimes it has a hole bored through it, by which warm water can be injected. It is regarded as an Arab invention, and is sometimes used by normal women shut up in harems and practically deprived of sexual satisfaction. Among the Arab women, according to Kocher, homosexual practices are rare though very common among Arab men. In Egypt, however, according to Goddard, Kocher, and others, it is almost fashionable, and every woman in the harem has a friend. In Turkey, homosexuality is sometimes said to be rare among women, but it would appear to be found in the harems and women's baths of Turkey, as well as of Islam generally. Brantome, in the 16th century, referred to the lesbianism of Turkish women at the baths, and Leo Africanus, in the same century, mentioned the tribadism of Moorish women and the formal organization of tribatic prostitution in Fez. There was an Osmanli Sapphic poetess, Mahiri, whose grave is at Amasia, and Vambari and Aikstarides agree as to the prevalence of feminine homosexuality in Turkey among the Negroes and mulattoes of French Creole countries. According to Core, homosexuality is very common. I know a lady of great beauty, he remarks, a stranger in Guadeloupe, and the mother of a family, who is obliged to stay away from the markets and certain shops because of the excessive admiration of mulatto women and negresses, and the impudent invitations which they dare to address to her. He refers to several cases of more or less violent sexual attempts by women on young colored girls of 12 or 14, and observes that such attempts by men on children of their own sex are much rarer. In China, according to Matignon, and in Cochin China, according to Lorien, homosexuality does not appear to be common among women in India. However, it is probably as prevalent among women as it certainly is among men. In the first edition of this study, I quoted the opinion of Dr. Buchanan, then superintendent of the Central Jail of Bengal at Bhagalpur, who informed me that he had never come across a case, and that his headgeller had never heard of such a thing in 25 years' experience. Another officer in the Indian Medical Service assures me, however, that there cannot be the least doubt as to the frequency of homosexuality among women in India, either inside or outside jails. I am indebted to him for the following notes on this point. That homosexual relationships are common enough among Indian women is evidenced by the fact that the Hindustani language has 5 words to denote the tribid: 1 Dugana, 2 Zanak, 3 Satyr, 4 Chapatai, and 5 Chapatbaz. The modus operandi is generally what Marshall calls Jaminos committercanos, but sometimes a phallus called sabura is employed. The act itself is called chapat or chapti, and the Hindustani poets Nazir Rangan Jan Saheb treat of lesbian love very extensively, and sometimes very crudely. Jan Saheb, a woman poet, sings to the effect that intercourse with a woman by means of a phallus is to be preferred to the satisfaction offered by a male lover. The common euphemism employed when speaking of 2 tribids who live together is that they live apart. So much for the literary evidence as to the prevalence of what mirable dictu Dr. Buchanan's jailer was ignorant of. Now for facts. In the jail of R, the superintendent discovered a number of phalli in the female's enclosure. They were made of clay and sundried, and bore marks of use. In the jail of S was a woman who, as is usual with tribids in India, wore male attire, and was well known for her sexual proclivities. An examination revealed the following: face much lined, ma'am, of masculine type, but nipples elongated, and readily erectile, gluteal and iliac regions, quite of masculine type, as also the thighs, clitoris with enlarged glands, readily erectile, nymph, thickened and enlarged vulvar orifice patent, for she had in early youth been a prostitute. The voice was almost contralto. Her partner was of low type, but eminently feminine in configuration and manner. In this case, I heard that the man went to a local ascetic and begged his intercession with the deity so that she might impregnate her partner. The Hindu medical works mention the possibility of a woman uniting with another woman in sexual embraces and begetting a boneless fetus. Short history of Aryan medical science, p. 44. In the town of Roman 500, there lived apart 2 women, one a Brahmin, the other a grazier. Their modus operandi was tribadism. As an eyewitness informed me in S, I was called in to treat the widow of a wealthy Mohammedan. I had occasion to examine the pudenda, and found what Martineau would have called the indelible stigmata of early masturbation and later sapphism. She admitted the impeachment, and confessed that she was on the best of terms with her 3 remarkably well-formed and good-looking handmaidens. This lady said that she began masturbation at an early age just like all other women, and that sapphism came after the age of puberty. Another Mohammedan woman, whom I knew, and who had a very large clitoris, told me that she had been initiated into lesbian love at 12 by a neighbor, and had intermittently practiced it ever since. I might also instance 2 sisters of the gardener, caste, both widows who lived apart, and indulged in simultaneous sapphism. That sometimes the actors in tribadism are most vigorous is shown by the fact that in the central jail of swelling of the vulva was admitted to have been caused by the embraces of 2 female convicts. The subordinate, who told me this, mentioned it quite incidentally while relating his experiences as hospital assistant at this jail. When I questioned him, he stated that the woman whom he was called to treat told him that she could never satisfy herself with men, but only with women. He added that tribadism was quite common in the jail. The foregoing sketch may serve to show that homosexual practices, certainly and probably definite sexual inversion, are very widespread among women in very many and various parts of the world, though it is likely that as among men there are variations geographical, racial, national, or social in the frequency or intensity of its obvious manifestations. Thus, in the 18th century, Casanova remarked that the women of Provence are specially inclined to lesbianism. In European prisons, homosexual practices flourish among the women fully as much, it may probably be said, as among the men. there is indeed some reason for supposing that these phenomena are here, sometimes even more decisively marked than among men. This prevalence of homosexuality among women in prison is connected with the close relationship between feminine criminality and prostitution. The frequency of homosexual practices among prostitutes is a fact of some interest and calls for special explanation, for at the first glance, it seems in opposition to all that we know concerning the exciting causes of homosexuality. Regarding the fact, there can be no question it has been noted by all who are acquainted with the lives of prostitutes, though opinion may differ as to its frequency in Berlin Mall, was told in well-informed quarters. The proportion of prostitutes with lesbian tendencies is about 25%. This was almost the proportion at Paris many years ago according to Parent Duchatlet. Today, according to Chevalier, it is larger, and Bourneville believes that 75% of the inmates of the Parisian venereal hospitals have practiced homosexuality. Hammer in Germany has found among 66 prostitutes that 41 were homosexual. Hirschfeld thinks that inverted women are specially prone to become prostitutes. Eulenberg believes, on the other hand, that the conditions of their life favor homosexuality among prostitutes. A homosexual union seems to them higher, purer, more innocent, and more ideal. There is, however, no fundamental contradiction between these two views. They are probably both right. In London, so far as my inquiries extend, homosexuality among prostitutes is very much less prevalent, and in a well-marked form is confined to a comparatively small section. I am indebted to a friend for the following note. From my experience of the Parisian prostitute, I gather that lesbianism in Paris is extremely prevalent indeed, one might almost say normal. In particular, most of the chahet-dancers of the Moulin Rouge Casino de Paris and the other public balls are notorious for couples, and for the most part, they prefer not to be separated even in their most professional moments with the other sex. In London, the thing is naturally much less obvious, and I think much less prevalent, but it is certainly not infrequent. A certain number of well-known prostitutes are known for their tendencies in this direction, which do not, however, interfere in any marked way with the ordinary details of their profession. I do not personally know of a single prostitute who is exclusively lesbian. I have heard vaguely that there are one or two such anomalies, but I have heard a swell cocotte at the Corinthian announce to the whole room that she was going home with a girl, and no one doubted the statement. Her name, indeed, was generally coupled with that of a fifth-rate actress. Another woman of the same kind has a little clientele of women who buy her photographs in Burlington Arcade in the lower ranks of the profession. All this is much less common. One often finds women who have simply never heard of such a thing. They know of it in regard to men, but not in regard to women, and they are for the most part quite horrified at the notion, which they consider part and parcel of French beastliness. Of course, almost every girl has her friend, and when not separately occupied they often sleep together. But while in separate rare cases, this undoubtedly means all that it can mean. For the most part, so far as one can judge, it means no more than it would mean among ordinary girls. It is evident that there must be some radical causes for the frequency of homosexuality among prostitutes. One such cause doubtless lies in the character of the prostitute's relations with men. These relations are of a professional character, and as the business element becomes emphasized, the possibility of sexual satisfaction diminishes at the best. Also, there lacks the sense of social equality, the feeling of possession, and scope for the exercise of feminine affection and devotion. These the prostitute must usually be forced to find either in a bully or in another woman. Apart from this fact, it must be borne in mind that in a very large number of cases, prostitutes show in slight or more marked degree many of the signs of neurotic heredity, and it would not be surprising if they present the germs of homosexuality in an unusually high degree. The life of the prostitute may well develop such latent germs, and so we have an undue tendency to homosexuality, just as we have it among criminals, and to a much less extent among persons of genius and intellect. Homosexuality is specially fostered by those employments which keep women in constant association, not only by day, but often at night also without the company of men. This is, for instance, the case in convents, and formerly at all events, however it may be. Homosexuality was held to be very prevalent in convents. This was especially so in the 18th century, when very many young girls without any religious vocation were put into convents. The same again is today the case with the female servants in large hotels among whom homosexual practices have been found very common. Laycock, many years ago, noted the prevalence of manifestations of this kind, which he regarded as hysterical among seamstresses, lace-makers, etc., confined for hours in close contact with one another in heated rooms, the circumstances under which numbers of young women are employed during the day in large shops and factories, and sleep in the establishment two in a room, or even two in a bed, are favorable to the development of homosexual practices. In England, it is seldom that anyone cares to investigate these phenomena, though they certainly exist. They have been more thoroughly studied elsewhere, thus in Rome Niceforo, who studied various aspects of the lives of the working classes, succeeded in obtaining much precise information concerning the manners and customs of the young girls in dressmaking and tailoring workrooms. He remarks that few of those who see the virtuous daughters of the people, often not more than 12 years old, walking along the streets, with the dressmaker's box under their arm, modestly bent head, and virginal air, realize the intense sexual preoccupations often underlying these appearances in the workrooms. The conversation perpetually revolves around sexual subjects, in the absence of the mistress or forewoman, and even in her presence, the slang that prevails in the workrooms leads to dialogues with a double meaning. A state of sexual excitement is thus aroused, which sometimes relieves itself mentally by psychic onanism, sometimes by some form of masturbation. One girl admitted to Niceforo that by allowing her thoughts to dwell on the subject, while at work, she sometimes produced physical sexual excitement, as often as 4 times a day. See also Vol I of these studies. Autoerotism. Sometimes, however, a vague kind of homosexuality is produced, the girls excited by their own thoughts, and their conversation being still further excited by contact with each other. In summer, in one workroom, some of the girls wear no drawers, and they unbutton their bodices and work with crossed legs, more or less uncovered. In this position, the girls draw near and inspect one another. Some boast of their white legs, and then the petticoats are raised altogether for more careful comparison. Many enjoy this inspection of nudity and experience real sexual pleasure from midday till 2 p. Roman 1000 during the hours of greatest heat, when all are in this condition, and the mistress in her chemise, and sometimes with no shame at the worker's presence, even without it, falls asleep on the sofa. All the girls, without one exception, masturbate themselves. The heat seems to sharpen their desires, and morbidly arouse all their senses. The voluptuous emotions restrained during the rest of the day break out with irresistible force. Stimulated by the spectacle of each other's nakedness, some place their legs together, and thus heighten the spasm. By the illusion of contact with a man in this way, they reach mutual masturbation. It is noteworthy, however, Niceforo points out that these couples for mutual masturbation are never lesbian couples. Tribadism is altogether absent from the factories and workrooms. He even believes that it does not exist among girls of the working class. He further describes how, in another workroom during the hot hours of the day, in summer when no work is done, some of the girls retire into the fitting room, and having fastened their chemises round their legs and thighs with pins, so as to imitate trousers, play at being men, and pretend to have intercourse with the others. Niceforo, Il Gergo Cap, Romans 6, 1897. Turin. I have reproduced these details from Niceforo's careful study, because although they may seem to be trivial at some points, they clearly bring out the very important distinction between a merely temporary homosexuality and true inversion. The amusements of these young girls may not be considered eminently innocent or wholesome, but on the other hand, they are not radically morbid or vicious. They are strictly and even consciously play. They are dominated by the thought that the true sexual ideal is normal relationship with a man, and they would certainly disappear in the presence of a man. It must be remembered that Niceforo's observations were made among girls who were mostly young in the large factories, where many adult women are employed. The phenomena tend to be rarer, but of much less trivial and playful character. At Wolverhampton, some 40 years ago, the case was reported of a woman in a galvanizing store who after dinner indecently assaulted a girl who was a new hand. 2 young women held the victim down, and this seems to show that homosexual vice was here common and recognized, no doubt. This case is exceptional in its brutality. It throws, however, a significant light on the conditions prevailing in factories in Spain. In the large factories, where many adult women are employed, especially in the great tobacco factory at Seville, lesbian relationships seem to be not uncommon here. The women work in an atmosphere which in summer is so hot that they throw off the greater part of their clothing to such an extent that a bell is rung whenever a visitor is introduced into a workroom in order to warn the workers. Such an environment, predisposes to the formation of homosexual relationships. When I was in Spain some years ago, an incident occurred at the Seville Fábrica de Tabacos, which attracted much attention in the newspapers, and, though it was regarded as unusual, it throws light on the life of the workers one morning, as the women were entering the workroom, and amid the usual scene of animation, changing their manila shawls for the light costume worn during work, one drew out a small clasp knife, and attacking another rapidly inflicted 6 or 7 wounds on her face and neck, threatening to kill anyone who approached. Both these ciguras were superior workers engaged in the most skilled kind of work, and had been at the factory for many years. In appearance, they were described as presenting a striking contrast. The aggressor, who was 48 years of age, was of masculine air, tall and thin, with an expression of firm determination on her wrinkled face. The victim, on the other hand, whose age was 30, was plump and good-looking, and of pleasing disposition. The reason at first assigned for the attack on the younger woman was that her mother had insulted the elder woman's son. It appeared, however, that a close friendship had existed between the two women, that latterly, the younger woman had formed a friendship with the forewoman of her workroom, and that the elder woman, animated by jealousy, then resolved to murder both. This design was frustrated by the accidental absence of the forewoman that day. In theaters, the abnormal sexuality stimulated by such association in work is complicated by the general tendency for homosexuality to be connected with dramatic aptitude, a point to which I shall have to refer later on. I am indebted to a friend for the following note: passionate friendships among girls, from the most innocent to the most elaborate excursions in the direction of Lesbos, are extremely common in theaters, both among actresses and even more among Coruscant ballet girls. Here the pell-mell of the dressing rooms, the wait of perhaps 2 hours between the performances, during which all the girls are cooped up in a state of inaction and of excitement in a few crowded dressing rooms, afford every opportunity for the growth of this particular kind of sentiment. In most of the theaters, there is a little circle of girls, somewhat avoided by the others or themselves, careless of further acquaintanceship, who profess the most unbounded devotion to one another. Most of these girls are equally ready to flirt with the opposite sex, but I know certain ones among them who will scarcely speak to a man, and who are never seen without their particular pal or chum, who, if she gets moved to another theater, will come around and wait for her friend at the stage door. But here again, it is but seldom that the experience is carried very far. The fact is that the English girl, especially of the lower and middle classes, whether she has lost her virtue or not, is extremely fettered by conventional notions. Ignorance and habit are two restraining influences from the carrying out of this particular kind of perversion to its logical conclusions. It is therefore among the upper ranks alike of society and of prostitution that lesbianism is most definitely to be met with, for here we have much greater liberty of action and much greater freedom from prejudices. With girls as with boys, it is in the school at the evolution of puberty that homosexuality usually first shows itself. It may originate in a way mainly peripheral or mainly central. In the first case, two children, perhaps, when close to each other in bed, more or less unintentionally generate in each other a certain amount of sexual irritation, which they foster by mutual touching and kissing. This is a spurious kind of homosexuality, the often precocious play of the normal instinct in the girl, who is congenitally predisposed to homosexuality. It will continue and develop in the majority. It will be forgotten as quickly as possible, not without shame, in the presence of the normal object of sexual love. I may quote as fairly typical the following observations supplied by a lady who cannot be called inverted like so many other children and girls. I was first taught self-indulgence by a girl at school, and I passed on my knowledge to one or two others, with one of whom I remember once, when we were just 16, spending the night sensually. We were horribly ashamed after, and that was the only time. When I was only 8, there was a girl of 13 who liked to play with my body, and taught me to play with hers, though I rather disliked doing so. We slept together, and this went on at intervals for 6 months. These things, for the sake of getting enjoyment, and not with any passion, are not uncommon with children, but less common, I think, than people sometimes imagine. I believe I could recall without much difficulty the number of times such things happened with me in the case I mentioned, when I did for one night feeler try to excite in myself and my girl companion of 16 sensual passion. We had, as little children, slept together a few times, and done these things, and meeting after an absence just at that age recalled our childish memories, and were carried away by sexual impulse. but I never felt any peculiar affection or passion for her even at the time, nor she for me. We only felt that our sensual nature was strong at the time, and had betrayed us into something we were ashamed of, and therefore we avoided letting ourselves sleep too close after that day. I think we disliked each other, and were revolted whenever we thought of that night, feeling that each had degraded the other and herself. The cases in which the source is mainly central rather than peripheral nevertheless merge into the foregoing, with no clear line of demarcation. In such cases, a girl forms an ardent attachment for another girl, probably somewhat older than herself, often a schoolfellow, sometimes her schoolmistress, upon whom she will lavish an astonishing amount of affection and devotion. There may or not be any return. Usually the return consists of a gracious acceptance of the affectionate services. The girl who expends this wealth of devotion is surcharged with emotion, but she is often unconscious or ignorant of the sexual impulse, and she seeks for no form of sexual satisfaction. Kissing and the privilege of sleeping with the friend are however sought, and at such times, it often happens that even the comparatively unresponsive friend feels more or less definite sexual emotion, pudendal turgescence, with secretion of mucus, and involuntary twitching of the neighboring muscles, though little or no attention may be paid to this phenomenon, and in the common ignorance of girls concerning sex matters, it may not be understood in some cases. There is an attempt, either instinctive or intentional, to develop the sexual feeling by close embraces, and kissing. This rudimentary kind of homosexual relationship is, I believe, more common among girls than among boys. And for this there are several reasons. 1. A boy more often has some acquaintance with sexual phenomena and would frequently regard such a relationship as unmanly. 2. The girl has a stronger need of affection and self-devotion to another person than a boy has. 3. She has not, under our existing social conditions, which compel young women to hold the opposite sex at arm's length, the same opportunities of finding an outlet for her sexual emotions, while 4. Conventional propriety recognizes a considerable degree of physical intimacy between girls, thus at once encouraging and cloaking the manifestations of homosexuality. The ardent attachments which girls in schools and colleges form to each other and to their teachers constitute a subject which is of considerable psychological interest and of no little practical importance. These girlish devotions on the borderland between friendship and sexual passion are found in all countries where girls are segregated for educational purposes, and their symptoms are on the whole singularly uniform, though they vary in intensity and character, to some extent from time to time, and from place to place, sometimes assuming an epidemic form. They have been most carefully studied in Italy, where Abbasi and Marchesinian, alienist and a psychologist, working in conjunction, have analyzed the phenomena with remarkable insight and delicacy, and much wealth of illustrative material. But exactly the same phenomena are everywhere found in English girls' schools, even of the most modern type, and in some of the large American women's colleges. They have sometimes become so acute as to cause much anxiety. On the whole, however, it is probable that such manifestations are regarded more indulgently in girls' than in boys' schools, and in view of the fact that the manifestations of affection are normally more pronounced between girls than between boys, this seems reasonable. The head mistress of an English training college writes, "My own assumption on such matters has been that affection does naturally belong to the body as well as the mind, and between two women is naturally and innocently expressed by caresses. I have never therefore felt that I ought to warn any girl against the physical element in friendship. As such, the test I should probably suggest to them would be the same as one would use for any other relation: was the friendship helping life as a whole, making them keener, kinder, more industrious, etc., or was it hindering it?" Passionate friendships of a more or less unconsciously sexual character are common even outside and beyond school life. It frequently happens that a period during which a young woman falls in love at a distance with some young man of her acquaintance alternates with periods of intimate attachment to a friend of her own sex. No congenital inversion is usually involved. It generally happens in the end either that relationship with a man brings the normal impulse into permanent play, or the steadying of the emotions in the stress of practical life leads to a knowledge of the real nature of such feelings, and a consequent distaste for them. In some cases, on the other hand, such relationships, especially when formed after school life, are fairly permanent. An energetic, emotional woman, not usually beautiful, will perhaps be devoted to another who may have found some rather specialized life work, but who may be very unpractical and who has probably a very feeble sexual instinct. She is grateful for her friend's devotion, but may not actively reciprocate it. The actual specific sexual phenomena generated in such cases vary very greatly. The emotion may be latent or unconscious. It may be all on one side. It is often more or less recognized, and shared. Such cases are on the borderland of true sexual inversion, but they cannot be included within its region sex. In these relationships is scarcely the essential and fundamental element. It is more or less subordinate and parasitic. There is often a semblance of a sex relationship from the marked divergence of the friends in physical and psychic qualities, and the nervous development of one or both the friends is sometimes slightly abnormal. We have to regard such relationships as hypertrophied friendships, the hypertrophy being due to unemployed sexual instinct. The following narrative is written by a lady who holds a responsible educational position, a friend of mine 2 or 3 years older than myself. I am 31, and living in the same house with me, has been passing through a very unhappy time. Long nervous strain, connected with this, has made her sleep badly, and apt to wake in terrible depression about 3 o'clock in the morning. In the early days of our friendship about 8 months ago, she occasionally at these times took refuge with me. After a while, I insisted on her consulting a doctor, who advised her amongst other things not to sleep alone thenceforth for 2 or 3 months. I induced her to share my room after a week or two. She generally shared my bed for a time at the beginning of the night, as it seemed to help her to sleep. Before this, about the 2nd or 3rd time that she came to me in the early morning, I had been surprised, and a little frightened to find how pleasant it was to me to have her, and how reluctant I was that she should go away. When we began regularly to sleep in the same room, the physical part of our affection grew rapidly very strong. It is natural for me generally to caress my friends, but I soon could not be alone in a room with this one, without wanting to have my arms round her. It would have been intolerable to me to live with her, without being able to touch her. We did not discuss it, but it was evident that the desire was even stronger in her than in me. For some time, it satisfied us fully to be in bed together. One night, however, when she had had a cruelly trying day, and I wanted to find all ways of comforting her, I bared my breast for her to lie on afterward. It was clear that neither of us could be satisfied without this. She groped for it like a child, and it excited me much more to feel that than to uncover my breast and arms altogether at once. Much of this excitement was sexually localized, and I was haunted in the daytime by images of holding this woman in my arms. I noticed also that my inclination to caress my other women friends was not diminished, but increased. All this disturbed me a good deal. The homosexual practices of which I had read lately struck me as merely nasty. I could not imagine myself tempted to them at the same time. The whole matter was new to me, for I had never wanted anyone even to share my bed. Before I had read that sex instinct was mysterious and unexpected, and I felt that I did not know what might come next. I knew only one elder person, whom for wide-mindedness, gentleness, and saintliness I could bear to consult, and to this person, a middle-aged man, I wrote for advice. He replied by a long letter of the most tender warning. I had better not weaken my influence with my friend, he wrote, by going back suddenly, or without her consent, but I was to be very wary of going further. There was fire about. I tried to put this into practice, by restraining myself constantly in our intercourse, by refraining from caressing her, for instance, when I wanted to caress her, and knew that she wanted it. The only result seemed to be that the desire was more tormenting and constant than ever. If at this point my friend had happened to die or go away, and the incident had come to an end, I should probably have been left nervous in these matters for years to come. I should have faltered in the opinion. I had always held that bodily expressions of love between women were as innocent as they were natural, and I might have come nearer than I ever expected to the doctrine of those convent teachers, who forbid their girls to embrace one another for fear an incalculable instinct should carry them to the edge of an abyss. As it was, after a while, I said a little on the subject to my friend herself. I had been inclined to think that she might share my anxiety, but she did not share it at all. She said to me that she did not like these thoughts, that she cared for me more than she had ever done for any person, except one now causing most of her unhappiness, and wanted me in all possible ways, and that it would make her sad to feel that I was trying not to want her in one way, because I thought it was wrong. On my part, I knew very well how much she did need and want me. I knew that in relations with others, she was spending the greatest effort in following a course that I urged on her, and was doing what I thought right in spite of the most painful pressure on her to do wrong, and that she needed all the support and comfort I could give her. It seemed to me after our conversation that the right path for me lay not in giving way to fears and scruples, but in giving my friend straightforwardly all the love I could, and all the kinds of love I decided to keep my eyes open for danger, but meanwhile to go on. We were living alone together at the time, and thenceforward we did, as we liked doing. As soon as we moved to a bed, where we could sleep together all night in the day. When no one was there we sat as close together as we wished, which was very close. We kissed each other as often as we wanted to kiss each other, which was very many times a day. The results of this, so far as I can see, have been wholly good. We love each other warmly, but no temptation to nastiness has ever come, and I cannot see now that it is at all likely to come. With custom, the localized physical excitement has practically disappeared, and I am no longer obsessed by imagined embraces. The spiritual side of our affection seems to have grown steadily stronger and more profitable since the physical side has been allowed to take its natural place. A class in which homosexuality, while fairly distinct, is only slightly marked, is formed by the women to whom the actively inverted woman is most attracted. These women differ in the first place from the normal or average woman in that they are not repelled or disgusted by lover-like advances from persons of their own sex. They are not usually attractive to the average man, though to this rule there are many exceptions. Their faces may be plain or ill-made, but not seldom they possess good figures, a point which is apt to carry more weight with the inverted woman than beauty of face. Their sexual impulses are seldom well marked, but they are of strongly affectionate nature. On the whole, they are women who are not very robust and well developed physically or nervously, and who are not well adapted for childbearing, but who still possess many excellent qualities, and they are always womanly. One may perhaps say that they are the pick of the women whom the average man would pass by. No doubt this is often the reason why they are open to homosexual advances, but I do not think it is the sole reason. So far as they may be said to constitute a class, they seem to possess a genuine, though not precisely sexual preference for women over men, and it is this coldness, rather than lack of charm, which often renders men rather indifferent to them. The actively inverted woman usually differs from the woman of the class just mentioned in one fairly essential character, a more or less distinct trace of masculinity. She may not be, and frequently is not, what would be called a mannish woman, for the latter may imitate men on grounds of taste and habit, unconnected with sexual perversion, while in the inverted woman, the masculine traits are part of an organic instinct, which she by no means always wishes to accentuate. The inverted woman's masculine element may in the least degree consist only in the fact that she makes advances to the woman to whom she is attracted, and treats all men in a cool, direct manner, which may not exclude comradeship, but which excludes every sexual relationship, whether of passion or merely of coquetry. Usually the inverted woman feels absolute indifference toward men, and not seldom repulsion, and this feeling as a rule is instinctively reciprocated by men. At the same time, bisexual women are at least as common as bisexual men. History. Roman 34, Miss S., aged 38, living in a city of the United States, a businesswoman of fine intelligence prominent in professional and literary circles. Her general health is good, but she belongs to a family in which there is a marked neuropathic element. She is of rather phlegmatic temperament, well poised, always perfectly calm and self-possessed, rather retiring in disposition with gentle, dignified bearing. She says she cannot care for men, but that all her life has been glorified and made beautiful by friendship with women, whom she loves as a man loves women. Her character is, however, well disciplined, and her friends are not aware of the nature of her affections. She tries not to give all her love to one person, and endeavors, as she herself expresses it, to use this gift of loving as a stepping stone to high mental and spiritual attainments. She is described by one who has known her for several years as having a high nature and instincts unerringly toward high things. History. Roman 35, Miss B., artist of German ancestry, on the paternal side. Among her brothers and sisters, one is of neurotic temperament, and another is inverted. She is herself healthy, she has no repugnance to men, and would even like to try marriage if the union were not permanent, but she has seldom felt any sexual attraction to a man. In one exceptional instance, early in life, realizing that she was not adapted for heterosexual relationships, she broke off the engagement she had formed. Much later in life, she formed a more permanent relationship with a man of congenial tastes. She is attracted to women of various kinds, though she recognizes that there are some women to whom only men are attracted many years, since she had a friend to whom she was very strongly attached. But the physical manifestations do not appear to have become pronounced. After that, her thoughts were much occupied by several women to whom she made advances, which were not encouraged to pass beyond ordinary friendship. In one case, however, she formed an intimate relationship with a girl somewhat younger than herself and a very feminine personality, who accepted Miss B.'s ardent love with pleasure, but in a passive manner, and did not consider that the relationship would stand in the way of her marrying, though she would on no account tell her husband. The relationship for the first time aroused Miss B.'s latent sexual emotions. She found sexual satisfaction in kissing and embracing her friend's body, but there appeared to be no orgasm. The relationship made a considerable change in her, and rendered her radiant and happy. In her behavior toward men, Miss B reveals no sexual shyness. Men are not usually attracted to her. There is nothing striking in her appearance. Her person and manners, though careless, are not conspicuously manlike. She is fond of exercise, and smokes a good deal. History Roman 36. Miss H, aged 30. Among her paternal relatives, there is a tendency to eccentricity, and to nervous disease. Her grandfather drank. Her father was eccentric and hypochondriacal, and suffered from obsessions. Her mother and mother's relatives are entirely healthy and normal in disposition. At the age of 4, she liked to see the nativity of a little girl who lived near. When she was about 6, the nursemaid sitting in the fields used to play with her own parts, and told her to do likewise, saying it would make a baby come. She occasionally touched herself in consequence, but without producing any effect of any kind. When she was about 8, she used to see various nursemaids uncover their children's sexual parts and show them to each other. She used to think about this when alone, and also about whipping. She never cared to play with dolls, and in her games always took the part of a man. Her first rudimentary sex feelings appeared at the age of 8 or 9, and were associated with dreams of whipping and being whipped, which were most vivid between the ages of 11 and 14, when they died away on the appearance of affection for girls. She menstruated at 12. Her earliest affection at the age of 13 was for a schoolfellow, a graceful, coquettish girl with long golden hair and blue eyes. Her affection displayed itself in performing all sorts of small services for this girl, in constantly thinking about her, and in feeling deliciously grateful for the smallest return. At the age of 14, she had a similar passion for a girl cousin. She used to look forward with ecstasy to her visits, and especially to the rare occasions when the cousin slept with her. Her excitement was then so great that she could not sleep, but there was no conscious sexual excitement. At the age of 15 or 16, she fell in love with another cousin. Her experiences with this girl were full of delicious sensations. If the cousin only touched her neck, a thrill went through her body, which she now regards as sexual. Again, at 17, she had an overwhelming passionate fascination for a schoolfellow, a pretty commonplace girl whom she idealized and etherealized to an extravagant extent. This passion was so violent that her health was to some extent impaired, but it was purely unselfish, and there was nothing sexual in it. On leaving school at the age of 19, she met a girl of about the same age as herself, very womanly, but not much attracted to men. This girl became very much attached to her, and sought to gain her love. After some time, Miss H was attracted by this love partly from the sense of power it gave her, and an intimate relation grew up. This relation became vaguely physical, Miss H taking the initiative, but her friend desiring such relations, and taking extreme pleasure in them. They used to touch and kiss each other tenderly, especially on the mons veneris. With equal ardor, they each experienced a strong pleasurable feeling in doing this and sexual erethism, but no orgasm, and it does not appear that this ever occurred. Their general behavior to each other was that of lovers, but they endeavored as far as possible to hide this fact from the world. This relation lasted for several years, and would have continued had not Miss H.'s friend from religious and moral scruples put an end to the physical relationship. Miss H had been very well and happy during this relationship. The interference with it seems to have exerted a disturbing influence, and also to have aroused her sexual desires, though she was still scarcely conscious of their real nature. Soon afterward, another girl of exceedingly voluptuous type made love to Miss H, to which the latter yielded, giving way to her feelings, as well as to her love of domination. She was afterward ashamed of this episode, though the physical element in it had remained vague and indefinite. Her remorse was so great that when her friend, repenting her scruples, implored her to let their relationship be on the same footing as of old, Miss H in her return, resisted every effort to restore the physical relation. She kept to this resolution for some years, and sought to divert her thoughts into intellectual channels. When she again formed an intimate relationship, it was with a congenial friend, and lasted for several years. She has never masturbated. Occasionally, but very rarely, she has had dreams of writing, accompanied by pleasurable sexual emotions. She cannot recall any actual experience to suggest this. Though fond of writing, she has never had any kind of sexual dreams about a man of late years. She has occasionally had erotic dreams about women. Her feeling toward men is friendly, but she has never had sexual attraction toward a man. She likes them as good comrades, as men like each other. She enjoys the society of men on account of their intellectual attraction. She is herself very active in social and intellectual work. Her feeling toward marriage has always been one of repugnance. She can, however, imagine a man whom she could love or marry. She is attracted to womanly women, sincere, reserved, pure, but courageous in character. She is not attracted to intellectual women, but at the same time cannot endure silly women. The physical qualities that attract her most are not so much beauty of face as a graceful, but not too slender body with beautiful curves. The women she is drawn to are usually somewhat younger than herself. Women are much attracted to her, and without any effort on her part, she likes to take the active part and protecting role with them. She is herself energetic in character, and with a somewhat neurotic temperament. She finds sexual satisfaction in tenderly touching, caressing, and kissing the loved one's body. There is no cunnilingus which she regards with abhorrence. She feels more tenderness than passion. There is a high degree of sexual erethism when kissing, but orgasm is rare, and is produced by lying on the friend, or by the friend lying on her without any special contact. She likes being herself kissed, but not so much as taking the active part. She believes that homosexual love is morally right when it is really part of a person's nature, and provided that the nature of homosexual love is always made plain to the object of such affection, she does not approve of it as a mere makeshift or expression of sensuality in normal women. She has sometimes resisted the sexual expression of her feelings, once for years at a time, but always in vain. The effect on her of loving women is distinctly good, she asserts, both spiritually and physically. While repression leads to morbidity and hysteria, she has suffered much from neurasthenia at various periods, but under appropriate treatment, it has slowly diminished. The inverted instinct is too deeply rooted to eradicate, but it is well under control. History. Roman 37, Miss Roman 1000, the daughter of English parents, both musicians who were both of what is described as intense temperament, and there is a neurotic element in the family, though no history of insanity or alcoholism, and she is herself free from nervous disease. At birth she was very small. In a portrait taken at the age of 4, the nose, mouth, and ears are abnormally large, and she wears a little boy's hat. As a child she did not care for dolls or for pretty clothes, and often wondered why other children found so much pleasure in them. As far back as my memory goes, she writes, I cannot recall a time when I was not different from other children. I felt bored when other little girls came to play with me, though I was never rough or boisterous in my sports. Sewing was distasteful to her. Still, she cared little more for the pastimes of boys, and found her favorite amusement in reading, especially adventures and fairy tales. She was always quiet, timid, and self-conscious. The instinct first made its appearance in the latter part of her 8th, or the first part of her 9th year. She was strongly attracted by the face of a teacher, who used to appear at a side window on the 2nd floor of the school building, and ring a bell to summon the children to their classes. The teacher's face seemed very beautiful but sad, and she thought about her continually, though not coming in personal contact with her. A year later, this teacher was married and left the school, and the impression gradually faded away. There was no consciousness of sex at this time. She wrote no knowledge of sexual matters or practices, and the feelings evoked were feelings of pity and compassion and tenderness for a person who seemed to be very sad and very much depressed. It is this quality, or combination of qualities, which has always made the appeal in my own case. I may go on for years in comparative peace, when something may happen in spite of my busy practical life. To call it all out, the next feelings were experienced when she was about 11 years of age. A young lady came to visit a next-door neighbor, and made so profound an impression on the child that she was ridiculed by her playmates for preferring to sit in a dark corner on the lawn where she might watch this young lady rather than to play games. Being a sensitive child after this experience, she was careful not to reveal her feelings to anyone. She felt instinctively that in this, she was different from others. Her sense of beauty developed early, but there was always an indefinable feeling of melancholy associated with it. The twilight, a dark night, when the stars shone brightly, these had a very depressing effect upon her, but possessed a strong attraction nevertheless, and pictures appealed to her. At the age of 12, she fell in love with a schoolmate 2 years older than herself who was absorbed in the boys, and never suspected this affection. She wept bitterly, because they could not be confirmed at the same time, but feared to appear undignified and sentimental by revealing her feelings. The face of this friend reminded her of one of Dolce's Madonnas, which she loved later on. At the age of 16. She loved another friend very dearly, and devoted herself to her care. There was a tinge of masculinity among the women of this friend's family, but it is not clear if she can be termed inverted. This was the happiest period of Miss Roman 1000's life. Upon the death of this friend, who had long been in ill health 8 years, afterward she resolved never to let her heart go out to anyone again. Specific physical gratification plays no part in these relationships. The physical sexual feelings began to assert themselves at puberty, but not in association with her ideal emotions. In that connection, she writes, "I would have considered such things a sacrilege. I fought them, and in a measure successfully. The practice of self-indulgence, which might have become a daily habit, was only occasional. Her image evoked at such times drove away such feelings, for which I felt a repugnance, much preferring the romantic ideal feelings. In this way, quite unconscious of the fact that I was at all different from any other person, I contrived to train myself to suppress, or at least to dominate, my physical sensations when they arose. That is the reason why friendship and love have always seemed such holy and beautiful things to me. I have never connected the two sets of feelings. I think I am as strongly sexed as anyone, but I am able to hold a friend in my arms and experience deep comfort and peace without having even a hint of physical sexual feeling. Sexual expression may be quite necessary at certain times, and right under certain conditions, but I am convinced that free expression of affection along sentimental channels will do much to minimize the necessity for it along specifically sexual channels. I have gone 3 months without the physical outlet. The only time I was ever on the verge of nervous prostration was after having suppressed the instinct for 10 months. The other feelings, which I do not consider as sexual feelings at all, so fill my life in every department: love, literature, poetry, music, professional and philanthropic activities, that I am able to let the physical take care of itself. When the physical sensations come, it is usually when I am not thinking of a loved one at all. I could dissipate them by raising my thought to that spiritual friendship. I do not know if this was right and wise. I know it is what occurred. It seems a good thing to practice some sort of inhibition of the centers and acquire this kind of domination. One bad result, however, was that I suffered much at times from the physical sensations and felt horribly depressed and wretched whenever they seemed to get the better of me. I have been able," she writes, "successfully to master the desire for a more perfect and complete expression of my feelings, and I have done so without serious detriment to my health. I love few people," she writes again, "but in these instances, when I have permitted my heart to go out to a friend, I have always experienced most exalted feelings, and have been made better by them morally, mentally, and spiritually. Love is with me a religion." With regard to her attitude toward the other sex, she writes, "I have never felt a dislike for men, but have good comrades among them. During my childhood, I associated with both girls and boys, enjoying them all but wondering why the girls cared to flirt with boys later in life. I have had other friendships with men, some of whom cared for me much to my regret, for naturally, I do not care to marry." She is a musician and herself attributes her nature, in part, to artistic temperament. She is of good intelligence and shows remarkable talent for various branches of physical science. She is about 5 feet 4 inches in height, and her features are rather large. The pelvic measurements are normal, and the external sexual organs are fairly normal in most respects, though somewhat small at a period 10 years subsequent to the date of this history. Further examination under anesthetics by a gynecologist showed no traces of ovary on one side. The general conformation of the body is feminine, but with arms palms up extended in front of her, with inner sides of hands touching. She cannot bring the inner sides of forearms together, as nearly every woman can, showing that the feminine angle of arm is lost. She is left-handed, and shows a better development throughout on the left side. She is quiet and dignified, but has many boyish tricks of manner and speech, which seem to be instinctive. She tries to watch herself continually, however, in order to avoid them affecting feminine ways and feminine interests, but always being conscious of an effort in so doing. Miss Roman 1000 can see nothing wrong in her feelings, and until at the age of 28, she came across the translation of Krafft Ebing's book, she had no idea that feelings like mine were under the ban of society, as he puts it, or were considered unnatural and depraved. She would like to help to bring light on the subject, and to lift the shadow from other lives. I emphatically protest, she says, against the uselessness and the inhumanity of attempts to cure inverts. I am quite sure they have perfect right to live in freedom and happiness, as long as they live unselfish lives. One must bear in mind that it is the soul that needs to be satisfied, and not merely the senses. History Roman 38 Miss Roman 5, aged 35 throughout early life up to adult age. She was a mystery to herself, and morbidly conscious of some fundamental difference between herself and other people. There was no one she could speak to about this peculiarity. In the effort to conquer it, or to ignore it, she became a hard student, and has attained success in the profession she adopted a few years ago. She came across a book on sexual inversion, which proved to be a complete revelation to her of her own nature, and by showing her that she was not an anomaly to be regarded with repulsion, brought her comfort and peace. She is willing that her experiences should be published for the sake of other women who may be suffering, as in the past she has suffered. I am a teacher in a college for women. I am 34 years old, and of medium size up to the age of 30. I looked much younger, and since older than my age until 21, I had a strikingly childlike appearance. My physique has nothing masculine in it that I am aware of, but I am conscious that my walk is mannish, and I have frequently been told that I do things such as sewing just like a man. My voice is quite low, but not coarse. I dislike household work, but am fond of sports, gardening, etc. When so young that I cannot remember it, I learned to whistle, a practice at which I am still expert. When a young girl I learned to smoke, and should still enjoy it. Several men have been good friends of mine, but very few suitors. I scarcely ever feel at ease with a man, but women I understand, and can nearly always make my friends. I am of Scotch-Irish descent. My father's family were respectable, prosperous, religious people. My mother's family, only semi-respectable, hard livers, shrewd, but not intelligent, industrious and money-getting, but fond of drinking and carousing. There were many illegitimates among them. Both grandmothers, though of little education, were unusual women. Of my 4 maternal uncles, 3 drank heavily. When 43, my mother gave birth to me, the youngest of 8 children. Of those who grew to adult years, 2 seem quite normal sexually. One is exceedingly erratic, entirely unprincipled, has been a thief and a forger, is a probable bigamist, and has betrayed several respectable women. Aside from his having inordinate desire, I know of no sexual abnormality. Another brother married, and a father as a boy, was much given to infatuations for men. I fancy this never went beyond infatuation, and of late years has not been noticeable. A third brother, single, though much courted by women on account of his good looks and personal charm, is wholly unresponsive, has no gallantry, nor was ever to my knowledge a suitor. He is, however, fond of the society of women, especially those older than he. He has a somewhat effeminate voice and walk, though he has begun of late years to smoke and drink a little. These habits sit rather oddly upon him. When a child, one of his favorite make-believe games was to pretend that he was a famous woman singer at school. He was always found hanging around the older girls. As a child, I loved to stay in the fields, refused to wear a sunbonnet, used to pretend I was a boy, climbed trees, and played ball. I liked to play with dolls, but I did not fondle them, or even make them dresses. When my hair was clipped, I was delighted, and made everyone call me John. I used to like to wear a man's broad-brimmed hat, and make corncob pipes. I was very fond of my father, and tried to imitate him as much as possible where animals were concerned. I was entirely fearless. I think I was not a sexually precocious child, though I seem to have always known in a dim way that there were 2 sexes very early. I had a sense of shame at having my body exposed. I remember on one occasion, I could not be persuaded to undress before a young girl visitor. At that time, I must have been about 3, when I was 4. A neighbor who had often petted me took me on his lap and clasped my hand around his penis, though he was interrupted in a moment. This made a lasting impression on me. I had no physical sensation, nor did I have any conception of the significance of the act, yet I had a slight feeling of repulsion, and I must have dimly felt that it was wrong, for I did not tell my mother. I was not accustomed to confide in her, for though truthful I was secretive. At the age of 5, I commenced to attend a district school. I remember that on my first day I was greatly attracted by a little girl who wore a braided dress. My first definite knowledge of sex came in this way. I was attending Sabbath school, and had become ambitious to read the Bible through. I had gotten as far as the account of the birth of Esau and Jacob, which aroused my curiosity. So I asked my mother the meaning of some word in the passage. She seemed embarrassed and evaded my question. This attitude stimulated my curiosity further, and I reread the chapter until I understood it pretty well. Later, I was further enlightened by girl playmates. I fancy I enjoyed listening to their talk and repeating what I knew on account of the mystery and secrecy with which sex subjects are surrounded rather than any sensual delight. I cannot recall any act of mine growing directly from sexual feeling. Until I was 10 years old, several other little girls and myself, 2 or 3 times, exposed private parts of our bodies to each other. In one instance at least, I was the instigator. This act gave me some pleasure, though no distinct physical sensation. One incident I recall that happened when I was about 10. A girl cousin and myself had been playing house together. I do not recall what immediately led to it, but we began to address each other as boys, and tried to urinate through long tubes of some sort. I also recall feeling a vague interest in this process in animals, and observing them closely in the act. From this time until I was about 14, I grew ruder, more boisterous, and uncontrollable. Prior to this, I had been a quite tractable child. When 12, I became interested in a boy in my grade at school, and tried to attract him, but failed once at a children's party, where we were playing kissing games. I tried to get him to kiss me, but he was unresponsive. I do not recall bothering myself about him. After that, a year later, I had a boy chum about whom my schoolmaster teased me. I thought this ridiculous at the age of 13. I menstruated, a fact that caused me shame and anger. Gradually, I grew to feel myself peculiar. Why, I cannot explain. I did not seem to myself to be like other girls of my acquaintance. I adopted as a defense a brusque and defiant air. I spent a good deal of time playing alone in our backyard, where I made a pair of stilts, practiced rope walking, and such things. At school, I felt I was not liked by the nicer girls, and began to associate with girls whom I now believe were immoral, but whom I then supposed did nothing worse than talk in an obscene manner. I copied their conversation, and grew more reckless and uncontrollable. The principal of the high school I was attending, I learned afterward, said I was the hardest pupil to control she had ever had. About this time, I read a book where a girl was represented as saying she had a boy's soul in a girl's body. The applicability of this to myself struck me at once, and I read the sentence to my mother, who disgusted me by appearing shocked. During this period, I began to fall in love, a practice which clung to me until I was nearly 30 years old. I recall various older women with whom I became much enamored, and one man of these, there was only one, with whom I became acquainted well enough to show any affection. Another was a teacher, and another was a young married woman, at whom I used to gaze ardently during an entire church service. Toward all my women teachers, I had a somewhat sentimental attitude. They stimulated me, while the men gave me a wholly impersonal feeling. This abnormal sentimentality may have been caused, or at least was increased, by the reading of novels, some of a highly voluptuous nature. I began to read novels at 7, and from 11 to 14, I absorbed a great many undesirable ones. This led to my picturing my future with a lover, fancying myself in romantic scenes, and being caressed and embraced. I had always supposed I should marry. When about 5, I decided that, when I grew up, I would marry a certain young man who used to come to our house. Several years later, he married, to my real disappointment. I had no affection for him, but merely thought he would make a desirable husband. During my unhappy adolescence, I heard that a former playmate was going to visit at my home. I began to look forward to the visit with much eagerness, and at her arrival was much excited. I wished to stay alone with her, and to caress her, and when we slept together, I pressed my body against her in a sensual manner, which act she permitted, but without passion. I was greatly excited, and could scarcely sleep. This was the first time I had acted in such a way, and after she left, I felt shame and dislike for her. At future meetings, there was never the least sensuality. We never referred to the first visit, and are still friends, though not intimate. A diary which I kept during my 14th and 15th years is filled with romantic sentiments and endearing terms applied successively to 3 girls of my own age. I had but a speaking acquaintance with them, but I was strongly infatuated with all one boy, was also the object of adoration. During my 13th year, I became for a time very religious, and devoted to religious exercises this past, and by my 14th year I had become heretical, but was still keenly sensitive to religious influences. When barely 16, I slept one night with a woman of low morals. She acted toward me in a sensual manner, and aroused my sexual feelings. I felt at the time that this was a sin, but I was carried away by passion afterward. I hated this woman and despised myself. I then went away to a coeducational boarding school. Here, for the first time, I became happy. A girl of my own age of fine character and noticeable refinement fell in love with me and caused me to reciprocate. On retrospection, I believe this to have been a genuine and beautiful love on both sides. After a few months, however, our relation at my initiative and against my friends became a physical one. We expressed our affection by mutual caresses, close embraces, and lying on each other's bodies. I sometimes touched her sexual organs, sensually. All this contact gave me exquisite thrills. After 3 years, we had a misunderstanding and separated. I was greatly grieved and troubled for many years, and came to regret greatly the physical relationship that had existed between us. My friend at length fell in love and married. I had several other slighter infatuations for women, was courted by several men to whom I remained cold and bored, except in one instance where I was somewhat touched, and finally found a lasting friendship with a woman who had fallen deeply in love with me in her school days, and had never been able to care for anyone else. She is a woman of considerable literary talent, and of good general ability and high ideals. She is usually much liked by men. Her love for me is the most real thing in the world for me, and seems the most permanent. At first my feeling for her was almost purely physical. Although there were no sexual relations, I hated this feeling, and have succeeded in overcoming it pretty largely. At times, after long separations, we have embraced with great passion, at least on my part. This has always had a bad physical effect on me. At present, however, it very rarely occurs. We both consider sexual feelings degrading and deleterious to real love, whether at any time we have had complete physical satisfaction or gratification. I hardly know. I have experienced very keen physical pleasure mingled with what I took to be great mental exaltation and quickening of the emotions. This condition was brought about by close contact with the body of my friend, usually by lying upon it. But if by gratification, it is meant that desire having been completely satisfied ceases temporarily, I think I have never had that experience. If I did, it was when I was about 18, when I lived with a girl friend, in intimate relations of late years. At any rate, it has never happened to me, and an embrace, however close, always leaves me with a desire for a closer union, both physical and spiritual. So a few years since I came to the conclusion that it was impossible to obtain physical satisfaction through the woman I loved. I came to this conclusion because of the bad physical effects of contact. My sexual organs became highly sensitive and inflamed, and I suffered pain from the inflammation and resulting leucorrhea. Should I allow myself to indulge in caresses, this condition would return. My friend, fortunately, though very affectionate and demonstrative toward me, has very little sexual passion. The idea that our relationship is based upon it is very repugnant to her. I was at one time, a few years since, much discouraged and almost hopeless of being able to overcome my appetite, and I decided that we could not associate unless I succeeded. At present, with help, I have very largely succeeded in living with my friend on a basis of normal though affectionate and tender companionship. I have been helped more and have learned more through this companionship than through anything else. The keen pleasure that I have felt when in responsive contact, I never experienced in masturbation. So far as I remember, it never took place till I was well along in my teens, and was never an habitual practice. Except the first summer I was separated from a school friend, whom I loved. Thoughts of her aroused feelings, which I attempted to satisfy in this way, but the entire sensuality of the act soon led me to refrain, and to see that that was not what I wanted. A peculiar incident that might have some significance occurred to me about 5 years ago. I was sitting in a small room where a seminar was being conducted. The leader of the discussion was a man about 50 whom I looked up to on account of his attainments, and respected as a man, though I knew him socially very slightly. I had lost a night's sleep from toothache, and was feeling nervous. I was giving my entire attention to the subject in hand, when suddenly I felt a very strong physical compulsion toward that man. I did not know what I was going to do, but I felt on the point of losing all control of myself. I was afraid to leave for fear The slightest movement would throw me into a panic. The attraction was entirely physical, and like nothing I had felt before, and I had a strange feeling that its cause was in the man himself, that he was willing it. I was like a spectator. It was some moments before the assemblage broke up when my possession completely disappeared and never recurred. Regarding dreams, I will say that not until the past year or two have I been conscious of having clear-cut dreams with definite happenings. They seemed usually to leave only vague impressions, such as a feeling that I had been riding horseback, or trying to perform some hard task. Sexual dreams I do not recall having had for several years, except that occasionally I am awakened by a feeling of uncomfortable sexual desire, which seems usually caused by a need to urinate between the ages of 17 and 22. Approximately, I frequently, perhaps several times a month, would have vague sexual dreams. These always, I think, occurred when I happened to be sleeping with someone whom in my dream I would mistake for my intimate friend, and would awaken myself by embracing my bedfellow with sometimes a slight, sometimes considerable degree of passion. I have finally arrived at some understanding of my own temperament, and am no longer miserable and melancholy. I regret that I am not a man, because I could then have a home and children. History Roman 39, Miss Roman 500, actively engaged in the practice of her profession, aged 40, heredity, good nervous system, sound general health, on the whole satisfactory development, feminine, but manner and movements, somewhat boyish, menstruation scanty, and painless hips, normal nates, small sexual organs, showing some approximation toward infantile type with large labia minora, and probably small vagina, tendency to development of hair on body and especially lower limbs. The narrative is given in her own words. Ever since I can remember anything at all, I could never think of myself as a girl, and I was in perpetual trouble with this as the real reason. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I began to say to myself that whatever anyone said, if I was not a boy at any rate, I was not a girl. This has been my unchanged conviction all through my life. When I was little, nothing ever made me doubt it. In spite of external appearance, I regarded the conformation of my body as a mysterious accident. I could not see why it should have anything to do with the matter. The things that really affected the question were my own likes and dislikes, and the fact that I was not allowed to follow them. I was to like the things which belonged to me as a girl, frocks and toys and games, which I did not like at all. I fancy I was more strongly boyish than the ordinary little boy. When I could only crawl, my absorbing interest was hammers and carpet nails. Before I could walk, I begged to be put on horses' backs, so that I seem to have been born with the love of tools and animals, which has never left me. I did not play with dolls, though my little sister Roman 999. I was often reproached for not playing her games. I always chose boys' toy stops and guns and horses. I hated being kept indoors, and was always longing to go out. By the time I was 7, it seemed to me that everything I liked was called wrong for a girl. I left off telling my elders what I did like. They confused and wearied me by their talk of boys and girls. I did not believe them and could hardly imagine that they believed themselves. By the time I was 8 or 9, I used to wonder whether they were dupes or liars or hypocrites, or all three. I never believed or trusted a grown person. In consequence, I led my younger brothers in everything. I was not at all a happy little child and often cried, and was made irritable. I was so confused by the talk about boys and girls. I was held up as an evil example to other little girls who virtuously despised me. When I was about 9 years old, I went to a day school and began to have a better time. From 9 to 13, I practically shaped my own life. I learned very little at school and openly hated it, but I read a great deal at home and got plenty of ideas. I lived, however, mainly out of doors. Whenever I could get out, I spent all my pocket money on tools, rabbits, pigeons, and many other animals. I became an ardent pigeon catcher, not to say thief, though I did not knowingly steal. My brothers were as devoted to the animals as I was. The men were supposed to look after them, but we alone did so. We observed, mated, separated, and bred them with considerable skill. We had no language to express ourselves, but one of our own. We were absolutely innocent and sweetly sympathetic with every beast. I don't think we ever connected their affairs with those of human beings. But as I do not remember the time when I did not know all about the actual facts of sex and reproduction, I presume I learned it all in that way, and life never had any surprises for me in that direction. Though I saw many sights that a child should not have seen while running about wild, I never gave them a thought. All animals, great and small, from rabbits to men, had the same customs, all natural and right. My initiation here was in my eyes as nearly perfect as a child should be I never asked grown people questions. I thought all those in charge of me coarse and untruthful. And I disliked all ugly things and suggestions. Every half-holiday I went out with the boys from my brother's school. They always liked me to play with them. And though not pleasant boys were always civil and polite to me, I organized games and fortifications that they would never have imagined for themselves, led storming parties, and instituted some rather dangerous games of a fighting kind. I taught my brothers to throw stones. Sometimes I led adventures, such as breaking into empty houses. I liked being out after dark. In the winter, I made and rigged boats and went sailing them, and I went rafting and pole leaping. I became a very good jumper and climber, could go up a rope bowl overhand throw like a boy, and whistle 3 different ways. I collected beetles and butterflies and went shrimping and learned to fish. I had very little money to spend, but I picked things up, and I made all traps, nets, cages, etc. myself. I learned from every working man. I could get hold of the use of all ordinary carpenter's tools, and how to weld hot iron, pave, lay bricks and turf, and so on. When I was about 11, my parents got more mortified at my behavior and perpetually threatened me with a boarding school. I was told for months how it would take the nonsense out of me, turn me into a young lady. My going was finally announced to me as a punishment to me for being what I was. Certainly the horror of going to this school, and the cruel and unsympathetic way that I was sent there, gave me a shock that I never got over. The only thing that reconciled me to going was my intense indignation with those who sent me. I appealed to be allowed to learn Latin and boys' subjects, but was laughed at. I was so helpless that I knew I could not run away without being caught, or I would have run away anywhere from home and school. I never cried or fretted, but burnt with anger and went like a trapped rabbit. In no words can I describe the severity of the nervous shock or the suffering of my first year at school. The school was noted for its severity, and I heard that at one period the elder girls ran away so often that they wore a uniform dress. I knew too who had run away. The teachers in my time were ignorant, self-indulgent women who cared nothing for the girls or their education, and made much money out of them. There was a suspicious, reformatory atmosphere, and my money was taken from me and my letters read. I was intensely shy. I hated the other girls. There were no refinements anywhere. I had no privacy in my room, which was always overcrowded. We had no hot water, no baths, improper food, and no education. We were not allowed to wear enough clean linen, and for 5 years I never felt clean. I never had one moment to myself, was not allowed to read anything, had even not enough lesson books, was taught nothing to speak of, except a little inferior music and drawing. I never got enough exercise and was always tired and dull, and could not keep my digestion in order. My pride and self-respect were degraded in innumerable ways. I suffered agonies of disgust, and the whole thing was a dreary penal servitude. I did not complain. I made friends with a few of the girls. Some of the older girls were attracted to me, some talked of men and love affairs to me, but I was not greatly interested. No one ever spoke of any other matters of sex to me or in my hearing, but most of the girls were shy with me and I with them. In about 2 years' time, the teachers got to like me and thought me one of their nicest girls. I certainly influenced them and got them to allow the girls more privileges. I lay great stress upon the physical privations and disgust that I felt during these years. The mental starvation was not quite so great, because it was impossible for them to crush my mind as they did my body, that it all materially aided to arrest the development of my body, I am certain. It is difficult to estimate sexual influences, of which as a child I was practically unaware. I certainly admired the liveliest and cleverest girls and made friends with them, and disliked the common lumpy, uneducated type that made 2/3 of my companions. The lively girls liked me, and I made several nice friends whom I have kept ever since. One girl of about 15 took a violent liking for me, and figuratively speaking licked the dust from my shoes. I would never take any notice of her. When I was nearly 16, one of my teachers began to notice me and be very kind to me. She was 20 years older than I was. She seemed to pity my loneliness and took me out for walks and sketching, and encouraged me to talk and think. It was the first time in my life that anyone had ever sympathized with me or tried to understand me, and it was a most beautiful thing to me. I felt like an orphan child who had suddenly acquired a mother, and through her I began to feel less antagonistic to grown people, and to feel the first respect I had ever felt for what they said. She petted me into a state of comparative docility, and made the other teachers like and trust me. My love for her was perfectly pure, and I thought of hers as simply maternal. She never roused the least feeling in me that I can think of as sexual. I liked her to touch me, and she sometimes held me in her arms, or let me sit on her lap at bedtime. She used to come and say good night, and kiss me upon the mouth. I think now that what she did was injudicious to a degree, and I wish I could believe it was as purely unselfish and kind as it seemed to me then. After I had left school, I wrote to her, and visited her during a few years. Once, she wrote to me that if I could give her employment, she would come and live with me. Once, when she was ill with neurasthenia, her friends asked me to go to the seaside with her, which I Roman 999 here. She behaved in an extraordinary way, becoming violently jealous over me with another elderly friend of mine, who was there. I could hardly believe my senses, and was so astonished and disgusted that I never went near her again. She also accused me of not being loyal to her to this day. I have no idea what she meant. She then wrote and asked me what was wrong between us, and I replied that after the words she had had with me, my confidence in her was at an end. It gave me no particular pang, as I had by this time outgrown the simple gratitude of my childish days, and not replaced it by any stronger feeling. All my life, I have had the profoundest repugnance to having any words with other women. I was much less interested in sex matters than other children of my age. I was altogether less precocious, though I knew more, I imagine, than other girls. Nevertheless, by the time I was 15, social matters had begun to interest me greatly. It is difficult to say how this happened, as I was forbidden all books and newspapers, except in my holidays, when I had generally a reading orgy. Though not the books I needed or wanted, I had abundant opportunities for speculation, but no materials for any profitable thinking. Dreaming was forced upon me. I dreamed fairy tales by night and social dreams by day. In the night dreams, sometimes in the daydreams, I was always the prince or the pirate rescuing beauty in distress, or killing the unworthy. I had one dream which I dreamed over and over again, and enjoyed, and still sometimes dream in this. I was always hunting and fighting, often in the dark. There was usually a woman or a princess whom I admired somewhere in the background, but I have never really seen her. Sometimes I was a stowaway on board ship, or an Indian hunter, or a backwoodsman making a log cabin for my wife, or rather, some companion. My day thoughts were not about the women round about me, or even about the one who was so kind to me. They were almost impersonal. I went on, at any rate, from myself to what I thought the really ideal, and built up a very beautiful vision of solid human friendship, in which there was everything that was strong and wholesome on either side, but very little of sex. To imagine this in its fullness, I had to imagine all social, family, and educational conditions, vastly different from anything I had come across. From this, my thoughts ran largely on social matters. In whatever direction my thoughts ran, I always surveyed them from the point of view of a boy. I was trying to wait patiently till I could escape from slavery and starvation, and trying to keep the open mind I have spoken of, though I never opened a book of poetry or a novel or a history, but I slipped naturally back into my non-girl's attitude and read it through my own eyes. All my surface life was a sham, and only through books, which were few, did I ever see the world naturally. A consideration of social matters led me to feel very sorry for women whom I regarded as made by deliberate process of manufacture into the fools I thought they were, and by the same process that I myself was being made one. I felt more and more that men were to be envied, and women pitied. I lay stress on this, for it started in me a deliberate interest in women as women. I began to feel protective and kindly toward women and children, and to excuse women from their responsibility for calamities such as my school career. I never imagined that men required, or would have thanked me for any sort of sympathy, but it came about in these ways, and without the least help that I can trace, that by the time I was 19 years of age, I was keenly interested in all kinds of questions: pity for downtrodden women, suffrage questions, marriage laws, questions of liberty, freedom of thought, care of the poor, views of nature and man and God. All these things filled my mind to the exclusion of individual men and women. As soon as I left school, I made a headlong plunge into books where these things were treated. I had the answers to everything to find after a long period of enforced starvation. I had to work for my knowledge. No books or ideas came near me, but what I went in search of another thing that helped me to take an expansive view of life at this time was my intense love of nature. All birds and animals affected me by their beauty and grace, and I have always kept a profound sympathy with them, as well as some subtle understanding which enables me to tame them at times remarkably. I not only loved all other creatures, but I believed that men and women were the most beautiful things in the universe, and I would rather look at them unclothed than on any other thing as my greatest pleasure. I was prepared to like them, because they were beautiful when the time came. For me to leave school, I rather dreaded it, chiefly because I dreaded my life at home. I had a great longing at this time to run away and try my fortune anywhere. Possibly, if I had been stronger, I might have done so. But I was in very poor health through the physical crushing I had had, and in very poor spirits through this, and my mental repression. I still knew myself a prisoner, and I was bitterly disappointed and ashamed at having no education. I afterward had myself taught arithmetic and other things. The next period of my life, which covered about 6 years, was not less important to my development, and was a time of extreme misery to me. It found me on leaving school almost a child. This time, between 18 and 24, should I think count as my proper period of puberty, which probably in most children occupies the end years of their school life. It was at this time that I began to make a good many friends of my own, and to become aware of psychical and sexual attractions. I had never come across any theories on the subject, but I decided that I must belong to a third sex of some kind. I used to wonder if I was like the neuter bees. I knew physical and psychical sex feeling, and yet I seemed to know it quite otherwise from other men and women. I asked myself if I could endure living a woman's life, bearing children, and doing my duty by them. I asked myself what hiatus there could be between my bodily structure and my feelings, and also what was the meaning of the strong physical feelings which had me in their grip without choice. Of my own experience of physical sex sensations, first began about 16 in sleep masturbation, was accidentally discovered at the age of 19, abandoned at 28, and then at 34 deliberately resumed as a method of purely physical relief. These three things simply would not be reconciled, and I said to myself that I must find a way of living in which there was as little sex of any kind as possible. There was something that I simply lacked that I never doubted. Curiously enough, I thought that the ultimate explanation might be that there were men's minds in women's bodies. But I was more concerned in finding a way of life than in asking riddles without answers. I thought that one day, when I had money and opportunity, I would dress in men's clothes and go to another country in order that I might be unhampered by sex considerations and conventions. I determined to live an honorable, upright, but simple life. I had no idea at first that homosexual attractions in women existed. Afterward, observations on the lower animals put the idea into my head. I made no preparation in my mind for any sexual life, though I thought it would be a dreary business, repressing my body all my days. My relations with other women were entirely pure. My attitude toward my sexual physical feelings was one of reserve and repression, and I think the growing conviction of my radical deficiency somewhere would have made intimate affection for anyone with any demonstration in it a kind of impropriety for which I had no taste. However, between 21 and 24, other things happened to me. During these few years, I saw plenty of men and plenty of women. As regards the men, I liked them very well, but I never thought the man would turn up with whom I should care to live. Several men were very friendly with me, and 3 in particular used to write me letters and give me much of their confidence. I invited 2 of them to visit at my house. All these men talked to me with freedom and even told me about their sexual ideas and doings. One asked me to believe that he was leading a good life. The other 2 owned that they were not. One discussed the question of homosexuality with me. He has never married. I liked one of them a good deal, being attracted by his softness and gentleness, an almost feminine voice. It was hoped that I would take to him, and he very cautiously made love to me. I allowed him to kiss me a few times, and wrote him a few responsive letters wondering what I liked in him. Someone then commented on the acquaintance and said marriage, and I woke up to the fact that I did not really want him at all. I think he found the friendship too insipid and was glad to be out of it. All these men were a trifle feminine characteristics, and 2 played no games. I thought it odd that they should all express admiration for the very boyish qualities in me that other people disliked. A 4th man, something of the same type, told another friend that he always felt surprised at how freely he was able to talk to me, but that he never could feel that I was a woman. 2 of these were brilliantly clever men. 2 were artists. At the same period or earlier, I made a number of women friends, and of course saw more of them. I chose out some and some chose me. I think I attracted them as much as or even more than they attracted me. I do not quite remember if this was so, though I can say for certain that it was so. At school, there were 3 or 4 bright, clever young women whom I got to know then, with whom I was great friends. We were interested in books, social theories, politics, art. Sometimes I visited them, or we went on exploring expeditions to many country places or towns. They all in the end either had love affairs or married. I know that in spite of all our free conversations, they never talked to me as they did to each other. We were always a little shy with each other. But I got very fond of at least four of them. I admired them. And when I was tired and worried, I often thought how easily, if I had been a man, I could have married and settled down with one or the other. I used to think it would be delightful to have a woman to work for and take care of. My attraction to these women was very strong, but I don't think they knew it. I seldom even kissed them, but I should often have cheerfully given them a good hugging and kissing if I had thought it a right or proper thing to do. I never wanted them to kiss me half so much as I wanted to kiss them in these years. I felt this with every woman I admired. Occasionally, I experienced slight erections. When close to other women, I am sure that no deliberate thought of mine caused them. And as I had them at other times too, when I was not expecting them, I think it may have been accidental. What I felt with my mind, and what I felt with my body always at this time, seemed apart. I cannot accurately describe the interest and attraction that women then were to me. I only know I never felt anything like it for men. All my feelings of desire to do kindnesses, to give presents, to be liked and respected, and all such natural small matters referred to women, not to men. And at this time, both openly and to myself, I said unhesitatingly that I liked women best. It must be remembered that at this time, a dislike for men was being fostered in me by those who wanted me to marry, and this must have counted for more than I now remember. As regards my physical sexual feelings, which were well established during these few years, I don't think I often indulged in any erotic imaginations worth estimating, but so far as I did at all, I always imagined myself as a man loving a woman. I cannot recall ever imagining the opposite, but I seldom imagined anything at all, and I suppose ultimate sex sensations know no sex. But as time went on, and my physical and psychical feelings met, at any rate in my own mind, I became fully aware of the meaning of love, and even of homosexual possibilities. I should probably have thought more of this side of things, except that during this time, I was so worried by the difficulty of living in my home, under the perpetual friction of comparison with other people. My life was a sham. I was an actor never off the boards. I had to play at being a something I was not from morning till night, and I had no cessation of the long fatigue I had had at school. In addition, I had sex to deal with actively and consciously. Looking back on these 24 years of my life, I only look back on a round of misery. The nervous strain was enormous, and so was the moral strain. Instead of a child, I felt myself, whenever I desired to please anyone else, a performing monkey. My pleasures were stolen, or I was snubbed for taking them. I was not taught, and was called a fool. My hand was against everybody's. How it was that with my high spirits and vivid imagination I did not grow up a moral imbecile full of perverted instincts, I do not know. I describe myself as a docile child, but I was full of temptations to be otherwise. There were times when I was silent before people, but if I had had a knife in my hand, I could have stuck it into them, if it had been desired to make me a thoroughly perverted being. I can imagine no better way than the attempt to mold me by force into a particular pattern of girl. Looking at my instincts in my first childhood, and my mental confusion over myself, I do not believe the most sympathetic and scientific treatment would have turned me into an average girl. But I see no reason why proper physical conditions should not have induced a better physical development, and that in its turn have led to tastes more approximate to those of the normal woman. That I do not even now desire to be a normal woman is not to the point. Instead of any such help, I suffered during the time that should have been puberty from a profound mental and physical shock, which was extended over several years. And in addition, I suffered from the outrage of every fine and wholesome feeling. I had these things, by checking my physical development, gave, I am perfectly convinced, a traumatic impetus to my general abnormality, and this was further kept up by demanding of me, at the dawn of my real sexual activity and when still practically a child, an interest in men and marriage, which I was no more capable of feeling than any ordinary boy or girl of 15. If you had taken a boy of 13, and given him all my conditions, bound him hand and foot, when you became afraid of him, petted him into docility, and then placed him in the world, and while urging normal sexuality upon him on the one hand, made him disgusted with it on the other, what would have been the probable result? Looking back, I can only say I think the results in my own case were marvelously good, and that I was saved from worse by my own innocence, and by the physical backwardness which nature probably in mercy bestowed upon me. I find it difficult to sum up the way in which I affect other women, and I can only record my conviction that I do affect a large number, whether abnormally or not I don't know, but I attract them, and it would be easy for some of them to become very fond of me if I gave them a chance. They are also, I am certain, more shy with me than they are with other women. I find it difficult also to sum up their effect on me. I only know that some women attract me, and some tempt me physically, and have done ever since I was about 22 or 23. I know that psychically I have always been more interested in women than in men, but have not considered them the best companions or confidants. I feel protective towards them, never feel jealous of them, and hate having differences with them, and I feel always that I am not one of them. If there had been any period in my life when health and temptation, and money and opportunity, had made homosexual relations easy, I cannot say how I should have resisted. I think that I have never had any such relations, simply because I have in a way been safeguarded from them for a long time. I thought I must do without all actual sexual relations, and acted up to that. If I had thought any relations right and possible, I think I should have striven for heterosexual experiences, because of the respect that I had cultivated, indeed, I think always had, for the normal and natural. If I had thought it right to indulge any sort of gratification which was within my reach, I think I might probably have chosen the homosexual, as being perhaps more satisfying and more convenient. I always wanted love and friendship first. Later, I should have been glad of something to satisfy my sex hunger too, but by that time, I could have done without it, or I thought so. At a period rather later than that dealt with in this narrative, the subject of it became strongly attracted to a man who was of somewhat feminine and abnormal disposition, but on consideration, she decided that it would not be wise to marry him. The commonest characteristic of the sexually inverted woman is a certain degree of masculinity or boyishness. As I have already pointed out, transvestism, in either women or men, by no means necessarily involves inversion. In the volume of Women Adventurers edited by Mrs. Norman for the Adventure series, there is no trace of inversion in most of these cases. Indeed, love for a man was precisely the motive for adopting male garments and manners. Again, Collie Cibber's daughter Charlotte Chark, a boyish and vivacious woman who spent much of her life in men's clothes, and ultimately wrote a lively volume of memoirs, appears never to have been attracted to women, though women were often attracted to her. Believing her to be a man, it is indeed noteworthy that women seem with special frequency to fall in love with disguised persons of their own sex. There is, however, a very pronounced tendency among sexually inverted women to adopt male attire when practicable. In such cases, male garments are not usually regarded as desirable, chiefly on account of practical convenience, nor even in order to make an impression on other women, but because the wearer feels more at home in them. Thus Moll mentions the case of a young governess of 16, who, while still unconscious of her sexual perversion, used to find pleasure, when everyone was out of the house, in putting on the clothes of a youth belonging to the family. Cases have been recorded of inverted women who spent the greater part of their lives in men's clothing, and been generally regarded as men. I may cite the case of Lucy Ann Slater alias the Rev. Joseph Lobdell, recorded by Wise Alienist and Neurologist, 1883. She was masculine in character, features, and attire in early life. She married and had a child, but had no affection for her husband, who eventually left her. As usual in such cases, her masculine habits appeared in early childhood. She was expert with the rifle, lived the life of a trapper and hunter among the Indians, and was known as the female hunter of Long Eddy. She published a book regarding those experiences. I have not been able to see it, but it is said to be quaint and well written. She regarded herself as practically a man, and became attached to a young woman of good education who had also been deserted by her husband. The affection was strong and emotional, and of course without deception. It was interrupted by her recognition and imprisonment as a vagabond. But on the petition of her wife, she was released. I may be a woman in one sense, she said, but I have peculiar organs which make me more a man than a woman. She alluded to an enlarged clitoris, which she could erect, she said, as a turtle protrudes its head. But there was no question of its use in coitus. She was ultimately brought to the asylum with paroxysmal attacks of exaltation and erotomania without self-abuse apparently, and corresponding periods of depression, and she died with progressive dementia. I may also mention the case briefly recorded in the Lancet February 22, 1884 of a person called John Coulter, who was employed for 12 years as a laborer by the Belfast Harbour Commissioners when death resulted from injuries caused in falling downstairs. It was found that this person was a woman. She was 50 years of age and had apparently spent the greater part of her life as a man when employed in early life as a manservant on a farm she had married. Her mistress daughter, the pair were married for 29 years, but during the last 6 years lived apart owing to the husband's dissipated habits. No one ever suspected her sex. She was of masculine appearance and good muscular development. The wife took charge of the body and buried it. A more recent case of the same kind is that of Murray Hall, who died in New York in 1901. Her real name was Mary Anderson, and she was born at Govan in Scotland. Early left an orphan on the death of her only brother, she put on his clothes and went to Edinburgh working as a man. Her secret was discovered during an illness, and she finally went to America, where she lived as man for 30 years, making money and becoming somewhat notorious as a Tammany politician, a rather riotous man about town. The secret was not discovered till her death, when it was a complete revelation even to her adopted daughter. She married twice. The first marriage ended in separation, but the second marriage seemed to have been happy, for it lasted 20 years. When the wife died, she associated much with pretty girls and was very jealous of them. She seems to have been slight and not very masculine in general build, with a squeaky voice. But her ways, attitude, and habits were all essentially masculine. She associated with politicians, drank somewhat to excess, though not heavily, swore a great deal, smoked, and chewed tobacco, sang ribald songs, could run, dance, and fight like a man, and had divested herself of every trace of feminine daintiness. She wore clothes that were always rather too large in order to hide her form, baggy trousers, and an overcoat even in summer. She is said to have died of cancer of the breast. I quote from an account, which appears to be reliable, contained in the Weekly Scotsman, February 9, 1901. Another case described in the London papers is that of Catherine Coombe, who for 40 years successfully personated a man and adopted masculine habits. Generally, she married a lady's maid, with whom she lived for 14 years, having latterly adopted a life of fraud. Her case gained publicity as that of the man-woman. In 1901, the death on board ship was recorded of Miss Caroline Hall of Boston, a watercolor painter who had long resided in Milan 3 years previously. She discarded female dress and lived as husband to a young Italian lady, also an artist, whom she had already known for 7 years. She called herself Mr. Hall and appeared to be a thoroughly normal young man, able to shoot with a rifle and fond of manly sports. The officers of the ship stated that she smoked and drank heartily, joked with the other male passengers, and was overwhelmed with everyone. Death was due to advanced tuberculosis of the lungs, hastened by excessive drinking and smoking. Ellen Glenn, alias Ellis Glenn, a notorious swindler who came prominently before the public in Chicago during 1905, was another man-woman of large and masculine type. She preferred to dress as a man and had many love escapades with women. She can fiddle as well as anyone in the state, said a man who knew her, can box like a pugilist, and can dance and play cards. In Seville, a few years ago, an elderly policeman who had been in attendance on successive governors of that city for 30 years was badly injured in a street accident. He was taken to the hospital, and the doctor there discovered that the policeman was a woman. She went by the name of Fernando Mackenzie, and during the whole of her long service no suspicion whatever was aroused as to her sex. She was French by birth, born in Paris in 1836, but her father was English and her mother Spanish. She assumed her male disguise when she was a girl, and served her time in the French army, then emigrated to Spain at the age of 35, and contrived to enter the Madrid police force, disguised as a man she married, and pretended that her wife's child was her own son. She removed to Seville, still serving as a policeman, and was engaged there as cook and orderly at the governor's palace. She served 7 successive governors. In consequence of the discovery of her sex, she has been discharged from the police, without the pension, due to her wife had died 2 years previously, and Fernando spent all she possessed on the woman's funeral. Mackenzie had a soft voice, a refined face with delicate features, and was neatly dressed in male attire. When asked how she escaped detection so long, she replied that she always lived quietly in her own house with her wife, and did her duty by her employers so that no one meddled with her. In Chicago, in 1906, much attention was attracted to the case of Nikolai de Raylan, confidential secretary to the Russian consul, who at death of tuberculosis at the age of 33, was found to be a woman. She was born in Russia and was in many respects very feminine, small and slight in build, but was regarded as a man, and even as very manly by both men and women who knew her intimately. She was always very neat in dress, fastidious in regard to shirts and ties, and wore a long-waisted coat to disguise the lines of her figure. She was married twice in America, being divorced by the first wife after a union lasting 10 years on the ground of cruelty and misconduct with chorus girls. The second wife, a chorus girl who had been previously married and had a child, was devoted to her husband. Both wives were firmly convinced that their husband was a man and ridiculed the idea that he could be a woman. I am informed that de Raylan wore a very elaborately constructed artificial penis in her, while she made careful arrangements to prevent detection of sex after death. But these were frustrated as she died in a hospital. In St. Louis in 1909, the case was brought forward of a young woman of 22 who had posed as a man for 9 years. Her masculine career began at the age of 13, after the Galveston flood, which swept away all her family. She was saved and left Texas dressed as a boy. She worked in livery stables in a plow factory, and as a bill poster at one time. She was the adopted son of the family in which she lived, and had no difficulty in deceiving her sisters by adoption. As to her sex, on coming to St. Louis in 1902, she made chairs and baskets at the American Rattan Works, associating with fellow workmen on a footing of masculine equality. One day, a workman noticed the extreme smallness and dexterity of her hands. "Gee, Bill, you should have been a girl. How do you know I am not?" she retorted in such ways. Her ready wit and good humor always disarmed suspicion. As to her sex, she shunned no difficulties in her work or in her sports, we are told, and never avoided the severest tests. She drank, she swore, she courted girls. She worked as hard as her fellows. She fished and camped. She told stories with the best of them, and she did not flinch when the talk grew strong. She even chewed tobacco. Girls began to fall in love with the good-looking boy at an early period, and she frequently boasted of her feminine conquests. With one girl who worshipped her, there was a question of marriage on account of lack of education. She was restricted to manual labor, and she often chose hard work. At one time, she became a boilermaker's apprentice, wielding a hammer and driving in hot rivets. Here, she was very popular and became local secretary of the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers in Physical Development. She was now somewhat of an athlete. She could outrun any of her friends on a sprint. She could kick higher, play baseball, and throw the ball overhand like a man. And she was fond of football. As a wrestler, she could throw most of the club members. The physician who examined her for an insurance policy remarked, "You are a fine specimen of physical manhood, young fellow. Take good care of yourself." Finally, in a moment of weakness, she admitted her sex and returned to the garments of womanhood. In London in 1912, a servant girl of 23 was charged in the Acton police court with being disorderly and masquerading, having assumed man's clothes, and living with another girl taller and more handsome than herself as husband and wife. She had slight brain trouble as a child, and was very intelligent with a too active brain in her spare time. She had written stories for magazines. The two girls became attached through doing Christian social together in their spare time, and resolved to live as husband and wife. To prevent any young man from coming forward, the husband became a plumber's mate, and displayed some skill at fisticuffs, when at length discovered by the wife's brother, hence her appearance in the police court. Both girls were sent back to their friends, and situations found for them as day servants, but as they remained devoted to each other, arrangements were made for them to live together. Another case that may be mentioned is that of Cora Anderson, the manwoman of Milwaukee, who posed for 13 years as a man, and during that period lived with 2 women as her wives, without her disguise being penetrated. Her confessions were published in the Day Book of Chicago during May 1914. It would be easy to bring forward other cases. A few instances of marriage between women will be found in The Alienist and Neurologist, Nov. 1902, p. 497. In all such cases, more or less fraud has been exercised. I know of one case, probably unique, in which the ceremony was gone through without any deception on any side. A congenitally inverted Englishwoman of distinguished intellectual ability, now dead, was attached to the wife of a clergyman, who, in full cognizance of all the facts of the case, privately married the 2 ladies in his own church. When they still retain female garments, these usually show some traits of masculine simplicity, and there is nearly always a disdain for the petty feminine artifices of the toilet. Even when this is not obvious, There are all sorts of instinctive gestures and habits, which may suggest to female acquaintances the remark that such a person ought to have been a man, the brusque, energetic movements, the attitude of the arms, the direct speech, the inflections of the voice, the masculine straightforwardness and sense of honor, and especially the attitude toward men free from any suggestion either of shyness or audacity, will often suggest the underlying psychic abnormality to a keen observer. In the habits, not only is there frequently a pronounced taste for smoking cigarettes, often found in quite feminine women, but also a decided taste and toleration for cigars. There is also a dislike, and sometimes incapacity for needlework and other domestic occupations, while there is often some capacity for athletics. As regards the general bearing of the inverted woman, in its most marked and undisguised form, I may quote an admirable description by Prof. Zuckerli of Naples of an unmarried middle-class woman of 35, while retaining feminine garments. Her bearing is as nearly as possible a man's. She wears her thin hair thrown carelessly back a la Umberto, and fastened in a simple knot at the back of her head. The breasts are little developed and compressed beneath a high corset. Her gown is narrow, without the expansion demanded by fashion. Her straw hat with broad plaits is perhaps adorned by a feather, or she wears a small hat like a boy's. She does not carry an umbrella or sunshade, and walks out alone, refusing the company of men, or she is accompanied by a woman, as she prefers offering her arm, and carrying the other hand at her waist with the air of a fine gentleman in a carriage. Her bearing is peculiar, and unlike that habitual with women seated in the middle of the double seat, her knees being crossed or else the legs well separated, with a virile air and careless easy movements. She turns her head in every direction, finding an acquaintance here and there, with her eye saluting men and women with a large gesture of the hand, as a businessman would. In conversation, her pose is similar. She gesticulates much, is vivacious in speech with much power of mimicry, and while talking she arches the inner angles of her eyebrow, making vertical wrinkles at the center of her forehead. Her laugh is open and explosive, and uncovers her white rows of teeth. With men she is on terms of careless equality. Inversion, congenita dell'istinto sessuale, in una donna L. anomalo February, 1889. The inverted woman. Hirschfeld truly remarks die Homosexualität p. 158, is more full of life, of enterprise, of practical energy, more aggressive, more heroic, more apt for adventure, than either the heterosexual woman or the homosexual man. Sometimes, he adds, her mannishness may approach reckless brutality, and her courage becomes rashness. This author observes, however, in another place, p. 272, that in addition to this group of inverted women with masculine traits, there is another group, not less large, of equally inverted women who are outwardly as thoroughly feminine as are normal women. This is not an observation which I am able to confirm. It appears to me that the great majority of inverted women possess some masculine or boyish traits, even though only as slight as those which may occasionally be revealed by normal women. Extreme femininity, in my observation, is much more likely to be found in bisexual than in homosexual women, just as extreme masculinity is much more likely to be found in bisexual than in homosexual men. While inverted women frequently, though not always, convey an impression of mannishness or boyishness, there are no invariable anatomical characteristics associated with this impression. There is, for instance, no uniform tendency to a masculine distribution of hair, nor must it be supposed that the presence of a beard in a woman indicates a homosexual tendency. Bearded women, as Hirschfeld remarks, are scarcely ever inverted, and it would seem that the strongest reversals of secondary sexual characters less often accompany homosexuality than slighter modifications of these characters. A faint mustache and other slight manifestations of hypertrichosis also by no means necessarily indicate homosexuality. To some extent, it is a matter of race. Thus, in the Pira district of Constantinople-Weissenberg, among nearly 700 women between about 18 and 50 years of age, noted that 10% showed hair on the upper lip. They were most often Armenians, the Greeks coming next. There has been some dispute as to whether, apart from homosexuality, hypertrichosis in a woman can be regarded as an indication of a general masculinity. This is denied by Max Bartels in his elaborate study, Über Abnorm Behaarung beim Menschenzeitschrift für Ethnologie 1876 p. 127, 1880, 1 p. 219. And as regards insanity by Roman 50, Harris Liston Cases of Bearded Women, British Medical Journal, June 2, 1894, On the other hand, J. H. Claiborne hypertrichosis in Women New York Medical Journal, June 13, 1914, believes that hair on the face and body in a woman is a sign of masculinity. Women with hypertrichosis possess masculine traits. There seems to be very little doubt that fully developed bearded women are in most possibly not all cases decidedly feminine in all other respects. A typical instance is furnished by Annie Jones, the Eso Lady of Virginia. She belonged to a large and entirely normal family, but herself possessed a full beard with thick whiskers and mustache of an entirely masculine type. She also showed short dark hair on arms and hands resembling a man. Apart from this heterogeny, she was entirely normal and feminine at the age of 26. When examined in Berlin, the hair of the head was very long, the expression of the face entirely feminine, the voice also feminine, the figure elegant, the hands and feet entirely of feminine type, the external and internal genitalia altogether feminine. Annie Jones was married Max Bartels, who studied Annie Jones and published her portrait Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1891 Heft 3 p. 243, remarks that in these respects, Annie Jones resembles other bearded women they marry, have children, and are able to suckle them. A beard in women seems as Duper and Duflo's believe Revue Neurologique Aug 30 1901 to be more closely correlated with neuropathy than with masculinity. Comparing 1,000 sane women with 1,000 insane women in Paris, they found unusual degree of hair, or down on the face, in 23% of the former and 50% of the latter. But even the sane bearded women frequently belonged to neuropathic families. A tendency to slight, widely diffused hypertrichosis of the body, generally not localized or highly developed on the face, seems much more likely than a beard to be associated with masculinity, even when it occurs in little girls. Thus Virch once presented to the Berlin Anthropological Society a little girl of 5 of this type, who also possessed a deep and rough voice. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1891 Heft 4 p. 469. A typical example of slight hypertrichosis in a woman associated with general masculine traits is furnished by a description and figure of the body of a woman of 56 in an anatomical institute furnished by Roman 100 Strach Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1901 Heft 6 p. 534. In this case, there was a growth of hair around both nipples, and a line of hair extended from the pubis to the navel. Both these two dispositions of hair are very rare in women. In Vienna, among nearly 700 women, only found a tendency to hair distribution toward the navel in about 1%. While the hair in this subject was otherwise fairly normal, there were many approximations to the masculine type. In other respects, the muscles were strongly developed, the bones massive, the limbs long, the joints powerful, the hands and feet large, the thorax well developed, the lower jaw massive. There was an absence of feminine curves on the body, and the breasts were scarcely perceptible. At the same time, the genital organs were normal, and there had been childbirth. It was further notable that this woman had committed suicide by self-strangulation, a rare method which requires great resolution and strength of will, as at any moment of the process the pressure can be removed. There seems little doubt that inverted women frequently tend to show minor anomalies of the piliferous system, and especially slight hypertrichosis, and a masculine distribution of hair. Thus, in a very typical case of inversion, in an Italian girl of 19 who dressed as a man and ran away from home, the down on the arms and legs was marked to an unusual extent, and there was very abundant hair in the armpits and on the pubis, with a tendency to the masculine distribution. Of the 3 cases described in this chapter, which I am best acquainted with, one possesses an unusually small amount of hair on the pubis, and in the axial oligotrichosis terminales, approximating to the infantile type, while another presents a complex and very rare piliferous heterogeny. There is marked dark down on the upper lip, the pubic hair is thick, and there is hair on toes and feet and legs to umbilicus. There are also a few hairs around the nipples. A woman physician in the United States, who knows many female inverts, similarly tells me that she has observed tendency to growth of hair on the legs, if, as is not improbable, inversion is associated with some abnormal balance in the internal secretions. It is not difficult to understand this tendency to piliferous anomalies, and we know that the thyroid secretion, for instance, and much more the testicular and ovarian secretions, have a powerful influence on the hair. Ballantyne, some years ago, in discussing Congenital Hypertrichosis Manual of Antenatal Pathology, 1902, pp. 3216, concluded that the theory of arrested development is best supported by the fact's persistence of lanugo, is such an arrest, and hypertrichosis may largely be considered a persistence of lanugo. Such a conclusion is still tenable though it encounters some difficulties and inconsistencies, and it largely agrees with what we know of the condition as associated with inversion in women, but we are now beginning to see that this arrested development may be definitely associated with anomalies in the internal secretions, and even with special chemical defects in these secretions. Virile strength has always been associated with hair, as the story of Samson bears witness. Ammon, found among Baden conscripts L. Anthropology, 1896 p. 285, that when the men were divided into classes according to the amount of hair on body, the first class with least hair have the smallest circumference of testicle, the fewest number of men with glans penis, uncovered the largest number of infantile voices, the largest proportion of blue eyes and fair hair, the smallest average height, weight, and chest circumference. While in all these respects the men with hairy bodies were at the other extreme, it has been known from antiquity that in men, early castration affects the growth of hair. It is now known that in women the presence or absence of the ovary and other glands affects the hair as well as sexual development. Thus Heger Batrage zur Geburtshilfe, und Gynäkologie, Vol. IP, 111 1898, described a girl with pelvis of infantile type and uterine malformation, who had been unusually hairy on face and body from infancy with masculine arrangement of hair on pubis and abdomen, menstruation, with scanty breasts, atrophic. The hair was of lanugo type. We see here how in women infantile and masculine characteristics are associated with, and both probably dependent on defects in the sexual glands. Plant Centralblatt für Gynäkologie, No. 9 1896, described another girl with very small ovaries, rudimentary uterus, small vagina, and prominent nymph, in whom menstruation was absent, hair on head, long and strong, but hair absent in armpits, and scanty on mons veneris. These two cases seem inconsistent as regards hair, and we should now wish to know the condition of the other internal glands. The thyroid, for instance, it is now known, controls the hair as well as do the sexual glands. And the thyroid, as Gaudier has shown, Académie de Médecine, July 24 1900, elaborates arsenic and iodine, which nourish the skin and hair. He found that the administration of sodium cacodylate to young women produced abundant growth of hair on head. Again, the kidneys, and especially the adrenal glands, influence the hair. It has long been known that in girls with congenital renal tumors, there is an abnormally early growth of axillary and pubic hair. Goldschwend, Prager Medizinisch, Wochenschrift Nos. 37 and 38 1910, has described the case of a woman of 39 with small ovaries and adrenal tumor, in whom hair began to grow on chin and cheek. See also Roman 100 T. Ewart Lancet, May 19 1915. Once more, the glans hypophysis also affects hair growth, and it has been found by Levi, quoted in Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, August-September 1912 p. 711, that the administration of hypophysis extract to an infantile hairless woman of 27 without sexual feeling produced a general tendency to growth of hair. Such facts not only help to explain the anomalies of hair development, but also indicate the direction in which we may find an explanation of the anomalies of the sexual impulse. Apart from the complicated problem presented by the hair, there are genuine approximations to the masculine type. The muscles tend to be everywhere firm with a comparative absence of soft connective tissue, so that an inverted woman may give an unfeminine impression to the sense of touch. A certain tonicity of the muscles has indeed often been observed in homosexual women. Hirschfeld found that 2/3 of inverted women are more muscular than normal women, while on the other hand, he found that among inverted men, the musculature was often weak. Not only is the tone of the voice often different, but there is reason to suppose that this rests on a basis of anatomical modification. At Moll's suggestion, Flatow examined the larynx in a large number of inverted women, and found in several a very decidedly masculine type of larynx, or an approach to it, especially in cases of distinctly congenital origin. Hirschfeld has confirmed Flatow's observations on this point. It may be added that inverted women are very often good whistlers. Hirschfeld even knows two who are public performers in whistling. It is scarcely necessary to remark that while the old proverb associates whistling in a woman with crowing in a hen, whistling in a woman is no evidence of any general physical or psychic inversion. As regards the sexual organs, it seems possible, so far as my observations go, to speak more definitely of inverted women than of inverted men, in all three of the cases, concerning whom I have precise information among those whose histories are recorded in the present chapter. There is more or less arrested development and infantilism in one, a somewhat small vagina, and prominent nymph with local sensitiveness are associated with oligotrichosis. In another, the sexual parts are in some respects rather small, while there is no trace of ovary on one side in the third case, together with hypertrichosis. The nates are small, the nymph, large, the clitoris, deeply hooded, the hymen thick, and the vagina probably small. These observations, though few, are significant, and they accord with those of other observers. Kraft, Ebbing well described a case, which I should be inclined to regard as typical of many sexual organs feminine in character, but remaining at the infantile stage of a girl, of 10, small clitoris, prominent coxcomb-like nymph, small vagina, scarcely permitting normal intercourse, and very sensitive. Hirschfeld agrees in finding common an approach to the type described by Kraft. Ebbing atrophic anomalies he regards as more common than hypertrophic, and he refers to thickness of hymen and a tendency to notably small uterus and ovaries. The clitoris is more usually small than large. Women with a large clitoris as parent Duchatelet, long since remarked, seem rarely to be of masculine type. Notwithstanding these tendencies, however, sexual inversion in a woman is as a rule not more obvious than in a man. At the same time, the inverted woman is not usually attractive to men. She herself generally feels the greatest indifference to men, and often cannot understand why a woman should love a man, though she easily understands why a man should love a woman. She shows therefore nothing of that sexual shyness and engaging air of weakness and dependence, which are an invitation to men. The man who is passionately attracted to an inverted woman is usually of rather a feminine type. For instance, in one case present to my mind, he was of somewhat neurotic heredity, of slight physical development, not sexually attractive to women, and very domesticated in his manner of living. In short, a man who might easily have been passionately attracted to his own sex. While the inverted woman is cold, or at most comradely in her bearing toward men, she may become shy and confused in the presence of attractive persons of her own sex, even unable to undress in their presence, and full of tender ardor for the woman whom she loves. Homosexual passion in women finds more or less complete expression in kissing, sleeping together, and close embraces, as in what is sometimes called lying spoons, when one woman lies on her side with her back turned to her friend, and embraces her from behind, fitting her thighs into the bend of her companion's legs, so that her mons veneris is in dose contact with the other's buttocks, and slight movement then produces mild erethism. One may also lie on the other's body, or there may be mutual masturbation. Mutual contact and friction of the sexual parts seem to be comparatively rare, but it seems to have been common in antiquity, for we owe to it the term tribadism, which is sometimes used as a synonym of feminine homosexuality, and this method is said to be practiced today by the Southern Slav women of the Balkans. The extreme gratification is cunnilingus, or oral stimulation of the feminine sexual organs, not usually mutual, but practiced by the more active and masculine partner. This act is sometimes termed by no means satisfactorily sapphism and lesbianism. An enlarged clitoris is but rarely found in inversion, and plays a very small part in the gratification of feminine homosexuality. Kiernan refers to a case occurring in America in which an inverted woman married, and a mother possessed a clitoris, which measured 212 inches, when erect. Casanova described an inverted Swiss woman otherwise feminine in development, whose clitoris in excitement was longer than his little finger, and capable of penetration. The older literature contains many similar cases. In most such cases, however, we are probably concerned with some form of pseudohermaphroditism, and the clitoris may more properly be regarded as a penis. There is thus no inversion involved. While the use of the clitoris is rare in homosexuality, the use of an artificial penis is by no means uncommon and very widespread in several of the modern cases in which inverted women have married women, such as those of Sarolta Vey and de Raylan. The belief of the wife in the masculinity of the husband has been due to an appliance of this kind, used in intercourse. The artificial penis, the alisbos or bobbin, was well known to the Greeks, and is described by Herendas. Its invention was ascribed by Suidas to the Milesian women and Miletus, according to Aristophanes in the Lysistrata, was the chief place of its manufacture. It was still known in medieval times, and in the 12th century, Bishop Burchard of Worms speaks of its use as a thing which some women are accustomed to do. In the early 18th century, Margaretha Lincoln, again in Germany, married another woman with the aid of an artificial male organ. The artificial penis is also used by homosexual women in various parts of the world. Thus we find it mentioned in legends of the North American Indians, and it is employed in Zanzibar and Madagascar. The various phenomena of sadism, masochism, and fetishism, which are liable to arise spontaneously or by suggestion in the relationships of normal lovers, as well as of male inverts, may also arise in the same way among inverted women, though probably not often in a very pronounced form. Moll, however, narrates a case contraire, Sexualempfindung, 1899, pp. 56,570, in which various minor but very definite perversions were combined with inversion. A young lady of 26 of good heredity from the age of 6 had only been attracted to her own sex, and even in childhood had practiced mutual cunnilingus. She was extremely intelligent, and of generous and good-natured disposition with various masculine tastes, but on the whole of feminine build, and with completely feminine larynx. During 7 years she lived exclusively with one woman. She found complete satisfaction in active cunnilingus. During the course of this relationship, various other methods of excitement and gratification arose. It seems for the most part spontaneously. She found much pleasure in urolagnic and coprolagnic practices. In addition to these, and similar perversions, the subject liked being bitten, especially in the lobule of the ear, and she was highly excited when whipped by her friend, who should if possible be naked at the time. Only the nates must be whipped, and only a birch rod be used, or the effect would not be obtained. These practices would not be possible to her in the absence of extreme intimacy and mutual understanding, and they only took place with the one friend. In this case, the perverse phenomena were masochistic rather than sadistic. Many homosexual women, however, display sadistic tendencies in a more or less degree. Thus, Dr. Kiernan tells me of an American case with which he was professionally concerned with Dr. Moyer. See also paper by Kiernan and Moyer in Alienist and Neurologist, May 1907, of a sadistic inverted woman in a small Illinois city married, and with 2 young children. She was of undoubted neuropathic stock, and there was a history of premarital masturbation and bestiality with a dog. She was a prominent club woman in her city, and a leader in religious and social matters. As is often the case with sadists, she was pruriently prudish, and there was strong testimony to her chaste and modest character by clergymen, club women, and local magnates. The victim of her sadistic passion was a girl she had adopted from a home, but whom she half-starved. On this girl she inflicted over 300 wounds. Many of these wounds were stabs with forks and scissors, which merely penetrated the skin. This was especially the case with those inflicted on the breasts, labia, and clitoris. During the infliction of these, she experienced intense excitement, but this excitement was under control, and when she heard anyone approaching, she instantly desisted. She was found sane and responsible at the time of these actions, but the jury also found that she had since become insane, and she was sent to an insane hospital after recovery to serve a sentence of 2 years in prison. The alleged insanity, Dr. Kiernan adds, was of the dubious manic and depressive variety, and perhaps chiefly due to wounded pride. The inverted woman is an enthusiastic admirer of feminine beauty, especially of the statuesque beauty of the body. Unlike in this, the normal woman whose sexual emotion is but faintly tinged by aesthetic feeling in her sexual habits, we perhaps less often find the degree of promiscuity, which is not uncommon among inverted men, and we may perhaps agree with Moll that homosexual women are more often apt to love faithfully and lastingly than homosexual men. Hirschfeld remarks that inverted women are not usually attracted in girlhood by the autoerotic and homosexual vices of school life, and nearly all the women whose histories I have recorded in this chapter felt a pronounced repugnance to such manifestations and cherished lofty ideals of love. Inverted women are not rarely married. Moll, from various confidences which he has received, believes that inverted women have not the same horror of normal coitus as inverted men. This is probably due to the fact that the woman under such circumstances can retain a certain passivity. In other cases, there is some degree of bisexuality, although as among inverted men, the homosexual instinct seems usually to give the greater relief and gratification. It has been stated by many observers in America, in France, in Germany, and in England that homosexuality is increasing among women. There are many influences in our civilization today which encourage such manifestations. The modern movement of emancipation movement to obtain the same rights and duties as men, the same freedom and responsibility, the same education and the same work must be regarded as on the whole a wholesome and inevitable movement, but it carries with it certain disadvantages. Women are very justly coming to look upon knowledge and experience generally as their right as much as their brother's right. But when this doctrine is applied to the sexual sphere, it finds certain limitations. Intimacies of any kind between young men and young women are as much discouraged socially now as ever they were as regards higher education. The mere association of the sexes in the lecture room or the laboratory or the hospital is discouraged in England and in America. While men are allowed freedom, the sexual field of women is becoming restricted to trivial flirtation with the opposite sex, and to intimacy with their own sex, having been taught independence of men, and disdain for the old theory, which placed women in the moated grange of the home, to sigh for a man who never comes. A tendency develops for women to carry this independence still farther, and to find love where they find work. These unquestionable influences of modern movements cannot directly cause sexual inversion, but they develop the germs of it, and they probably cause a spurious imitation. This spurious imitation is due to the fact that the congenital anomaly occurs with special frequency in women of high intelligence who voluntarily or involuntarily influence others. Curella Bloch and others believe that the woman movement has helped to develop homosexuality. See for example Roman 1 Bloch Beiträge zur Theologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, 1902, Vol. IP 240. 8. Various feminine Strindbergs of the woman movement, as they have been termed, displayed marked hostility to men on a ruling claims that many leaders of the movement from the outset until today have been inverted. Hirschfeld, however, Die Homosexualität p. 500, after giving special attention to the matter, concludes that alike among English suffragettes and in the German Verein für Frauenstimmrecht, the percentage of inverts is less than 10%. Chapter Roman 5, The Nature of Sexual Inversion. Analysis of history's race, heredity, general health, first appearance of homosexual impulse, sexual precocity, and hyperesthesia, suggestion, and other exciting causes of inversion, masturbation, attitude toward women, erotic dreams, methods of sexual relationship, pseudosexual attraction, physical sexual abnormalities, artistic, and other aptitudes, moral attitude of the invert. Before stating briefly my own conclusions as to the nature of sexual inversion, I propose to analyze the facts brought out in the histories which I have been able to study. Race. All my cases, 80 in number, are British and American, 20 living in the United States, and the rest being British ancestry. From the point of view of race, was not made a matter of special investigation. It appears, however, that at least 44 are English, or mainly English, at least 10 are Scotch, or of Scotch extraction, 2 are Irish, and 4 others, largely Irish, 4 have German fathers or mothers, another is of German descent on both sides, while 2 others are of remote German extraction, 2 are partly, and 1 entirely French, 2 have a Portuguese strain, and at least 2 are more or less Jewish. Except the apparently frequent presence of the German element, there is nothing remarkable in this ancestry. Heredity. It is always difficult to deal securely with the significance of heredity, or even to establish a definite basis of facts. I have by no means escaped this difficulty, for in some cases I have not even had an opportunity of cross-examining the subjects, whose histories I have obtained. Still, the facts, so far as they emerge, have some interest. I possess some record of heredity in 62 of my cases. Of these, not less than 24, or in the proportion of nearly 39%, assert that they have reason to believe that other cases of inversion have occurred in their families, and while in some it is only a strong suspicion, in others there is no doubt whatever. In one case, there is reason to suspect inversion on both sides. Usually the inverted relatives have been brothers, sisters, cousins, or uncles. In one case, a bisexual son seems to have had a bisexual father. This hereditary character of inversion, which was denied by Nacke, is a fact of great significance, and as it occurs in cases with which I am well acquainted, I can have no doubt concerning the existence of the tendency. The influence of suggestion may often be entirely excluded, especially when the persons are of different sex. Both Kraft, Ebbing, and Moll noted a similar tendency. Von Romer states that in 1/3 of his cases, there was inversion in other members of the family. Hirschfeld also found that there is a relatively high proportion of cases of family inversion. 26 so far as can be ascertained belong to reasonably healthy families. Minute investigation would probably reduce the number of these. And it is noteworthy that even in some of the healthy families, there was only one child born of the parents' marriage in 28 cases. There is more or less frequency of morbidity, or abnormality, eccentricity, alcoholism, neurasthenia, insanity, or nervous disease on one or both sides, in addition to inversion or apart from it. In some of these cases, the inverted offspring is the outcome of the union of a very healthy with a thoroughly morbid stock. In some others, there is a minor degree of abnormality on both sides. General health. It is possible to speak with more certainty of the health of the individual than of that of his family. Of the 80 cases, 53, or about two-thirds, may be said to enjoy good and sometimes even very good health, though occasionally there is some slight qualification to be made. In 22 cases, the health is delicate, or at best only fair. In these cases, there is sometimes a tendency to consumption, and often marked neurasthenia, and a more or less unbalanced temperament. 4 cases are morbid to a considerable degree. The remaining case has had insane delusions, which required treatment in an asylum, a considerable proportion included among those as having either good or fair health may be described as of extremely nervous temperament, and in most cases they so describe themselves. A certain proportion of these combine great physical and especially mental energy with this nervousness. All these are doubtless of neurotic temperament. Very few can be said to be conspicuously lacking in energy on the whole. Therefore, a large proportion of these inverted individuals are passing through life in an unimpaired state of health, which enables them to do at least their fair share of work in the world. In a considerable proportion of my cases, that work is of high intellectual value. Only in 5 cases, it will be seen, or at most 6, can the general health be said to be distinctly bad. This result may perhaps seem surprising. It must, however, be remembered that my cases do not, on the whole, represent the class which alone the physician is usually able to bring forward. Roman 1, the sexual inverts, who are suffering from a more or less severe degree of complete nervous breakdown. There is no frequent relationship between homosexuality and insanity, and such homosexuality as is found in asylums is mostly of a spurious character. This point was specially emphasized by Nacke. For example, Homosexualitat und Psychoszeitschrift für Psychiatrie Vol. LXVI No. 3 1911, he quoted the opinions of various distinguished alienists as to the rarity with which they had met genuine inverts, and recorded his own experiences. He had never met a genuine invert in the asylum throughout his extensive experience, although he was quite willing to admit that there may be unrecognized inverts in asylums, and one patient informed him, after leaving, that he was inverted, and had attracted the attention of the police both before and afterward, though nothing happened in the asylum. Among 1,500 patients in the asylum during 1 year, active pedicatio occurred in about 1% of cases, these patients being frequently idiots or imbeciles, and at the same time, masturbators. Solitary or mutual. Hirschfeld informed Nacke that among homosexual persons, hysterical conditions, not usually on hereditary basis, are fairly common, and neurasthenia of high degree decidedly frequent. But though stages of depression are common, he had never seen pure melancholia, and very seldom mania, but paranoid delusional ideas. Frequently, and he agreed with Bryan of Broadmoor that religious delusions are not uncommon. General paralysis occurs, but is comparatively rare, and the same may be said of dementia. Pr. Cox. On the whole, although Hirschfeld was unable to give precise figures, there was no reason whatever to suppose an abnormal prevalence of insanity. This was Nacke's own view. It is quite true. Nacke concluded that homosexual actions occur in every form of psychosis, especially in congenital and secondary demence, and at periods of excitement, but we are here more concerned with pseudo-homosexuality than with true inversion. Hirschfeld finds that 75% inverts are of sound heredity. This seems too large a proportion. In any case, allowance must be made for differences in method and minuteness of investigation. I am fairly certain that thorough investigation would very considerably enlarge the proportion of cases with morbid heredity. At the same time, this enlargement would be chiefly obtained by bringing minor abnormalities to the front, and it would then have to be shown how far the families of average or normal persons are free from such abnormalities. The question is sometimes asked, what family is free from neuropathic taint? At present, it is difficult to answer this question precisely. There is good ground to believe that a fairly large proportion of families are free from such taint in any case. It seems probable that the families to which the inverted belong do not usually present such profound signs of nervous degeneration, as we were formerly led to suppose. What we vaguely call eccentricity is common among them. Insanity is much rarer. First appearance of homosexual instinct. Out of 72 cases in 8, the instinct veered round to the same sex in adult age, or at all events after puberty. In 3 of these, there had been a love disappointment with a woman. No other cause than this can be assigned for the transition. But it is noteworthy that in at least 2 of these cases, the sexual instinct is undeveloped or morbidly weak, while a third individual is of somewhat weak physique, and another has long been in delicate health. In a further case, also somewhat morbid, the development was rather more complicated. In 64 cases, or in a proportion of 88%, the abnormal instinct began in early life, without previous attraction to the opposite sex. In 27 of these, it dates from about puberty, usually beginning at school. In 39 cases, the tendency began before puberty, between the ages of 5 and 11, usually between 7 and 9, sometimes as early as the subject can remember. It must not be supposed that in these numerous cases of the early appearance of homosexuality, the manifestations were of a specifically physical character. Although erections are noted in a few cases, for the most part sexual manifestations, at this early age, whether homosexual or heterosexual, are purely psychic. Sexual precocity and hyperesthesia is a fact of considerable interest and significance, that in so large a number of my cases, there was distinct precocity of the sexual emotions, both on the physical and psychic sides. There can be little doubt that, as many previous observers have found, inversion tends strongly to be associated with sexual precocity. I think it may further be said that sexual precocity tends to encourage the inverted habit. Where it exists, why this should be so is obvious if we believe there is some reason for believing that at an early age, the sexual instinct is comparatively undifferentiated in its manifestations. The precocious accentuation of the sexual impulse leads to definite crystallization of the emotions at a premature stage. It must be added that precocious sexual energy is likely to remain feeble, and that a feeble sexual energy adapts itself more easily to homosexual relationships, in which there is no definite act to be accomplished, than to normal relationships. It is difficult to say how many of my cases exhibit sexual weakness. In 6 or 7, it is evident, and it may be suspected in many others, especially in those who are and often describe themselves as sensitive or nervous, as well as in those whose sexual development was very late. In many cases, there is marked hyperesthesia, or irritable weakness. Hyperesthesia simulates strength, and while there can be little doubt that some sexual inverts, and more especially bisexuals, do possess unusual sexual energy, in others, it is but apparent. The frequent repetition of seminal emissions, for example, may be the result of weakness as well as of strength. It must be added that this irritability of the sexual centers is in a considerable proportion of inverts, associated with marked emotional tendencies to affection and self-sacrifice. In the extravagance of his affection and devotion, it has been frequently observed the male invert resembles many normal women. Suggestion and other exciting causes of inversion. In 18 of my cases, it is possible that some event or special environment in early life had more or less influence in turning the sexual instinct into homosexual channels, or in calling out a latent inversion. In 3 cases, a disappointment in normal love seems to have produced a profound nervous and emotional shock, acting, as we seem bound to admit, predisposed organism, and developing a fairly permanent tendency to inversion. In 8 cases, there was seduction by an older person, but in at least 4 or 5 of these, there was already a well-marked predisposition. In at least 8 other cases, example usually at school, may probably be regarded as having exerted some influence. It is noteworthy that in very few of my cases can we trace the influence of any definite suggestion, as asserted by Schrenk-Notzing, who believes that in the causation of sexual inversion, as undoubtedly in the causation of erotic fetishism, we must give the first place to accidental factors of education and external influence. He records the case of a little boy who innocently gazed in curiosity at the penis of his father, who was urinating, and had his ears boxed, whence arose a train of thought and feeling which resulted in complete sexual inversion. In two of the cases, I have reported we have parallel incidents, and here we see clearly that the homosexual tendency already existed. I do not question the occurrence of such incidents, but I refuse to accept them as supplying the causation of inversion, and in so doing I am supported by all the evidence I am able to obtain. I am in agreement with a correspondent who wrote, considering that all boys are exposed to the same order of suggestions, sight of a man's naked organs, sleeping with a man being handled by a man, and that only a few of them become sexually perverted, I think it reasonable to conclude that those few were previously constituted to receive the suggestion. In fact, suggestion seems to play exactly the same part in the normal and abnormal awakening of sex. I would go so far as to assert that for normal boys and girls, the developed sexual organs of the adult man or woman from their size hairiness, and the mystery which envelops them nearly always exert a certain fascination, whether of attraction or horror, but this has no connection with homosexuality, and scarcely with sexuality at all. Thus, in one case known to me, a boy of 6 or 7 took pleasure in caressing the organs of another boy twice his own age who remained passive and indifferent, yet this child grew up without ever manifesting any homosexual instinct. The seed of suggestion can only develop when it falls on a suitable soil. If it is to act on a fairly normal nature, the perverted suggestion must be very powerful or iterated, and even then its influence will probably only be temporary, disappearing in the presence of the normal stimulus. Not only is suggestion unnecessary to develop a sexual impulse already rooted in the organism, but when exerted in an opposite direction, it is powerless to divert that impulse. We see this illustrated in several of the cases whose histories I have presented. Thus, in one case, a boy was seduced by the housemaid at the age of 14 and even derived pleasure from the girl, yet none the less the native homosexual instinct asserted itself. A year later, in another case, heterosexual suggestions were offered and accepted in early life, yet notwithstanding the homosexual attraction was slowly evolved from within. I have therefore but little to say of the influence of suggestion, which was formerly exalted to a position of the first importance in books on sexual inversion. This is not because I underestimate the great part played by suggestion in many fields of normal and abnormal life. It is because I have been able to find but few decided traces of it in sexual inversion. In many cases, doubtless, there may be some slight elements of suggestion in developing the inversion, though they cannot be traced. Their importance seems usually questionable, even when they are discovered. Take Schrenck-Notzing's case of the little boy whose ears were boxed for what his father considered improper curiosity. I find it difficult to realize that a mighty suggestion can thereby be generated, unless a strong emotion exists for it to unite with. In that case, the seed falls on prepared soil. Is the wide prevalence of normal sexuality due to the fact that so many little boys have had their ears boxed for taking naughty liberties with women? If so, I am quite prepared to accept Schrenck-Notzing's explanation as a complete account of the matter. I know of one case, indeed, in which an element of what may fairly be called suggestion can be detected. It is that of a physician who had always been on very friendly terms with men, but had sexual relations exclusively with women, finding fair satisfaction, until the confessions of an inverted patient one day came to him as a revelation. Thereafter he adopted inverted practices and ceased to find any attraction in women. But even in this case, as I understand the matter, suggestion merely served to reveal his own nature to the man. For a physician to adopt the perverted habits which the visit of a chance patient suggests to him can scarcely be a phenomenon of pure suggestion. We have no reason to suppose that this physician practiced every perversion he heard of from patients. He adopted that which fitted his own nature. In another case, homosexual advances were made to a youth and accepted, but he had already been attracted to men in childhood. Again, in another case, there were homosexual influences in the boyhood of a subject who became bisexual, but as the subject's father was of similar bisexual temperament, we can attach no potency to the mere suggestions. In another case, we find homosexual influence in childhood, but the child was already delicate, shy, nervous, and feminine, clearly possessing a temperament predestined to develop in a homosexual direction. The irresistible potency of the inner impulse is well illustrated in a case presented by Hirschfeld and Burchard. My daughter Erna said the subject's mother showed boyish inclinations at the age of 3, and they increased from year to year. She never played with dolls, only with tin soldiers' guns, and castles she would climb trees and jump ditches. She made friends with the drivers of all the carts that came to our house, and they would place her on the horse's back. The annual circus was a joy to her for all the year. Even as a child of 4, she was so fearless on horseback that lookers shouted bravo, and all declared she was a born horsewoman. It was her greatest wish to be a boy. She would wear her elder brother's clothes all day, notwithstanding her grandmother's indignation. Cycling, gymnastics, boating, swimming were her passion, and she showed skill in them as she grew older. She hated prettily adorned hats and clothes. I had much trouble with her, for she would not wear pretty things. The older she grew, the more her masculine and decided ways developed. This excited much outcry and offense. People found my daughter unfeminine and disagreeable. But all my trouble and exhortations availed nothing to change her. Now this young woman, whom all the influences of a normal feminine environment failed to render feminine, was not physiologically a woman at all. The case proved to be the unique instance of an individual possessing all the external characteristics of a woman, combined with internal testicular tissue, capable of emitting true masculine semen through the feminine urethra. No suggestions of the environment could suffice to overcome this fundamental fact of internal constitution. Hirschfeld and Burchard's Spermaskretion, aus einer weiblichen Harnrohr Deutsch medizinische Wochenschrift, No. 52, 1911. I may here quote 3 American cases, not previously published, for which I am indebted to Prof. G. Frank Lidston of Chicago. They seem to me to illustrate the only kind of suggestions which play much part in the evolution of inversion. I give them in Dr. Lidston's words. Case Roman 1. A man, 45 years of age, attracted by the allusion to my essay on social perversion, contained in the English translation of Krafft Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, consulted me regarding the possible cure of his condition. This individual was a finely educated, very intelligent man who was an excellent linguist, had considerable musical ability, and was in the employ of a firm whose business was such as to demand on the part of its employees considerable legal acumen, clerical ability, and knowledge of real estate transactions. This man stated that at the age of puberty, without any knowledge of perversity of sexual feeling, he was thrown intimately in contact with males of more advanced years, who took various means to excite his sexual passions, the result being that perverted sexual practices were developed, which were continued for a number of years. He thereafter noticed an aversion to women at the solicitations of his family. He finally married, without any very intelligent idea as to what, if anything, might be expected of him in the marital relation. Absolute impotence, indeed repugnance, for association with his wife was lamentable sequence. A divorce was in contemplation when, fortunately for all parties concerned, the wife suddenly died. Being a man of more than ordinary intelligence, this individual, prior to seeking my aid, had sought vainly for some remedy for his unfortunate condition. He stated that he believed there was an element of heredity in his case, his father having been a dipsomaniac, and one brother having died insane. He nevertheless stated it to be his opinion that, notwithstanding the hereditary taint, he would have been perfectly normal from a sexual standpoint had it not been for acquired impressions at or about the period of puberty. This man presented a typically neurotic type of physique, complained of being intensely nervous, was prematurely gray, of only fair stature, and had an uncontrollable nystagmus, which he said had existed for some 15 years. As might be expected, treatment in this case was of no avail. I began the use of hypnotic suggestion at the hands of an expert professional hypnotist. The patient, being called out of the state, finally gave up treatment, and I have no means of knowing what his present condition is. Case Roman 2. A lady patient of mine, who happened to be an actress, and consequently a woman of the world, brought to me for an opinion some correspondence which had passed between her younger brother and a man living in another state with whom he was on quite intimate terms. In one of these letters, various flying trips to Chicago for the purpose of meeting the lad, who, by the way, was only 17 years of age, were alluded to. It transpired also, as evidenced by the letters, that on several occasions the young lad had been taken on trips in Pullman cars by his friend, who was a prominent railroad official. The character of the correspondence was such as the average healthy man would address to a woman with whom he was enamored. It seemed that the author of the correspondence had applied to his boy affinity the name Cinderella, and the protestations of passionate affection that were made toward Cinderella certainly would have satisfied the most exacting woman. The young lad subsequently made a confession to me, and I put myself in correspondence with his male friend, with the result that he called upon me, and I obtained a full history of the case. The method of indulgence in this case was the usual one of oral masturbation, in which the lad was the passive party. I was unable to obtain any definite data regarding the family history of the elder individual in this case, but understand that there was a taint of insanity in his family. He himself was a robust, fine-looking man above middle age, who was well-educated and very intelligent, as he necessarily must have been because of the prominent position he held with an important railway company. I will state as a matter of interest that the lad in this case, who is now 23 years of age, has recently consulted me for impotentia coendi, manifesting a frigidity for women, and from the young man's statements, I am convinced that he is well on the road to confirmed sexual perversion. An interesting point in this connection is that the young man's sister, the actress already alluded to, has recently had an attack of acute mania. I have had other unpublished cases that might be of interest, but these two are somewhat classical and typify to a greater or less degree the majority of other cases. I will however mention one other case occurring in a woman. Case Roman 3. A married woman 40 years of age has been deserted by her husband because of her perverted sexuality, neurotic history on both sides of the family, and several cases of insanity on mother's side. In this case, affinity for the same sex and perverted desire for the opposite sex existed, a combination, by no means infrequent hypnotic suggestion tried, but without success. Cause was evidently suggestion, an example on the part of another female pervert with whom she associated before her marriage. Marriage was late at age of 35. In all these cases, there was an element of what may be called suggestion, but it was really much more than this. It was probably in each case active seduction by an elder person of a predisposed younger person. It will be observed that in each case, there was at the least an organic neurotic basis for suggestion and seduction to work on. I cannot regard these cases as entitled to modify our attitude toward suggestion. Masturbation. Morel believed that masturbation was a cause of sexual inversion, and Krafft-Ebing looked upon it as leading to all sorts of sexual perversions. The same opinion was currently repeated by many writers. It is not now accepted. Moll emphatically rejected the idea that masturbation can be the cause of inversion. Nacke repeatedly denies that masturbation, any more than seduction, can ever produce true inversion. Hirschfeld attaches to it no etiological significance. Many years ago, I gave special attention to this point and reached a similar conclusion that masturbation, especially at an early age, may sometimes enfeeble the sexual activities and aid the manifestations of inversion. I certainly believe. But beyond this, there is little in the history of my male cases to indicate masturbation as a cause of inversion. It is true that 44 out of 51 admit that they have practiced masturbation at all events occasionally or at some period their lives, and it is possible that this proportion is larger than that found among normal people. Even if so, however, it is not difficult to account for, bearing in mind the fact that the homosexual person has not the same opportunities as has the heterosexual person to gratify his instincts, and that masturbation may sometimes legitimately appear to him as the lesser of two evils. Not only has masturbation been practiced at no period, in at least 7 of the cases for concerning several I have no information, but in several others it was never practiced until long after the homosexual instinct had appeared. In one case not till the age of 40, and then only occasionally. In at least 8, it was only practiced at puberty. In at least 8, however, it began before the age of puberty. At least 9 left off before about the age of 20. Unfortunately, as yet we have little definite evidence as to the prevalence and extent of masturbation among normal individuals. Among the women, masturbation is found in at least 5 cases out of 7. In one case, there was no masturbation until comparatively late in life, and then only at rare intervals, and under exceptional circumstances. In another case, some years after the homosexual attraction had been experienced, it was practiced, though not in excess, from the age of puberty for about 4 years, and then abandoned. During these years, the physical sexual feelings were more imperative than they were afterward felt to be. In 2 cases, masturbation was learned spontaneously soon after puberty, and in one of these practiced in excess, before the manifestations of inversion became definite. In all cases, the subjects are emphatic in asserting that this practice neither led to nor was caused by the homosexual attraction, which they regard as a much higher feeling. And it must be added that the occasional practice of masturbation is very far from rare among fairly normal women. While this is so, I am certainly inclined to believe that an early and excessive indulgence in masturbation, though not an adequate cause, is a favoring condition for the development of inversion, and that this is especially so in women, the sexual precocity indicated by early and excessive masturbation doubtless sometimes reveals an organism already predisposed to homosexuality. But apart from this, when masturbation arises spontaneously at an early age on a purely physical basis, it seems to tend to produce a divorce between the physical and the psychic aspects of sexual love. The sexual manifestations are all diverted into this physical direction, and the child is ignorant that such phenomena are normally allied to love. Then, when a more spiritual attraction appears with adolescent development, this divorce is perpetuated, instead of the physical and psychic feelings appearing together. When the age for sexual attraction comes, the physical feelings are prematurely twisted from their natural end, and it becomes abnormally easy for a person of the same sex to step in and take the place rightfully belonging to a person of the opposite sex. This has certainly seemed to me the course of events in some cases I have observed. Attitude toward the opposite sex: in 17 cases, of whom 5 are married, and others purposing to marry, there is sexual attraction to both sexes, a condition formerly called psychosexual hermaphroditism, but now more usually bisexuality. In such cases, although there is pleasure and satisfaction in relationships with both sexes, there is usually a greater degree of satisfaction in connection with one sex. Most of the bisexual prefer their own sex. It is curiously rare to find a person, whether man or woman, who by choice exercises relationships with both sexes and prefers the opposite sex. This would seem to indicate that the bisexual may really be inverts. In any case, bisexuality merges imperceptibly into simple inversion. In at least 16 of 52 cases of simple inversion in men, there has been connection with women in some instances, only once or twice in others during several years. But it was always with an effort, or from a sense of duty and anxiety to be normal. They never experienced any real pleasure in the act or sense of satisfaction after it. 4 of these cases are married, but marital relationships usually ceased after a few years. At least 4 others were attracted to women when younger, but are not now. Another once felt sexually attracted to a boyish woman, but never made any attempt to obtain any relationships with her. 3 or 4 others again have tried to have connection with women, but failed. The largest proportion of my cases have never had any sexual intimacy with the opposite sex, and some of these experience what in the case of the male invert is sometimes called horror feminine, but while woman as an object of sexual desire is in such cases disgusting to them, and it is usually difficult for a genuine invert to have connection with a woman, except by setting up images of his own sex. For the most part, inverts are capable of genuine friendships irrespective of sex. It is perhaps not difficult to account for the horror much stronger than that normally felt toward a person of the same sex with which the invert often regards the sexual organs of persons of the opposite sex. It cannot be said that the sexual organs of either sex, under the influence of sexual excitement, are aesthetically pleasing. They only become emotionally desirable through the parallel excitement of the beholder, when the absence of parallel excitement is accompanied in the beholder by the sense of unfamiliarity as in childhood, or by a neurotic hypersensitiveness. The conditions are present for the production of intense horror feminine or horror masculize. As the case may be, it is possible that, as Otto Rank argues in his interesting study Diagnostic, im sage, undichtung, this horror of the sexual organs of the opposite sex, to some extent, felt even by normal people, is embodied in the Melusine type of legend. Erotic dreams. Our dreams follow as a general rule the impulses that stir our waking psychic life. The normal man or woman in sexual vigor dreams of loving a person of the opposite sex. The inverted man dreams of loving a man. The inverted woman of loving a woman. Dreams thus have a certain value in diagnosis, more especially since there is less unwillingness to confess to a perverted dream than to a perverted action. Ulrichs first referred to the significance of the dreams of inverts. At a later period, Moll pointed out that they have some value in diagnosis when we are not sure how far the inverted tendency is radical. Then, Nacke repeatedly emphasized the importance of dreams as constituting, he believed, the most delicate test we possess in the diagnosis of homosexuality. This was an exaggerated view, which failed to take into account the various influences which may deflect dreams. Hirschfeld has made the most extensive investigation on this point, and found that among 100 inverts 87 had exclusively homosexual dreams, while most of the rest had no dreams at all. Among my cases, only 4 definitely state that there are no erotic dreams, while 31 acknowledge that the dreams are concerned more or less with persons of the same sex. Of these, at least 16 assert that their dreams are exclusively of the same sex too, though apparently inverted congenitally, have had erotic dreams of women, in one case more frequently than of men. These 2 exceptions have no apparent explanation. Another appears to have sexual dreams of a nightmare character, in which women appear. In another case, there were always at first dreams of women, but this subject had sometimes had connection with prostitutes, and is not absolutely indifferent to women, while another, whose dreams remain heterosexual, had in early life some attraction to girls. In the cases of distinct bisexuality, there is no unanimity. 2 dream of their own sex, 2 dream of both sexes. One usually dreams of the opposite sex, and one man, while dreaming of both, dislikes those dreams, in which women figure. In at least 3 cases, dreams of a sexual character began at the age of 8 or earlier. The phenomena presented by erotic dreams, alike in normal and abnormal persons, are somewhat complex, and dreams are by no means a sure guide to the dreamer's real sexual attitude. The fluctuations of dream imagery may be illustrated by the experiences of one of my subjects, who thus indirectly summarizes his own experiences. When he was quite a child, he used to be haunted by gross and grotesque dreams of naked adult men, which must have been erotic at the age of puberty. He dreamed in 2 ways, but always about males. One species of vision was highly idealistic. A radiant and lovely young man's face with floating hair appeared to him on a background of dim shadows. The other was obscene, being generally the sight of a groom's or carter's genitals in a state of violent erection. He never dreamed erotically or sentimentally about women, but when the dream was frightful, the terror-making personage was invariably female. In ordinary dreams, women of his family or acquaintance played a trivial part. At the age of 24, having determined to conquer his homosexual passions, he married, found no difficulty in cohabiting with his wife, and begat several children. Although he took but little passionate delight in the sexual act, he still continued to dream exclusively of men for several years, and the obscene visions became more frequent than the idealistic. Gradually, coarse and uninteresting erotic dreams of women began to haunt his mind in sleep. A curious particular regarding the new type of vision was that he never dreamed of whole females, only of their sexual parts seen in a blur, and the seminal emissions, which attended the mental pictures, left a feeling of fatigue and disgust. In course of time, his wife and he agreed to live separately so far as sexual relations are concerned. He then indulged his passion for males, and wholly lost those rudimentary female dreams which had been developed during the period of nuptial cohabitation. Not only is it possible for the genuine invert to be trained into heterosexual erotic dreams, but homosexual dreams may occasionally be experienced by persons who are and always have been exclusively heterosexual. I could bring forward much evidence on this point. Cf. autoerotism in vol. I of these studies. Both men and women who have always been of pronounced heterosexual tendency without a trace of inversion are liable to rare homosexual dreams, not necessarily involving orgasm or even definite sexual excitement, and sometimes accompanied by a feeling of repugnance. As an example, I may present a dream which had no known origin of an exclusively heterosexual lady aged 42. She dreamed she was in bed with another woman, unknown to her, and lying on her own stomach, while with her right hand stretched out, she was feeling the other's sexual parts. She could distinctly perceive the clitoris, vagina, etc. She felt a sort of disgust with herself for what she was doing, but continued until she awoke. She then found herself lying on her stomach as in the dream, and at first thought she must have been touching herself, but realized that this could not have been the case. Niceforo, who believes that inversion may develop out of masturbation, considers that dreams of masturbation by association of ideas may take on an inverted character. Lysicopady Sejuel, 1897 pp 3569. This, however, must be rare, and will not account for most of the dreams in question. Nacke and Collins Scott some years ago independently referred to cases in which normal persons were liable to homosexual dreams, and Fear Revue de Médecine Dec, 1898, referred to a man who had a horror of women, but appeared only to manifest homosexuality in his dreams. Nacke, Archive für Kriminalanthropologie, 1907 Heft I2, calls dreams, which represent a reaction of opposition to the dreamer's ordinary life, contrast dreams Hirschfeld, who accepts Nack's contrast dreams in relation to homosexuality, considers that they indicate a latent bisexuality. We may admit this is so in the same sense in which a complementary color image called up by another color indicates the possibility of perceiving that color in most cases. However, it seems to me that homosexual dreams in normal persons may be simply explained as due to the ordinary confusion and transition of dream imagery. See Ellis, The World of Dreams, especially ch. Roman 2. Methods of sexual relationship. The exact mode in which an inverted instinct finds satisfaction is frequently of importance from the medical standpoint. From a psychological standpoint, it is of minor significance, being chiefly of interest as showing the degree to which the individual has departed from the instinctive feelings of his normal fellow beings. Taking 57 inverted men of whom I have definite knowledge, I find that 12, restrained by moral or other considerations, have never had any physical relationship with their own sex. In some 22 cases, the sexual relationship rarely goes beyond close physical contact and fondling, or at most mutual masturbation and intercrural intercourse. In 10 or 11 cases, fellatio, oral excitation frequently, in addition to some form of mutual masturbation, and usually, though not always as the active agencies, the form preferred. In 14 cases, actual pedicatio, 199, usually active not passive, has been exercised in these cases. However, pedicatio is by no means always the habitual or even the preferred method of gratification. It seems to be the preferred method in about 7 cases. Several who have never experienced it, including some who have never practiced any form of physical relationship, state that they feel no objection to pedicatio. Some have this feeling in regard to active, others in regard to passive pedicatio. Proportion of inverts who practice or have at some time experienced pedicatio, thus revealed nearly 25%, is large in Germany. Hirschfeld finds it to be only 8%, and Merzbach only 6%. I believe, however, that a wider induction from a larger number of English and American cases would yield a proportion much nearer to that found in Germany. Pseudosexual attraction. It is sometimes supposed that in homosexual relationships, one person is always active physically and emotionally, the other passive between men at all events. This is very frequently not the case, and the invert cannot tell if he feels like a man or like a woman. Thus one writes, "In bed with my friend, I feel as he feels, and he feels as I feel. The result is masturbation, and nothing more, or desire for more on my part. I get it over too as soon as possible, in order to come to the beast, sleeping arms round each other or talking so." It remains true, however, that there may usually be traced what it is possible to call pseudosexual attraction, by which I mean a tendency for the invert to be attracted toward persons unlike himself, so that in his sexual relationships there is a certain semblance of sexual opposition. Numa Praetorius considers that in homosexuality the attraction of opposites, attraction for soldiers and other primitive vigorous types, plays a greater part than among normal lovers. This pseudosexual attraction is, however, as Hirschfeld points out, and as we see by the histories here presented, by no means invariable. Roman 1000 N writes to me, "It appears that the female element must of necessity exist in the body that desires the male, and that nature keeps her law in the spirit, though she breaks it in the form. The rest is all a matter of individual temperament and environment. The female nature of the invert, hampered though it is by its disguise of flesh, is still able to exert an extraordinary influence, and calls insistently upon the male. This influence seems called into action most violently in the presence of males, possessed of strong sexual magnetism of their own. Such men are generally more or less conscious of the influence, and the result is either a vague appreciation, which will make the male wonder why he gets on so well with the invert, or else the influence will be realized to be something incongruous and unnatural, and will be resented accordingly. Sometimes, indeed, the reciprocated feeling, circumstance and opportunity permitting, will prove strong enough to induce sexual relations. Reason will then generally overpower instinct, and the feeling aroused unaware will probably be changed into repulsion. Further, the influence reacts in the same way on women, who, particularly if they are strongly sexual, experience involuntary sensations of dislike or antagonism on association with inverts. There is, however, one terrible reality for the invert to face, no matter how much he may wish to avoid it, and seek to deceive himself. There exists for him an almost absolute lack of any genuine satisfaction, either in the way of the affections, or desires his whole life is passed in vainly seeking, and desiring the male the antithesis of his nature. And in consorting with inverts, he must perforce be content with the male, in form only the shadow without the substance. Indeed, one invert necessarily regards another as being of the same undesired female sex as himself, and for this reason, it will be found that while friendships between inverts frequently exist, and these are characteristically feminine, unstable, and liable to betrayal, love attachments are less common, and when they occur must naturally be based upon considerable self-deception. Venal gratifications are always of course as possible, as they are unsatisfactory, and here, perhaps some of the peculiarities of taste accompanying inversion may admit of elucidation, in considering the peculiar predilection shown by inverts for youths of inferior social position, for the wearers of uniforms, and for extreme physical development and virility, not necessarily accompanied by intellectuality. Regard must be had to the probable conduct of women placed in a position of complete irresponsibility, combined with absolute freedom of action, and every opportunity for promiscuity. It seems to me that the importance of recognizing the underlying female element in inversion cannot be too strongly insisted upon. The majority of inverts, writes Z, differ in no detail of their outward appearance, their physique, or their dress from normal men. They are athletic, masculine, in habit, frank in manner, passing through society year after year without arousing a suspicion of their inner temperament. Were it not so, society would long ago have had its eyes opened to the amount of perverted sexuality it harbors. These lines were written not in opposition to the more subtle distinctions pointed out above, but in refutation of the vulgar error, which confuses the typical invert with the painted and petticoated creatures who appear in police courts from time to time, and whose portraits are presented by Lombroso, Legludic, etc. On another occasion, the same writer remarked, while expressing general agreement with the idea of a pseudosexual attraction, the liaison is by no means always sought and begun by the person who is abnormally constituted. I mean, that I can cite cases of decided males who have made up to inverts, and have found their happiness in the reciprocated passion. One pronounced male of this sort again once said to me, "Men are so much more affectionate than women." Precisely the same words were used by one of my subjects. Also, the liaison springs up now and then quite accidentally, through juxtaposition, when it is difficult to say whether either at the outset had an inverted tendency of any marked quality. In these cases, the sexual relation seems to come on as a heightening of comradely affection, and is found to be pleasurable, sometimes, I think, discovered to be safe as well as satisfying. On the other hand, so far as I know, it is extremely rare to observe a permanent liaison between two pronounced inverts.